I was so close to calling the police when a car, seemingly out of control, headed straight toward me. It was such a strange coincidence. I should have seen it coming. Suddenly, a voice echoed in my head. No pain. No sign of the crash. Was it just an illusion? I glanced down and realized I was in a clean, expensive suit, something I'd never worn before. I was at some fancy party, surrounded by people with champagne glasses. That's when the voice came again, this time introducing itself as a system called Candy. And it explained that I had entered a novel world called Pretend Play with a Greedy Roommate. The system told me the basic plot. I had to prevent a character named Li Shangjin from ending up alone, betrayed, and bankrupt, all because of his obsession with fighting over the male lead's affection. I listened quietly, processing my death and this strange new situation. I couldn't help but think how foolish it was for someone to cling to one person when there were so many other options. Candy explained more about my new identity here. I was Su Qingsu, related to Li Shangjin through a distant uncle-nephew connection. My mother, Su He, lived abroad, was busy with work, and would send me money regularly. I thanked the system, appreciating the role it had set up for me. In my past life, I worked tirelessly to support my adoptive parents, who were always taking from me. But here, things seemed to be the opposite. Candy pointed out Li Shangjin sitting across the room. I straightened my clothes and looked over at him. He sat casually, legs crossed, swirling his wine glass. His brown suit fit perfectly, and his eyes, light brown with a hint of mischief, scanned the room. It was time to meet him. As I got closer to Li Shangjin, someone blocked my way. I looked at him, feeling a little annoyed. He wore a dark suit and held a glass of red wine. He introduced himself as Lu Er, a vice president of some big company. His smile and the way he stared at me made me uncomfortable. I introduced myself quickly, planning to walk around him, but he grabbed my wrist. I told him coldly to let go, and he did. Then, he tried to make small talk, offering me a drink, insisting we could be friends. I didn't even look at the drink. I've seen these tricks before. The system in my head confirmed my suspicions. The drink was spiked. I already knew. Lu Er kept talking, trying to pressure me into drinking. I asked sincerely if his company was really that famous. He got angry, boasting about his family's business. I didn't care. The system reassured me that Li Shangjin's company was far more powerful than Lu Er's. While Lu Er kept talking, I grabbed the wine he offered, smelled it, and glanced over at Li Shangjin. He didn't move, just watched from afar. Lu Er looked smug, thinking he had one. I smiled slightly, which made him even more excited. But I suddenly dumped the wine on him, catching him off guard. Sorry, my hand slipped, I said before walking straight toward Li Shangjin. As I approached, I greeted him softly, calling him Uncle Li. I could tell he recognized me as Su He's child. Just moments ago, I had confidently spilled wine on Lu Er, and now I acted all innocent. Lu Er was furious, storming toward me, but I quickly moved closer to Li Shangjin, pretending to be scared. I even grabbed onto his clothes, playing the victim. Lu Er stopped in his tracks, realizing he couldn't insult me in front of Li Shangjin. He asked if I was with Li, and Li's calm response made it clear he was protecting me. Lu Er had no choice but to back down, though he was still furious. I sat next to Li Shangjin, continuing my act. As I hid behind him, I passed the empty wine glass to him, keeping up the pretense. The system, surprised by my boldness, wasn't sure what to make of the situation anymore. Li Shangjin simply called out Vice President Lu, and instantly, Lu Er froze, quickly retracting his hand and standing stiff like he was being punished. When Li asked if he had more business, Lu Er hurriedly left, though he still shot an angry glance back once he was far enough away. After he was gone, Li asked me calmly, but with a hint of pressure, how long I planned on clinging to him. I opened my eyes, confirming Lu Er was really gone, and finally let go. Li stepped back, clearly distancing himself, which made me ask, "Do you think I'm dirty, Uncle Li?" I noticed how he had moved away from me. He asked what my real intentions were, seeing through my act of throwing the wine and chasing Lu Er off. I admitted he caught me, but it didn't bother me. I had expected him to figure it out, and I was just glad he played along. I showed him the wine glass I had taken from Lu Air. There were some white particles inside. It annoyed Lee, knowing that if I hadn't noticed, drinking it could have been dangerous. I handed him the glass, suggesting he could have it checked. He waved it off, saying it wasn't necessary, but he took it anyway. I teased, saying if the wine was fine, I'd let Lu Air throw it back at me. He chuckled, saying it wasn't needed and that Lu Air was just unlucky. Just then, my system alerted me that the male lead, Tang Tang, was about to appear. Without thinking, I jumped onto Lee, hugging him tightly to block his view. "Uncle Lee, thank you. You're so kind." My sudden move stunned both Lee and the system. Lee asked when I developed the habit of hugging people, gently pushing me away. I was just trying to distract him, unsure if Tang Tang had passed. I stretched out my arms and asked if my suit looked good on me, keeping his attention on me. Lee said I looked like a fox. He didn't want to praise me too much, but I could tell he wasn't annoyed. After a few more moments of distracting him, I confirmed that Tang Tang was gone. I finally relaxed and sat back down on the sofa. Lee, surprisingly, complimented me, saying I did look good. The system reported that Lee's depression level was holding steady at 32%, slightly above normal. I figured it was a small victory. It hadn't gone up at least. The system explained how the levels worked, and I realized we still had a long way to go to get Lee out of danger. When the system mentioned that over 80% depression would lead to uncontrollable behavior, I felt a complicated mix of emotions as I looked at Li Shangjin. He noticed my sudden quietness and the sad look I threw his way. Just as he was about to speak, someone interrupted to greet him and offer a toast. It was a CEO from an entertainment company introducing a fresh young face, a boy named Wei Yuan, who was full of energy and clearly trying to make an impression. Li Shangjin gave a polite but distant response, and I noticed how Wei Yuan looked back at him with a bit of longing. The system remarked that this boy was probably just disappointed he couldn't get close to someone as influential as Lee. Lee then turned to me, asking if I found the boy attractive, which I did, but I wasn't interested. He seemed intrigued by my answer, wondering why I wasn't drawn to someone like Wei Yuan. I explained that I appreciated beauty, but I knew what truly interested me. When Lee didn't press further, I teased him by saying I was more into his type. It wasn't a lie. I did find myself more attracted to someone like him. I'd dated before, but nothing serious. My past relationships always moved too fast for my liking, so I ended them before things got too far. Lee stared at me for a moment before turning away. I could tell he was remembering our past meetings when I was much more reserved. Now, here I was, acting like a playful little fox. I leaned in closer and asked him directly what type he liked. His response was unexpected. He simply stood up and said, "You're still young." I didn't expect that. I thought he rejected the introduction earlier because Wei Yuan wasn't his type, but now I was beginning to think Li Shangjin might actually be more reserved than I imagined. As I followed him, I couldn't help but wonder if my impression of him had been wrong all along. Maybe he wasn't just a cold businessman, but someone who hid his true nature well. Then, more people approached Lee to talk business. I started to get bored, so I looked around and noticed two people in a corner, one pulling the other's wrist. The system quickly identified them as the two male leads of the story. Tang Tang was the one being pulled. According to the original plot, Lee would have gone after Tang Tang, but since he hadn't noticed him, I figured someone else would step in to move the story along. As I observed Lee, surrounded by people and holding his own confidently, I thought it was a bit of a shame. Despite his success, he was reduced to being a villain and a tool in this story. It felt like such a waste. Li Shangjin noticed that I seemed a bit unhappy, probably because he had been talking to others and ignoring me. To lighten the mood, he introduced me, mentioning that I was Suhi's child. This immediately brought all eyes on me, making me feel self-conscious. Everyone began to toast me, calling me young Master Su and praising me. I politely smiled and took a sip of wine to go along with it. As I grabbed another drink, I caught Li Shangjin's eye, giving him a look that clearly said, "I'm watching you." The system reassured me that I wouldn't get drunk, as it had adjusted my body's tolerance. Despite that, the situation reminded me of all the times I had to drink during work events in the past, just to make money and please my adoptive parents. It was a bitter memory, one that had even cost me a job before. When Li Shangjin looked back at me, I was staring at my drink, feeling a wave of melancholy. He asked if I was drunk, and I snapped out of it, noticing him staring at me. Before I could respond, someone else tried to toast me, but Li Shangjin stepped in, subtly blocking it and signaling it was time to leave. On the way out, Li assumed I was drunk, asking for my address. I played along, pretending to be sad, telling him I had no home. He sighed, saying my mother would be upset if she heard that, but the system joked that she'd probably just throw more money my way and buy me a house. I kept up the act, leaning into Li and asking to go to his place instead. He didn't push me away, but instead held my waist as we walked down the stairs. I couldn't help but smile to myself, enjoying how things were playing out. When we reached the car, he helped me inside. Once in the car, I snuggled closer to him, calling his name softly, letting my voice linger in the air like candy floss. The driver must have been nervous. Everyone knew that Li Shangjin had never let anyone close to him like this. Even though he tried to push me away, I grabbed his hand, remarking how cool and comfortable it felt. I pressed my face against it, feeling victorious as he didn't pull back. The driver, tense but experienced, managed to keep the car on course despite the awkward situation in the back seat. Su Qingsu had just drunk some wine and was blown by the wind, so his face was indeed a little red, but he was definitely still conscious. Li Shangjin raised his eyelashes, glanced ahead, and said, "Baffle, turn up the air conditioner." The driver did it obediently. Su Qingsu, who had been feeling quite comfortable, now felt a little hot. "Uncle Li, it's hot." Su Qingsu wrapped her slender fingers around Li Shangjin's tie and gently tugged. Li Shangjin had to lower his head, but when he saw Su Qingsu, whose face was slightly red and whose eyes were a little misty, he swallowed his saliva and looked away, then pulled back his tie and loosened it. "I'm not hot." Although Li Shangjin said this, he turned around and asked the driver to turn down the air conditioner a few degrees. Su Qingsu smiled and almost fell asleep in the car. "Host, are you really drunk?" The system looked at the normal data and doubted its own data analysis for the first time. "No, just a little bit of wine. A man who is 3/4 drunk will make you cry. So, host, do you have any plans now?" "No, just tell Li Shangjin not to pay attention to Tang Tang." "Okay, host, you still have to be careful. Li Shangjin is moody and doesn't go back on his word." The system just watched Su Qingsu's operation and was so scared that it restarted, fearing that Su Qingsu would be thrown out of the car. Really? Su Qingsu felt that Li Shangjin was quite stable. Look, he didn't seem to be angry until now. He became interested in what kind of situation would make Li Shangjin angry. Li Shangjin took Su Qingsu to his villa. The lights in the villa were still on, but the servants had already gone to rest or returned home. Uncle Tian was originally responsible for Li Shangjin's 3 meals a day. Now it was late at night, and he had already gone to bed. Su Qingsu stepped on her shoes, took them off, and was about to look for home shoes. When she looked down, she saw Li Shangjin had bent down and put down a pair of shoes. New ones, a little big, but okay. While Su Qingsu was stunned, Li Shangjin stood up and changed his shoes. Seeing that Su Qingsu had no intention of moving, he sighed that she was really drunk. Seeing Li Shangjin bending down again, Su Qingsu came back to her senses and put on her shoes. Since her shoes were already on, Li Shangjin turned around and left the entrance. Su Qingsu looked behind him and asked, "Just now, were you going to help me put on my shoes?" Based on the data analysis, the screen display, and the behavioral signs, yes, host. People get drunk even if it's not the wine. Su Qingsu's head was a little dazed, and he followed Li Shangjin's pace. Li Shangjin suddenly stopped, and before Su Qingsu could stop, she bumped into Li Shangjin's broad and hard back. Su Qingsu touched the tip of her nose, which might have turned red. Li Shangjin turned around to look at Su Qingsu's resentful eyes, and put his arm around Su Qingsu's waist guiltily. Su Qingsu's eyes widened. Did he really think he was drunk? Wasn't he afraid that he would remember everything when he woke up? "Sit down. I'll get you something to sober you up." Li Shangjin put Su Qingsu on the sofa and got up to go to the kitchen. A man came down from upstairs, wearing decent clothes, neat short hair, and a serious face. Su Qingsu looked over and heard the other party say, "The young master is back." The hangover soup is in the kitchen and has been prepared. Well, thank you. Li Shangjian remembered that every time she went out to attend a banquet, whether she was drunk or not, although she had not been drunk so far, the old housekeeper would ask Uncle Tian, or she herself, to prepare the hangover soup when she came back. Li Shangjin entered the kitchen. Su Qingsu looked at the old butler, and the old butler also looked at him. He nodded to Su Qingsu and smiled politely, as if even the arc of the smile was pre-planned. Su Qingsu was a little uncomfortable with her smile and turned away from her. She is Li Shangjin's housekeeper. Her surname is Lao. She is 42 years old and married. Su Qingsu nodded. This surname is quite rare. When Li Shangjin came out with the bowl, not only Su Qingsu, but also the old housekeeper's eyes widened. As he held Li Shangjin's hand, Li Shangjin was afraid that if he struggled, the soup in the bowl would spill, so he agreed to his wishes. Su Qingsu lowered her head and drank the hangover soup obediently. The old butler who had been standing aside stepped forward and said, "Let me take care of you, young master. You can rest." "Uncle Li, it's hot. I want to take a shower." Su Qingsu was still drunk. Li Shangjian held down Su Qingsu, who was about to open her arms to hug him, and handed the bowl in his hand to the old housekeeper. "Old housekeeper, go back and have a rest. It's getting late." The old butler looked surprised, but still took the bowl and glanced at Su Qingsu half assessingly and half doubtfully. In the old butler's memory, there was no such person. After washing the dishes and putting them in the disinfection cabinet, the old housekeeper came to Li Shangjin and said, "Master, you have something to tell me. I will go back first." The house next door also belongs to Li Shangjin, but it is occupied by the old housekeeper and her husband. Her husband has just started working in Li Shangjin's company in recent years. The old butler, who had just taken a few steps, suddenly stopped, looked back at Su Qingsu, and said to Li Shangjin, "Master, if this young man is very drunk, it is better not to take a bath for the time being." Li Shangjin nodded and responded, then bent down to help Su Qingsu up, went upstairs, found a clean guest room, and tucked Su Qingsu into the quilt. Su Qingsu lay down in the bed obediently, her eyelashes fluttering, and then watched Li Shangjin leave the room. The eyes that were open had regained their clarity, no longer the confused look just now. "Host." The system looked at Su Qingsu, who was silent but quietly keeping her eyes open, and felt something strange. "Okay." Su Qingsu sat up, threw back the quilt, and got out of bed. "Take a shower. There were some clean clothes in the guest room for me to change into." After taking a shower and brushing my teeth, I felt refreshed and the sleepiness I had just felt in the car disappeared. Su Qingsu lay on the soft quilt, turned over twice, rolled the quilt around herself, kicked it away, and lay on the soft and elastic bed. Closing his eyes, the system thought that Su Qingsu had calmed down and was ready to rest, but unexpectedly, he was actually reading the original novel in his mind. In the middle of the night, the system advised Su Qingsu, "Host, it's getting late. You should go to bed early. I'll be on standby. If you need anything, call my name. I can hear you." Su Qingsu worked all night long and his eyes were sore. He yawned and sunlight shone in through the window. Su Qingsu got up, feeling a little dizzy, and staggered to the window to close the curtains. Then she turned around and threw herself on the bed, grabbed the quilt casually, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. The more she slept, the colder she felt, so Su Qingsu wrapped herself tightly in the quilt. At 8:30, Li Shangjin was already sitting at the dining table. The old housekeeper was waiting on the side, but he didn't see Li Shangjin show any intention of eating. This was the first time that the old housekeeper did not see the beautiful young man from last night when he came over after breakfast today. He thought he had left in the middle of the night, but he might still be resting upstairs. However, if it was the latter, the old housekeeper silently looked upstairs with a candle in her eyes. Her young master had always had a strong sense of time and strong self-discipline. He was strict with himself and others. Li Shangjin also looked upstairs. He waited for 10 minutes, thinking that Su Qingsu might have trouble getting up after getting drunk last night. He didn't expect it to be so difficult. "Old housekeeper, go." Li Shangjin paused. "Forget it. I'll go." Li Shangjin stood up and went upstairs. Uncle Tian came out of the kitchen and found the food on the table still in good condition. He was very surprised. "What's the matter?" Is it not to your liking? Or is the young master not feeling well today? The old butler shook his head. The young master should go and call someone? Uncle Tian was even more confused, especially since Li Shangjin asked him to make an extra portion today. He didn't ask much, thinking that maybe because he was hungry and had a good appetite, he made it faster than usual. But more than 10 minutes have passed, and there has been no movement at all. Li Shangjin knocked on the door. Su Qingsu was sleeping soundly. Su Qingsu, get up and eat. She felt a little hot, so she pushed aside the quilt. Her eyes were also burning. She looked at the closed door, which seemed to be surrounded by a cloud of mist, blurry and unclear. Li Shangjin outside knocked several times and finally turned the doorknob. As soon as he entered the room, he met the eyes of Su Qingsu, whose face was flushed and who was staring at him with puppy eyes. Li Shangjin looked at Su Qingsu's clothes, which were different from what she wore last night, and it was obvious that Su Qingsu was not in a good condition. Not feeling well? Li Shangjin walked forward quickly and grabbed Su Qingsu's arm that was hanging over the bed. It was burning hot. Li Shangjin frowned and looked at Su Qingsu unhappily. He touched her forehead and felt the same sensation. Li Shangjin. Su Qingsu let Li Shangjin grab him and touch him. His voice was a little hoarse and weak. Idiot. Who is the idiot? You don't even know you have a fever. Li Shangjin stuffed Su Qingsu into the quilt. Watching Li Shangjin's back as he quickly walked out of the room, tears in her eyes fell uncontrollably. Just one piece of candy, and he will be controlled for life. Su Qingsu was angry when she thought of it, but her heart was sour. Her head was dizzy, her eyes were dry and hot, and her tears were falling. Host, please don't cry. I must have adjusted the malnutrition disadvantages of your body. You will enjoy everything you eat in the future, but it is normal for people to get sick, and it cannot be controlled. The system still doesn't know the content of the original novel that Su Qing spent the whole night studying. It was a blessing in disguise. Su Qingsu temporarily didn't have to think about telling Li Shangjin that she wanted to keep him here. Su Qingsu was having a fever and still thinking about this. She didn't have time to reply to the system. Okay, got it. When the family doctor and the nurse rushed over, they thought that Li Shangjin was sick. They didn't see Li Shangjin on the first floor, so they went upstairs and planned to rush directly to Li Shangjin's room. Wrong. It's not Master Li. It's another young master. The old housekeeper followed and immediately took them to the guest room. Inside the room, Li Shangjin had already measured Su Qingsu's temperature, which was 38.8 degrees Celsius. The room was extremely quiet. Su Qingsu could only shout to Li Shangjin in a hoarse voice, Uncle Li, don't ignore me." When the doctor was asking questions, Su Qingsu looked at Li Shangjin with a guilty look on his face. Li Shangjin seemed to know more about the situation than he did. He drank alcohol yesterday and may have taken a shower when he came back. The doctor asked Su Qingsu again, and Su Qingsu could only nod. He checked her tonsils and found no infection or swelling. Her voice was hoarse, which might be due to lack of water and fever. The medicine was prescribed and precautions were given. The nurse over there had already transfused the fluid and told Su Qingsu not to move her hands too much to prevent the disposable steel needle from slipping through her blood vessels. Su Qingsu didn't even have the energy to nod, let alone raise her hand. Being sick is really uncomfortable, but going to work while sick is even more torturous. Now that she's here, with so many people guarding her, it's really a different feeling. Considering that Su Qingsu hasn't had breakfast yet and is now on an empty stomach, she won't be given an injection in the ace. She will just need N4 and some medicine. Finally, Li Shangjin asked the old housekeeper to bring the food. He helped Su Qingsu sit up, asked him to rinse his mouth simply, and then fed him breakfast directly. Su Qingsu opened her mouth and ate obediently, but her eyes were glued to Li Shangjin's face, unable to take them away. After Li Shangjin took the bowls and other things out, a few minutes later, a nurse came in with Li Shangjin. "Men's words are deceitful. If you are touched by a man, you will be hurt." The system's voice sounded, and Su Qingsu didn't react to why it said that. Li Shangjin wants to teach you a lesson. Since you are not fasting, you can give him a shot in the buttocks. Do you think he cares about you calling him a fool and being stingy? The system told Su Qingsu and complained about Li Shangjin at the same time. but Su Chingsu just thought it was childish. He was not afraid of pain and didn't know how many injections he had received. However, these days, is even the system so subjective? Although Li Shangjin did it on purpose, it should not be because of the idiot he just said. From the original novel, Li Shangjin is a person who likes to be in control and is not happy with things beyond his control. I guess she was a little angry that he didn't listen and took a bath last night. When the nurse was disinfecting, Su Chingsu was tense. The nurse asked him to relax, and he relaxed quickly. However, within a second, he saw Li Shangjin standing at the bed, smiling as if he was gloating. In the past, when I was in the hospital, there were so many people around and I didn't feel embarrassed to pull my pants down. Why do I feel embarrassed now when getting an injection and being watched by others? Su Chingsu said in an angry tone. Uncle Li, get out and don't look. Li Shangjin said, don't act like a spoiled child. Relax and get the injection obediently. Act like a spoiled child? Act like a spoiled child. To act like a spoiled child deliberately because you are loved by someone. The system explained to Su Chingsu what it meant to act like a spoiled child. When did he spoil you? Su Chingsu stopped talking and a series of scenes flashed through his mind, either of him hiding behind Li Shangjin or Li Shangjin supporting him, and how he had just forcefully fed him a few bites of food. Although he was a little shy in the end and snatched back the spoon to eat by himself, the nurse had gone out. Su Chingsu closed her eyes and seemed to be sleeping, but she was actually reading the original novel. Li Shangjin stood by and watched every detail. The system looked at Li Shangjin, who was sitting cross-legged and leaning back in a chair processing documents, and a sense of calm and oppression came over him. In this situation, Su Chingsu could still close his eyes and pretend to sleep and read the original novel. He had to admire again that the host it was bound to was really mentally strong. After praising Su Chingsu 1 second, he didn't even turn the page the next. He fell asleep. When the drip was almost finished, Li Shangjin went to find a nurse to remove the needle. During the whole process, Su Chingsu only raised her eyes once. Her long eyelashes fluttered twice, and then closed them again. Li Shangjin did not leave and simply worked in Su Chingsu's room. The lunch was served by the servants. Su Chingsu hadn't woken up yet. Li Shangjin stood up and patted Su Chingsu. Get up, go back to sleep if you're sleepy after eating. Well, Uncle Li, I'm so sleepy, let me sleep a little longer, 5 minutes is 5 minutes. Su Chingsu didn't even raise her eyelids, and rubbed her head against the quilt. The servant beside him didn't know whether to put down what he was holding, and stood there a little at a loss. After all, Master Li rarely brought people home, and if he did, it was only Li Yiping, the deputy general manager of the Li family, who was drunk last time. But that time, Li Shangjin had asked the old housekeeper to call him downstairs to eat. It was not like this situation where the food was served directly. Put down the food and get out. Li Shangjin glanced at the person who had been standing there and said. Li Shangjin raised his hand and touched the slightly messy hair on Su Chingsu's forehead. Why do you like to act like a spoiled child so much? 5 minutes later, Li Shangjin called Su Chingsu again, but got the same reply and groaning from Su Chingsu. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Uncle Li, are you not hungry anymore? Li Shangjin glanced at the food and got a similar groaning response from Su Chingsu. Finally, he sat down and started eating. The smell of food made Su Chingsu, who was already half asleep, raise his head. With his sleepy eyes, it was obvious that he had not slept enough, but he was hungry. Li Shangjin just glanced at it, silently placed the bowl in front of Su Chingsu, and continued to eat. Thank you, Uncle Li. Su Chingsu lowered his eyes to look at the food on the table, then looked up and smiled to thank Li Shangjin. The fire reduced Su Chingsu's liveliness and made her look more elegant. Su Chingsu ate all the meat dishes and did not touch the other 2 vegetarian dishes. One was cabbage and the other was bean sprouts. Li Shangjin finished his meal and saw that Su Chingsu was about to put down his chopsticks, staring at the vegetarian dish that was left on the plate. Did he not like vegetables? But Su Chingsu ate the other one. Or maybe he just didn't like the other one. Li Shangjin asked directly, Don't you like bean sprouts? Yeah. Su Chingsu nodded, put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth and hands with paper, and drew another card for Li Shangjin. Li Shangjin took it, stood up and said, Then we won't make this dish tonight. I guess Uncle Tian bought enough for lunch and dinner. Seeing Li Shangjin turning around to leave, Su Qingsu subconsciously grabbed the hem of Li Shangjin's clothes. Li Shangjin turned his head to look at his hand, and then looked at Su Qingsu with a puzzled look. What's wrong? Uncle Li, aren't you curious about why I don't like to eat? Su Qingsu asked me with a look on his face. Everyone has their own weird reasons for not eating this or that. Li Shangjin didn't intend to pry too much. After all, he could guess the answer. But after Su Qingsu said that, he became interested. Why? It's nothing, actually. Su Qingsu withdrew his hand, feeling that his action just now seemed a bit impulsive. He was just feeling lonely. There was such a large group of people just now, but now even Li Shangjin was leaving. It's just that I used to eat this a lot when I was a kid, and I ate too much. Did you love to eat it when you were a kid? Li Shangjin turned sideways and asked Su Qingsu, who had taken his hand back. Su Qingsu looked a little surprised. He didn't expect Li Shangjin to ask him proactively instead of just saying him and leaving. Su Qingsu shook her head. I don't like it. It's just that this one is cheaper, so it's the one his adoptive parents feed him the most. Li Shangjin did not ask any more questions, but frowned and thought about many things. Could it be that Su Qingsu was too quiet when she was a child, and she didn't even say what she liked and disliked, so she was bullied and fooled by the family chef? Well, if you don't like it, don't eat it. Li Shangjin seemed to feel that the beauty in front of him was a little depressed. Uncle Li, don't you think I'm picky about food? Su Qingsu often heard this sentence mixed in with their curses when she was a child. No. Li Shangjin stroked Su Qingsu's hair. It's not just this one vegetable. Qingsu just doesn't like it. Not that he doesn't eat it at all. Su Qingsu's eyes widened for a moment. Her eye sockets turned red and her eyes felt sore. She sniffed and turned her head away from meeting Li Shangjin's eyes. The other person's eyes were too sincere, not coaxing him, but more like coaxing him. Uncle Li, please go out. I want to sleep, Su Qingsu said, preparing to bury herself in the quilt. Li Shangjin was stunned, then laughed. Only the man in front of him dared to call him and leave at will. Li Shangjin pulled Su Qingsu out immediately. You just finished eating. Lean on the bed first. Take the medicine in half an hour. Li Shangjin thought of Su Qingsu's uncontrollability and felt that he would probably have to urge and remind her. Su Qingsu and Li Shangjin looked at each other, and Li Shangjin lowered his head to work. Candy. Here. Host. What will happen if the mission fails? Su Qingsu looked at Li Shangjin, who was working with his head down, his eyes dull, and he talked to the system in his mind. Su Qingsu learned from the system that the mission had failed. The same choices as if the mission succeeded. 1. Return to the original world, but the host has died in a car accident, which means you will die if you return to the original world. 2. Stay in this world, but die due to mission failure. 3. Go to the next world. The savior has 3 chances, and if you fail 3 times, you will also die. The next world, is it a new novel? Yes, host. It seems that even if the mission fails, I may not go to the next world or return to reality, where there is no Li Shangjin. Su Qingsu closed her eyes and took a nap. When the time came, Li Shangjin woke him up to take medicine. Su Qingsu looked straight at Li Shangjin. Li Shangjin was so unnatural that he didn't meet Su Qingsu's gaze. He just raised his hand and gently touched Su Qingsu's forehead. It's still hot. I'll take your temperature later. Su Qingsu blinked his eyes. No way. Wouldn't that mean that he would be woken up by Li Shangjin to take his temperature less than an hour after falling asleep? No, Uncle Li, I feel much better now. Let me sleep for a while. Let me go. It's fine if you torture me with a fever, but even Li Shangjin is here. Although the other party has good intentions, this is really sweet and painful. She is a beautiful woman who loves to act like a spoiled child. Li Shangjin really wanted to ask Su Qingsu if she knew how many people would be affected by the words she said with that face. Su Qingsu was still resting in bed at night, but she was awake with her eyes still closed. She probably finished reading the original novel. Li Shangjin went out to the study to hold a meeting. After the meeting, Li Shangjin saw the old butler halfway up the stairs in the corridor. He glanced at the watch in his hand and realized it was time for dinner. Li Shangjin shook his head and said to the old housekeeper, Is the food ready? I'll go and call them. Hearing a knock on the door, Su Qingsu noticed that there were only a few chapters left in the extra story, so she decided not to read them for the time being. She didn't get out of bed quickly. As she had been lying there for a long time, Su Qingsu's voice was no louder than usual. "Is that Uncle Li? Come in. I didn't lock the door." Su Qingsu walked to the door while speaking, and the door was opened by Li Shangjin just in time. Su Qingsu's fever had subsided, but she still didn't have much strength. Her forehead and hair were a little wet due to sweat. Looking at Su Qingsu's t-shirt, it was soaked with sweat in patches, sticking to her skin and barely visible. Li Shangjin, who had supported Su Qingsu's waist, naturally knew that Su Qingsu's waist had no fat. Just looking at it this way, it was even more obvious, as if the touch at that time was still present in his hands and could not be wiped away. "Uncle Li?" Su Qingsu saw that Li Shangjin had kept his eyes down and did not speak after opening the door. He did not look at him, as if his eyes were not looking up. "Well, go change your clothes, and I'll have someone bring the food up later." Li Shangjin originally wanted to check on Su Qingsu's condition first and ask him to go downstairs for dinner. When he found out that he looked haggard, he stopped talking and decided to have someone bring the food up. "Yeah, I'm sweating, it's sticky, and it feels uncomfortable." Su Qingsu grabbed a strand of hair on her forehead. "The same goes for my hair." After just a few words of conversation, Li Shangjin discovered that Su Qingsu might want to take a shower again at night, or even wash her hair. Li Shangjin frowned. "When you change clothes, wipe off the sweat and don't wash it for now. If you have a fever again, I will ignore you and throw you out to fend for yourself." After this experience, Li Shangjin already felt that Su Qingsu's nod or verbal agreement was not credible. He also felt that Su Qingsu's body was very weak. He investigated and found that Su Qingsu did not hire a chef, but ordered takeout or went out to eat, and occasionally did it herself. How much better can your health be if you eat this way? Su Qingsu didn't worry about this. She would have lost it a long time ago. How many opportunities did Li Shangjin have? She could just ignore him at the banquet. After the banquet, there would be a lot of opportunities. Li Shangjin is a pitiful little man who is hard-spoken and soft-hearted. Not many people feel sorry for him, and he lacks love. If it weren't for the fact that Li Qing, Li Shangjin's grandfather, loved and protected him in the original work, it would have been pretty good if he was under such strong control and oppression from his parents when he was a child, and he didn't seek death and become a dangerous person. "I'll wash it faster. It's too sticky and I can't bear it, Uncle Li." Su Qingsu was seeking Li Shangjin's consent, but even if she didn't agree, Su Qingsu would still wash up after eating. It's not that he has never done this kind of thing before, but it has ended badly. Li Shangjin probably guessed this possibility and had to nod. "It's up to you." "Oh, the UU value increased by 1%, and the current UU value is 33%. Don't be unhappy, Uncle Li." Su Qingsu's eyes widened for a moment, and she looked at Li Shangjin. She said, "It's up to you. He directly raised your depression level behind your back. He really did." "No." Li Shangjin looked down and saw Su Qingsu grabbing his sleeve, but didn't pull away. "It has dropped back again, and the current depression value is 32%. I suspect you are kidding me." "No, you two are teasing me." The system fights back. The end result was that Li Shangjin stayed outside, while Su Qingsu was washing up in the bathroom and would call him if necessary. Su Qingsu, who was multitasking, took the time to read the extra chapter. Regarding the sweet daily life of the two male protagonists, there was nothing special to pay attention to, and Li Shangjin did not appear in the whole process. After turning off the water, he dried himself, reached out and grabbed the clothes on top, and with one pull, the clothes slipped down and hit the wet floor tiles along with them. Even if Su Qingsu reacted in time and bent down to pick them up, they were not spared and even made the only underwear in her hand wet. Su Qingsu suspected that it was the sequelae of a fever. She had never seen such a stupid person. He didn't even save the last thing. Now that the clothes were wet, Su Qingsu simply planned to come out wrapped in a bath towel. Then she remembered that Li Shangjin was still outside, so she didn't have to go out, so she called him, "Uncle Li." There was no response from Li Shangjin for a long time. Su Qingsu thought he didn't hear, so she called again. There was still no movement. Su Qingsu frowned slightly. "Did you go out?" Thinking about it, Su Qingsu decided to go out and get it herself, get enough food and clothing by herself, and wrap a bath towel around her waist. Unexpectedly, as Su Qingsu approached the door opened and it was Li Shangjin. It turned out that he heard it, but he didn't wait for Su Qingsu's next words and just kept calling him. He thought that Su Qingsu was uncomfortable or had no strength, so he quickly opened the door. What came into view was Su Qingsu, who was only wrapped in a bath towel. He was slightly stunned. Because he had just washed, his whole body was fair and slightly pink. His waist was even more shapely and clean, and his legs were slender and straight. Li Shangjin looked unnatural and turned his head to ask him, "What's wrong?" "The clothes are wet." Su Qingsu pointed to the side. The clothes that had just fallen off, no matter whether they were dirty or wet, were thrown into a basket. "Well, I'll get you another set." With that, Li Shangjin closed the door. Originally, Su Qingsu wanted to say no, but Li Shangjin's speed was too fast. Su Qingsu complained, "If I had been so fast just now, I wouldn't have even reached the door." Su Qingsu, who was so fast, almost lost her grip and ended up in the dirty clothes basket like the previous batch. Thank you, Uncle Li." Before she could even finish the words, Su Qingsu saw that Li Shangjin turned around and left without looking back. After closing the door, Su Qingsu lowered her head and chuckled, picked up the clothes in her hands and started to change slowly. "Host, what were you laughing at just now? It is rare that the system does not judge and analyze it. Don't you think Li Shangjin seemed shy just now? Phew, that's quite interesting." At least, in Su Qingsu's perception, the so-called bosses he had come into contact with in real life would not behave like this. But Su Qingsu could just call the police no matter what the accident was. Unfortunately, she also suffered an accident when she went to the police station. Su Qingsu suppressed her smile, changed her clothes, and went out. Li Shangjin did not leave. He was still in the house. When Su Qingsu saw him, her eyes lit up. "Uncle Li." The system looked back at the interface just now. It couldn't analyze whether Li Shangjin was shy or not. However, when Li Shangjin came in for the first time, his eyes stayed on Su Qingsu's waist for several seconds, and his heart beat a lot faster. If this is what the host considers to be shy, the system said it respects Su Qingsu's judgment. Originally, Su Qingsu was planning to go downstairs for dinner, but seeing that Li Shangjin was already sitting aside, the food on the table must have been served by him. Su Qingsu sat down. The rice was still hot and should be served soon. She took a look at all the dishes, and there was really nothing she didn't like. Li Shangjin kept his word. In response to Su Qingsu's look, he simply said, "Eat it while it's hot." Su Qingsu lowered her head and smiled. It felt really good that others took her words to heart and put them into action. Uncle Tian downstairs finished a large plate of bean sprouts by himself. He didn't understand why Li Shangjin suddenly said today that he would not cook dishes with bean sprouts in the future. When the old housekeeper was getting ready to go home after work to have dinner with her husband, Uncle Tian stuffed a handful of bean sprouts into her. At dusk, the sun sets, the afterglow shines, and the stars begin to appear. While eating, Li Shangjin looked at him twice more, and Su Qingsu followed his gaze. The balcony outside the window had a beautiful view. Su Qingsu suddenly felt that after so many days and nights of hard work, she could not get this moment of quiet sun appreciation. Unexpectedly, just a farewell in this world. It was like a new life. "Want to go to the balcony, Uncle Li?" Su Qingsu put down the bowl and chopsticks. Her eyes were gentle and a little playful. Li Shangjin paused, put down his bowl and chopsticks, and stood up. Su Qingsu followed immediately, his face full of smiles, and the system was also excited because he saw the UU value fluctuating. Su Qingsu suddenly felt an itch in his nose and couldn't help sneezing. Li Shangjin paused, then turned around. "No, you don't want to watch anymore, Uncle Li?" Su Qingsu saw that Li Shangjin didn't go towards the balcony. Li Shangjin didn't find a coat in the closet, only a long-sleeved shirt. He frowned slightly, but still took out the long-sleeved shirt. Looking at Li Shangjin walking towards her with a long-sleeved shirt in his hand, Su Qingsu's smile, which had just stopped, returned again. "Uncle Li?" Su Qingsu's mouth corners slightly raised, her tone tinged with a bit of joy, and she tilted her head to pretend to be confused. "Put it on. Don't catch a cold in the wind." Li Shangjin handed the long-sleeved shirt in his hand to Su Qingsu. After Su Qingsu took it, she grabbed the hem of her short-sleeved shirt with both hands and pulled it up, revealing her fair waist that was not exposed to the wind or sun. Li Shangjin grabbed Su Qingsu's hand and said, "Put them on together." He meant to ask Su Qingsu not to take it off. Su Qingsu's eyes were full of smiles, and she wanted to see Li Shangjin's shy expression, but unfortunately the other party did not want to be refused. "Do you change directly in front of other people?" Li Shangjin lowered his eyes to Su Qingsu's waist. His tone was unclear and a little hoarse. "Of course I won't change in front of girls." Even though Su Qingsu had dated several boys, she had never been so casual in front of them. He probably thought that seeing Li Shangjin's shy and helpless look would be novel and moving. Su Qingsu deliberately said, "But it will be a little hot. What should I do, Uncle Li?" "It's up to you." Li Shangjin let go of his hand and turned to go to the balcony. The audience had all left, and Su Qingsu had no intention of continuing the performance, so she simply put on her clothes, stretched out her hands, and made a few casual adjustments before following Li Shangjin's steps. The system had already made a sharp explosion in Su Qingsu's mind. "Host, do you know what you just did?" Li Shangjin has been well educated since childhood and would never allow such behavior of changing clothes in front of others. Really? Good upbringing. This is just the tip of the iceberg. If she has to go into the bathroom even to change clothes in front of her lover in the future, such a respectful mode may be too polite for Su Qingsu. Since childhood, he has suppressed his nature, deprived him of his happy emotions, and given him good reasons, so that he constantly forced himself to move forward and lost his value judgment. Li Shangjin is not crazy, but Su Qingsu thinks he is going crazy. The evening breeze was cool and blew slowly. Su Qingsu took a deep breath. The air was good, and the green plants on both sides of the road played a significant role. Li Shangjin looked calm, not as emotional as Su Qingsu, but when he looked back at Su Qingsu, who was leaning on the fence with both hands, he raised the corners of his mouth, only slightly, and it was fleeting. "It's a pity that there is no swing or chair on the balcony, otherwise I could sit and enjoy the scenery." Su Qingsu turned around and happened to meet Li Shangjin's eyes, and smiled, which was even brighter under the moonlight. "What do you think, Uncle Li?" "Yeah." Su Qingsu turned her head and closed her eyes, feeling the breeze brushing against her cheeks. When she opened her eyes, she saw a bright star and pointed at it. "Uncle Li, look, that one seems to be particularly bright." People who usually wouldn't stop to look now discovered a lost star in the night sky. Li Shangjin's gaze stayed on Su Qingsu's face for a moment, and then he looked in the direction he pointed. "That star is really dazzling and unique. In comparison, the rest seemed to be eclipsed." If Su Qingsu hadn't sneezed again, Li Shangjin would have really fallen into this peaceful beauty and forgotten to get out. "Come in." Li Shangjin opened the balcony door and let Su Qingsu in. The door was open, and to prevent mosquitoes from flying in, Su Qingsu had no choice but to take a step forward. The servants had come up to clean up the leftovers when Li Shangjin went to the balcony to stay with Su Qingsu. "Uncle Li," Su Qingsu called Li Shangjin. Li Shangjin turned sideways, and he was only a few steps away from the door. "Good night. I hope Uncle Li can see me when he dreams." Su Qingsu smiled slightly. Li Shangjin stared at Su Qingsu without saying a word, then turned his head and said, "Well, good night." After Li Shangjin left, Su Qingsu went to the bathroom to wash up, with bubbles in her mouth. She looked at herself in the mirror, who looked much better, lowered her head to spit out the bubbles, and smiled gently. Throwing herself onto the soft big bed, Su Qingsu rubbed her face on the soft quilt, feeling so happy that she didn't need words. The system's impression of Su Qingsu, apart from the fact that she was pretty at the beginning, has not changed, but it can no longer bear to look at the word cold. If we say cold, it means the deceptive temperament that Su Qingsu exudes when she is quiet and does not speak. When the system was doing background check, Su Qingsu was in another city, all alone. His colleagues were just casual acquaintances. He had no connection with the company after leaving it, and his classmates had also gone their separate ways. At that time, Su Qingsu seemed to be completely detached from the outside world, focusing on work and having no time to care about other things. She was beautiful, fragile, yet strong. It was late at night, and and Su Qingsu remembered that she still had a few chapters of the extra story to read. The system was not shut down yet, and I found that Su Qingsu had been reading the extra chapter for a while. Host, when did you read so fast? Did you skip around? No, I was worried about missing out on the details, so I read it all. Su Qingsu only had one chapter left to read, so he started reading. The system immediately analyzed it. As soon as it was turned on today, it watched the whole process of when Su Qingsu flipped through the original book and where she was. At that time, she had already read more than half of the content. Judging from the reading speed and time connection, Su Qingsu was also reading last night. The system suddenly knew why Su Qingsu got sick and had a fever so easily. What a worrying host. The Bound Rescuer seems a little inconsistent with the first impression. It's too early to rest assured about the system and too fast to imagine the future. The last chapter tells the story of Li Shangjin's life. As a child, he only had etiquette and study. He had no friends and lost his happiness. He could only gain recognition from academic performance and obedience to his parents' strict requirements. Throughout his life, apart from his grandfather's protection, the only thing that really existed was that Li Shangjin no longer felt love. He could not get the love he wanted, and no one knew his pain. His only grandfather was already very old. Li Shangjin had nothing to gain in his life. The business he had built up with his own hands was gone in an instant. No one accompanied him on his long journey, and he ended up in depression. The tone of the original novel is mainly sweet, but it revolves around the two male protagonists. The villain Li Shangjin, who is not even the second male lead and can only be said to be a tool to promote their emotions, ends up in a miserable way. Su Qingsu had just finished reading the last paragraph. His mother told him that he could make a comeback. His father asked him to take over the company that was starting to go downhill. The two of them started arguing for no apparent reason. Li Shangjin sat on the chair with a blank look in his eyes, like a puppet, his movements controlled by the two of them. With a loud thud, the two stopped arguing. Su Qingsu let out a long sigh and began to feel depressed. Host, I'm fine. Su Qingsu grabbed the sheets under her body, her eyes sore. After Li Shangjin replied good night, the depression value dropped by 1%, but after Li Shangjin returned to the room, it rose by 3%, and the current depression value is 35%. Thank you for making things worse. Su Qingsu's voice was a little hoarse and choked, and she laughed in anger. What's going on? Su Qingsu sat up and calmed down a little. Candy can't judge. The system was wronged. According to the picture of Li Shangjin returning to the room, after he closed the door, he stared at the bed for a long time, and then stood on the balcony for a long time. After entering the bathroom, the depression value began to rise. Bed? Balcony? These are all very common things. Su Qingsu didn't understand why Li Shangjin suddenly became in a bad mood. He picked up his phone and was about to send a message to Li Shangjin, but suddenly stopped because he didn't have Li Shangjin's contact information. Su Qingsu glanced at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. She wondered if Li Shangjin had gone to bed yet. Su Qingsu simply got out of bed and planned to knock on Li Shangjin's room. He didn't know where Li Shangjin's room was, but the system must know. Where is Li Shangjin's room? What does the host want to do? His room is the second room on the left after turning the stairs. The system was not alert, and it asked Su Qingsu what he wanted to do. It was alert, and it reported the location to Su Qingsu. Ask Li Shangjin for contact information. Su Qingsu stepped on the floor barefoot, and his slippers were kicked under the bed, and he finally hooked them out. The system said, Li Shangjin is taking a shower. I can give the host his contact information. I forgot that there are many system privileges, but Su Qingsu still shook his head, although he didn't wear shoes when going out. The system was a little confused. Was Su Qingsu saying yes or no? Why did he take so long to take a shower? It should have been 2 or 3 hours since Li Shangjin left the room. No, he just entered the bathroom not long ago. It should be said that Li Shangjin was staring at the bed and stayed on the balcony for too long. The system looked back at the interface, and the time displayed on it told it the reason. Su Qingsu lay back on the bed, looking at the white ceiling, her eyes gradually becoming unfocused. Su Qingsu, who had been forced to become an expert at staying up late in the past, now actually felt sleepy. He sat up, shook his head, and got out of bed. Host, the bathroom is on the left. The system looked at Su Qingsu, who was walking slowly in slippers in the interface. The system responded with the sound of a door opening, followed by Su Qingsu's murmur. I'm going to look for Li Shangjin. Just at that moment, when Su Qingsu knocked on the door, Li Shangjin just came out of the bathroom, wrapped in a bath towel and with a towel hanging on his head to dry his hair. Li Shangjin's habit is to blow-dry his hair before getting dressed. Over the years, he has become accustomed to living in a villa with few people around. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Li Shangjin has just finished taking a shower. The system's voice sounded in Su Qingsu's mind, and Su Qingsu raised the corners of his mouth. Really? The system sensed ill intentions. Uncle Li, are you asleep? I have something to talk to you about. However, Su Qingsu's hand had already grasped the door handle. The invisible eyebrows of the system jumped, and its host began to jump around the crazy tests and minefields again. Not yet, a little. Li Shangjin just opened the closet and heard a click. Then I'm coming in, Uncle Li. The voice rose by itself, slightly happy. Su Qingsu saw the tall figure from afar, Li Shangjin, who was exposed, with well-proportioned muscles. Because he was lying on his side, his abdominal muscles were faintly visible. Li Shangjin's grip on his T-shirt tightened, and his body visibly stiffened. However, the instigator of this situation still looked unaware and walked towards him in sparrow steps. Uncle Li, why did you take a shower so late? Su Qingsu actually wanted to ask why he was unhappy, why he was sad, and what he was thinking about. However, even if she asked this, Li Shangjin's current temper would not allow him to say it out loud. Li Shangjin put on his shirt, but did not make any other moves. He just asked Su Qingsu, why are you here? I couldn't sleep and missed Uncle Li. Su Qingsu deliberately slowed down his speech, narrowed his willow leaf eyes, and looked at the changes in Li Shangjin's expression with a smile. As expected, Su Qingsu saw the satisfactory changes. Li Shangjin's expression froze, and his eyes widened slightly. You haven't fallen asleep yet either. Su Qingsu spoke in a normal tone. I want to send a message to Uncle Li, but I don't seem to have Uncle Li's contact information. As he spoke, Su Qingsu took out his mobile phone, opened the QR code, and looked at Li Shangjin eagerly. His meaning was very clear. Li Shangjin scanned the phone and saw him staring at the screen for a long time without moving or speaking. Su Qingsu lowered her head to look at her phone, ready to pass instantly. However, not even a red dot appeared. Su Qingsu pursed her lips and looked at Li Shangjin again. The words of accusation were already on the tip of her tongue. Why hasn't Uncle Li added me yet? Don't you want to? It's me. If one continues to listen, those who don't know would think that Su Qingsu has suffered a great injustice. Li Shangjin quickly turned the interface of his mobile phone to Su Qingsu and said, I've added it. But here. Su Qingsu looked down at his mobile phone. Could it be that the signal is still bad? But it has been almost a few minutes. It shouldn't be possible. There is another possibility. Su Qingsu seems to understand what Li Shangjin just said. Candy. I'm here, ancestor. The system has completely stopped believing that the host it is bound to is a cold person after Su Qingsu's aggressive behavior of going straight into Li Shangjin's house. Could it be that Li Shangjin and I have already added contact information? Su Qingsu lowered her head and immediately searched, and actually found someone with the same name and surname, whose profile picture was a candy. What's annoying is that it's not the contact information, but the profile picture. Su Qingsu turned off the screen of her phone, tried to smile, and said to Li Shangjin, It turns out that I already have it. I can only blame Uncle Li for not chatting with me. It's blank. The former was simply too eager and forgot to search first, while the latter simply had a poor memory. Li Shangjin had never thought about the fact that he and Su Qingsu had added each other's contact information. Even now, he only had some guesses, otherwise he wouldn't have stared at the interface for a long time, thinking that it might be a business card pushed to him by Su He. Some things are so detailed that we, who make the system, can't react so quickly. This is not written in the original book, but the details are added so completely that the system said it couldn't find it for a while. That's okay. Uncle Li, go to bed early, Su Qingsu turned around and prepared to leave, but his eyes fell on Li Shangjin's hair, which was obviously not dry yet. How about I help Uncle Li blow dry his hair? Don't catch a cold. If you don't blow dry your hair, you may catch a cold. You may even have a headache the next day if you go to bed with your hair wet. But this was not the reason why Su Qingsu could blow dry Li Xiangjin's hair. To be precise, it was an excuse that Su Qingsu blurted out for some unknown reason and had to make up in the end. The system looked at the sudden silence in the interface and couldn't tell whether Li Xiangjin was in a good or bad mood after hearing these words. But one thing that can be confirmed is that the UU value is fluctuating. Whether it is happy or sad depends on the final freeze. No, go back and rest early, your fever will subside. Li Xiangjin turned sideways to the closet, looking for clothes or a hairdryer. Su Qingsu didn't know. After all, he hadn't taken it out yet. Su Qingsu turned around and took a few small steps. She turned back suddenly and saw that Li Xiangjin was holding a pair of shorts. Could it be that? Su Qingsu lowered her eyes and wondered if he was wearing nothing at all. Qingsu? Don't you really want me to help blow your hair, Uncle Li? Su Qingsu's desire to blow his hair was half true and half false. You could say he had a bad taste, but he just wanted to see Li Xiangjin being shy in front of him. No, go to bed. Li Xiangjin's tone was tough for once. Uncle Li is so cold. Su Qingsu was not frustrated at all. When she turned around and prepared to leave, she added, but it doesn't matter. Uncle Li, we'll see you tomorrow. The door closed with a click, and the man left without leaving a cloud of air, just as casually as the sound of the sudden intrusion. He just walked in recklessly, bumping into him. Would he provoke him at any time, and then turn around and leave without mercy like now? Li Xiangjin felt that this feeling was not pleasant. He should not have believed it so easily, and should have stayed away from her as soon as possible. However, he could not help but stay because of Su Qingsu's smile. She was cunning and perverse, but also very cute and beautiful. He was almost attracted to her. See you tomorrow. The 3 words in Li Xiangjin's mouth rolled over and over, as if he was savoring it. If you were given a chance, would you choose to leave? Li Xiangjin looked at a closed door. While he felt happy, he also felt a different kind of bitterness. One of them fell asleep, while the other knelt on the quilt and beat it to vent his anger. The system has tried its best not to recall Su Qingsu's behavior that ruined his character, and gave the other party the impression that he easily made a conclusion when they first met. Host, what's wrong? Are you angry because Li Xiangjin refused to blow his hair? The system felt that it had to shut down and take a rest, but because it was bound to save people, it had to play a joint role, so it had to ask kindly. That's not the case. Su Qingsu blurted out without thinking, expecting Li Xiangjin to refuse. His relationship with Li Xiangjin was not so close that it could advance so rapidly. Of course, it would be better if he agreed, and it would be a gain. Seeing a candy on the avatar, Su Qingsu couldn't help but think of Tang Tang, and a nameless anger burned fiercely, filling her heart with irritability. Picking up her phone to calm down, Su Qingsu went online and bought lollipops of different flavors. Li Xiangjin likes sweet food, and Su Qingsu likes it too. Whether Li Xiangjin liked sweets since he was a child or because of the candy in Tang Tang, from now on, whenever Li Xiangjin saw candy, he would only think of him, Su Qingsu. Li Xiangjin also likes spicy food, and Uncle Tian has cooked many spicy dishes. The system reminded. Then can I buy spicy strips for Li Xiangjin? Su Qingsu couldn't imagine what Li Xiangjin looked like when he ate spicy strips. In novels, domineering CEOs usually don't have a good stomach, although the original book didn't write about Li Xiangjin in detail. The room has good sound insulation, and I couldn't even hear the sound of Li Xiangjin blowing his hair. If the system hadn't been able to sense Li Xiangjin's situation, I would have seen multiple interfaces. Su Qingsu almost thought that Li Xiangjin went to bed without blow-drying his hair, but when she thought about it, the possibility that he didn't blow-dry his hair was greater than that Li Xiangjin didn't blow-dry his hair. The more she looked at the avatar, the more annoying it became. Su Qingsu sent a message to Li Xiangjin. Su Qingsu, Suhe's child good night. Uncle Li Su Qingsu, Suha child good night, little cat. JPG Li Xiangjin had just finished blow-drying his hair, and his phone was on silent, so he didn't hear anything. When it became quiet, he didn't even look at it, and went straight to bed to rest. When Su Qingsu woke up the next day, she looked at the message interface that had no reply. Of course, it was nothing. She thought Li Xiangjin had fallen asleep or hadn't seen it. Given the oppressive living environment, Li Shangjin must have been forced to develop the habit of replying when he saw it. Li Shangjin's parents really applied their work methods to their children, requiring Li Shangjin to respond to and report everything. When going downstairs, Su Qingsu saw Li Shangjin taking out his phone and staring at the interface on the dining table. There was no anti-spy screen installed, so Su Qingsu could see clearly as soon as she got closer. It was the chat interface between Li Shangjin and him. It was early in the morning when I saw him. Su Qingsu yawned and walked past Li Shangjin. Good morning, Uncle Li. Li Shangjin put away his phone. Good morning. Uncle Li won't reply to me. After Su Qingsu sat down, she looked at Li Shangjin directly with a slightly depressed tone. However, there was no trace of anger on his face. Li Shangjin was puzzled. Didn't he just reply? News. As soon as Su Qingsu said this, Li Shangjin realized what Su Qingsu was talking about. I just saw it. Uncle Tian brought the food over, and Su Qingsu smiled politely at him and said, Thank you, Uncle. Uncle Tian smiled very kindly. He liked cooking, and it was rare that he cooked more dishes these 2 days. It turned out that it was because there were guests. Su Qingsu smiled softly and said, It's okay. If Uncle Li sees this in the future, please reply to me when you have time. I don't care about other people. Before Li Shangjin could recover from Su Qingsu's words, Su Qingsu continued to add, It's the same with Uncle Li. Don't worry about others. If you don't want to reply, don't reply. Li Shangjin couldn't tell for a moment whether Su Qingsu was upset because he didn't reply to his message last night, or whether she was really not angry. Well, how are you? Li Shangjin took the milk on the table. Su Qingsu's eyes lit up. Much better. A minor fever wouldn't bother him. Are you planning to go back tomorrow, or in the afternoon? Li Shangjin lowered his head without looking at Su Qingsu and ate a piece of bread after speaking. It turned out to be an order to expel you. The depression value increased by 1%, and the current depression value is 36%. The system side, it couldn't figure out or guess who needed to be saved in each generation. 6. Su Qingsu's voice sounded after the system finished reporting. The system side again that in every host, there is no most ferocious, only more ferocious. Even when he said this, his depression level was rising. Li Shangjin was hypocritical. Ahem. Su Qingsu pretended to cough twice, using the excuse that she was not well yet. Uncle Li, are you going to chase me away? The place is far away, and I am not well yet. Can't you let me stay for 2 more days? Whatever you say. To Su Qingsu, Li Shangjin's it's up to you meant tacit agreement. Host, you had a fever yesterday and didn't cough all day. Your throat is not inflamed or infected, and there is nothing wrong with your trachea. No matter how bad the excuse is, it's fine as long as it works. As long as Li Shangjin's attitude is not tough, then he is giving Su Qingsu a chance. Li Shangjin went to work, and Su Qingsu saw him off to the door. She waved her hand, smiling, and said in a pleasant voice, Uncle Li, be careful on your way. It was nothing like the weak look at the dinner table just now. Not even a little bit. It was extremely deceptive. Didn't you say that if you want to act, you have to act the whole set? Did I say that? Su Qingsu smiled. Li Shangjin was so smart. How could he not see it? Uncle, what's your name? Su Qingsu slipped back into the kitchen and asked the chef uncle who was busy cleaning up. His name is Tian. The voice of the system just happened to sound. Young master, just call me Uncle Tian. Uncle Tian shook the water off his hands in the sink and wiped them clean. With his laughing face and slightly round body, he looked like a Maitreya Buddha. Uncle Tian, just call me Qingsu or Xiao Su. What's Uncle Tian cooking for lunch? Although Su Qingsu was sick yesterday and thought that his appetite would be poor, he didn't expect that after eating the food made by Uncle Tian, he suddenly felt that a seemingly simple dish could be cooked so deliciously. The charm of money, the refinement of cooking skills. System Sharp Review. In the past, Uncle Tian would follow the old housekeeper's instructions, or occasionally mention it when Li Shangjin went out. Today, Master Li did not say whether he would come back for lunch, but most of the time, there was no need to prepare. But since Li Shangjin was at home yesterday, Uncle Tian decided to ask the old housekeeper later. But it seems that Uncle Tian looked at Su Qingsu, who was smiling obediently at the side. This dish should be prepared, but he was not sure whether to make more or less. Master Qingsu, do you want to eat anything at noon? Uncle Tian looked at the man in front of him with an extremely bright smile and saw that he was eating very happily at the table. This is undoubtedly the best compliment for a chef. It's all right. Make Uncle Tian's specialty. Su Qingsu has begun to look forward to today's lunch. It is really wonderful to live without having to worry about money at work. He worked so hard for so long, but he became nothing in a day. Compared to finding a class, Su Qingsu has more important things to do now, such as keeping Li Shangjin alive. Ah, no bean sprouts, okay. Uncle Tian? Su Qingsu thought, although he didn't know if Li Shangjin had ordered it only that time or never in the future. Of course. In Uncle Tian's eyes, Su Qingsu was like his grown-up grandson, cute, sensible, and smiling. But Master Li just ordered yesterday not to cook dishes related to bean sprouts anymore. Isn't this a coincidence? Su Qingsu couldn't help but raise her lips this time, and she didn't need to smile politely. Does Uncle Tian really not know? Or is he pretending not to know? This is the first time the system has seen such a simple person. Seeing Uncle Tian smiling so happily, he probably didn't think much about it. If it were the old housekeeper, he would probably guess the connection very quickly. Su Qingsu tried hard to build a good relationship with the chef and chatted with Uncle Tian casually. Uncle Tian was a friendly man, and he was even happier to hear Su Qingsu praising the delicious food he cooked. The old butler had just finished inspecting the villa, and the servants were tidying up and cleaning the rooms. Seeing the old housekeeper coming downstairs, Uncle Tian untied his apron and prepared to leave work. He also asked her, "Old housekeeper, do you need to prepare more for lunch today? Will Master Li be back?" In the past, unless Li Shangjin gave special instructions to the old housekeeper or Uncle Tian, it was basically assumed that he would not come back. But this time, when the old housekeeper heard Uncle Tian's question, she looked at Su Qingsu, wanting to say something but stopping herself. She couldn't make up her mind. Will there be any changes in this? Su Qingsu was still talking to the system when he found two pairs of eyes staring at him. He had often received many stares in the present world, so he couldn't say that he was used to it. He could only say that he would be more aware of it more quickly and keenly. Uncle Li didn't tell me that he wouldn't come back without special instructions, right? Old butler? Su Qingsu guessed from the old butler's expression in the original book. Yes, young master. The old butler nodded hesitantly. Su Qingsu took out her cell phone. In that case, I'll ask Uncle Li. If Li Shangjin really didn't come back for lunch, there was no need for him to ask Uncle Tian to make just one portion for him. He might as well go to the company to harass Li Shangjin. Uncle Li, as soon as the call was connected, Su Qingsu's voice broke into Li Shangjin's ears through the microphone. The tingling electric current seemed to stimulate the brain nerves. Li Shangjin paused, looked at the secretary who had walked in, raised his hand to signal him not to speak. What's wrong? Uncle Li, will you come back for lunch at noon? Su Qingsu held the phone in one hand, and with the other hand she had already started pulling the green plants placed beside her. The old housekeeper stopped his raised hand abruptly. It was the first time for Uncle Tian to see someone making a phone call like this, and he also laughed. No one cares about the life or death of that green plant. Li Shangjin was originally hesitant and repeated, "Noon." Su Qingsu seemed to vaguely hear someone else saying something on the other end of the phone, but could only make out one or two words, something like noon and meeting. Then Su Qingsu heard Li Shangjin's low and unpleasant voice coming from the microphone. "No. If you have anything you want to eat, let Uncle Tian make it." Okay then. Su Qingsu didn't hear Li Shangjin's voice anymore, and guessed that he would hang up if he didn't talk for a while. "Uncle Li, remember to eat lunch. 9 out of 10 bosses will have a bad stomach, and one of them may be allergic to various things in addition to a bad stomach. Brain supplements are a disease and must be treated." The system's voice sounded in time after Su Qingsu hung up the phone. Li Shangjin is not allergic to anything, and his health is probably several times better than Su Qingsu's. "Why are you different from when I first met you?" Su Qingsu took the initiative. "This is my line." The system and Su Qingsu quarreled for a few words. After Li Shangjin put away his phone, he looked up at his secretary and said calmly, "I just signaled you to stop talking. Didn't you understand?" The secretary panicked, then quickly said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Li, when I heard you say noon just now, I thought you were asking about your plans. Go down first." Li Shangjin waved his hand to let the other party go out. then lowered his head to see a message pop up on his phone. Su Chingsu, Suhee's child Uncle Lee, remember to eat lunch. With a faint smile, Li Shangjin modified the note. To be precise, he deleted the suffix. It was because he had no impression of this person before, so he just wanted to strengthen his memory. Now, it seems that he can remember who this name belongs to without any emphasis. After hanging up the phone, Su Chingsu said to Uncle Tian, "Uncle Lee said he won't come back." Then Uncle Tian. Su Chingsu wanted to say that he didn't need to do it, since he was alone. On the other end of the phone, Li Shangjin should have a meeting, and he didn't know when it would end. I feel that every boss's stomach problems are caused by not eating properly and drinking too much. He lowered his head and sent another message to Li Shangjin, emphasizing it again and again. Haha, I can imagine that Master Li often doesn't come back for lunch. Master Chingsu, is there anything you want to eat? It doesn't matter if you don't have it. Uncle Tian will make you some of his signature dishes. Uncle Tian was not surprised, but the old butler looked at Su Chingsu a little more. Uncle Tian was very enthusiastic and even eager to try, even though they had just finished breakfast. It was not good to dampen Uncle Tian's enthusiasm, and he really liked the food Uncle Tian cooked, but thinking that he was eating alone without Li Shangjin, no matter how delicious the food was, it would only fill his stomach. Thank you, Uncle Tian, for your trouble, Su Chingsu said to Uncle Tian with a faint smile. Su Chingsu nodded to the old housekeeper and prepared to go upstairs. After taking a few steps, she felt something strange in her hand. She looked down and saw that it was a green leaf. Poor potted plant, poor green plant. I can understand the green plant, but why is the potted plant pitiful? Su Chingsu went upstairs. I was taking good care of the green plant, but you suddenly plucked a piece of it. Su Chingsu didn't say anything, but entered the room and searched for something. In the end, he found nothing and could only put the green leaf on the table. There's not even a book. Does the host want a book? The UU value just dropped by 1%. I can change a book for you. Do you want to exchange it? What do you mean? Su Chingsu's hand still stayed on the green leaf. As long as the UU value drops, the more it drops, the more things you can exchange. When did the UU value drop? Su Chingsu was more concerned about this. 1 minute after sending the message, Su Chingsu picked up the leaf and sat back on the bed with a smile. Host, do you want to exchange it? The system is like a salesman. Su Chingsu nodded, as he happened to be short of a book to use to clip the leaves. The tabletop is empty, so you can add some things to it. The upper layer of the wardrobe is also empty, so it would be nice to open the cabinet and put some things on it. Su Chingsu had the intention of settling down here, so he sat on the bed, took out his phone and started placing orders one after another. What do you want to buy, host? The system wanted to motivate Su Chingsu. As long as you can lower the UU value, the host can exchange for anything he wants, and he doesn't have to spend money. He can exchange for money if he wants. If in this world, what Su Chingsu cared about most was money and survival, then here, these were the things Su Chingsu didn't care about the least. Su Chingsu understood what the system meant, shook his head and smiled. I didn't lower Li Shangjin's depression value just to exchange for something. Why does this sound familiar? The system paused, and it seemed that his previous host had said something similar. Love is used to express, not as a purpose. I just want to tell him that there are still people in this world who care about him, love him, and hope that he is healthy, safe, and worry-free throughout his life. Where did you learn the love words? Su Chingsu suddenly heard the system say a long paragraph in his mind. This is not a love word, but a heartfelt word. The last person you bound to? Su Chingsu remembered that Tanghua just said it sounded familiar, and thought it was said by someone who had been bound to him before. Yes, I specifically remembered it so that the host can say it to Li Shangjin. Do you think I need it? Recalling Su Chingsu's record since he moved into Li Shangjin's villa and how brave he was in his straight shots, the system felt that it seemed as if it was useless. After filling his stomach and praising Uncle Tian, Su Chingsu walked around the house to digest the food. Passing by a utility room, he took a closer look and saw that the door had a password lock. It seemed that it was usually locked after cleaning. The last chapter of the extra chapter mentioned a sentence after his grandfather passed away. Li Shangjin would often stay in the storage room, sometimes for an entire afternoon, sometimes a whole day, holding things and thinking of him. and sometimes a whole night passed by without him noticing. Maybe this is the one. Su Qingsu looked at him twice more, then left after making eye contact with the servant. She did not stay any longer and continued to digest her food. They reached the top floor, which was very clean. Su Qingsu put her hands on it and looked into the distance. There were tall buildings, busy traffic, lush green trees, and people walking. The sun shone on Su Qingsu. Su Qingsu's eyes were clear and bright, but the corners of her mouth were slightly drooping. Her fair and small face, the breeze brushed across her hair, and her cold and indifferent expression began to approach the system again. The system said that at this moment, it was like a dream returning to their first encounter, which was extremely deceptive. Hiss, it's so hot. Su Qingsu retracted her hand. The sun is very strong, and it is uncomfortable to be exposed to it for a long time. Sure enough, it was shattered again. For the first time, the system felt that people really can't be judged by appearance. When Su Qingsu went downstairs, Uncle Tian happened to see him and called him downstairs. Master Qingsu, I bought a watermelon. Clears away heat and relieves summer heat. A must-have in summer. Su Qingsu originally planned to go back to her room for a nap so that she would have the energy to continue harassing Li Shangjin in the evening. It's also nice to eat some melon. Sitting down at the dining table, Su Qingsu took a bite and it was full of juice, crispy and sweet. The heat dissipated, and Su Qingsu's lips were wet from eating. Uncle Tian, where did you buy the melon? I'll go pick some next time. Su Qingsu slowly learned how to choose melons. She had earned some money before and bought a melon on the way home. Unfortunately, it was not tasty, soft and not crispy, and quite expensive. Her adoptive parents scolded her while she ate it. If you don't know how to choose, don't choose. It is a waste of money. You might as well. Since then, Su Qingsu has tried many times to tell the quality of the melon and whether it is sweet or not. If you don't buy it, you'll be called an ungrateful person. If you buy it and it doesn't suit your taste, you'll be scolded. Fortunately, Su Qingsu had never intended to gain care and love from them. Maybe she had some when she was a child, but she didn't expect it now. If they don't love themselves, then it is enough for them to love themselves and fight for what they want. Uncle Tian sat down and chatted with Su Qingsu. If he hadn't seen the old housekeeper coming in from the front door, Uncle Tian would have almost forgotten that it was time to start preparing dinner. Su Qingsu followed into the kitchen, originally wanting to see how Uncle Tian cooked and why the dishes were so delicious. Master Qingsu, please go out first. It's stuffy here, and the smoke is heavy. Don't get yourself dirty. In Uncle Tian's eyes, Su Qingsu was a clean and well-behaved young master. It's okay. I'll just watch for a while. Su Qingsu went into the kitchen a lot when he was a child. At that time, he might have just passed the stove and was asked to burn firewood and cook for them. He fell a lot and was often beaten. His hands were also burned by oil and had blisters. Life is better now, and I rely on takeout to survive. After bringing them to live in the city, Su Qingsu rarely went back and basically just ordered takeout or gave them money. Retracting his thoughts, Su Qingsu watched Uncle Tian prepare a variety of seasonings and a lot of dishes. Su Qingsu picked up the vegetables beside him and was about to wash them, but Uncle Tian quickly took them away. Hey, let me do it. Master Qingsu, don't get your hands wet, or your clothes will get wet. Su Qingsu's vegetables were snatched away, and she turned around and picked up the kitchen knife. Not to mention Uncle Tian. He was so scared that his soul flew away. Even the old housekeeper who was in the living room and hadn't gone upstairs yet, just glanced at the kitchen, and his feet froze in place. The system can see everything clearly in the interface. Now the two of them probably feel the same as it at some point. Su Qingsu is not an ordinary tiger. This image will soon fall into their minds. I'll help. Su Qingsu actually hasn't touched kitchen utensils for a while, and his hands are a little raw. It's a good time to practice. Master Qingsu, you should go out and play. The old housekeeper is there. Uncle Tian coaxed Su Qingsu out of the kitchen. Su Qingsu stood at the kitchen door, watching Uncle Tian work skillfully. After selecting several seasonings, she suddenly understood why she felt that what she cooked was so mediocre. With this level of proficiency, he may not even be able to distinguish the seasonings by name. If Uncle Tian is not the chef, who will be? Looking back, Su Qingsu made eye contact with the old housekeeper who was crouching and preparing to go upstairs quietly. Haha, good afternoon, Master Su. One was invited out, and the other was about to slip away. Su Qingsu was curious. Besides arranging Li Shangjin's schedule when he was not at work, what else did the old housekeeper need to do? Supervision? Reconciliation? Su Qingsu was interested, but also had some free time. She walked towards the old butler, smiled very friendly, and asked without any danger. Old butler, are you going to start working? The system looked at the next person who was going to be yelled at by Su Qingsu and silently complained about Su Qingsu. Don't you think you have a little free time? It can't be helped. The things I bought haven't arrived yet. So, the old housekeeper, who always walked from downstairs to the top floor and then came down again alone, suddenly had a little tail following him. When he is not smiling or talking, he is a quiet and handsome boy. But when he speaks, the old butler is either surprised or shocked. The main reason is that Su Qingsu looks cold and unapproachable, but she always has a smile on her face and is quite talkative. Out of pure curiosity, after walking up a few floors, Su Qingsu gave the old butler a look of admiration. The system likes to hear, "Oh, are you tired? You don't talk, but I don't think you are dumb." Such a gentle tone, but it is a warning to the system to stop teasing it. Today is Wednesday, and it happens to be a big cleaning, so there are many things to check and look at. I have to go to the room next to the study to check the account books and expenses. The old housekeeper also noticed Su Qingsu's fatigue. She seemed to be refreshed and full of energy just now, but now it was as if someone had unplugged the switch and the power was rapidly consumed, and she immediately became listless. If Master Su is interested, you can go there to rest first. Su Qingsu nodded, but had no intention of following. He was just curious and had no intention of exercising. But looking at the expense account book of Li Shangjin's villa, is this something he can see? In the eyes of the old housekeeper, are he and Li Shangjin so close? It's just the expenses of the villa, not Li Shangjin's company. The system knows how to pour cold water on you. In the end, Su Qingsu did not go over to take a look, because he did not know whether the study room the old butler was talking about was on the left or the right. I simply went back to my room and took a shower. My clothes were simple. I bought some clothes online, but even if I did it quickly, it would probably take until the day after tomorrow to arrive. After taking a shower, Su Qingsu stood on the balcony for a while, sneezed, and then went back into the house. Just then, the servant knocked on the door, reminding Su Qingsu that it was time to eat. When Su Qingsu was going downstairs, she ran into Li Shangjin coming in from the front door. She ran down quickly and shouted excitedly, "Uncle Li!" Li Shangjin stood at the entrance, stopped, and looked up at Su Qingsu running towards him. If Su Qingsu opened his arms, Li Shangjin thought, he might not be able to push him away. Su Qingsu didn't know that she had missed a hug, and looked up at Li Shangjin with a smile. "You're back. Uncle Tian bought some watermelon. Do you want to eat it now, or after dinner?" Li Shangjin bent down to change his shoes and replied to Su Qingsu, "Let's eat first." At the dinner table, after Su Qingsu sat down, she was visibly excited, and her little feet, wearing slippers, were about to fall out from under the table. After Li Shangjin sat down, he was on the left side of Su Qingsu, around the corner of a table. Su Qingsu couldn't help swinging her legs, which just happened to rub against Li Shangjin's trouser legs, and when they came back, they directly touched the skin of her ankles. However, after Su Qingsu felt Li Shangjin's legs suddenly tense up, she became interested and pretended to rub against him accidentally. Li Shangjin's eyes passed over. Su Qingsu still pretended to be confused, although her footsteps stopped, but the smile on her face did not diminish. "What's wrong, Uncle Li? Sit down." "I'm sitting down." Su Qingsu tilted her head and motioned to Li Shangjin to look at her now sitting down obediently. Li Shangjin's heart rate was just over 120. Su Qingsu was stunned, then lowered her head and smiled. Her whole person became brighter. "Then, Uncle Li, how should I sit so that I can sit properly?" Li Shangjin didn't say anything, so Su Qingsu continued to swing her legs. This time she didn't touch Li Shangjin, but Li Shangjin was disturbed and had to pay attention. Finally, he stretched out his big hand and held down one of Su Qingsu's legs, grabbing the part near her knee. Li Shangjin warned in a low voice, Sit still. On the surface, I told him to sit down, but secretly my heart was beating faster. Maybe he is angry. The system gave me a friendly reminder. Really? Su Qingsu didn't think that if he hadn't read the original novel and didn't know Li Shangjin's personality, he might have believed it. But you actually have this ability. Besides heartbeat, can you hear his inner thoughts? Su Qingsu felt that Li Shangjin's inner thoughts must be awkward and cute. No, this is not a supernatural fantasy world. I can only judge the character's vital signs and approximate location, and other functions need to be added and upgraded. After the teasing was over, Su Qingsu asked the system, "Will I be able to know Li Shangjin's heart rate index at any time when I am with him in the future?" If the host wants to know, it is okay. As soon as the system answered, it noticed that Su Qingsu was smiling like a flower in the interface. According to system analysis, this smile is most likely malicious. Su Qingsu, who had a delicious meal, noticed that Li Shangjin had paid attention to the situation under his feet many times, but he was always quiet and well-behaved. In terms of playing hard to get, Su Qingsu has just started. The doorbell rang. Su Qingsu looked at Li Shangjin, and the old housekeeper went to open the door. Li Shangjin seemed to know who the visitor was. He was not surprised at all. Instead, he asked Su Qingsu, "What were you doing this afternoon?" Scare Uncle Tian. Follow the old housekeeper and mess with yourself? Nothing, haha. Su Qingsu looked behind him and saw two people in blue work clothes carrying a large box. The old housekeeper seemed to be leading them upstairs, and it seemed that he also knew the situation in advance. What is that, Uncle Li? Su Qingsu turned around and asked Li Shangjin like a curious doll. Swing chair. Li Shangjin lowered his head and continued to eat. His preference was obvious, and half of the plate of spicy chicken was gone. Su Qingsu started to think about it, and suddenly remembered that she had mentioned it to Li Shangjin casually on the balcony last night. Give it to me? Host, your mentality is also over 120 now. I didn't ask you to tell me. Yeah. Thank you. Uncle Li, you are the best. I like you so much. Su Qingsu stretched out her foot and kicked Li Shangjin's leg under the table. Su Qingsu. Li Shangjin put down his chopsticks. Well, I didn't mean it this time. Su Qingsu lowered her head honestly, raised her eyes to look at Li Shangjin's expression, and then quickly put the dishes into Li Shangjin's bowl. The spicy chicken, which was only half a plate left, almost all went into Li Shangjin's stomach. Fortunately, Uncle Tian took into consideration that besides Li Shangjin, there was also Su Qingsu at the table, so he didn't make the food so spicy this time. This time? Li Shangjin's voice just rang out when Su Qingsu put the meat into his bowl. Hee, Uncle Li, eat it. Su Qingsu tried to get away with it. Li Shangjin was helpless. He was indeed a little fox. Su Qingsu looked curiously at the old butler and the other two people who walked down. Then, Li Shangjin's voice was heard. Eat. Okay, I'll listen to Uncle Li. A smooth-talking little fox. After eating, Su Qingsu couldn't wait to go upstairs to his room to see his swing chair. Li Shangjin stared at Su Qingsu's back as she went upstairs. It would be a lie to say he was unhappy that the things he bought were valued. Without even having time to close the door, Su Qingsu ran to the balcony. What she saw was a large apricot-colored swing chair covered with yellow cushions. It had plenty of space and was perfect for lying down. However, this is based on Su Qingsu's body shape. If it were Li Shangjin, then it would only be suitable for two people to sit side by side. Two people? It seems that Li Shangjin may have considered this situation. Su Qingsu was extremely happy in her mind. Later, she stared at the swing chair. When she thought that it might really be bought by Li Shangjin for the two of them to use, she couldn't suppress her excitement. Qingsu. When Li Shangjin's voice came from behind, Su Qingsu had already bitten several obvious teeth marks on the base of her fingers. Uncle Li. Su Qingsu put down her hand, turned and walked out of the balcony, her voice rising in an extremely happy tone. Do you like it? Li Shangjin lowered his eyes and noticed that there were some obvious wet teeth marks on the base of Su Qingsu's index finger. Why does she still have the habit of biting her fingers? I like it. I like it very much. I like whatever Uncle Li buys. Su Qingsu stepped forward, put her arm around Li Shangjin, and pulled him to the balcony. Uncle Li, let's sit together for a while. Well, let's take a look at the quality by the way. Li Shangjin was looking for an excuse and sat down pretending to be calm, but he never thought of pulling out his hand that Su Qingsu had just grabbed. After Su Qingsu sat down with him, she said softly but firmly, "No, I just want to sit with Uncle Li." Su Qingsu had never really thought about whether it was quality or not. The UU value dropped by 1%, and the current UU value is 34%. I originally thought that the limit might be controlled between 30–40%, and it seems that it is not impossible to drop to less than 30%. The system doesn't know that there is a word called taboo, and also, don't open champagne midway. Su Qingsu rested his hanging hands on the cushion. He tried to swing his feet on the ground, but he didn't put enough strength. To be more precise, he didn't move at all. Su Qingsu turned her head to look at the instigator. Li Shangjin's feet were firmly on the ground, and he was looking down at the cushion for no apparent reason. "Uncle Li," Su Qingsu pouted, "just shake it. The fox will act coquettishly, and Uncle Li's soul will float away." Taking his eyes off the hand on the cushion, Li Shangjin stepped lightly on the ground and swung leisurely on the swing. The sun had set long ago, and the stars in the night had all come out to shine, blinking brightly and twinkling beautifully, while the bright moon stood elegantly. In the dead of night, Su Qingsu dozed off on Li Shangjin's shoulder. At first, it was just a test, and the system responded with a slightly silent, "Yes." My heartbeat accelerated. Later, she really felt sleepy. "Qingsu?" Li Shangjin's voice was particularly gentle at this moment, not as if he wanted to wake him up, but just wanted to call out his name. When Li Shangjin picked up Su Qingsu horizontally, the system almost screamed wildly in Su Qingsu's mind. But when she thought about Li Shangjin's current character, she thought that he would not do anything out of line. Let's not disturb Su Qingsu for now. Besides, the hosted is bound to seems to be very happy to see it happen. It's weird. Why are there only two hosts bound to this candy? Not only are they more ferocious than the other, but there are also some signs that something is not quite normal. Is it its problem, or the problem of these ancestors? Good night, little fox. Li Shangjin placed Su Qingsu steadily on the bed and raised his hand to lift the loose hair on his forehead. After Li Shangjin left, Su Qingsu opened his eyes. "Ah, you are awake." The system was fooled by Su Qingsu. Half asleep and half awake. Su Qingsu was really a little sleepy, but he felt something when Li Shangjin hugged him and called him by his nickname. What's more, in the present world, Su Qingsu has been coveted by others many times, so he still needs to be vigilant. It's just a physical instinct, and it has nothing to do with whether he trusts Li Shangjin or not. Su Qingsu sat up. He felt very unsatisfied. He was already very comfortable just sitting side by side on the swing. However, now, looking at the empty big bed with only him, Su Qingsu thought, it would be great if there was another person lying on it, Li Shangjin. Li Shangjin is so good, but no one loves him. So let Su Qingsu join the game and surround him with a honeypot. Li Shangjin, don't even think about going to anyone else's place, and don't even think about pushing me away. I, Su Qingsu, am obsessed with you. So, that night, Su Qingsu asked the system to sort out all the content related to Li Shangjin in the original work, even the words that had appeared there. The system thought that Su Qingsu had discovered something, but Su Qingsu just wanted to rely on these to picture it in his mind, continued to imagine what Li Shangjin looked like, and fell asleep. This is the first time that Candy wants to use the word crazy to describe the host he is bound to. Although Candy has only bound to 2 hosts in total, this one, Candy said, is crazier than the previous one. It turns out that there is no craziest, only crazier. Su Qingsu was holding a book, which he had just exchanged when the price dropped by 1%. It contained all the content and words related to Li Shangjin that appeared in the original novel. The system has specially processed the book, and except for Su Qingsu, all others can see are blank pages. Li Shangjin. The system was about to shut down when it heard Su Qingsu's whispers in her sleep. Good night. Su Qingsu, who used to get up early and go to work late, often complained about this evil life in his heart. This was the first time he took the initiative to get up early from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to have breakfast with Li Shangjin. Compared to the sleepiness I was struggling with just now, I am now in a comfortable mood and my movements of washing are much lighter. After tidying up her hair that was wet by water droplets, Su Qingsu prepared to go downstairs. As soon as Su Qingsu went out, she saw Li Shangjin in the corridor. Today was a really good day. Good morning, Uncle Li. Yes, good morning. Wow, there are several more words than last time. The system looked at the interface and felt that there was one more cabbage. She greeted everyone she met, and Uncle Tian was always smiling. The old housekeeper couldn't help but look at Su Qingsu twice. Originally, she had little interest in raising children, and her husband listened to her. Although she had no intention of giving birth or adopting a child now, having a hairy child and a big golden retriever at home was enough for her to deal with. However, if she had adopted a child like Su Qingsu, perhaps her family would have been quite lively. Today's breakfast is green vegetable and minced meat noodles. The soup is very clear. Su Qingsu couldn't help but lift her legs under the table, which attracted Li Shangjin's attention. Su Qingsu curled her lips and smiled. He wouldn't do the same trick every day. Uncle Li, do you eat meat buns? You want to eat meat buns? Li Shangjin asked instead of answering. Well, then why don't you ask Uncle Tian to make meat buns tomorrow morning? Bean buns are also good. Su Qingsu has already started to think about future arrangements. It's up to you. Uncle Tian. Su Qingsu called to Uncle Tian in the kitchen. Hey. Uncle Tian responded enthusiastically and was walking out. Uncle Tian, make meat buns tomorrow. Bean buns are also fine. Su Qingsu was in high spirits. Uncle Tian was also inspired. Yeah, okay. Li Shangjin stared at Su Qingsu, unable to take his eyes away. She was bold and beautiful, lively and energetic. Noon. Li Shangjin had originally decided to come back, and Su Qingsu was looking forward to it. However, he suddenly applied for an online meeting abroad in the afternoon. So Li Shangjin decided not to travel back and forth. Su Qingsu sat aside, looking at the large table of food, quietly keeping silent. The old housekeeper and Uncle Tian looked at each other, and finally the old housekeeper chose a poor excuse. I just remembered that when I went out, the gas at home seemed to be left on. Uncle Tian watched the old housekeeper sneak away without any loyalty, so he could only bite the bullet and go forward to persuade Su Qingsu to eat a few bites. Without Li Shangjin, Su Qingsu's emotions were very easy to see, and he seemed a little angry now. Breaking the appointment is just a small matter. After all, it is a career. Su Qingsu also agrees. However, it is not certain whether Li Shangjin will eat well. Uncle Tian. Su Qingsu looked up. Hey, why is the old housekeeper missing? Pack it up. I will take it to the company and eat with Uncle Li. Oh, okay. Uncle Tian smiled happily and walked quickly into the kitchen. While driving on the road, Su Qingsu had already asked Uncle Tian for the location of Li Shangjin's company, although it would be the same if he asked the system directly. Inside the car, the system asked Su Qingsu, Aren't you worried that you won't be able to get in if you don't have a reservation? Su Qingsu didn't care. At worst, I can just stand guard at the door. In fact, he was certain that Li Shangjin would relent and let him go. Besides, Su Qingsu had already sent him a message before leaving, although there had been no reply yet. Arriving at the front desk, I asked which floor Li Shangjin was on, although this could still be done by the system. Excuse me, do you have an appointment? Since Li Shangjin didn't reply to his message, Su Qingsu made an excuse. I'm embarrassed to call Uncle Li. I'm worried that he's in a meeting. I hope you can contact him. Is that okay? As he spoke, Su Qingsu waited obediently by the side, holding a food box in his hand. The receptionist was originally attracted by Su Qingsu's outstanding appearance, and then heard his sweet voice, Susu's expression and actions, which almost aroused her inexplicable maternal love. It looks like the child of Mr. Li's relative, and Gang also showed her the message. The front desk called Mr. Li's secretary to inquire. When the secretary answered the phone, she happened to see Mr. Li. She had no appointment and was planning to reject the call directly. But somehow, the secretary mentioned it, and the front desk emphasized that the child might be Mr. Li's relative's child. A few minutes ago, Li Shangjin happened to see the message at the bottom, clicked on it to take a look, and then pinned it to the top after exiting. Boss Li, the front desk just... Li Shangjin glanced at him. Is there someone here, Su Qingsu? Let him come up. I asked the secretary to tell the front desk to let me in. After the secretary picked up the phone, he said, Go down and answer it. The secretary stopped moving his hands and looked a little shocked. but he quickly calmed down and didn't show his emotion. Okay, Mr. Lee. The secretary went downstairs quickly. He was able to pick him up in person. It seemed that even if the child was not Mr. Lee's relative, he had a close relationship with Mr. Lee. When the secretary came downstairs, she saw the slightly childish young man standing beside her. Hello, Su Ching-su, Master Su, right? The secretary stepped forward and offered his hand. Su Ching-su freed her hand to hold it and said with a polite smile, Yes, hello? Did Uncle Lee ask you to pick me up? Yes, yes. Mr. Lee specifically asked me to come down. Please follow me, Master Su. Okay, thank you. Su Ching-su carried the lunchbox and followed the secretary obediently. When getting on the elevator, the secretary helped to press the floor button, and Su Ching-su thanked him again. Pretending to be a decent person. The system couldn't bear to see Su Ching-su pretend to be obedient. This is called basic courtesy. Su Ching-su smiled kindly. Master Su, you were polite. This is what I should do. Su Ching-su's figure attracted many people's attention. The system sighed and said, You see, there are still many people who will be deceived, just like it was in the beginning. I saw one of the secretaries bringing the beautiful young man who looked like the little prince and must be of an important status into the president's office. Their small private group began to stir up a whirlpool of gossip again. Group member 1. What's going on? What a beautiful person. Group member 2. I don't know. Secretary when brought it up personally. Group member 3. Eating melon. JPG. Group member 4. I've never heard that Mr. Lee has a younger brother. Through the window, Li Shangjin noticed the lively situation outside. It was really amazing that the little fox pretending to be well-behaved attracted a lot of people's attention. After the person was brought in, the secretary went out. At the moment of closing the door, he heard the voice of a young man from inside. The voice was at least several pitches higher than when he was talking to him. It sounded particularly sweet, and one could tell at once that the person was in a very good mood. Uncle Lee, eat it while it's hot. Su Ching-su put the food out. Li Shangjin withdrew his gaze from the window, and Su Ching-su's originally upturned mouth corners lowered and restrained. Uncle Lee. Li Shangjin stood up and was about to walk over when he heard Su Ching-su's slightly unhappy voice. What was Uncle Lee looking at just now? What's interesting outside? Is it the secretary who walked out? Or is there anyone other than Tang Tang who can attract Li Shangjin's attention? Su Ching-su's eyes flashed with annoyance, but after suppressing it, she put on a smile and said to Li Shangjin, Uncle Lee, don't look at other people. I brought food here. Why didn't Uncle Lee look at me? Su Ching-su seemed to be somewhat dependent on him, and Li Shangjin had noticed this in the past 2 days. However, she was a very cunning little fox who loved to act. So Li Shangjin couldn't trust her completely all of a sudden. After Li Shangjin sat down, he preached, Next time, don't act rashly. Speak up in advance. Li Shangjin is really awkward and not straightforward. Su Ching-su was not annoyed and promised, I will tell you in advance next time. Then can I come to see Uncle Lee in the future? Without giving Li Shangjin time to react, Su Ching-su asked, What counts as early? 1 day, 2 days, or a week? As he said this, he finally complained in a low voice that it was Li Shangjin who didn't reply to his message. I just saw it and sent someone down to pick it up. Li Shangjin was suddenly glad that he sent someone down to pick it up. Otherwise, this fox in front of him might have thrown a tantrum and turned the tables on him, saying that not only did he not reply to his message, but he also made him run around looking for him alone. Maybe she would complain that she doesn't value him at all. Li Shangjin paused when he thought of this. Value him? Why did you think of sending me food? Li Shangjin seemed to be asking casually. I'm worried that Uncle Lee won't eat lunch properly, and his stomach won't be able to take it. And you see? Su Ching-su put down his chopsticks and looked at the several spicy dishes made by Uncle Tian in front of him. Eating spicy food every day? Can your stomach stand it? My stomach is fine. Otherwise, I can't stand eating spicy food every day. Li Shangjin knew that Su Ching-su was worried about him, and he smiled unconsciously when he said this. Su Ching-su was stunned for a moment. Novels can be very misleading, but it doesn't matter. Even if he doesn't send food, he will still stay with Li Shangjin. Li Shangjin asked Su Ching-su directly, Don't you have any other friends to go out with? Logically, at this age when you have just graduated, shouldn't you take the opportunity to hang out with friends for a few days? Su Qingsu blinked her eyes, lowered her head and laughed at such a direct question. But she also pretended to be wronged and said, "Uncle Lee, are you exposing my shortcomings? I don't have many friends. New characters are worried about adding too many other related characters, which will increase uncertainty, so they don't have many friends at all, at most alumni and classmates." This is how the system explained it to Su Qingsu, but Su Qingsu didn't care. As for the others, it would be troublesome if there were too many of them. The one in front of him was enough for him. Li Shangjian went to a meeting in the afternoon, and Su Qingsu fell asleep on the sofa. Before leaving, Li Shangjian reminded him, "Don't run around, stay here." "Okay. Uncle Li, please come back early." Su Qingsu nodded, sitting in a very dignified posture. Li Shangjian looked at Su Qingsu suspiciously and left. Su Qingsu asked the system, "Why is Li Shangjian looking at me like that? Don't you think about what good things you did every time you agreed to his request? I just took a shower and had a fever." Su Qingsu stretched and looked around. Without getting up, he leaned on the sofa and dozed off. He lay down and fell asleep. When Li Shangjian came back, before he even entered the house, he saw a person lying on the sofa from afar. A few strands of hair half covered her eyebrows, and she looked quiet, elegant, and a noble beauty who was sleeping soundly. But after waking up, he was like a little wild beast with no one on a leash, baring his teeth. When someone got up and walked around, anyone who took a look could see a sleeping beauty lying inside. After Li Shangjian went in, he quietly closed the door and opened the curtain to block the view from the window. Su Qingsu, who was originally in a light sleep, opened her curved and curled eyelashes and fluttered them twice like a fan. She raised her hand to rub her eyes and curled up on the sofa. "Uncle Lee, you are back." Her voice was soft, without the usual playfulness, and with a hint of weariness. "Yeah, I'm back." Li Shangjian walked over and raised his hand to push away the strands of Su Qingsu's hair that were blocking her view. "Don't rub your eyes. Are your eyes pricked by your hair?" "No." Su Qingsu shook her head and sat up, just in time for her soft and delicate face to slide across Li Shangjian's palm. Li Shangjian's Adam's apple moved, and he cupped Su Qingsu's cheek with one hand. His big hand covered most of Su Qingsu's face, and his thumb rubbed under Su Qingsu's eyes. After a few strokes, her eyes turned red. Uncle Lee?" Su Qingsu was puzzled. "It's really a fascinating, emotional, and charming look." Li Shangjian withdrew his hand and suppressed the waves of desire that were surging in his eyes. "I just made up an excuse. I have an eyelash." It was a way to deal with the overly intimate behavior just now. When Li Shangjian turned around, the temperature on his hand was still there, and he was stiff and unable to move. His heartbeat was stimulated by the touch and control that had just surpassed Su Qingsu, and it kept beating faster and faster. Heartbeat 123. The system always felt that this serious detection function of its was going to be ruined by Su Qingsu. Even if the eyelashes didn't fall off, Su Qingsu raised his hand and touched the place that Li Shangjian had just touched, with a bit of obsession, and said in a bewitching voice, "Uncle Li can touch anything he wants." Su Qingsu was like a foxy girl. Li Shangjian took a deep breath and called out Su Qingsu's name in a restrained manner. "I'm here, Uncle Li." Su Qingsu smiled triumphantly. Flirting with Li Shangjian was one of his hobbies. "Next time you go to bed, open the curtain. The switch is over there," Li Shangjian said, and went straight to his office and sat down. Su Qingsu leaned on the sofa, her body facing Li Shangjian, supporting her head, watching Li Shangjian work. Li Shangjian raised his eyes and glanced at him. Su Qingsu raised the corners of his mouth, curved his beautiful eyebrows, smiled, and just looked at Li Shangjian. Under such scorching gazes, Li Shangjian left work early. The driver in the car could not see Li Shangjian and the familiar young man behind him. The baffle blocked the view, but it did not provide good sound insulation. The driver was originally curious, but after hearing the conversation behind him, he began to hate it. Why is there no sound insulation? Why is there no sound insulation? He even began to wonder if he would be silenced after hearing this shocking news. "Did you have a boyfriend before?" Li Shangjian asked as soon as he got in the car. Su Qingsu was stunned. How did he figure that out? "Nonsense, host. Do you want to see how long you spied on Li Shangjian this afternoon?" After the system grumbled, it kindly reminded Su Qingsu. However, in the setting here, Su Qingsu has never been in a relationship and has no love history. No, Uncle Lee, why are you suddenly curious and ask this? Su Qingsu smiled and asked innocently, are you going to recommend yourself to me? If she doesn't have one, how can she be sure that she likes boys? Obviously, Li Shangjin is not satisfied with this answer. However, if Su Qingsu really tells him that they have dated before, he probably won't allow it because of the darkness in his heart. He can't find a reply that satisfies him. You are still young. Li Shangjin wants to test her, but he also has to worry about this seemingly enthusiastic little fox. Hearing these words again, Su Qingsu became anxious. She directly sat astride Li Shangjin's legs, and Li Shangjin subconsciously raised his hand to protect Su Qingsu's head from hitting the roof of the car. He frowned and said sternly, "What are you doing? Get down. Who told you to say I'm too small?" Su Qingsu grabbed Li Shangjin's tie. Although she was not tall enough, she made up for it with her posture. Okay, not too small. Get down." Li Shangjin stretched out his arms and wrapped them around Su Qingsu's slender waist, pinching one side with one hand. "Uncle Li, are you coaxing a child?" Su Qingsu lowered her head and approached Li Shangjin, meeting his eyes. "Don't treat me like a child, Li Shangjin. I usually call him Uncle Li just for fun, but it would be meaningless if Li Shangjin really took it seriously." Li Shangjin raised his hand and grabbed Su Qingsu's hand on his tie, pulled it away, and then scooped him up with his big hand. He landed safely back in his seat and was buckled in. "Sit tight." This little episode was barely turned over under Li Shangjin's strong restraint and control. When getting off the car, Su Qingsu acted as if nothing had happened and praised Li Shangjin for his great strength, saying that he could hold him with one hand. Li Shangjin's Adam's apple moved, and an inappropriate picture broke into his mind. It was Su Qingsu, who was disheveled, being pinched by the waist by him like before, but the position was different. She was pressed under him. What a foolish little fox, always seducing people. When she was almost at her doorstep, Su Qingsu received a text message informing her that a courier had arrived. "I bought it yesterday, so it's unlikely to arrive today, so I don't know what's left. Uncle Li, you go back first. I'll be back soon." Su Qingsu put away her phone and prepared to go to the post station. Li Shangjin's eyes were already gloomy and deep, and they became even darker as he looked at Su Qingsu's back, who suddenly left excitedly after receiving the news. The rampant possessiveness washed away Li Shangjin's reason, controlling his thoughts, as if mocking him over and over again. No matter how enthusiastic the little fox was, it would be cunning and run away. Warning: the depression value increased by 5%, and the current depression value is 39%. For a sudden and large increase in the depression value, the system will issue a warning immediately. Su Qingsu, who was holding a jar of candy, almost fell off because of a loose hand. What happened? After the host left, Li Shangjin stood there for a long time without leaving. As the system spoke, Su Qingsu changed direction and prepared to walk back to where he and Li Shangjin had just parted ways. Then he heard the system's next words. But Li Shangjin is already inside the house. If Su Qingsu wasn't in a hurry to see Li Shangjin, she would probably have a few rounds of brainstorming with the system. Su Qingsu went straight upstairs holding the sugar jar. Uncle Tian came out of the kitchen after hearing the noise, but he could only see a glimpse of his figure and was not sure, as the rest was gone. Uncle Tian walked back to the kitchen while muttering to himself, "Am I getting old? My eyesight has become blurry so quickly? How come I am even hallucinating?" Fortunately, the door was not locked. Su Qingsu was not Li Shangjin, who would knock on the door no matter what the situation was. He simply opened the door and shouted, "Uncle Li, I'm coming in." The bathroom door was open, and there was no sign of Li Shangjin on the bed. The closer the distance, the more accurate the system can sense the location. On the balcony, Su Qingsu quickly reached the balcony. Li Shangjin was leaning against the fence with a cigarette in his hand. The breeze blew and the smoke rose up. When Li Shangjin saw Su Qingsu coming, he looked surprised, but after seeing the candy jar in his hand, he regained his indifference and took a deep puff of the cigarette in his hand. Half of the cigarette was gone. Su Qingsu frowned and found that there were a few cigarette butts on the crystal ashtray next to her. Su Qingsu took the cigarette out of Li Shangjin's mouth and said, "Smoke less and live a few more years. I don't want to be a widow." Li Shangjin's brows were furrowed when he was taken away, but he shook his head and laughed when he heard Su Qingsu's words. "What are you laughing at? Eat candy." Su Qingsu peeled off the candy coating and stuffed the candy into Li Shangjin's mouth. Li Shangjin was distracted, holding the stick in his hand, and took out the candy. "Use this to hold it first." Su Qingsu also peeled one herself, pinched the candy stick with her fingers, slightly opened her lips, touched it lightly with the tip of her tongue, and slowly held it in her mouth. Su Qingsu glanced at Li Shangjin. Li Shangjin's eyes were fixed on Su Qingsu, and the candy in his hand was shaking. The little fox is teasing people again. Su Qingsu reached out and held Li Shangjin's hand holding the candy and raised it to his mouth. "I peeled it for you. Eat it." "Who gave it to you?" Li Shangjin lowered his eyes and looked at the candy and the large jar on the table. Considering that the little fox is dishonest, does he really have no friends? Then why is he so happy when he receives the text message? Did someone come to give him something specially? Can I buy it myself? Su Qingsu seemed to think of the point that made Li Shangjin unhappy, and the corners of his mouth rose. "Or, Uncle Li, do you think who gave it to me?" "No." Li Shangjin turned his head, looked into the distance, and put the candy into his mouth. "It tastes like lychee, is white in color, tastes very sweet, and produces a lot of juice. Like a little fox, with fair skin." Li Shangjin glanced at Su Qingsu beside him. Su Qingsu smiled and approached Li Shangjin, holding a pink one in her mouth, probably strawberry or watermelon flavor. Pink and tender, she licked them together, her tongue blending with them. "Uncle Li, are you in a bad mood?" "Not right now." Su Qingsu bit the candy in her mouth, licked the crumbs at the corner of her mouth, and then hooked it into her lips. "Too happy. Do you like candy?" Li Shangjin turned around and saw Su Qingsu peeling another candy. "Not bad." Su Qingsu could only eat 1 or 2 candies during festivals, and they were white candies. He sneaked into the kitchen, stepped on a small stool to get the candy jar, was discovered, and chased him with a bamboo stick. Even if she ran outside, when she saw the smoke from the kitchen rising, the little Su Qingsu still had to stick to the wall and walk back. He only has that one home. He was inevitably beaten and cried, saying that he would not do it again next time. They dragged him by the scruff of his neck to the kitchen and asked him to cook quickly. "I'm almost starving to death. I didn't pick you up to let you eat for free. You little rascal, that candy jar will last until next year. You keep thinking about it every other day. Are you itching for trouble?" "I don't have. Just one." Su Qingsu could only respond weakly. The voices of the two echoed in Su Qingsu's ears, corroding and entangled him like evil spirits. Su Qingsu clenched the candy bar in her hand, and only after the sweetness entered her mouth and spread did she feel relieved. "This belongs to him." "Qingsu?" Li Shangjin's voice at this moment was like a clear, gushing spring, flowing through Su Qingsu's heart and washing away the filth. It seemed that only when Li Shangjin called his name could it have such magic, as if it was a love letter that could bring love to Su Qingsu. "What's wrong, Uncle Li?" Su Qingsu took the candy away with a pop. "Are you in a bad mood?" Su Qingsu asked him in his own words. "Oh no." Su Qingsu had long since gotten rid of that haze, and there was no need to worry, no one would beat him again. Seeing Li Shangjin's hesitant and slightly worried expression, Su Qingsu took the initiative to move closer to Li Shangjin. "What's wrong? Uncle Li is worried about me?" "Come closer, Nanxian. I'm very happy to be with Uncle Li." Su Qingsu held Li Shangjin's arms tightly in the hot weather. Li Shangjin looked at him, not because he felt the warmth, but because he could sense the sudden depression in Su Qingsu's mood. "Really, if Uncle Li doesn't believe me, I might be happier if he kisses me." Su Qingsu said this casually, and he was sure that Li Shangjin would not do this. But he enjoys it, what if? The next second, the strands of hair on her forehead were lifted, and a soft touch was imprinted on her. The electric current stimulated Su Qingsu to regain consciousness. Her heart thumped, and the candy in her mouth was bitten to pieces with 2 cracks. "Uncle Li." Su Qingsu grabbed the hem of Li Shangjin's clothes, and her eyes brightened instantly. Just as he said, Su Qingsu became even happier. "Why are you eating candy so fast?" Li Xiangjin hadn't finished the one in his mouth yet, but he saw that Su Qingsu was already peeling the third one. Is this how you usually eat it? Why do you need a stick? Li Xiangjin raised his hand and took the candy that Su Qingsu was peeling and stuffed it into his pocket. I don't like candies without a stick. Just like the one that Tang Tang gave Li Xiangjin, he didn't like it. Got it? Eat first, and be careful of cavities. Li Xiangjin raised his hand and rubbed Su Qingsu's fluffy hair, feeling that it felt good, and stayed for a moment. When Su Qingsu was about to hold Li Xiangjin's hand, Li Xiangjin withdrew his hand. Let's go downstairs. Li Xiangjin turned and walked out of the balcony. Uncle Li, you don't want to touch me anymore? Su Qingsu hurriedly followed. Touch me again. The candy in Li Xiangjin's mouth was broken into pieces. After Li Xiangjin threw the stick into the trash can, Su Qingsu pursed her lips and remained quiet, looking up to observe Li Xiangjin's expression. Li Xiangjin was not actually angry. He was just enduring and restraining himself. The sugar he chewed and swallowed in his mouth acted like an inhibitor. When they were going downstairs, Li Xiangjin said casually, I have a sweets factory that also makes candies. I'll send them the order and give you their contact information. Just tell them what you want to eat. One moment she was warning him to be careful about tooth decay, and the next moment she was pushing an unlimited amount of candy that he could choose from. Su Qingsu looked at Li Xiangjin's back and walked quickly to his side. He asked Li Xiangjin questions, wanting to know Li Xiangjin's expression and heartbeat. Uncle Li, did you build the sweets factory because you like candy? After Su Qingsu asked this, Li Xiangjin paused for a moment and shook his head. Candy. Heartbeat. 74. Fluctuation range within 3. The system looked at the interface. Is this some new type of mind-reading lie detection method? Not entirely. At first, my grandfather disliked the bitterness of the Chinese medicine he drank. When I was a child, I heard it and sneaked out to buy candy for him. Li Xiangjin walked slowly and talked leisurely, as if it was a childhood fun. And then? Su Qingsu remembered that there was a sentence in the original book that candy, and that sentence in Tang Tang deeply influenced and warmed the heart of Li Xiangjin when he was young. Su Qingsu thought that the sugar factory was related to him, and jealousy made him crazy, but he had to pretend in front of Li Xiangjin. Grandpa only ate one, and I ate the rest. Li Xiangjin and Su Qingsu were talking, and they had already gone downstairs. Uncle Li is still talking about me. You should be careful about tooth decay. Su Qingsu was surprised that Li Xiangjin was a child. This incident was not in the original book. After hearing it, the fresh and vivid Li Xiangjin as a child seemed to be right in front of him. It got decayed, and one was pulled out. Li Xiangjin's tone was natural, and he didn't seem to care too much when he mentioned it again. Later, they set up surveillance in the room and didn't allow me to eat any sweets secretly. They? Li Xiangjin's parents. Su Qingsu's beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned. Why, what bothered you again? Li Xiangjin turned around and noticed the mountains and rivers between Su Qingsu's eyebrows. He had noticed this scene at the banquet. The little fox was like a little prince, noble and elegant. Even if he frowned slightly, he looked down on everything. His noble demeanor was also beautiful. Su Qingsu lowered her head and saw Li Xiangjin's broad, powerful hand with visibly bulging veins. A pair of slender, white hands hooked up, and the big hands did not evade, letting him hold them. Uncle Li, I have a jar of candy. If you don't want his, just look at me. Give it all to Uncle Li. Li Xiangjin couldn't help but tremble when Su Qingsu wrapped his hand around him, and his heart trembled. He felt sorry for him, and at the same time, he was also passionately expressing his love and loyalty. The door opened, and the old butler came in. He saw the two holding hands and looked calm. He nodded and greeted the two young masters. Young master, hello, young master Su. Li Xiangjin did not shake Su Qingsu's hand back because Su Qingsu's hands were both wrapped. Su Qingsu let go of one hand, and Li Xiangjin held the other hand that Su Qingsu had not had time to let go of. Su Qingsu's eyes gradually widened, and she was surprised to feel the strength coming from his hand. Her heart seemed to be ravaged at this moment, surging with excitement. When she was led to sit at the dinner table, Su Qingsu subconsciously raised her hand and bit the base of her finger. He couldn't control his excitement. Li Xiangjin simply shook his hand back. He even wanted to just hold Li Xiangjin like this, or hug him even more, What's the point of eating? It doesn't matter if you don't eat. TSK. Li Shangjin's voice brought Su Qingsu back to his senses from his strange state of excitement. Su Qingsu spit out her wet hand. The saliva on the base of her fingers was a bit dazzling on the teeth marks. Why do you have this bad habit of biting your fingers? Li Shangjin took a tissue from the side, pulled Su Qingsu's hand, and restrained the hand that could be broken with a twist with his big hand, wiped it clean. The teeth marks were very obvious, just a few. Is she really a little fox? Su Qingsu hooked her fingertips and tickled Li Shangjin's palm twice like a little animal. Li Shangjin's Adam's apple moved, and he warned in a voice, "Don't move. Uncle Li, your grip hurts me." It did hurt a little, but Su Qingsu felt that it was not enough. She should use more force and hold it tightly without any possibility of loosening. That would be best. How could you let the prey have any chance to break free? No, you should tie it up tightly, not giving it the slightest chance to escape. Li Shangjin loosened his hand, but his eyes could not help but linger on Su Qingsu's hand where the red marks were found, and he was reluctant to move away. Su Qingsu curled her lips and smiled, then covered her wrist with her other hand, wrapping her slender fingers around it. It seemed as if she rubbed it lightly twice, but she was just pretending for Li Shangjin to see. If Uncle Tian had not come out just then, Li Shangjin would have almost been unable to resist grabbing that sinful thing in his arms and ravaging it himself to make him stop. Li Shangjin raised his eyes and took in the slightly curled corners of Su Qingsu's lips. "Little fox, where did you learn these little tricks?" At the dinner table, Su Qingsu still heard Li Shangjin mention Tang Tang. The chopsticks were clenched in her hand, making a crisp knocking sound, but there was no movement for a long time. Su Qingsu had to stay calm. Who is he? At that time, besides my grandfather who would secretly give me 1 or 2 candies, he also gave me one. Li Shangjin recalled. Later, after the Tang family went bankrupt, I thought about looking for him. With a ding-dang sound, the chopsticks fell to the ground. Li Shangjin looked at Su Qingsu. The hand holding the chopsticks was the one that had bitten the base of his finger. What's wrong? Did it really hurt? No, my hand slipped. Uncle Tian heard the noise and took out another pair. Thank you, Uncle Tian, Su Qingsu said with a natural expression, smiling and thanking Uncle Tian, without any of the anger that had just flashed across her face. But I didn't find it. In the original novel, Long Chun had been shielding the outside world from any news about Tang Tang, not wanting anyone to disturb him or take advantage of the situation. What if we find it? Su Qingsu placed the chopsticks in her hand on the bowl, lest she lose her grip again the next second. Li Shangjin was lost in thought for a moment, thinking why he was so obsessed with finding the other person, as if there was some force driving him to look for him. However, since Su Qingsu's arrival, he seemed to have never felt this strange power again. Li Shangjin was silent for a few seconds. Su Qingsu's smiling face could no longer be suppressed. It slowly darkened, and her clear eyes were also tinged with a bit of coldness. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Li Shangjin came back to his senses and faced the low pressure surrounding Su Qingsu. What about Uncle Li? What is he thinking about? Su Qingsu's tone became a little colder. I just thought that if I find him, maybe I can provide some help. After eating a few mouthfuls of rice, Su Qingsu felt suffocated and had no appetite. He put down his chopsticks and stood up. I'm full. Uncle Tian came out and saw it, and muttered quietly, my cooking skills have declined today. Why did young Master Qingsu eat so little? As he spoke, Uncle Tian took a closer look at what was on today's menu. He wanted to carefully sort it out and study it. Li Shangjin turned his head and saw that Su Qingsu had gone upstairs without a trace. Li Shangjin also returned to his room. He didn't understand why the little fox suddenly scratched its claws. He thought about taking a candy, but then looked towards the balcony. It seemed that the jar of candy had not been taken away yet. Sure enough, a full jar of sugar was placed steadily on the balcony table. The one in the pocket had been peeled and put in Li Shangjin's mouth. He took a few candies from the candy jar. Li Shangjin was about to cover it again, but then he moved his hand away and took out 2 more. Then he took the candy jar, went out, and found Su Qingsu's room. Knock knock. Su Qingsu, who had just come out of the bathroom, heard a knock on the door. Come in. Su Qingsu used a towel to wipe her hair, which was wet and frizzy. Su Qingsu was more generous than Li Shangjin. She would not delay in letting someone in just because she had just finished a shower. However, it was mainly because the two had different bathing habits. Su Qingsu would put on her clothes before coming out. Qingsu. Su Qingsu stopped wiping her hair. It was Li Shangjin's familiar and heart-moving call. This jar of candy. Li Shangjin was holding the candy that Su Qingsu had just brought back today. What's wrong? He could take that broken candy, but why not my big jar? You like to eat it too, and Li Shangjin didn't finish his words. Su Qingsu smiled, but the smile did not reach her eyes. Uncle Li doesn't want it? This is for Uncle Li. Put it with Uncle Li. Su Qingsu did not allow any refusal and deliberately sneezed. Li Shangjin didn't say much and took the candy jar into his arms. Go to bed early and remember to blow-dry your hair. Li Shangjin didn't agree with the idea of wearing clothes and letting his hair drip with water, soaking his collar. Uncle Li, can you help me blow it? Su Qingsu hooked Li Shangjin's fingertips and gently pulled them. My hands are too weak. Li Shangjin looked down and saw the foxtail hooked around his index finger. There was a very obvious mark on his tender wrist. How come you stayed so long? When Li Shangjin came to his senses, he had already entered Su Qingsu's room. Su Qingsu sat obediently and replaced the sugar jar with a hairdryer and stuffed it into Li Shangjin's hand. Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Li. Su Qingsu was satisfied when she heard the sound of the hairdryer. Li Shangjin's fingers were combing through her hair. Su Qingsu's mouth was dry, and she longed for more touch. The system sighed that this host knew how to seek benefits for himself, and it was worth it for him to grab his wrist in the bathroom. Su Qingsu was like a scumbag who would throw away the candy after using it. After drying her hair, she stuffed the candy jar into Li Shangjin's arms and told him, "Take it with you when you go back. This is for Uncle Li." Before leaving, Li Shangjin took a few more glances at Su Qingsu's clothes and finally said, "I'll take you to buy some more clothes the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, and the day after tomorrow is the weekend." These 2 days, Li Shangjin saw that Su Qingsu was wearing simple casual clothes for changing. Although Su Qingsu had already bought it online, it would probably arrive in the next few days, but it didn't matter. What Li Shangjin bought was different. "Okay, thank you, Uncle Li." Su Qingsu smiled sincerely and happily, although Tang Tang in the original book was a thorn in his side after all. When Li Shangjin left, Su Qingsu heard the system's announcement. The depression value has dropped by 2%, and the current depression value is 37%. Su Qingsu watched Li Shangjin walk away with the candy jar in his arms, lowered his head and smiled. "You obviously didn't want to give it back to me, you cute and awkward Uncle Li." Su Qingsu insisted on bringing food to Li Shangjin at noon the next day. Li Shangjin did not refuse, nor did he ask him to go back. "I spent the whole afternoon reading a book I bought 2 days ago, and which arrived today. I'm not staring at Li Shangjin today, so I'm reading a book instead?" The system teased. Su Qingsu turned a page leisurely and glanced at Li Shangjin. No delay. Someone knocked on the door and brought in afternoon tea. It should be Li Shangjin's assistant. The name tag was not clear, so Su Qingsu listened to the system introduction. "Uncle Li still has the habit of having afternoon tea?" Su Qingsu found more and more that there were many places that were not described in the original book. Now it was like opening a blind box, curious and exciting. "For you." Li Shangjin didn't even raise his head, lowered his head, and continued to work. "But there are so many, I can't finish it." Su Qingsu picked up a box of pudding and scooped a spoonful into his mouth. It was sweet. Li Shangjin should like it. No. Li Shangjin didn't finish his words when he found a spoon handed to his mouth. Looking up, Su Qingsu was holding a spoon full of pudding with a smile. "Uncle Li, try it. You should like it." Then, there were 2 quick knocks on the door, and the door handle was turned. "Mr. Li, there is an urgent document here. I need you to." In the scene before him, a delicate young man was supporting himself on the table with one hand, leaning forward, with the soft fabric clinging to his waist, outlining his curves vaguely. Su Qingsu was about to withdraw her hand when Li Shangjin lowered his head, opened his mouth and took the pudding in. He said to the person who came without changing his expression, "Got it, bring it here." The curtains of Mr. Li's house were all closed these past 2 days. He forgot that there was someone inside. Next time, He must wait for Mr. Li's consent before going in, so as not to see something he shouldn't see. Tomorrow, he might be kicked out of the company because his right foot entered the door first. Is it delicious? Su Qingsu was surprised that Li Shangjin really ate it. Sometimes, he thought that this time, Li Shangjin would be angry with him, but it seemed that the other party's behavior in the next second would be beyond his imagination. Yeah. The fox, having tasted the fishy smell, turned around and went back, shaking his big tail. Li Shangjin stared at his back. In the sunlight, she was wearing a simple white dress, and her slender waistline flickered. Her beautiful chest was also white. When Su Qingsu leaned over, she could see it clearly. With a light cough, Li Shangjin pulled his thoughts back to their original state. What's wrong? Is it too sweet? Are you choking? Su Qingsu picked up the water beside her and handed it to Li Shangjin. Even though there was nothing to do, Li Shangjin still held the cup, and taking the hand that Su Qingsu was holding, he lowered his head and took a sip. Li Shangjin didn't use much strength to hold his hand, but he was able to wrap him completely with a comfortable temperature. Su Qingsu thought inappropriately that if he was in bed, with such a pair of big hands pressing on him, he would not have the strength to break free, but he didn't want to break free and was extremely happy. Su Qingsu turned around and drank the water that Li Shangjin had not finished. Just by looking at his back and movements, Li Shangjin felt his mouth dry and his hands on the table clenched slightly. The little fox is teasing again. In the evening, Su Qingsu received several messages about the arrival of express deliveries and was about to let Li Shangjin go back first, just like last time. Uncle Li. Just as Su Qingsu said this, he suddenly realized that he had asked him to go back first last time, and he had suddenly increased his depression points by 5%. I want to pick up the express and bought some toys. This time, he made it clear to Li Shangjin to avoid any wild thoughts. He should not have secretly increased his depression points behind his back. Toys? Su Qingsu just turned around and took a few steps. She didn't hear Li Shangjin's voice, but instead received the system's curiosity. Didn't you see when I placed the order? This is the host's privacy. Is there still such a thing as privacy in the face of high technology? When Su Qingsu turned around, Li Shangjin's face didn't change much, but it was obvious that he was in a bad mood. He didn't like watching Su Qingsu's back, walking away from him. It seems like I can't catch it. Just some Lego blocks. Before Su Qingsu finished speaking, an alarm sounded in her mind. Warning! Warning! The depression index is rising. 1%, 2%. Su Qingsu stopped and turned to look at Li Shangjin, who was not far away, and said softly, Li Shangjin. The depression value stopped rising, and the current depression value is 41%. Li Shangjin's face was calm, and nothing unusual could be seen. If Su Qingsu hadn't had the system, she might have really been fooled by Li Shangjin. I thought about it, maybe it's a bit too much. I can't move it by myself, otherwise. Su Qingsu walked towards Li Shangjin, gently hooked her index finger with Li Shangjin's little finger, raised her head and smiled. Uncle Li, come with me, okay? Li Shangjin curled his fingers slightly. It's up to you. The depression value decreases by 1%, and the current depression value is 40%. Did Qingsu buy them all by himself? Li Shangjin stared at the boxes in his hand with a faint tone. Well, they all looked pretty, so I bought them all. Su Qingsu took one in her hand and walked side by side with Li Shangjin, able to catch all the changes in his expressions and eyes. Li Shangjin seems to be very obsessed with the source of things, like a wild beast guarding his own treasure, wary of outsiders coveting his white gems. When putting things into the house, Li Shangjin took a second look at Su Qingsu's room. There are not enough cabinets. Tomorrow. No need. Su Qingsu knew what Li Shangjin was going to say. She needed to buy the swing chair because she didn't have it. I had someone send it over, but the cabinets were different, and there were many guest rooms. Just find a guest room and move another one, Su Qingsu said, suddenly squinting her eyes and smiling. Or, if someone comes to live in those rooms in the future, things can't be moved? No, it's up to you. After dinner, Su Qingsu washed up and ran to find Li Shangjin with a hairdryer in her arms. The system was in a daze, as if it was seeing a long-legged cabbage running around holding a basin. Li Shangjin took the hairdryer from Su Qingsu's hand, turned sideways, and let him in. What's the problem this time? The electricity in the room doesn't work? No, I just want Uncle Lee to blow it for me. It's very comfortable. Su Ching-su grabbed the back of the chair with both hands and pulled it close to the power supply. She couldn't wait to sit down, blinking her beautiful and clear eyes, looking eagerly at Li Shangjin. The familiar touch, just once, made Su Ching-su nostalgic, and her expression suddenly lost control, revealing her obsessive enjoyment. Li Shangjin's strength was just right, not itchy or severe. Occasionally, he would inadvertently brush against the tip of Su Ching-su's ear, which was blown and brushed by the hot wind and stained with a light pink color. The slender neck seemed to be able to be wrapped around with one hand, and the obedient beauty was exposing his neck without any precautions. The beast behind him was ready to move. At first, he just brushed lightly with his fingertips, seemingly unintentionally, and then slowly the base of his fingers covered it, and then his whole hand grabbed it. Uncle Lee? Su Ching-su raised her head and wondered why Li Shangjin was holding the back of her neck. Catching the undercurrent that Li Shangjin had not yet had time to cover up, Su Ching-su's Adam's apple twitched and she chuckled, as if he had discovered something. I thought Li Shangjin was restrained enough, or not moved at all, but it turns out that he can be provoked to desire. Turn around, face me. Li Shangjin let go of his hand and slid up. Su Ching-su was blown by the wind and half squinted her eyes. Li Shangjin looked at that delicate face. The beauty who should have been enchanting in normal times was now very obedient and quiet under his hands. But this posture was really not good. Su Ching-su lowered her head. Li Shangjin's Adam's apple twitched, and he restrained his gaze from drifting. The strength in his hand increased unknowingly. Su Ching-su raised her head but made no sound. Li Shangjin regained consciousness, loosened his hand, and smoothed the hair. Doesn't it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Uncle Lee can do whatever he wants. Su Ching-su raised her hand and held Li Shangjin's head, touching him like a puppy. Hand tilted her head and rubbed his palm. Li Shangjin held the side of Su Ching-su's face with one hand. His eyes were dark and his breathing was a little unsteady. Be good, be honest. To make Su Ching-su honest, it is better to ask the sun not to set today. Su Ching-su's sharp eyes discovered the strange bulge wrapped under the fabric. She raised her beautiful hand, touched her abdomen lightly with her fingertips and said, Uncle Lee here. It doesn't seem right? In just a moment, Su Ching-su said he felt the force coming from his wrist and was grabbed high. Su Ching-su. I'm here, Uncle Lee. Do you want me to? Su Ching-su was not afraid of death, smiling. Her tone was leisurely, and her eyes flashed. Get out. Li Shangjin dragged Su Ching-su, opened the door and locked him out. Looking at the closed door and her hands with red marks, Su Ching-su opened her mouth and laughed silently. It turns out that it's not going to work at this point. The hands are really strong. Su Ching-su rubbed her wrists. Why didn't I hear your scream? Su Ching-su didn't hear the sound of the system all the way back to her room. Just turned on. It was obviously a normal mechanical sound, but Su Ching-su felt a bit powerless. Host, when you raised your hand, I was blocked. Is there still this function? Well, host, please take it easy. I try my best. That's weird. Su Ching-su unpacked the box leisurely and started her career in building Lego bricks. Li Shangjin, on the other hand, had been calming down in the bathroom for more than half an hour. As soon as he closed his eyes, all he could think of was Su Ching-su raising her fingertips to touch her face, which was inexperienced in the world, and her red lips moving slightly, speaking stimulating words. Human words linger. Bad fox. On Saturday morning, Li Shangjin was already having breakfast and looked upstairs. The old housekeeper said, I've already called her once. How about I send someone up again? No need. Li Shangjin said this, but he was actually reflecting in his heart whether he was too rude last night and hurt Su Ching-su. Now, is he throwing a tantrum and not wanting to come down? Or is he simply oversleeping? After Li Shangjin finished his breakfast, Su Ching-su had not come down yet. Knock knock. The knocking on the door continued twice, and Li Shangjin called Su Ching-su's name once. The system looked at Su Ching-su, who was sleeping soundly, and then glanced at the interface where 1/3 of the Lego blocks had been built. Although it had shut down and rested early, its host had not, and was still building it in the middle of the night. The scene was silent and quiet, and the eerie and terrifying atmosphere could be sensed through the screen. Li Shangjin did not insist on knocking, but guessed that Su Qingsu might still be resting. Considering what happened last night, he was not willing to wake Su Qingsu up forcefully. When he turned around and prepared to leave, Li Shangjin hesitated again, glanced at the door handle, and thought about it, still worried about what to do if Su Qingsu had a fever again. In the end, he turned the door handle, but it didn't move at all. Locked. Li Shangjin frowned. Nansun, who had been hesitant and shaken, now became determined. He took the key and opened the door directly. Su Qingsu was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, half curled up, holding the quilt in her arms. When Li Shangjin approached and raised his hand, the system almost called him frantically in Su Qingsu's mind, fearing that the other party would hit Su Qingsu on the neck, and then realized that this was what happened to the previous host. The temperature was normal, and Li Shangjin did not rush to leave. Instead, he pinched Su Qing's smooth face and said helplessly, "Bad fox." Since he was fine, Li Shangjin went out with peace of mind. He went to the gym on the 4th floor. Li Shangjin was not someone who looked thin when he dressed. With his tall body, no matter what he wore, others could tell that he was a big guy. After exercising for an hour or two and changing his clothes, when he came down, Su Qingsu's door was still closed. He knocked twice, and when no one responded, he went downstairs. Uncle Tian downstairs has already started preparing the ingredients for lunch. Uncle Tian, Qingsu hasn't come down yet? The tabletop is empty, with the remaining breakfast on the kitchen counter. Master Qingsu is still young. It's normal for a child to be sleepy. In Uncle Tian's eyes, it was normal to treat Su Qingsu as a child because of her cute, smiling, and delicate doll-like appearance. But when Li Shangjin heard this, he inexplicably remembered his own age. He was several years older than Su Qingsu, and it was Su Qingsu who called him Uncle Li. Li Shangjin, who had never experienced age crisis, was inexplicably a little irritated at this moment. Uncle Li? Su Qingsu's soft voice seemed to be right next to his ear. But no, Li Shangjin turned around and saw Su Qingsu standing at the kitchen door, stroking her hair. Su Qingsu took small steps towards Li Shangjin and put her arms around his. "Uncle Li, I'm so hungry." Li Shangjin grabbed Su Qingsu by the scruff of the neck, like a little trapped beast with its fate held by the scruff of the neck. After the conversation ended, Li Shangjin only said, "Don't call me that." Su Qingsu looked at Li Shangjin's leaving figure and turned back to look at Uncle Tian in confusion. Uncle Tian smiled, thinking that Su Qingsu's look was a sign of grievance and fruitless coquetry. "Young Master Qingsu, you are still a child. The master may be unhappy that young Master Qingsu didn't eat breakfast. If Li Shangjin just skipped breakfast, he could have just woken him up. Last time, he just knocked on the door. I knocked, but the host didn't wake up. Is he really angry about this? Why doesn't it look like that? Could it be that he really provoked her too much last night and is still angry? That doesn't make sense. Then he wouldn't have knocked on the door this morning. There must be another reason. Don't call me that." Su Qingsu's eyes lit up, as if she understood. Calling him Uncle Li is just for fun. It would be bad if you take it seriously. Su Qingsu ignored her hunger and went upstairs and opened Li Shangjin's door. "Don't you have the habit of knocking?" Li Shangjin raised his eyes and glanced at her. "I was afraid you wouldn't let me in." Su Qingsu acted humble. "No." Li Shangjin couldn't bear to see Su Qingsu lowering her head in grievance, even though he knew it was a trick. "Li." Su Qingsu stepped forward and grabbed Li Shangjin's clothes. "Why can't I call you Uncle Li? Are you angry with me last night? But my hand still hurts now." Su Qingsu sniffed, preparing to cry. "No." Li Shangjin subconsciously glanced at the hand he had grabbed last night. Fortunately, there was no mark on it. He breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the little fox was just acting coquettish. "It's up to you. You can call me whatever you want." It was Li Shangjin himself who didn't control his emotions and was troubled by his age. "Really?" Su Qingsu raised her head suddenly, her eyes sparkling with tears because of what she had just said. "Since Uncle Li doesn't like this name, can I call you brother?" Deliberate. Li Shangjin's heart was still struck by this sound. He shook his head and forced himself to calm down. This is what a little fox is like. He gets the advantage but still acts cute. "No need. Just call back the original one." Li Shangjin and Su Qingsu kept some distance. His self-control, which he was not proud of, was about to collapse. Okay, Uncle Li. Su Qingsu smiled complacently. When Li Shangjin retreated, he stepped forward and closed the distance between them. At the dinner table, Li Shangjin's trouser legs had been kicked countless times by Su Qingsu's active legs. This time, he didn't press them down and just let them go. Uncle Tian packed up the rest, and the two of them sat aside. Uncle Li, you promised me yesterday that you would take me to buy some clothes, remember? Li Shangjin glanced at his feet, and the little fox's tail stopped wagging. Remember, go after you wake up from your nap in the afternoon. Ah, no need. Su Qingsu didn't finish her words, but received Li Shangjin's gaze. You stayed up late last night. You built a lot of Legos. Su Qingsu was choked. If Li Shangjin hadn't said anything, he would have been able to ignore the sleepiness and was still excited about going out alone with Li Shangjin on their first date. No. How did he know that I had put in a lot of effort? This is what Li Shangjin saw when he entered the host room this morning. Su Qingsu couldn't help biting the base of her fingers again. What a pleasant discovery. Su Qingsu. Whenever Li Shangjin gave a warning, he would basically call Su Qingsu by her full name. Well, Uncle Li is fierce. Su Qingsu understood what Li Shangjin meant and put down her hand, but she didn't let him off. Don't bite. Li Shangjin had just taken a tissue when he saw Su Qingsu biting her lower lip, a disobedient little fox. Uncle Li, wipe it. Su Qingsu stretched out her hand to Li Shangjin as a matter of course. Wipe it yourself. Li Shangjin put the tissue on the back of Su Qingsu's hand. It felt light and itchy. Su Qingsu lowered her head and wiped it twice perfunctorily. However, what Li Shangjin saw was Su Qingsu who lowered her head obediently and wiped her hands silently. Isn't it really a bit too fierce? Li Shangjin hesitated and did not leave. Su Qingsu looked up and immediately brightened up. Uncle Li, look. It's clean. Su Qingsu tried to act like a good child and stepped forward to show his understanding. He used to do this often, but his adoptive parents were too disdainful to give him any love. Don't bite next time. Li Shangjin softened his tone. Okay. Su Qingsu lightly touched the back of Li Shangjin's hand with her index finger. Since I'm so well behaved, does Uncle Li have any reward? The little fox started to become restless again. Su Qingsu's heart tightened and beat faster. His hand was held by Li Shangjin. Li, reward? Li Shangjin lowered his head and approached Su Qingsu until their faces were so close that there was no place to hide. The moment their noses touched, Su Qingsu closed his eyes. My lips did not feel the expected warmth. My nose was brushed by skin, and a low voice came to my ear with a hint of laughter. No. Su Qingsu opened her eyes, and she was not angry because Li Shangjin did this on purpose. Instead, she grabbed his hand that was about to let go and smiled brightly. I have received it. Thank you, Uncle Li. Li Shangjin's stunned expression did not escape Su Qingsu's eyes. Su Qingsu let go of Li Shangjin's hand with a triumphant smile. I'll go to rest now. Good afternoon, Uncle Li. In the afternoon, Su Qingsu knocked on Li Shangjin's door. He was worried that Li Shangjin didn't know how long he needed to sleep, so he didn't set a time to wake him up. Let's go, Uncle Li. Although Su Qingsu was usually playful and lively, Li Shangjin could feel something different. This time, Su Qingsu seemed really happy. As soon as they arrived at the mall gate, someone greeted them warmly with a smile. Su Qingsu raised her eyebrows and looked at Li Shangjin. Has Li Shangjin developed to the point where even people in the mall know him? As soon as I entered, I heard a quarrel from the other side of the door. No, why? I just saw someone go in. I'm so sorry. The whole mall only welcomes. The people guarding outside, as the glass door closed, became silent, and only their mouths could be seen opening and closing. That person looked familiar. Su Qingsu squinted to see more clearly. It's Wei Yuan. Yeah, it's him. Su Qingsu looked at him with evil interest for a few more times, then deliberately asked Li Shangjin, Aren't you going to let him in? Li Shangjin glanced coldly at the situation outside. A middle-aged man seemed to be saying something to the clerk guarding the door. After his attempts to compromise failed, the middle-aged man could only smile helplessly at Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan turned away and left, and the middle-aged man followed closely. Su Qingsu sighed. If Wei Yuan had some acting skills, he would join the troupe and act in a few youth literature dramas. He would surely become a little famous. Unfortunately, the company is a large-scale pimping business, and he himself is happy with it. But it is true that without a background, it is extremely difficult to force your way out. Are you interested? Li Shangjin's voice was chilling. A little fox, cunning, and disloyal. Depression value increased by 2%, currently 42%. Please pay attention to Li Shangjin's negative energy tendency. It's good to have you. You can act as his eyes and always alert him. Save this for Li Shangjin. I think he wants to skin you alive. My pleasure. After receiving Su Qingsu's crazy response, the system chose to remain silent and went back to complain to the previous host. I just think he looks familiar. Uncle Li is unhappy? Su Qingsu took Li Shangjin's hand and coaxed him. Then I will only look at Uncle Li from now on, and Uncle Li will only look at me, okay? If Li Shangjin stared at Tang Tang, Su Qingsu thought, he might look even uglier than Li Shangjin's current expression. He wished he could dig out Li Shangjin's eyes so that he would never see anyone else again. No, Uncle Li won't be able to see him. If it really doesn't work, can this world not have the male protagonist? Host, please stop this dangerous thought. The system's warning sounded in his mind. It had just returned, and almost ignored the horrifying thoughts in Su Qingsu's mind. Among the uncertain factors that currently affect Li Shangjin's depression value, the male protagonist Tang Tang is included. The system determines that the influence factor is greater than 30%. Please do not challenge him recklessly. Then if his influence factor is less than 30%, I can. Please stop the current dangerous thoughts. The system repeated it over and over again. Shut up, I'm so annoyed. As for the male protagonist, since Su Qingsu read the original book, he has always been wary of this person, and even has some resistance. Dark emotions are pulling, and he wants to get rid of this uncertain factor. If Tang Tang's influence factor on Li Shangjin is less than 30%, why do you still want to? The system is suspicious, and the side effect of Li Shangjin's 42% depression value has been transferred to Su Qingsu. The system is not well informed and has been bound to too few hosts. It does not understand that there is a kind of person in this world called Yandra. Why is Uncle Li silent? Su Qingsu held Li Shangjin's hand tighter and tighter, and said in a cheerful voice with a sinister tone, I can do it, and Uncle Li should do it too. The little fox bared his teeth in displeasure, but Li Shangjin felt much better because of Su Qingsu's words. He raised his hand and pinched his chin. Really? Qingsu can really do it? Su Qingsu was able to avoid looking at others, but Li Shangjin also knew that this kind of thing could not be solved by one person. Su Qingsu was beautiful, and her indifferent demeanor had a bit of innocence that made people want to blaspheme. Just stopping to look at her would make people want to spy on her. Even after repeated instructions, some people's eyes were still attracted. Li Shangjin had avoided many of them, but he was still unhappy. This was a treasure he had discovered, and he was unwilling to share it with others, and he could not share it. Carrying a pile of clothes and accessories, and there is probably a whole truck of other things delivered to her door. Su Qingsu feels that she can wear different clothes this year. Su Qingsu had dinner in a private room of a restaurant outside. After taking 2 bites, she found that the taste was just average. The name of the dish was fancy, and the price tag told you that it was flashy and expensive, but not worth it. Su Qingsu felt that anything she made herself tasted better, even though she hadn't cooked much in the past few years. With this idea in mind, Su Qingsu wanted to try it. Uncle Tian spent Sunday in fear. Watching Su Qingsu heat up the oil in the wok, he was afraid that the splashing hot oil would burn Su Qingsu's clean hands. How could this young master, who has never done housework, be so obsessed with cooking? Li Shangjin was exercising in the morning. When he came out, he found out that the lunch was not made by Uncle Tian, but by Su Qingsu. Uncle Tian was already planning to make another portion, and he had secretly prepared some more ingredients when Su Qingsu came to him. When Li Shangjin picked up the chopsticks, he observed Su Qingsu's hand for a while. Uncle Li, please try it. Su Qingsu pushed the most attractive dish in front of Li Shangjin. Under Su Qingsu's gaze, and Uncle Tian's unwillingness to watch, Li Shangjin picked up a chopstick and began to eat calmly. Su Qingsu had noticed a long time ago that Li Shangjin was very polite when eating. although this was definitely the result of being forced to train in that oppressive family. Cruel and elegant. Not bad. Su Ching-su was happy and Uncle Tian was surprised. Seeing that the two had already started eating, Uncle Tian suddenly wondered if he was going to lose his job and enter old age early. Uncle Tian, who had already begun to imagine which square dance near the community would be most suitable for him, suddenly heard Li Shangjin talking, and his later years of life were cut short again. Next time, just ask Uncle Tian to cook whatever you want to eat. If you really want to cook, don't do it all by yourself at once. Li Shangjin hoped that Su Ching-su would not do it, but if this was his hobby, he would not stop him, but just hoped that he would not be too tired. If she hadn't tasted it herself, Su Ching-su would have thought that Li Shangjin was just coaxing her. Host. Li Shangjin's eyes stayed on your hand for 3.07 seconds. Su Ching-su looked down at her hands, which were splashed with oil, and then she rinsed and rubbed off the red marks left by the grease. He curved his eyebrows and nodded obediently. I understand, Uncle Li. Although Su Ching-su said this with a smile, Li Shangjin could also feel that he was not angry, but since the little fox was too cunning and his acting skills were sometimes superb, Li Shangjin knocked on the door. Come in, Uncle Li. Su Ching-su could tell the difference between Li Shangjin's knocking and others. The former was steady and regular, with just the right amount of force. Su Ching-su was sitting on the floor building her own castle. Li Shangjin stared at the floor. The temperature in the room was a little low due to the air conditioning. Because it was summer, the carpets in the guest rooms were taken away to facilitate cleaning. I neglected to mention that there was a little fox who liked to sit on the ground. Get up, the ground is cold. Li Shangjin bent down to help Su Ching-su up, but when she felt the temperature of his hand, her brows furrowed, which was almost lower than the temperature of the air conditioner. It's okay, no? Su Ching-su was picked up horizontally by Li Shangjin and placed on the bed with her hands still hooked around Li Shangjin's neck. Li Shangjin was pushed down, but Su Ching-su did not let go. She was so frightened that she did not react at first, but now she raised her leg and pressed her knee against Li Shangjin's crotch. Li Shangjin quickly grabbed the hand that was clinging to his neck like a snake, and with the other hand pressed down the provocative legs, frowning. Su Ching-su. I'm here, Uncle Li. Su Ching-su leaned forward and gently rubbed her face against Li Shangjin's. The cold temperature could not reduce the heat on Li Shangjin's face. Uncle Li hugged me first, and Su Ching-su's beautiful long eyelashes fluttered, and she lowered her eyes, saying in a playful tone, Uncle Li, you're hard again. Nonsense. If he still doesn't feel anything after being pushed like that, then the rumor that Li Shangjin is sexually frigid must be confirmed. Su Ching-su stretched out her hand and tried to move downwards, but was grabbed tightly by Li Shangjin, who pressed her down and shackled her over her head. Who taught you these things? No one. I just wanted to follow Uncle Li. Li Shangjin blocked the words that were about to come out of his mouth with his hand. Su Ching-su, who had freed herself from the restraints with one hand, attacked persistently, licking the base of her fingers with the tip of her tongue, causing Li Shangjin's hand to tremble slightly. Uncle Li, let me help you. Su Ching-su's voice was charming and enchanting, just like a fox spirit. She was about to smile, thinking that Li Shangjin finally couldn't control himself anymore. The next second, Li Shangjin got up from Su Ching-su. Go to bed early. There was nothing in the room. Once Li Shangjin let Su Ching-su take action, he would definitely lose his self-control. If he didn't do it to the end, there would be no way to end it. This might be what Su Ching-su wanted, but Li Shangjin was unwilling to act recklessly without any measures. What he least wanted was to hurt Su Ching-su's body. Candy? Su Ching-su called the system in his mind. When Su Ching-su thought the system was still blocking and got up to go to the bathroom. Just blocked? It's done so quickly? The system came back. No, Li Shangjin was thinking about something and didn't start at all. Su Ching-su went into the bathroom. I'm going to do something that will get you blocked. Are you going to stand by? Understood. The system went to chat with the previous host. If Su Ching-su knew that Li Shangjin was just thinking about what he didn't need at that time, then the next night, she would definitely prepare everything, wash herself clean and smell good, and go to Li Shangjin's bed. I was dreaming. Now it can't be called a nightmare, but it wasn't a good dream either. It was some fragments of my childhood. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door, but it wasn't Li Shangjin. Who? In addition to the servants who kept changing, Su Qingsu could distinguish the knocks of Li Shangjin, the old housekeeper, and Uncle Tian. Mr. Su, Master Li asked us to add a carpet to your room. Come in. Last night, Li Shangjin went out, and Su Qingsu was busy relieving his desires and forgot to lock the door. Last time, Li Shangjin also stuffed her into the quilt. She took a shower and lay on the bed, and she also didn't lock the door. Su Qingsu sighed, thinking that she was too relaxed. I never dared to imagine that when I was a child. I had to sleep in a small room in the middle of the night and be afraid of my adoptive parents suddenly quarreling and going crazy. If one of them was unhappy, they would pull me out and beat me up. I would rather lock myself up and get scolded the next day than get beaten at night and be unable to sleep due to the pain. The next day, there was an extra carpet in Su Qingsu's room. It was apricot yellow, furry, and soft to step on. How could Su Qingsu not be moved by Li Shangjin like this? When I went downstairs to have breakfast, I didn't see Li Shangjin. Uncle Tian was cleaning up in the kitchen. Su Qingsu was about to ask him something, but the old housekeeper, who was not far away, saw me and asked me, "Young Master Su, are you looking for me?" Yes. Su Qingsu turned his eyes to the old housekeeper. The young master usually works out in the gym on the 4th floor at this time. Su Qingsu went upstairs to find Li Shangjin, her mind full of thoughts. If she exercised, she would be able to see Li Shangjin's toned body, his chest muscles that looked easy to squeeze, and give me back my original image of a cool, pure, and beautiful woman. The system was almost blocked because it received Su Qingsu's thoughts that were gradually crossing the line. So this is how I look like in your mind. Unfortunately, after opening the door, I saw Li Shangjin lying on the fitness equipment, dressed neatly. When Li Shangjin noticed Su Qingsu, he was still staring at his powerful calves, which were muscular and well-defined because of running. Qingsu? Uncle Li, I just didn't see you. So I came to look for you. Su Qingsu casually pulled a cushion and sat cross-legged, looking at Li Shangjin. Li Shangjin glanced at Su Qingsu twice, and the treadmill gradually slowed down. Su Qingsu looked at Li Shangjin, who was approaching her, and smiled. Can I look, Uncle Li? Are you in a bad mood? Li Shangjin squatted down and met Su Qingsu's eyes. Li Shangjin was really perceptive. Su Qingsu shook her head, but reached out and hooked the other's hand that was hanging on her knees. I had a nightmare, but I'm fine now. To him, that is already a thing of the past. Su Qingsu suddenly remembered the system's explanation of the meaning of the word acting like a spoiled child. Taking advantage of being loved and acting like a spoiled child. Or, Uncle Li, give me a kiss and I. Su Qingsu said with a smile, seeing that Li Shangjin still looked a little worried. His forehead was touched softly, and Li Shangjin's voice was low but gentle. Would you like to exercise together? Su Qingsu shook her head more firmly and quickly this time. No, I just ate enough. Exercise? It's impossible in this life. It's more tormenting than looking at Li Shangjin's perfect body and not being able to touch it. The system looked at Su Qingsu's focused expression in the interface and smacked its lips. I'm afraid I'll be automatically blocked again. There's a long way to go, but I want to do it. But I'm stuck here. The most Li Shangjin can do is kiss. Su Qingsu thought about last night. Oh, no. Pressing his chest, it seemed to be even bigger, and he let Li Shangjin run away before he could react. You didn't even succeed in bed, let alone the gym. You dare to think more than me? Me? The system felt helpless, as if it was being blamed and had no way to defend itself. After teasing Li Shangjin for a few days, the place he kissed the most was still his forehead a few days ago. After Su Qingsu finished building a Lego building block, she placed it on the cabinet, a small castle in the dense forest, with a retro style. She opened a new box, still a house type, and planned to continue building and assembling it in a few days. Li Shangjin went to work. The morning sun was still gentle. Su Qingsu sat in the backyard garden, eating watermelon and reading newly bought books. There was a tree in the yard, but Su Qingsu couldn't tell what kind it was, so she didn't think much about it. It was cooler under the tree, so Su Qingsu put down her book and went under it. The spreading tree roots, some of which are dormant underground, and some of which protrude from the surface, with a group of ants crawling on them. Su Qingsu squatted down and watched for a while, and found that there was an endless stream of ants climbing the tree, and she didn't know where they were going to climb to on the tree. When ants encounter him, they will avoid this huge monster. It is really amazing. Su Qingsu's physique is not considered strong among men, but in front of the ants, he is a monster. Su Qingsu went back to the kitchen and took out a piece of bread, tore off a small piece, and watched them carry it. Su Qingsu, who was squatting, was covered by half-high flowers and plants, which well confirmed her idea of feeling cool at that time. The system was infected by the tranquil atmosphere at this moment, and Su Qingsu's usual liveliness also cooled down at this moment, becoming peaceful and beautiful. Su Qingsu's legs were numb from squatting, and when she was about to stand up, she felt water falling on her body and face from all directions. Is it raining? Su Qingsu heard a cry of surprise when she stood up. Master Su, I didn't know you were here. The person who was managing the park was anxious to turn off the switch, but he was too panicked and turned up the sprinkler even more. It was just a few sprinkles of water, but now, Su Qingsu has become a little fox in the water. Su Qingsu avoided the spraying area, shook her head, water splashed, raised her hand to push her already soaked hair back. No need to turn it off, it's all wet anyway. Su Qingsu glanced at the group of ants in the vortex. I got up and went into the house, preparing to go upstairs to change clothes. On the way, he was seen by the old housekeeper. His usually indifferent expression suddenly became a little flustered. Young master, what happened to you? I was sprayed with water in the yard. Su Qingsu lowered her head and glanced at the hem of her clothes that were still dripping with water. The floor is wet. I'll have to trouble the old housekeeper to ask someone to clean it up. What are you talking about, young master? This is what we should do. The old housekeeper heard Su Qingsu sneeze and quickened his speech. Young master, you'd better go upstairs quickly, take a hot bath, and change your clothes. Okay. How could it be possible to take a hot bath in the middle of summer? Su Qingsu went upstairs, washed her hair, changed her clothes, and was wiping her hair well with a towel when she saw a message from Li Shangjin. Li Shangjin, no need to send food over for lunch today, you have to eat on time. Su Qingsu was puzzled and thought that she had made some mistake and that these few days were wasted. Candy, what happened to Li Shangjin's UU value? Did it increase? No, it has decreased by 1% in the past few days. The current UU value is 41%. Seeing that Li Shangjin's depression value was indeed decreasing and showed no sign of rising, Su Qingsu found it even more strange. Su Qingsu's thoughts were interrupted until there was a knock on the door. Old housekeeper, you are looking for me. Su Qingsu opened the door and saw the old housekeeper standing at the door. She noticed a sliver of white behind the old housekeeper. Who is this? Doctor, come and check on the young master. As the old housekeeper spoke, the doctor who had just met a few days ago came forward to greet him with a kind smile. My fever went down a few days ago. Do I need a follow-up visit? Su Qingsu always felt that something was strange. She glanced at the old housekeeper, who avoided eye contact with Su Qingsu. It can't be that, because I just got a little water on me. Su Qingsu paused when she said this. Old housekeeper, have you told Uncle Li? Young Master Li happened to call and asked, so I told him. The old housekeeper lowered his head. It was indeed Li Shangjin who called first. The old housekeeper had just said goodbye to Su Qingsu in the living room and was about to return to his room when he heard the phone ringing. Basically, the people who would make this call are either Master Li, his parents, or business partners. Where's Qingsu? Why can't I get through? Li Shangjin on the other end of the phone called Su Qingsu once, thinking of telling him that there was no need to send him food at noon today. The young master may be in the bathroom washing up now. Hearing the old housekeeper's reply, Li Shangjin frowned and didn't quite understand. What's going on? So early in the morning? The old housekeeper told Li Shangjin everything about how Su Qingsu was sprayed with water from the backyard. Got it? Tell him to have a good rest today, and he doesn't need to come over to deliver lunch. The old butler was originally going upstairs to say something to Su Qingsu, but was called away by a servant not far away and came back after being busy for a while. By then, the doctor had already arrived at the door. When he saw the doctor, the old housekeeper was also a little confused. Just like that, Su Qingsu heard from the old housekeeper what the doctor said when he just came in, and then she knew what was going on. It was Li Shangjin who arranged for him to come here. Uncle Li, he's really cute. Su Qingsu laughed and said embarrassedly, "Thank you for making this trip. I'm fine. It's okay. I'll pay for it." The doctor was also humorous. At this moment, Su Qingsu felt that something was wrong with his heart. After sending the doctor away, Su Qingsu turned around and heard the old housekeeper tell him the information in the message sent to him by Li Shangjin. Master Li said that the young master does not need to deliver lunch today, so that you can have a good rest. Li Shangjin cared about him more than Su Qingsu thought. He couldn't wait to see Li Shangjin. News? What news? He didn't know. He didn't see it. Did the old housekeeper say anything? No. At noon, Su Qingsu still planned to continue to bring food to Li Shangjin. He could imagine that when Li Shangjin saw him, he must have frowned slightly and asked him, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to have a good rest?" At that time, as long as he said a few words as usual, Li Shangjin would probably think that he was just acting like a spoiled child. Su Qingsu was happily preparing to pack her food in a lunchbox when she heard the system's voice. "Host, you don't have to deliver lunch to Li Shangjin. Why are you stopping me to?" Asking, he found out that Li Shangjin was not in the company at the moment. He went to the restaurant. With whom? Su Qingsu looked at the table with one or two dishes and had no appetite, but Uncle Tian was still busy inside, so he didn't think too much. But he wanted to leave now, so he pressed the system in a bad tone. The system shuddered. How could it have thought that this host was aloof and easy to get along with? Chu Wanwan, the daughter of the Chu family, and Li Yiping, the son of the Li family, are discussing a big deal. In the original novel, all parties were fighting for the big order, fighting overtly and covertly, and forming cliques to get it. The Chu family and the Li family alone were not enough to get this big order. Therefore, Li Yiping of the Li family was eager to seek Li Shangjin's help as soon as he heard the news. However, he was worried that if he told Li Shangjin, he would take all the money directly. Li Shangjin had the ability to do so. Therefore, Li Yiping asked Chu Wanwan, who had known Li Shangjin since childhood and whose parents had a very good relationship with him, to join him in trying to get a piece of the pie together. Only if Li Shangjin takes action can the two families get a share of the pie. Having Li Shangjin bear the brunt of the burden not only deepens their friendship, but also makes them owe him a small favor. Li Shangjin also benefits, as businessmen do not do anything without profit. Chu Wanwan is the pillar that holds up the Chu family from going downhill. When she and Li Shangjin were children, their parents had a verbal engagement. But Su Qingsu didn't know why they hadn't gotten married yet, or brought up the verbal engagement again. He had always assumed that it was Li Shangjin who unilaterally rejected her, as he had Tang Tang as his white moonlight in his heart. Of course, it is also possible that Li Shangjin's father made the choice based on profit. The current Chu family can no longer be compared with the Chu family of the past, let alone be compared with Li Shangjin's current development. Li Haizhong hopes that Li Shangjin will come back to take over the management of his own company, or at worst take his own company with him. As for Li Yiping, the Li family relies on him. Li Yiping and Li Shangjin were college classmates. Li Yiping is profit-oriented and shrewd, and has cooperated with Li Shangjin many times. He would tease Li Shangjin, and the two of them looked like good friends, but he was one of the people who eventually betrayed Li Shangjin and stabbed Li Shangjin's company, which was going downhill, to grab a piece of meat. When Su Qingsu thought of this, he tightened his hands on the table. This guy made him more angry than the one who had a so-called verbal engagement. Address. Host, what do you want to do? I remember that in the original novel, Tang Tang worked there and played the piano. In the original novel, Tang Tang worked there and played the piano. When he was leaving, he was harassed by a lecher. Li Shangjin happened to come out to rescue him. There really was such a scene. The system sent the address to Su Qingsu. When Su Qingsu stood up, he said coldly, "What were you worried about?" "Nothing." The system was shocked by Su Qingsu's hearing and sensitivity. He had indeed overthought. Looking at the strength of Su Qingsu's fist, how could he not worry that he would skin Li Yiping alive in the next second? After all, the system believed that Su Qingsu was capable of doing such a thing. When Su Qingsu arrived at his destination, he did not let the system tell him the location of Li Shangjin's box. He had not even thought of a reason to come here, let alone find Li Shangjin's box. Beautiful and melodious piano music was played slowly. Next to the white piano sat a quiet young man in a white suit. He had an elegant temperament, a pair of big eyes on his palm-sized face, a slight smile on the corners of his mouth, and a dimple appeared, which broke the feeling just created and made him look a little cute. His small but slender hands fell on the black and white keys again and again. Su Chingsu was sitting not far away, watching. Was that the money grubber in the original novel, the one with a frivolous smile on his face, as if no mocking words could shake his love for money? At first glance, it's hard to match the original book's description of him and Lung Chin's relationship, which was cute and playful, sensible and well-behaved. But because of this, it can be more prominent that Tang Tang was once rich and received good guidance, and this piano sound is the best proof. Seeing that the time had come and the last song had ended, a new person would take over. Tang Tang stood up, bowed to all the guests present without being humble or arrogant, and turned around to leave. When Tang Tang stood up to leave, two other people also stood up. One is the cannon fodder boss who had evil thoughts towards Tang Tang in the original novel, and the other is Su Chingsu who has targeted a suspicious person. Su Chingsu picked up the half-drunk red wine on the table, quickly blocked the man's way, and tried the same trick again, but his hand slipped again. He wiped his face with his rough hands, and the beautiful woman he wanted was long gone. His eyes were wide open, and his nostrils were doubled in size due to anger. He thought it was some blind waiter, and was about to yell, "You didn't?" "Sorry, my hand slipped." Su Chingsu heaved a sigh of relief when Tang Tang left. The incident was over, and there was no apology in his tone. "No, it's okay," The fat boss licked his lips, as if he had found a new prey. "Oh, okay." Since the other party said that everything was fine, he didn't leave, and stayed to be caught by Li Shangjin and asked what he was doing here. It would be fine to meet him at any intersection, but it didn't seem right to meet him directly in the store. After all, Uncle Tian had already prepared the food. Using the excuse of looking for Li Shangjin and saying that he got the address from the assistant might implicate innocent people. "Hey, little beauty, are you planning to leave now?" The boss blocked Su Chingsu's way. Su Chingsu slightly raised her head, with a disdainful look and a hint of impatience. "Didn't you say it was okay? You were planning to leave just after I said it was okay. Do you know how much this suit cost?" The boss acted like it was worth 2,500,000. Su Chingsu asked the other party directly, "How much compensation do you need? Solve it as soon as possible, otherwise Li Shangjin will come out and see him. He will definitely ask why he is here. I see you are still young. Just accompany me to the place and change clothes." The boss's purpose began to be exposed. Su Chingsu picked up his phone and checked the time. It had been at least an hour since he got here, including the journey. He estimated that Li Shangjin would be out soon. "You tell me the amount, give me the card number, and I'll transfer it directly." The boss was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. "Do you really think I care about your little money? I've run away, and I think you're pretty good. You don't have to pay me any money, just keep me company." The other party's prey ran away, so he was not willing to give up and demanded compensation from Su Chingsu. Su Chingsu clenched the wine glass in his hand and glanced at the scattered people. There were not many spectators, and some of them didn't care about the situation here at all. He really wanted to smash the wine glass and stab the man in the eyes. Su Chingsu had seen a lot of dirty eyes in the world. A hand that Su Chingsu thought was greasy reached out to grab Su Chingsu, and the phone was thrown out in the struggle. "Hey, what's going on?" Three people dressed neatly and beautifully stood in the corridor. The one who spoke was thin, and his height was about the same as Li Shangjin, but his face was not as good as Li Shangjin's. He was too thin, and his cheeks were slightly sunken, but it was not obvious. The man was Li Yiping, who wore a pair of gold-framed glasses and noticed the situation on Su Chingsu's side with his sharp eyes. The person being harassed had a delicate appearance. Her eyebrows and eyes were filled with a cold stubbornness, and her thin lips opened and closed. Even if she was cursing, it was pleasing to the eye. "She is a rare beauty, just looking at her," he exclaimed. It was not uncommon for such a little white flower to be harassed by the rich and powerful, and he was not afraid to offend the other party. So it would be nice to go forward and sell his face and win the favor of the little beauty. Li Yiping was thinking, and then he saw Li Shangjin walking over. Feeling surprised, he turned his head and met the gaze of Chu Wanwan, who was slim, with long black hair, an apricot dress, and looked particularly dignified. After all, Li Shangjin had never been interested in such things. However, Chu Wanwan is only dignified in appearance. Although she looks quiet and lovely, her personality is not. After all, she is the eldest sister among the younger generations of the Chu family. Her father is old and recuperating in the hospital. She is the only one who supports him. She is not as emotional as Li Yiping, whose face shows all his emotions. The two followed Li Shangjin, full of curiosity. Li Shangjin saw Su Qingsu's figure from afar. From the initial surprise, his face instantly turned gloomy when he saw her break free from the boss's dishonest hand. When he got closer and saw the wine stains on the other person, he couldn't help but think of the reason why Su Qingsu splashed wine on others at the last banquet. He thought it was similar for this person. Uncle Li. Su Qingsu's originally high anger was extinguished after Li Shangjin arrived. He held the wine glass in his hand with a little panic. Li, President Li. The boss obviously knew and recognized Li Shangjin and exclaimed. Li Shangjin pulled Su Qingsu's hand, took away his wine glass, took out a silk handkerchief and wiped his hands, whether it was because he had been grabbed by that man or because a few drops of wine had splashed on them. Su Qingsu pursed her lips, her heart filled with the grievance of a child being bullied and the parents coming to her for support, but she hadn't said a word yet. Li Shangjin asked him, "Why are you here?" As expected, I knew Li Shangjin would ask. "I'm in trouble." Su Qingsu lowered his head and let Li Shangjin wipe his hands. "I saw it." Li Shangjin's tone was light, so calm that it seemed like it was just a commonplace thing, not worth mentioning at all. Su Qingsu's restless heart also calmed down at this moment. Their conversation and actions, which seemed too oblivious to the people around them, had a great impact on the other three people present. Li Yiping was glad that he did not steal the credit 1 second ago. The next second he thought about what he had just said and swallowed silently. It seemed that he had spoken frivolously to someone who should not be frivolous. Chu Wanwan knew Li Shangjin when they were children, although they didn't keep in touch much after growing up. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mentioned the childhood marriage that seemed like a joke. But she was still someone who could contact Li Shangjin. It was the first time she saw Li Shangjin with such an expression and such gentle movements. The boss who was splashed with wine was the first to react. The person in front of him must have a close relationship with Li Shangjin. He hurriedly explained, "Mr. Li, look, I really didn't know this person was your man. If this young master had told me earlier, I wouldn't have to make things so difficult for him. It's all a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding." Haha. The boss smiled apologetically, but Su Qingsu refused to give him face and questioned him. "That's not what you just said. You don't even want compensation. You just want me to compensate people." Before the last few words were uttered, the man was frightened and repeatedly stopped Su Qingsu from speaking. No, no, no. This gentleman is too kind. I really didn't know that you, Mr. Li, knew this gentleman. Not to mention that you have been entangled with him for so long. You don't even want him to pay you back. Blame me. It's my own fault for not watching the road carefully." Li Shangjin said nothing, his expression indifferent. He just held the handkerchief he had used to wipe Su Qingsu in his hand. The boss looked at the other two people who came with Li Shangjin. He also knew them, from the Li family and the Chu family. He even hoped that one of them would be kind enough to let them go. Li Yiping only meddles in other people's affairs for his own selfish desires. Now the fire is about to burn himself, let alone saving others. He is like a clay Buddha crossing the river and cannot save himself. When Chu Wanwan saw Su Qingsu arguing with the boss, her features softened unconsciously, and she sighed that it would be great if her weak brother could be half as good as the man in front of her. Chu Wanwan shook her head and decided not to think about it. Her younger brother didn't even dare to go out and cause trouble, let alone talk back at others. He was always bullied. She didn't know how he developed this kind of character. She had long hated this kind of atmosphere in the circle, and when she encountered it, let alone help, it was good enough that she didn't break her high heels. Especially since she had a younger brother at home, she couldn't help but make the same connection, and was worried that if she wasn't careful, he would also encounter this kind of situation. Su Qingsu now has Li Shangjin by her side. If she had met him in Tang Tang in the original novel, she would not have been able to escape so quickly. Although Li Shangjin would come to rescue her later, The fear and helplessness at that time still existed, and the shadow left behind could not be erased for a long time. Should I pay the compensation or not? Su Qingsu had a malicious smile on her lips. It would not be good to make Li Shangjin owe her a favor for no reason. Su Qingsu held the hand that had just been held and wiped by Li Shangjin and rubbed it. However, this small action caused Li Shangjin to misunderstand. Hand hurts? Su Qingsu shook her head and said nothing. The boss was so disappointed that he could even imagine which hand was going to be lost. His legs were shaking. He looked at Li Shangjin's face and said repeatedly, No, it's not worth much. It's my fault for disturbing this young master. I'm really sorry. He apologized, put on his grease and ran away. If I had known earlier, I should have followed him and found a place without surveillance and crushed his eyes with the glass shards. But if I leave, it's hard to say whether I can run into Li Shangjin. And the first time I took the initiative to hold hands, I'll lose it. This is wiping hands. The system ruthlessly exposes it. It won't be the case later. Su Qingsu hooked Li Shangjin's fingers with hers. Although Li Shangjin was in a bad mood, he still lowered his eyes to look at his wrapped hand, then raised his eyes to meet Su Qingsu's gaze. Su Qingsu was about to thank him when Li Yiping spoke up. Brotherly, could you please introduce me to this person? Li Yiping's tone was teasing, but he was just pretending to be relaxed. He was afraid that Li Shangjin really had some shameful relationship with this beauty. He just acted out of tune not far away, and it was possible that he had really angered the other party. Now he was just trying to find out the truth. Li Shangjin's eyes were sharp, and the warning was self-evident. The child of our partner. However, Li Shangjin's hand was still held by Su Qingsu, and he had no intention of pulling away. Even if his words could not convince the crowd at all, he would shut them up with one hand. Li Yiping naturally didn't believe it, but he also knew to stop when to stop and jokes should be appropriate. Although Chu Wanwan felt that the scene of wiping hands was a little rare, it was not difficult to understand that it brought in the role of a child. We'll talk about cooperation later. After saying this, Li Shangjin shook Su Qingsu's hand and took him away. Li Yiping's helpless and hurried voice came from behind, with a hint of annoyance. No, why are you talking about it again? Weren't we just talking well? The people had already walked away. Li Yiping's chest was heaving. He was so excited that he was angry, but he couldn't curse. What is this? Even if that person really had some relationship with Li Shangjin, he didn't know it at first. He spoke frivolously and looked disrespectful, and he did such things many times. Now Li Shangjin actually minds it. Chu Wanwan nodded gently to show her politeness and left. Uncle Li. Su Qingsu hadn't eaten yet, but she still followed Li Shangjin's steps. From the store entrance all the way to the parking lot, the only sound heard was Su Qingsu calling Li Shangjin. The car door was quickly opened by the driver who was waiting nearby. After getting into the car, the two men let go of each other's hands, and Li Shangjin had no intention of speaking. Su Qingsu placed one hand on the other hand, which was splashed with wine and was being wiped by Li Shangjin. Su Qingsu turned her head to look at Li Shangjin, and could only see his serious face with a prominent jawline. His expression was even more serious than when they first met. At least Li Shangjin didn't have such a stern face then. How is the UU value? It keeps fluctuating, and the data has not yet been displayed. It hasn't been displayed yet, so it's still the original value for now. The atmosphere in the back seat was too depressing and weird, so the driver silently raised the baffle. As the emotion rose, Su Qingsu lowered her head. Li Shangjin was mostly angry at the moment, and his depression value had not changed for the time being. After the baffle was completely blocked, Li Shangjin's profile was no longer visible in profile. His eyes, which had been stuffy at the beginning, gradually became filled with melancholy and worry. No matter what expression Su Qingsu has, whether she is quiet, lively when talking, or like a little fox when deliberately teasing people, she is very beautiful and attracts the attention of many people, including Li Shangjin. What should he do with him? Depression value increased by 2%. Current depression value is 43%. When Su Qingsu turned to look, Li Shangjin had already lowered his eyes and was about to look away. Su Qingsu mistakenly thought that Li Shangjin was still looking at her hand. My hand really doesn't hurt, Uncle Li. Su Qingsu was thinking about what made Li Shangjin angry. He could think that being entangled would definitely make him unhappy, but was it because he was causing trouble for him, or was there a hint of jealousy? If Su Qingsu didn't emphasize it, Li Shangjin might remain silent all the way and be able to force himself not to think about what just happened when he returned. When Li Shangjin took her hand, Su Qingsu thought she saw hope to speak. Uncle Li. No, Li Shangjin still didn't say a word. He just held one hand under Su Qingsu's hand and stroked his wrist and back of his hand with the other. At first, he just stroked gently. Su Qingsu's heart trembled. She moved a little closer to Li Shangjin and called out again, Uncle Li, it was so scary just now. Fortunately, you were here. The little fox was acting cute. How could Li Shangjin not see whether he was afraid or not? There were traces of scratching on it. So Li Shangjin used a little more force when wiping Su Qingsu's hands. Unfortunately, Su Qingsu didn't even make a sound, so he stopped. Now seeing that the mark had basically disappeared, Li Shangjin became angry again. He tightened his hold on Su Qingsu's wrist, then covered it up, trying to erase it, just like the boss's company that was about to be wiped out. The weather is cold and the king is broken. A certain company is about to go bankrupt. Now Su Qingsu is sure that Li Shangjin is jealous. She was worried that she was being too sentimental, but when she saw Li Shangjin rubbing his hands, she felt a little bit amorous. Su Qingsu's ears turned slightly red, and he subconsciously clenched his hands, his fingertips scratching the palm of Li Shangjin's hand below him. Li Shangjin looked up at him and stopped what he was doing. Su Qingsu noticed his gaze and looked straight at Li Shangjin with eyes full of joy. Li Shangjin took his hand back, and Su Qingsu's smile froze. Why didn't he touch her again? Li. Su Qingsu opened her mouth to say a word, and saw Li Shangjin close his eyes, clench his fists slightly on his legs, and lean back against the back of the chair. Sometimes, Su Qingsu felt that Li Shangjin knew how to tease people better than he did. Just 1 second, she was holding his hand, massaging it non-stop to put it nicely, or to put it impolitely, she was being a hooligan. The next second, she shook his hand off and closed her eyes to rest. Li Shangjin was not feeling well either. If he didn't let go, Su Qingsu's few light tickles would probably arouse his feelings. This was probably the natural ability of the little fox. He almost wanted to tightly restrain Su Qingsu's hands, pin him down on the seat, and kiss him thoroughly to leave a mark. A small episode. It was not until they arrived at the villa that Su Qingsu suddenly realized that Li Shangjin really had not spoken to him along the way, but his depression value was secretly rising behind his back. It has been said for a long time that Li Shangjin is awkward and restrained. Looking at the food on the table, my stomach growled twice, indicating that it was hungry. Li Shangjin noticed Uncle Tian sitting on a small stool staring at the dishes in worry, and was about to ask Uncle Tian to make it again. Uncle Tian, make another table. Uncle Tian always buys more vegetables, basically enough for the evening. Uncle Tian saw that the two of them came together, and he stood up immediately, holding a piece of cloth in his hand to wipe his hands. Hey, good. Su Qingsu shook her head. No, the food is still warm and can be eaten. Su Qingsu touched the lower body and felt the temperature. But in Li Shangjin's eyes, Su Qingsu's health was not good, so cold and stale food should not be given to Su Qingsu. Uncle Tian looked at Li Shangjin for advice. When he saw Li Shangjin frowning and not saying anything, he knew what he meant. He turned around and was about to persuade Su Qingsu when he found out Su Qingsu picked up the chopsticks and stuffed it into her mouth, chewed a few times and swallowed it. It's edible, not a waste. Besides, Uncle Tian cooked a large table of food, and he left without saying a word, so he told him not to cook the rest. It's up to you. This agreement was not very willing, and it was also a bit angry. Li Shangjin went upstairs, and the system's voice sounded at the same time. Warning. Warning. The depression value continues to rise. 1%. The depression value finally counted 47%. Su Qingsu was puzzled. Didn't they let Li Shangjin see Tang Tang being bullied? Why did it rise? Host. The UU value is multifaceted. Please don't limit it to one person. The system's words did give Su Qingsu a warning. He was indeed a little too concerned about the influence of Tang Tang on Li Shangjin in the original novel. In fact, there were many factors that influenced the later development. After eating, Su Qingsu went upstairs to his room. The system looked at the interface and felt that Su Chingsu was in a bad mood. Just as it was about to ask him, it saw him walk to the unfinished Lego blocks on the table. It originally thought that he was going to continue building and calm down. Unexpectedly, the system watched Su Chingsu sit down, and its beautiful and slender fingers just stroked it at first, from top to bottom, very gently. Suddenly, the index finger pushed it, and it fell down with a bang, scattering all over the table. The system didn't dare to speak. It felt something was wrong. This atmosphere, this behavior. It felt that it needed to seek help from its predecessors. It was really worried that the host would do something that would affect this interface. It's only the second mission, don't make it too much of a fuss. Candy. Here. Here. The system feels a sense of guilt as if it was caught running away. You say, wouldn't it be more convenient to just lock up Li Shangjin? Su Chingsu's voice sounded leisurely, and he didn't sound like he was joking. The system tried desperately to deny it, but finally realized that it hadn't made any sound, so it kept saying, it's inconvenient. Host, please think twice before you act. This situation has never happened before, and I don't know how the seniors dealt with it. The system searched frantically, and the laws and morals of the world. The system felt that none of these could restrain Su Chingsu in front of it. Host, it is better not to carry out this dangerous behavior for now. The uncertainty factor is too high, and it is very likely that Li Shangjin's depression value will rise sharply during his imprisonment. What the system said was something Su Chingsu had considered, and was also what he was worried about. No one likes someone so much that they are willing to be imprisoned by that person. Even if Su Chingsu is willing, Li Shangjin may not agree. Su Chingsu was holding a small piece of Lego brick in her hand, which pricked her palm and hurt herself. She couldn't think too much about it, or she would lose control and do something to hurt Li Shangjin. Why can't such a good Uncle Li belong to him alone? Su Chingsu leaned on the bed, folded her hands, felt the places touched by Li Shangjin with her fingertips, and whispered, like a long dormant beast roaring, Li Shangjin, don't even think about seeing him. You can only belong to me. Su Chingsu took the book from the table and read only a few pages. All she could think about was Li Shangjin, so she simply covered her face with the open book. A quiet room, Li Shangjin's too. Rejecting Su Chingsu and watching him go to someone else, Li Shangjin knew deep down that he could not accept this result at all. Just today, watching him being entangled and coveted by others, he was already annoyed, and the possessive desire that was raging wildly in his heart kept surging out. Chingsu, what should I do with you? In the afternoon, Li Shangjin did not go to work directly. He could not calm down. In addition to the cold rice that Su Chingsu had eaten at noon, he was also harassed and coveted by others in the restaurant. The jealous and crazy thoughts made him feel helpless for a moment. Otherwise, he would not have been silent all the way in the car. Su Chingsu heard the noise downstairs and looked at the time. It was time for dinner. When going out, Su Chingsu glanced in the direction of Li Shangjin's room, then lowered her head and smiled bitterly. What was he doing? Whether Li Shangjin was inside or not, the door must be closed. How could he see a flower? When she was halfway down the stairs, Su Chingsu had already gotten a general idea of the situation downstairs. There was no one sitting on the dining table except for the dishes, and Uncle Tian was still going in and out of the kitchen. After going down a few more steps, I could see the living room clearly. There was no one there, which meant that Li Shangjin was still upstairs and hadn't come down yet. Su Chingsu turned around and called him. Knock knock knock, who? Li Shangjin's voice sounded a little hoarse, and Su Chingsu frowned, but she didn't hear the system report the increase in depression again. Uncle Li, it's me, Chingsu. Uncle Tian has prepared the food. Li Shangjin locked the door, and Su Chingsu raised his hand and leaned on the door, his forehead against it. His back looked a little lonely. You go. I'll be later. Can't we eat the food even if it's cold? Li Shangjin in the room seemed to be still thinking about what happened at noon today. Why does this sound so familiar? Host, you just said something similar at noon today. What I said was that the food is not cold yet and can be eaten. According to what Li Shangjin meant, you plan to wait until the food gets cold before eating, right? Su Chingsu was hypocritical. Eating cold food is bad for your stomach. Then heat it up again. A debate was held on whether rice tasted bad when heated or whether cold rice was bad for the stomach. Host. The depression value increased by 1%, and the current depression value is 48%. If Li Shangjin didn't know about the UU value, Su Qingsu would have thought that Li Shangjin was using it to threaten him. In a rage, he finally threatened Su Qingsu in disguise. If Uncle Li has something to do and doesn't want to eat for the time being, then I won't eat either. I'll eat with Uncle Li later. Without Uncle Li, my appetite. Before he could finish his words, the door opened. Obviously, Li Shangjin failed halfway in making Su Qingsu realize that eating cold rice is not good. Su Qingsu has double standards. Of course he knows it is not good, but he chooses not to waste it, and the food on the table at noon was not cold at all. But in Su Qingsu's understanding, Li Shangjin likes spicy food. So even if he has an iron stomach, it must be normal, and he should pay more attention to it in normal times. Uncle Li. Su Qingsu succeeded and smiled, with gentle eyebrows and eyes, without the expression that the system had just seen in the room with fear, and the system was still frightened. Uncle Li, are you done? Then let's go eat. Su Qingsu grabbed Li Shangjin's hand and led him to the stairs. Now that the door was opened, Li Shangjin knew that he would not turn back. As long as he saw Su Qingsu and smiled, all his efforts would be in vain, and there would be no possibility of struggle at all. When Su Qingsu led him downstairs, Li Shangjin held the hand that he wanted to hold tightly in the car. The corners of his mouth slightly raised and his expression softened. Uncle Tian came out of the kitchen and saw the two young masters walking downstairs, holding hands. He sighed. The two young masters have a really good relationship. The young master is lively, and young Master Li is also very happy. Hello, Uncle Tian. You have worked hard. Su Qingsu successfully brought Li Shangjin downstairs and was very excited. As you should, young masters, eat first. If there is anything you need to improve, please let me know. There weren't many spicy dishes on the table. Su Qingsu liked spicy food, but not as much as Li Shangjin. Su Qingsu liked sweets, but not as much as Li Shangjin. In the past few days, when he occasionally visited Li Shangjin's room, he would see Li Shangjin holding a candy while working or reading. Uncle Tian, prepare a cup of coffee after dinner. The candy will last a long time. Li Shangjin didn't work the whole afternoon, so he would probably have to work harder in the evening. Coffee? Speaking of this, Su Qingsu remembered that he could come and go freely in Li Shangjin's company. When the front desk saw him, he pointed to the special elevator next to him. Hello, Mr. Su. Are you here to see Mr. Li? Just go up to the special elevator over here. At the company, Li Shangjin seldom drinks coffee, except once or twice, and if he does, he adds a lot of sugar. That was the lethal dose. Su Qingsu understood why Li Shangjin drank less to avoid getting diabetes. But on second thought, Li Shangjin's life might be too bitter, which is why it tastes so strong and sweet. Su Qingsu picked up a few dishes for Li Shangjin, all of which were his favorites, but she also said, Uncle Li, you'd better eat less spicy food and take care of your stomach. Then Su Qingsu got Li Shangjin's question. My stomach is fine, otherwise I would have been admitted to the hospital for gastric ulcer, gastroenteritis, or something like that. Should I say that Li Shangjin has a bad mouth, or curse myself? Isn't it true that 9 out of 10 bosses have bad stomachs? Li Shangjin is not the protagonist in the original novel, and this setting is not mentioned in detail. If it is not written, it may really not exist. So he was the one who added to the drama? Su Qingsu was amused by herself. After finishing her meal, Su Qingsu was about to take out her phone to place an order for some more candy. Where's my phone? Su Qingsu began to look around. The host? It seems it fell on the floor of the restaurant. Li Shangjin was working on the sofa, and he didn't even raise his head when he heard Su Qingsu's words. The restaurant just called. I asked them to send it over tomorrow. Oh, okay. Su Qingsu sat down next to Li Shangjin like a deflated ball. In a hurry? Li Shangjin finally moved his eyes away from the computer and fell on Su Qingsu. Not really. I don't know if I can use it even if I get it back. The main thing is that if I throw it there, what if someone steps on it and the restaurant staff picks it up? Su Qingsu lay down with her head facing Li Shangjin. Li Shangjin just turned his head to glance at her and continued working. Uncle Tian cleaned up the kitchen and handed out the coffee. I want to have a sip, too. Su Qingsu turned over, lay down, and raised her front body. Su Qingsu knelt up, took the coffee from Uncle Tion with both hands, and took a sip. There was a long silence. As a worker, coffee is a must. Su Qingsu has drunk it a lot, but it was the first time he drank such a light and even slightly sweet taste. It's not good. Li Shangjin looked at Su Qingsu's expression, took it, and drank a sip himself. He didn't like it, but he heard that it had some refreshing effect. It's okay, slightly sweet. Su Qingsu had seen Li Shangjin in the company many times before, and the amount of sugar in the coffee was about the same after drinking it once. Seeing Li Shangjin's lips covering hers and drinking, Su Qingsu finally lay back down contentedly. Su Qingsu returned to the room and wanted to continue building Lego blocks to relieve her boredom. Suddenly, the brightness outside the window was swallowed up by darkness. The branches swayed, lightning and thunder flashed, and crackling raindrops hit the window. Su Qingsu walked forward and closed the doors and windows, staring at the lightning in the dark sky outside the window. Host, thinking. Humph. Su Qingsu seemed to have thought of something, sneered, and said in an exaggerated tone, thunder is really scary. The system looked at the interface. Compared with the previous host, this host did not seem to be afraid of thunder. After a quick wash, Su Qingsu put on a loose large shirt and only had time to put on a pair of tight pants. She opened the bathroom door and ran out of the room amid thunder. The sound of slippers dragging on the floor, ta-da-da continued. The footsteps didn't stop until Su Qingsu arrived at Li Shangjin's door. Knock, 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 rapid knocks on the door. To Li Shangjin, who was inside the house, it sounded more like someone knocking on the door. As thunder roared again, Su Qingsu's cry came from outside. Uncle Li, I'm scared. The door was open. Li Shangjin would always lock the door before going to bed, but when he was not resting, he would not lock it because Su Qingsu would just come in without knocking. He was only angry today and needed to calm down, so he locked the door. But now the door is not locked. It's just that Su Qingsu might have called him at noon today, so he thought it was still locked. Li Shangjin heard Su Qingsu's panicked voice and walked over quickly, saying, "The door is not locked." With a click, Su Qingsu opened the door first and threw herself into the arms of Li Shangjin, who had already walked over. Uncle Li. The hands that grabbed Li Shangjin's clothes trembled slightly. Li Shangjin raised his hands, which had not fallen down, and when he looked down in surprise, he found the pitiful and frightened look of the beauty in his arms. He finally held her tighter. He asked softly, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Su Qingsu's mouth curled up, but fortunately, she was buried in Li Shangjin's chest and would not be easily discovered. Host, you look more scared than my last bound rescuer. Even though the system has analyzed and guessed the purpose of Su Qingsu's acting, just take it as a compliment to me. The big hand on her back patted her soothingly, and Su Qingsu pressed herself against Li Shangjin. Li Shangjin paused in his patting, and the touch under her legs was not right. It seemed warmer and more real. Just lowering his eyes, two slender, fair, and well-proportioned white legs suddenly caught his eyes. Li Shangjin tightened his grip on Su Qingsu's waist, then pushed Su Qingsu away from his arms, turned around to find a pair of pants, but found that his clothes were not suitable for Su Qingsu's size. As another thunder roared, the sound of heavy rain poured down. Uncle Li, can I sleep with you tonight? Su Qingsu approached Li Shangjin, grabbed his clothes, and asked with a hint of pleading. Under the air conditioning, heavy rain and cold air caused Su Qingsu to expose too much skin to the outside, and gradually her skin temperature became a little low. Noticing Su Qingsu's body tremble, Li Shangjin, for some unknown reason, moved faster than he thought, bent down and grabbed his wrist, and with his other hand, he lifted Su Qingsu's knees and picked him up. Uncle Li? Su Qingsu subconsciously grabbed the cloth on Li Shangjin's chest because he was suddenly suspended in the air. When she was placed on the soft bed, Su Qingsu's hand was still on the collar of Li Shangjin's chest. If Li Shangjin hadn't patted it twice, signaling her to pull away, Su Qingsu would probably still be attached to it like a small pendant. The quilt covered his thighs, and after Li Shangjin's distracted things disappeared from his sight, he was obviously relieved. Uncle Li? Su Qingsu put her hands on the fluffy quilt, watching Li Shangjin turn around to leave, and quickly grabbed his clothes. Uncle Li. Su Qingsu thought that Li Shangjin was going to give up the room to him, which was no different from him sleeping in his own room. Was his request not approved? Be good, cover your ears. Li Shangjin took Su Qingsu's hand and covered her ears. I don't have earplugs. I'll come out to accompany you after I wash up. Don't be afraid. Su Qingsu's heart trembled and his eyes suddenly shrank. He followed Li Shangjin until he entered the bathroom and the door blocked his sight. The hands that were gently placed on the quilt gradually tightened, making the quilt wrinkled. Su Qingsu laughed out loud. The rain was still falling outside the window, and the glass window was already foggy and full of watermarks. Su Qingsu looked at the beautiful lightning outside the window and murmured, "Thank you so much." When Li Shangjin came out, what caught his eye was Su Qingsu's expression, the same one he had when he first saw her by accident, cold and indifferent, melancholy, yet with a hint of charm, just calmly watching the lightning flashing outside the window. The little fox lied, cunning fox. Su Qingsu turned around and saw that Li Shangjin had come out. She curled up and hugged her knees through the quilt. Uncle Li. As timid as he could be, it was a pity that the little fox missed one thing. Why don't you plug your ears? The thunder is so loud. Li Shangjin came over and cooperated with Su Qingsu, wrapping his ears with his big hands. The sound became smaller, low and numb, with a trace of electric current from the gap, as if affected by the lightning outside, hitting Su Qingsu. In an instant, a string in his brain broke, and everything went blank. Su Qingsu covered Li Shangjin's hands with her hands, tilted her head and rubbed them affectionately. It's good to have Uncle Li. Uncle Li will help me block it, right? Su Qingsu's mouth corners were slightly curved, and her eyes were twinkling with stars and stained with expectation. Well, go to sleep. The bedside lamp on Su Qingsu's side was turned off, but the one on Li Shangjin's side was still on. The sounds of lightning and thunder became less and less, replaced by the sound of raindrops falling and hitting the branches and leaves. Su Qingsu had already laid down, lying on her side facing Li Shangjin, with her two slender, clean hands grabbing the hem of his clothes. Li Shangjin was still leaning against the head of the bed, unable to read a single page or a single word of the book in his hand. The large hand covered Su Qingsu's hair, the thumb stroked it, and then the whole hand touched the back of Su Qingsu's neck. It was a very controlling movement. Even if Su Qingsu woke up, she could not easily break free. However, the little fox is so enthusiastic and proactive. I'm afraid he won't think of struggling to escape. I hope so. Don't let me down, little fox. Li Shangjin was about to put down the book when he heard his beauty mumbling in her sleep. Su Qingsu opened her eyes, still dazed, and looked up slightly to find that Li Shangjin was still awake. Half stood up and got into Li Shangjin's arms. Uncle Li, please look at me. Don't look at this. The little fox rolled around in his arms, blinking its innocent eyes, which made Li Shangjin unable to resist touching it. Su Qingsu's hair pressed down her eyes so that one eye was half closed. Li Shangjin turned around and turned off the light. Go to sleep. Su Qingsu was still pushing towards Li Shangjin's arms. The system was worried that its host was teasing too hard, but unexpectedly, Li Shangjin pressed down Su Qingsu's restless body and pinched his waist. Don't move, go to sleep obediently. Uncle Liu. Su Qingsu felt it, but still pretended to be ignorant and asked. Li Shangjin sighed. The little fox was really different every day. He still teased him a lot. He raised his hand and pressed the furry head into his chest. I know. Be quiet for a while. If you don't want to feel any pain, just sleep well. For a long while, Li Shangjin thought that the soft and fragrant girl in his arms had been well behaved, but he heard a muffled voice with a bit of coquettishness. Don't be afraid of pain. TSK. Li Shangjin held Su Qingsu's waist tightly. Why didn't he prepare something the night before, and now he encountered such a situation again? But even if he had everything, could Li Shangjin really do it before he was completely sure of Su Qingsu's feelings? His Su Qingsu shrank his neck. One side of her ear was bitten twice, and finally Li Shangjin held the earlobe and licked it soothingly. He said hoarsely in Su Qingsu's ear, I don't think it's okay. Li Shangjin's big hand just reached under Su Qingsu's skirt and extended a few steps to her back, which made him tense. Go to sleep. The warmth of the hand was transmitted from her back. Su Qingsu swallowed. Her earlobes turned red. Her face became a little dazed and she panted, shyly burying her head in Li Shangjin's chest. The system always felt that the scene was familiar. It seemed that the two hosts he was bound to had one thing in common. When one of them was very brave, the other would be awkward and shy. Surprisingly, at first glance, his host seems to be quite innocent. They gradually became quiet and closed their eyes and fell asleep. Outside, there was a storm and the night was dark. The morning light shines into the house through the window, and the sunlight falls on the green leaves filled with raindrops. Unable to withstand the gravity, they fall tick-tock. Su Qingsu fluttered her eyelashes and opened her eyes. It was dark in front of her. She thought it was still dark. When she looked closely, she saw that she was holding a dark pillow in her hands. Sitting up lazily, Su Qingsu had thrown the pillow in her hand aside. Li Shangjin was not beside her, so he might have woken up early and went downstairs. "You are not a child. Why are you using a pillow to coax me?" Su Qingsu said to herself, but her eyes were filled with smiles as she glanced at the pillow. "I don't know what time it is. Is Li Shangjin at work now?" Su Qingsu was about to check the time when someone in his mind took the initiative to report to him. It is now 8:07 in the morning. Li Shangjin is already downstairs eating breakfast. Why didn't he call me this time? However, according to his current behavior and schedule, he will definitely not be able to wake up until 8 or 9 o'clock on weekends. His body will automatically enter a shutdown state, which is beyond his control. I can still wake up early a few times from 1 to 5 thanks to my biological clock, but it seems that I am much more relaxed now, and I guess I will break this habit. He called you twice, but you didn't wake up, so he went downstairs. The system omitted the details. Is that so? All right then. The system looked at Su Qingsu, who had already gone into the bathroom to wash up in the interface, and felt that the part he had omitted would not affect anything. At most, it would let its host hear Li Shangjin kiss his forehead and nose before getting up, which would make Li Shangjin happy and arouse his heart a little more. The system felt that it was easy to be blocked, so it was better to leave it as it was. Don't call me if you don't have anything to do. If you call me too much, you know I will change it. When Su Qingsu went downstairs, she saw Li Shangjin holding the home phone in the living room, with a hint of impatience in his cold tone. Who is it? Su Qingsu asked the system directly. Li Shangjin's parents. The system felt that its usefulness was always being used in places it could not imagine. The depression value increased. Uncle Li. Su Qingsu walked downstairs quickly, and a brisk and anxious voice came from behind Li Shangjin. No change. Wake up. Uncle Tian is still in the kitchen. Breakfast is fried dough sticks. If you don't like it, ask him to make you something else. Li Shangjin hung up the phone with a steady tone, and he was not as cold as before when facing Su Qingsu. Food. Su Qingsu handed a candy that she had just picked up when she went downstairs to Li Shangjin. Dessert after dinner. Yeah, thank you, Qingsu. Li Shangjin looked at the outer packaging, and it was exactly the same as the bucket of candy on his bedside table. Did the little fox buy new ones? Or did he take it down when he went downstairs and give it to him specially? While Su Qingsu was eating at the dining table outside the kitchen, her little eyes were still rolling around. She kept looking at Li Shangjin, who was working on the sofa with his head down and a piece of candy in his mouth. The transparent screen in the middle seems to be there and not there. After washing his hands, Su Qingsu threw himself on the sofa. Uncle Li isn't going to work today? Later. No rush. Li Shangjin thought that the person who delivered the phone should be here soon, and he would confirm whether Su Qingsu's phone could be used. If not, he would just bring him a new one after work today. Oh. The change in Su Qingsu's tone was also very obvious, from the initial expectation that Li Shangjin would not have to go to work, to the depression now knowing that he still had to go to work. Li Shangjin stopped typing on the keyboard and was about to look at Su Qingsu when the doorbell rang. The things were brought in by the old housekeeper. Su Qingsu saw that the screen had several cracks, and the operation was not sensitive anymore, and the screen would flicker occasionally. The old butler said, "The person who just delivered it said that we can give the young master a new one." Su Qingsu shook his head. He was too lazy to repair it, and the price was not worth it. But there was no need for the restaurant to compensate for it. The other party was just afraid of Li Shangjin's identity. If possible, he would like to have someone else pay the compensation. Su Qingsu simply decided to take out the card and replace it with a new one. After seeing Su Qingsu turn off the phone, Li Shangjin stood up and spoke to Su Qingsu at the same time. What phone do you want? I'll bring it back to you after work. Is Uncle Li going to work? It's all right. The budget is. Su Qingsu heard Li Shangjin's words and looked down at the phone model in his hand. He was quite used to it, but it was not very durable. I'll pay for it. No need. I still have a balance. It's up to you. After Li Shangjin left, Su Qingsu heard the system's voice. The depression value increased by 1%, and the current depression value is 48%. Looking at the direction where Li Shangjin left, was it because of his family or because of him? Su Qingsu thought, just not letting Li Shangjin spend money to buy her a mobile phone. Could it be that he would be depressed? If this possibility really existed, Su Qingsu really didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a while. After going upstairs to the room and taking out the card, Su Qingsu concentrated on building his city fortress. At noon, there was a knock on the door, and Su Qingsu replied directly, I know, Uncle Tian. I'll be right there. It was time for dinner, and it was Uncle Tian who knocked on the door. Su Qingsu went out quickly. Uncle Tian was still at the stairs. He asked him with a smile, Master Qingsu has really good ears. How did you hear my knocking? It's amazing. It's a talent. Su Qingsu joked to himself. It's not a talent. It's just that when I was a kid, I was nervous and would pay special attention to the sound of the knocking, who was on the other end, and what their mood was. Su Qingsu looked at the amount of food on the table and frowned. Uncle Tian, why is there so little food today? Uncle Tian usually packed the food, but this time he just put it on the plate. Could it be that Li Shangjin gave some instructions? The young master has told me that Qingsu can eat by himself at noon today, as he has something else to do. Yes. Su Qingsu's expression remained unchanged, and he responded calmly before starting to eat. I don't know what I ate, so I asked the system directly in my mind. Candy, where is Shangjin going? Is he at a meeting or a party? Banquet. The system added, the birthday party of Li Shangjin's mother Su Yanmu. Can I see their live broadcast? Sure. Su Qingsu went upstairs, building Lego blocks to try to stay calm while listening to the system's real-time broadcast. There were many dishes that looked good on the long dining table. There were many seats. At the main seat was today's birthday girl, Su Yanmu. On her right were her family, her younger brother, her eldest uncle, her eldest aunt, her second uncle and others. On her left were her husband, son, and uncle. Her father, Li Qing, was supposed to be there too, but the old man was not feeling well and the journey was bumpy, so he did not come. Li Shangjin came in from the main gate, walked around the corridor, came to the main hall, and looked at the people who had been waiting for a long time. The gift box was handed to Su Yanmu personally. Happy birthday, mother. It's thoughtful. It's okay if you come. After Su Yanmu took it, she asked the servant to put it away. There were already many gift boxes and gift bags placed on the carpet on the coffee table next to her. They were all given by partners or people she had contact with. Li Shangjin didn't make any eye contact with the other people who were looking at him. He just sat aside, and his uncle came over to greet him. Xiaojin, you must be very tired after rushing here. You've worked hard. Come, have a glass of water. The uncle put the cup in front of Li Shangjin. Thank you, uncle. Li Shangjin didn't even glance at the other person. It seemed that his uncle was still smiling coquettishly and nonchalantly. When he was a kid, he was often seen asking his grandfather or father for money, going out to squander it, and doing nothing. When Li Shangjin was being lectured, he would occasionally say a few words. That face would come back to Li Shangjin's mind whenever he saw him. Humph. Li Haizhong, who was sitting next to him, snorted coldly, and it was obvious that he was very dissatisfied. I told you this morning, why are you still so late? Can't you see that everyone is waiting for you? Li Shangjin looked at his mother's family members across from him. They waved their hands and said, It's okay. It's okay. Su Yanmu glanced at Li Haizhong with a reproachful look. It's rare that Xiaojin can come here, so you should control your temper. After 3 rounds of drinks, not much food was eaten. Su Qingsu frowned as she heard the system's description. She went to Li Shangjin's room, opened the can, took out the few remaining candies, and crushed one in her mouth. Still. Do you want to report? Continue. I don't know whether it is Li Shangjin or Su Qingsu who is being tortured. At the table, they all greeted each other with smiles. Su Yinmu's family members gave him several looks. Finally, Su Yinmu took out his wine glass and said to Li Shangjin, "Xiaojin, on your birthday, I want to tell you something." Li Shangjin listened to what his mother said. He knew that his mother was a strong woman. If his mother had not shared some of the burden, his father's company would not have been able to sustain itself until now, relying solely on his father. However, Li Shangjin also cooperated with them appropriately. It was impossible to continue to provide them with funds, which would only drag down his own company. But it was obvious that Li Haizhong was not very happy about this. He believed that Li Shangjin had the ability to create brilliance in just a few years, so he could also pull his own company up. But Li Shangjin didn't want to get too entangled with them. The company in City D belonged to his father and mother, and it seemed that neither of them would be happy about the merger of the company. Because of the conflict, Li Haizhong never had a good face towards him. What Su Yinmu said was no different from asking for resources. This time, it was the turn of the mother's family to hold out the bowl and ask for a share. "I'll consider it, if it's appropriate." After drinking the last sip of wine in his hand, Li Shangjin stood up and said to Su Yinmu, "The items from the auction last month have been sold. It's another gift for my mother." Occasionally, Li Shangjin would instruct the person in charge of auctions in the company to pick out some things. After reviewing them, he would give an approximate price range for them to use as a reference before bidding. A few months ago, he auctioned off some jewelry, which he considered as a birthday gift for his mother. There will be another auction in a while, and Li Shangjin has almost found all of them, just in time for a little guy's birthday. Li Shangjin nodded to them and said goodbye first. He came here only because he was urged too much by his parents. 2 hours before noon, he felt compassion and came to celebrate his mother's birthday. The gift has been delivered, but as for the rest, it was not within his plan and no one can say anything about it. There is no need for him to care about anything that is of no help to him and will only hinder the company. Originally, Su Qingsu was going to pick up Li Shangjin. He had drunk alcohol and couldn't drive. Li Shangjin has a driver. But when he heard the system say that Li Shangjin drank the last sip of alcohol, stood up and said something before leaving early, the lonely figure seemed to be right in front of him, and his heart ached. Depression value increased by 2%, and the current depression value is 50%. Where is Li Shangjin now? Su Qingsu rushed out directly. Driving direction. The system broadcast the name of a highway. Host. The exact address cannot be located at the moment. Su Qingsu sat at the stairs, with her tail hanging down and her ears drooping like a little fox. "What's wrong with the young master? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" The old housekeeper was about to come down when he saw Su Qingsu sitting on the stairs. Su Qingsu raised his eyes. His eyes were dull. In their eyes, was he very sickly? Wait. Su Qingsu doesn't have a cell phone to contact Li Shangjin, but she can use someone else's. Old housekeeper. "Yes, I'm here, young master." Even if the old housekeeper is good at observing people's expressions, she can't read the thoughts of the beautiful woman in front of her as well as her young master. "Can I call the phone downstairs?" "Yes, you can." After hearing the accurate reply, Su Qingsu hurried downstairs, taking 2 steps at a time. The old butler watched from behind, terrified, and followed closely. I had memorized Li Shangjin's phone number by heart, so I quickly called him. "Hello, what's up?" Li Shangjin looked at the caller ID and saw it was from the villa. "Uncle Li, it's me." The sound from the microphone had a numbing effect due to the mechanical current. Li Shangjin's ears froze and his heart began beating rapidly. Little Fox called. Li Shangjin's eyebrows softened, and he couldn't help but smile. What's wrong with Little Fox? Because I was so relaxed and happy at that moment, the name in my mind just came out. Su Qingsu was stunned for a moment, and in less than half a second, she immediately said enthusiastically, "I miss Uncle Li. I didn't have lunch with Uncle Li today, and I couldn't even video chat with him." Su Qingsu's voice was soft and charming, and she was clearly acting like a spoiled child. But this time, Li Shangjin would not let her stop acting like a spoiled child. He liked to hear it. "I will bring my phone back today. Did you eat well?" This is what Su Qingsu was going to ask Li Shangjin, but he beat her to the punch. "Yes, it's just that Uncle Li is not here, so I don't feel anything when I eat." Uncle Tian will be sad to hear that. The driver saw from the mirror that the young master, who had a gloomy face, was now in a good mood and spoke in a much lighter tone. I'm glad Uncle Li is not sad. What about Uncle Li? What did he eat? Su Qingsu's tone was innocent, but Li Shangjin could hear some depression. I didn't eat much. I drank a little wine. I'll go to Grandpa's place to make up for it later. Li Shangjin subconsciously reported his itinerary. Okay, Uncle Li, eat well and don't be sad. I miss you. Normally, Su Qingsu would say flirtatious words easily, but now when her true feelings came to her, she began to stutter slightly. When the call was hung up, Li Shangjin held the phone in his hand for a long time without coming back to his senses, and his movements did not change. If the driver had not stopped at the traffic light, it would probably take Li Shangjin a while to come back to his senses. Little fox. They keep saying that they are doing this for my own good, but once they displease me, they are the ones who hurt me the most in the end. Will you become one of them? Don't let me down, little fox. After hearing the system say that Li Shangjin was indeed dining with Li Qing, Su Qingsu finally relaxed. Although she felt depressed about the bad atmosphere in the Li family, the depression value was reduced by 3%, which was a blessing in disguise. Reduced? Yes, host. The system felt that it was too early to be happy on the first day of such a day of ups and downs. Then exchange me a jar of candy, with a stick. Okay. Each host is better than the last, and the things exchanged are so unexpected. Putting the sugar jar on the table, Su Qingsu moved the Lego bricks to the carpet, sat down cross-legged, and continued to build. In the evening, the sun sets and the sky is filled with orange and yellow clouds. She took a photo of the built house and sent it to Li Shangjin. In the photo, she was sitting cross-legged with her pink knees and part of her calves visible in the camera. Satisfied with placing the house on the display cabinet, Su Qingsu peeled a candy and ate it. Li Shangjin is back. With a few cracks, the candy was crushed in his mouth. Su Qingsu casually threw the candy stick in a perfect arc, and it landed steadily in the trash basket. Dada came downstairs with a smile as bright as the sun and called out cheerfully, Uncle Li. Li Shangjin had just unbuttoned a button on his collar when his eyes were attracted by Su Qingsu, who was running down the stairs not far away, her long legs drawing beautiful lines in the air. This time, Su Qingsu threw herself into his arms, and Li Shangjin had to lift his hands up. Li Shangjin opened his mouth slightly, and before he could say anything, Su Qingsu moved forward, sniffed with the tip of her nose, and deliberately lowered the corners of her mouth. Uncle Li, have you been drinking and not eating well? Drinking and eating don't conflict with each other. Li Shangjin thought. He didn't drink too much, and he would probably have almost dispersed by the time he got to his grandfather's place, not to mention he had already had lunch at his grandfather's place. When Uncle Tian brought the food out from the kitchen, the first person he saw was Li Shangjin, and then he discovered the young master Su Qingsu hiding in Li Shangjin's arms. He didn't quite understand. Do all young people nowadays greet people like this? But the relationship is good. He has worked for Li Shangjin for many years, and this is the first time he has seen the young master so comfortable. The newly bought mobile phone was placed on the coffee table. Su Qingsu didn't see it, and Li Shangjin didn't say to him, "Eat first." This meal was much more delicious. Uncle Tian came out from his busy schedule and saw Su Qingsu eating heartily. He tilted his head and asked, "Is the food tonight better? Compared to lunch today, there are only 1 or 2 more dishes." Well, I have to write it down. It seems that Master Qingsu likes these 2 dishes. Su Qingsu didn't know that he might often see those 2 dishes on the table during mealtimes in the next few days. After dinner, Li Shangjin prepared to sit on the sofa and read a book, and took the mobile phone on the coffee table to Su Qingsu. Sugar. Su Qingsu recalled, turned around and went upstairs. Looking at Su Qingsu's back as he left, Li Shangjin sat on the sofa, waiting for him to come down. Holding a jar of candy, he looked like a small animal jumping down with its prey in its mouth. Su Qingsu handed the candy to Li Shangjin. "Uncle Li, I've tried it. It's delicious too. I'll give it all to you." Li Shangjin looked at Su Qingsu and listened to him speak with a calm and focused expression, as if listening to Su Qingsu speak was a very enjoyable thing. "Just look at me. Don't look at anyone else. Don't take his candy. Give all mine to Uncle Li." I have no one else but Uncle Lee. The sofa didn't seem to sink much when Su Chingsu sat down. When I ate the jar in Uncle Lee's room today, it seemed to have melted a little. How about putting it in the refrigerator this time? Li Shangjian looked at Su Chingsu, who was talking to himself. His profile was almost perfectly delicate, except that he was a little thin. Li Shangjian just took in what those red lips said, but before he could comprehend it, Su Chingsu turned her head and looked at him, blinking her beautiful, clear eyes. Uncle Li? Li Shangjian peeled a candy, and Su Chingsu stretched out her head and bit the candy away. Well, Uncle Lee doesn't even listen to me. Su Chingsu took out the candy and put it back into her mouth after she finished speaking. Li Shangjian stared at the candy in Su Chingsu's hand, then lowered his head to hide the desire in his eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, "Yes, I will put it in later." Su Chingsu was fiddling with her new phone, and when she turned around, she saw Li Shangjian holding a candy in his mouth, just like the last time he smoked, and a cup of coffee beside him. This was the first time she had seen candy and coffee together. "Uncle Lee, give me your phone. I'll take a picture of you." Su Chingsu's two phones were transferring content. Li Shangjian was working on the computer and couldn't use his cell phone for the time being. He glanced at Su Chingsu and was about to take out his cell phone, but he was a little slow. Su Chingsu grabbed his clothes and said, "Give it to me, Uncle Lee. I'll take one photo and return it to you soon." As soon as the phone was turned over, a call rang. Li Shangjian and Su Chingsu looked over at the same time. It was Su He. Li Shangjian glanced at Su Chingsu and picked up the phone. Su Chingsu narrowed her eyes. She felt that the name looked familiar. "Your mother." Su Chingsu almost thought the system was scolding him. "Well, it's with me, don't worry." Li Shangjian's mouth corners slightly raised, and he looked at Su Chingsu's curious look with a half-smile. "Huh." Su Chingsu looked at Li Shangjian and handed him the phone. "Your mother said that you can't get through on the phone." When Su Chingsu took the phone, Li Shangjian's fingers slid across the back of his hand. Su Chingsu almost lost control and didn't catch the phone. Her voice became tense, but she relaxed and called out to the person on the other end of the line affectionately. "Mom, it's me. My phone fell down and it's not working properly." The phone was pressed against Su Chingsu's ear, blocking half of his face and Li Shangjian's view. Su Chingsu and Su He were still having an intimate conversation. They were clearly calling each other mom, but to Li Shangjian, it made his heart itchy, and he dreamed of the little fox rolling and acting coquettishly in his arms. After hanging up the phone, Su Chingsu saw that Li Shangjian was still looking at him, so he waved his hand. Li Shangjian came back to his senses. "Are you done?" "Yes." Su Chingsu turned on the camera and pointed it at Li Shangjian. "Uncle Li, please continue. I'll take a picture." Li Shangjian turned his head, with serious eyebrows, eyes lowered in concentration, a distinct jawline, broad and powerful arms, and the look of bowing his head to work. One can't help but sigh that a man who works hard is really handsome. Anyone who saw what he held in his mouth would think it was a cigarette, but who would have thought that it was actually a lollipop? Cute. Su Chingsu's eyebrows curved, and she smiled. Su Chingsu leaned on the side of the sofa, staring at Li Shangjian silently. Occasionally, Li Shangjian would notice him out of the corner of his eye for a second. When Li Shangjian looked back again, Su Chingsu had closed her eyes and was looking well-behaved and quiet, with her cell phone still in her hand and a candy in her mouth. Fortunately, Su Chingsu did not hold the candy tightly between his teeth, and Li Shangjian leaned over to pull the candy out of his mouth. The crystal-clear pink candy was pulled out from Su Chingsu's slightly open red lips, and Li Shangjian could see the pink tongue inside. The hand holding the candy bar tightened, and Li Shangjian turned around and drank all the coffee beside him. His Adam's apple moved up and down many times. "Baji." Li Shangjian turned his head to see the sound of lips opening and closing and smacking lips. Su Chingsu was rubbing her head, showing signs of waking up. "Uncle Li?" Su Chingsu sat up and glanced at the candy in Li Shangjian's hand. "Do you want more?" Li Shangjian handed the candy back to Su Chingsu's lips. Su Chingsu leaned forward, opened her mouth and took a bite, raised her eyes with clear and bright features. "Eat." After finishing the candy in no time, he found that the coffee on Li Shangjian's desk was almost gone. With a flash of inspiration, he peeled off a candy wrapper and said, "Uncle Li, have some candy." Li Shangjin's pupils shrank, and his expression obviously froze. He looked at Su Qingsu, who was holding the candy stick by the tail in front of him and pointing the candy towards him, and his Adam's apple moved. Li Shangjian lowered his eyes to hide the turbulent waves in his eyes, raised his hand to take it away, but Su Qingsu turned her head away to refuse. Yeah. Su Qingsu tilted her head slightly, turned back and shook the candy stick in her mouth, with a sly smile in her eyes. Li Shangjian raised his hand and finally landed on Su Qingsu's charming eyes. After covering them, Su Qingsu felt the breath approaching, and the candy stick in his mouth moved, and he opened his mouth and it was bitten away. Li Shangjin's hand was about to leave. Su Qingsu quickly raised her hand and grabbed it with both hands, and her ears turned red. When did Li Shangjin become so good? Ah, are you shy? As soon as the system finished the next sentence, he was blocked. You can't do it, host. The man's strange desire to win came as soon as he said it. Su Qingsu moved Li Shangjin's hand down and put it on her lips. She looked at Li Shangjin with her eyes that were no longer panicked. Is this sweeter, Uncle Li? Warm breath sprayed, and soft lips rubbed against Li Shangjin's palm, making it itchy and numb even more than when a cat rubbed against it. Li Shangjin narrowed his eyes, and Su Qingsu opened her mouth and bit Li Shangjin's palm. Li Shangjin quickly pulled his hand back, and Su Qingsu's slightly open mouth, her red tongue looming, successfully winning back a game. Uncle Li's ears won't even turn red. If Li Shangjin hadn't reacted quickly, Su Qingsu might not have realized that this was Li Shangjin's way of being shy. Little fox. The words were mixed with the candy in Li Shangjin's mouth and uttered vaguely. This was the second time Li Shangjin called him that. Su Qingsu liked this name very much. After teasing him, he stood up lazily, patted his ace and left. Then I'll go wash up first, Uncle Li. Halfway through the journey, Su Qingsu turned sideways and said with a smile, Uncle Li, don't work too late. Come up early and rest. Li Shangjin crushed the candy in his mouth and ground it between his lips and teeth, staring at Su Qingsu's figure until he disappeared around the corner. Su Qingsu was humming a tune in the bathroom, and Li Shangjin's depression value dropped by 1%, and the current depression value was 46%. What did you do? Why is my screen black again? Nothing. I just ate a candy and asked if the candy was sweet. Su Qingsu came out of the shower and swiped her phone while blowing her hair. She collected the limited edition and limited time Lego building blocks that had not yet gone on sale, ready to grab them when they went on sale. Su Qingsu's hair was not completely dried, and she hurried downstairs to see Li Shangjin, her shoes making several quick noises on the floor. Looking at Su Qingsu running down from upstairs with a smile on her face, Li Shangjin's lips curved up and his eyes unconsciously showed a hint of smile. While working downstairs with Li Shangjin, Su Qingsu discovered that the candy was missing. Before she asked, Li Shangjin noticed it and was the first to express Su Qingsu's doubts. The candy has just been put in the refrigerator. Don't eat too many sweets at night. Well, no. Su Qingsu lay down with Li Shangjin, her little head against the side of his thigh, but not on top, because the position above was occupied by the little goblin computer. Li Shangjin turned down the brightness of the computer and lifted up a strand of Su Qingsu's hair. Didn't you blow-dry it? It doesn't matter if you don't blow-dry it too much. I'm in a hurry to see Uncle Li. Su Qingsu opened her eyes instantly, and as expected, she saw Li Shangjin's stunned expression for a moment, then closed them again with satisfaction. The strand of hair in his hand was twisted by his fingertips, but Li Shangjin was reluctant to let it go. When Su Qingsu opened his eyes, he was already in his room. Li Shangjin had carried him there. This time I actually fell asleep, although I vaguely felt a bump or two, but probably because of the warm embrace, I didn't really wake up. When Li Shangjin came out of the bathroom, he saw the quilt covered with cricket pupae, the little animals that had sneaked in. Patting the bulging quilt, Li Shangjin said softly with a smile, Qingsu? Asleep. Su Qingsu didn't move, closed her eyes and didn't intend to come out. Then who is talking to me now? Li Shangjin grabbed a corner of the quilt. Before the lid was opened, Su Qingsu's little head popped out, giggling. Hey, Uncle Li, I'll warm the bed for you. Summer isn't over yet. Li Shangjin stared straight at Su Qingsu. Su Qingsu pointed at the air conditioner. The temperature is a bit low. It's still necessary to warm up. Only Su Qingsu could warm the bed in such hot weather. Li Shangjin shook his head helplessly. Su Qingsu lay down and rolled over twice. I don't care. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. I want to sleep here too. It's up to you. I know that Uncle Li is the best. After Li Shangjin sat down, Su Qingsu stopped rolling over and went forward to hug his waist. What a spoiled little fox. Li Shangjin patted Su Qingsu's hand on his lower back. Don't press on me. Yeah, it's okay. The system, watching all this, secretly typed in Su Qingsu's mind. What are you doing? Men who act like spoiled brats have the best luck. Write this down and save it for the next host. Su Qingsu, who had her eyes closed, couldn't help but smile when she heard the system's words. Li Shangjin lifted the strand of hair that covered his eyebrows behind his ear, then stroked down Su Qingsu's earlobe, rubbing the small and soft earlobe until it turned red, and then he reluctantly stopped. The night sky was dotted with stars, dawn was breaking, and the warm sun was shining into the house. Su Qingsu rubbed her eyes. Her outstretched hand felt lonely on the empty bed beside her. What time is it? It's 8:30. Li Shangjin has just finished eating and left. The system is used as an alarm clock, and she has gotten used to it in the past few days. By the way, it also comes with the next question Su Qingsu will ask. Hugging the quilt, Su Qingsu rubbed it. Li Shangjin turned up the air conditioner by 1 or 2 degrees. She sat up and took a look. She had a good memory and remembered the number. When he went downstairs, Uncle Tian saw Su Qingsu and said with a smile, Master Qingsu, you are awake. I will steam the buns, and they will be ready for you to eat soon. Su Qingsu didn't even take care of her fluffy hair, letting it hang loose. In the refrigerator, besides the food, there was only a jar of sugar. Su Qingsu stared at the candy, with a slight smile on her face. Although there was no drink, she was in a good mood seeing the can of candy. Ding-dong, the sound of a text message on the mobile phone indicated that there was a courier. Su Qingsu bought too many things, and she could not remember what some of them were. They might be books or Lego blocks. As for candies, Li Shangjin had asked for some before going to bed last night. Someone would deliver them regularly in the future, and he had not bought any more in the past few days. While eating the buns, Su Qingsu looked at the wine on the shelf, but there was no fruit juice or drinks. Su Qingsu decided to buy some when she picked up the package. He was holding a bag of drinks in one hand and a package he had just received in the other. He opened it and saw that it was a book. Su Qingsu recently came across a novel by chance. The physical book had been published before, so she bought it. On the way back, a person suddenly jumped out from the trash can. Su Qingsu almost thought it was a homeless person, but then she thought that the security of the community should not do that. The melancholy assistant director squatted on the lawn, scratching his ears and cheeks, and pulled out a few strands of his hair, which was already scarce. When he stood up, he almost bumped into someone, which made him even more depressed. I'm sorry. After the assistant director saw the face of the person in front of him, he couldn't say anything. He lowered his head and glanced at the book in Su Qingsu's arms. Ah, are you a book fan? I made this book into a drama 2 years ago. Su Qingsu blinked. He didn't really read romance novels, but he found this type of novels pretty good after coming here. As for this one, he only found the general content to be good, and he hadn't read it all yet, so he bought a physical copy to read first. So, let alone the drama the other person was talking about. These days, 9 out of 10 dramas that are adapted from novels will receive bad responses. This person can talk about it so happily, either he has no self-awareness, or he has a certain degree of confidence in the things he is in charge of, and he is really good at it. Yeah, I just watched it, Su Qingsu said for the sake of meaning and prepared to leave. The other party seemed to be very familiar with her and even handed her a business card. My name is Assistant Director. I used to focus on TV series, but recently I'm shooting a series of movies. I wonder if you know last year's Descendants? I'm the Assistant Director. I don't know much. I'll go back and check. Su Qingsu took the business card and looked at the other party suspiciously. What did he mean? He looked very rich. So did she want him to invest? Although it seemed that the other party was approaching with some purpose, Su Qingsu directly asked the system. Is he the director who discovered Tang Tang, the young assistant actor, on the set? Yes, host. In the original novel, the story is divided into 2 parts. campus and entertainment circle. After graduation, Tang Tang works as an actor's assistant, holding multiple positions and being multi-talented, no matter how difficult and miserable the situation is. It was also in the crew that the assistant director discovered Tang Tang's charisma, and that he was very suitable for the second male lead in his next movie that he was about to start shooting, thus starting Tang Tang's career in the entertainment industry. The assistant director saw that Su Ching-soo was silent and wanted to leave, so he quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, it's like this. I'm going to start shooting a series of movies called New Life, and there's a role that hasn't been decided yet. I see that your temperament and appearance are very suitable. I wonder if you are interested in getting to know more and trying out for a role?" This assistant director really likes to pick up people everywhere. In the original novel, Wei Yuan was also in the crew, and Tang Tang was his assistant. Su Ching-soo could imagine how the male protagonist would be bullied, and then the other male protagonist Long Chun came forward to help and warn. Wait, what did Su Ching-soo think of? Isn't Tang Tang's role in this movie? Don't get involved in the entanglement between the two male protagonists for no reason. He is not interested in acting. Instead of snatching Tang Tang's role, he wants to trap Li Shangjin. No, host. It's the next repeat the past. Tang Tang plays the male lead. That's fine. But even if he snatches it, according to the nature of the original work, it is estimated that there will be new content to fill in. Interviews have been arranged this month. When do you have time to come and try it? The deputy director actually wanted to pull Su Ching-soo over now. It's really that her temperament and appearance are too suitable. As long as her acting skills are not too bad, it will be no problem to train her well. Well, okay. Su Ching-soo didn't show it on his face, and was still polite and perfunctory, but in fact he really had no interest in acting. I think the host is quite suitable. Why? You deceived me with your acting skills at the beginning. When did I deceive you? Su Ching-soo asked the system while walking. The system is muted. The assistant director's voice came from behind, and he told the location. He was really pushed into a corner and urgently needed someone. The assistant director looked at Su Ching-soo's back as she left, picked up his phone and started calling his friend repeatedly. Su Ching-soo could hear the excited voice from a distance. It's like a worker soliciting customers. The producer and investors must have put enough pressure on him. The assistant director is so worried that he has to squat in the garbage dump. Su Ching-soo shook his head and threw away this strange idea. After returning, Su Ching-soo almost turned on the play directed by the assistant director to watch. The story is narrated extremely naturally and fluently, and the language of the camera is beautiful and realistic. It was time for dinner, and if Uncle Tion hadn't called her, Su Ching-soo would have almost forgotten that she was hungry. Bring food to Li Shangjin's company. Li. Su Ching-soo saw Li Shangjin talking to his secretary, so she stopped talking, walked to her seat quietly, and took out the food. The new drama I invested in has already started filming, but they can't give an approximate time. They said they have a role that they haven't found a suitable one for. The secretary's voice was neither loud nor soft, but Su Ching-soo heard every word. No way, what a coincidence. Su Ching-soo had an incredible association in her mind. Got it. I'll arrange a trip there this afternoon. Li Shangjin signaled the secretary to leave, and he came over to sit next to Su Ching-soo. Is there something troubling you, Uncle Li? Su Ching-soo drank his drink, biting the straw. I thought, it can't be such a coincidence. It's a new drama. Go watch it this afternoon. Li Shangjin wiped his hands and picked up the chopsticks to eat. Can I go? In the original novel, Tang Tang was bullied, but Li Shangjin had nothing to do with it. Instead, the male protagonist was helped by his senior brother in the future company, which later made Long Chun jealous, and he secretly took care of other people. Although the crew that Li Shangjin went in might not be the same one that Tang Tang was in, Su Ching-soo still felt that it was better to be cautious just in case. It's up to you. Li Shangjin took the drink from Su Ching-soo's hand. Where did you get it? I bought it this morning, and I still have it in the refrigerator at home. Su Ching-soo thought Li Shangjin wanted one too, and was about to take out a bottle, but luckily he brought 2 more bottles with him when he went out. Drink less. Hearing the word home, Li Shangjin's hand trembled slightly. Oh, Su Ching-soo was also thirsty on the way here, so she quenched her thirst. I don't mean to scold you. Li Shangjin put the drink back on the table and took 2 steps in Su Ching-soo's direction with a coaxing meaning. Su Chingsu noticed this little action, his eyebrows curved, and he raised his hand and couldn't help biting the base of his finger again. No. Li Shangjin picked up a piece of meat and put it to Su Chingsu's mouth to stop his bad habit of biting his hand. The little fox held the meat in his mouth, puffed up his cheeks, and chewed it with relish. Li Shangjin watched, wondering if the meat was so delicious. He couldn't help but pick up a piece himself, which was a normal performance of Uncle Tian. When Su Chingsu arrived at the crew in the afternoon, she asked the system directly if Tang Tang was here. It was this crew, but Tang Tang was not here now. He went to get takeout and cold drinks for his actors. The afternoon sun was shining brightly, and Su Chingsu even suspected that Wei Yuan might not have asked Tang Tang to go for lunch yet. However, this was not his business. The assistant director was holding a lunchbox and preparing to go to the afternoon audition. He was a little anxious. The person this morning really matched his imagination of the temperament and aura of the character Xian Yueqing. Hey, isn't this Mr. Li? You came here in person. Why didn't you tell me? The assistant director said to himself. Oh, look at my head. Lao Zhu told me about it at lunch. The Lao Zhu mentioned by the assistant director is the main director. How's the progress? Li Shangjin glanced at the sparsely seated people. Some were playing with their phones, some were fiddling with props, and some were still eating. It's been a few days since the start of filming. Lao Zhu is in Group A and is probably already filming now. The assistant director knew why Li Shangjin came. Alas, it's really hard to give a specific deadline. The role that hasn't been decided yet doesn't have many scenes, but it's the key and it's interspersed throughout. The assistant director complained that he always insisted on his own opinion and didn't want it if it wasn't suitable. He has been in the industry for so many years and has never changed, so he often has conflicts with some investors and producers. Su Chingsu, whose figure was mostly blocked by Li Shangjin's large body, thought the voice sounded familiar and poked her head out from behind Li Shangjin. Hey, it's you. Are you here for an audition? Come on, I'll take you. The assistant director's eyes lit up, and he was so excited that he almost pulled Su Chingsu away. Li Shangjin blocked the way, bringing the assistant director back to his senses. He looked back and forth between Li Shangjin and Su Chingsu in shock. Chingsu is the young master of the Su family. How did you two know each other? Looking at Li Shangjin standing in front of her, Su Chingsu smiled. No matter what the other party's mentality was, Su Chingsu was very pleased and wanted to bite her fingertips again. Oh, I'm short-sighted. The assistant director slapped his thigh exaggeratedly. I'm not worried about the role. I accidentally ran into this young Master Su this morning and felt that he was very suitable for the role of Xian Yueqing. So I invited him to come for an audition when he is free. No wonder the assistant director saw Su Chingsu and thought he was here for an audition. Su Chingsu had never mentioned this to him. Li Shangjin turned his head and asked Su Chingsu with his eyes. Su Chingsu nodded, confirming what the assistant director said. I wonder if young Master Su is planning to give it a try? The assistant director didn't really hold out much hope. For the first time, he even expected the investors to send someone in. Although Su Chingsu appreciated the drama directed by the assistant director, he had read some of the content published by the screenwriter when he learned about the movie Descendants. He also knew a little about the role of Xian Yueqing, the male supporting actor in New Life. The original script and the screenwriter gave this role high hopes and expectations with just a few words. The vividness and charm of the character led to a lot of derivative novels, and the casting of this role was even more cautious than that of the protagonist. Tang Tang appeared at 10 o'clock. The voice of the system changed Su Chingsu's words. Okay. Su Chingsu grabbed Li Shangjin's arm, attracted his attention, and said to the assistant director, then I'll trouble the assistant director to lead the way. They turned around and followed the assistant director's instructions. Su Chingsu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt like a person who was bitten by a snake once and was afraid of the rope for 10 years. He, Su Chingsu, was really cunning and cowardly. He didn't dare to gamble at all. How much weight did Tang Tang occupy in Li Shangjin's heart now? I entered from the inner passage and pushed open the audition room. All the producers and staff inside looked over. It was obvious that there was someone else auditioning in the room. He was startled by the sound of the door opening, stopped what he was doing, and was distracted. The producer asked him to go back and wait for further notice. The staff nearby brought over 1 or 2 stools, and the assistant director led the group in front of them. He immediately introduced Su Qingsu. "This is Su Jia." He reacted and braked in time. The producer and the other 2 people watching the audition stood up and obviously recognized Li Shangjin. "Hello, Mr. Li." Watching them shake hands with Li Shangjin one by one, Su Qingsu felt inexplicably irritated. She stared at his hands for a long time without saying a word. In the past, Su Qingsu could still pretend to be polite and greet them. "Who is this?" The producer looked at a handsome and elegant man standing next to Mr. Li, which made people wonder. However, it was rumored in the circle that Mr. Li had a white moonlight in his heart and was not interested in women. No matter how many boys came to him, he would not accept any of them. My subconscious thinking is not very good. Although it looks like a canary, it is possible that he is a young master from a wealthy family. The producer originally held the thought of not spreading rumors about others and restrained himself. Unexpectedly, after hearing what the assistant director said next, he couldn't help but feel that he had overestimated him. "This is Su Qingsu. Give him an extra scene and an audition. Since I was already here, I would not want to give it a try. It would not be good to reject the assistant director, and I would not offend him." Su Qingsu nodded and smiled to show her greetings. The other 2 staff members looked at each other in tacit understanding. When they first saw the exquisite doll next to Mr. Li and the assistant director spoke again, they knew that Mr. Li was here to get someone else. As the person involved, Li Shangjin naturally knew their twists and turns and asked Su Qingsu directly and gently, "Do you want to try it? I haven't heard Ms. Su He mention that Qingsu has this hobby." "It's not really a hobby." Su Qingsu nodded. "Let's give it a try." Su Qingsu took the audition clip handed to her by the producer and looked at it for a while. The assistant director and Li Shangjin sat down. The producer, who was sitting next to the assistant director, tilted his head and asked him, "I just heard Mr. Li mention Ms. Su He. Is she the one who's overseas?" The assistant director nodded and stared at Su Qingsu, who was reading with her head down. The producer could tell that the assistant director was looking forward to this person. From the outside, he did fit the screenwriter's description. However, there were many good-looking, delicate, and handsome people like him in the industry, but he hadn't met one yet. After all, for a young man, talking about acting skills and empathy, the producer still feels that it is not very reliable. It seems that he has a good relationship with Mr. Li. When his acting skills are not good, the producer is already thinking about what words to use. Why hasn't Xiao Su finished his meal yet? The producer glanced at the locked door, looking forward to the screenwriter's return. Xian Yueqing is a character who is too noble and lonely, cold and kind. She has been working hard for her ideals and pride all her life, but she is no match for the public opinions and the broken family. She has gone through too many hardships, her pride is broken, and she walks into the sea, facing death calmly. Rebirth is the rebirth of Xian Yueqing. Having lost part of his memory and become disfigured, he was rescued at the beach and began to seek love and pursue his dreams all over again. New face, new life. This is the story that another actor plays Jin Xiangyang to tell. And Su Qingsu auditioned for the early stage, the real face of Xian Yueqing, not the reborn Jin Xiangyang. Su Qingsu put down the paper script fragment, and the producer and assistant director asked in unison, "Are you ready?" "Well, the lines may not be so complete." Su Qingsu turned to Li Shangjin and said, "Uncle Li, when I perform the part where the phone is flipped and put down, can you call me?" "Okay." The other 2 staff members were very considerate and handed the script to Li Shangjin. There aren't many props in the room, just a table and a chair, and the rest is gone. The man who had a gentle and cheerful aura a second ago suddenly had heavy steps and the phone in his hand was shaking, just like his current situation. He sat down on the chair as if he had lost all his strength. His cold face and melancholy eyes fell unfocused on the empty table, just like Xian Yueqing's current heart. Li Shangjin looked at the script. The next scene was Xian Yueqing using his mobile phone to browse those public opinions. He sent a message to Su Qingsu, and the phone made a ding-dong sound. The slender hand picked up the phone and swiped the screen. The speed increased at first, and Xian Yueqing snorted with a sneer. The swiping speed gradually slowed down and finally stopped. The phone was flipped over and placed on the table, making a crisp sound. The person who could only see Exine Yueching's profile saw that his cold mask was broken, and his wet eyes had a trace of water running from the end of his eyes, which was even more obvious under the light, forming beads on his chin and dripping click. Li Shangjin called Su Qingsu, and below was the death notice Exine Yueching received from the hospital, which came from his family. The ringing of the phone brought Exine Yueching back to her shattered thoughts. When the call was connected, Li Shangjin pretended to be calm and read the lines from the script. Finally, when he saw Su Qingsu's shocked expression and tears falling, he stopped reading and said only 2 words. "My condolences." "You." Exine Yueching opened her mouth but was hoarse. After a while, she said, "I know." After hanging up the phone, he tightly grasped the only thing in his hand, which was the cell phone. His hands and body were shaking, and he sobbed softly like a trapped animal. Someone accidentally touched the light switch, and 1 or 2 lights suddenly dimmed. When the light came back on, they saw Exine Yueching walking forward with only her back left, and the shaky cell phone fell from her hand at the last second. This scene shows Exine Yueching walking towards the deep sea, and the falling mobile phone is Exine Yueching who is swallowed up. Su Qingsu quickly bent down and grabbed the phone that was about to fall to the ground. Everyone's focused expressions were temporarily distracted and confused. "Oh, this is a new phone." Su Qingsu turned around and smiled. "Don't break it. The show is over." The 2 staff members had complicated and unbelievable expressions, including the producer. Good. I knew I had the right person." The assistant director clapped several times in a row, unable to contain his excitement and joy. He really had found a treasure. The producer also came back to his senses and reacted. It seemed like a simple question, but he was actually curious. "Haven't you ever acted before?" "Often. Anywhere, big or small, regardless of the occasion." This was the system's answer in Su Qingsu's mind. Under camera, indeed not. Su Qingsu looked at Li Shangjin. He wanted to walk to his side, not really wanting to stand in front of them to answer these questions. "Why don't you tell me to shut up? You're better than the last host." "You and the last host said the same thing." Su Qingsu ruthlessly exposed this rhetoric, which was said to the head teacher. "You are the worst class I have ever taught. The previous class was worse than you." The same effect. When Li Shangjin stood up and walked towards Su Qingsu smiled and approached him with his foxtail wagging. "Uncle Li, how was my acting?" "Very good." The handkerchief in Li Shangjin's hand fell on Su Qingsu's face, and the soft and comfortable fabric wiped away the tears on her face. Su Qingsu on the stage was like an abandoned treasure. Li Shangjin cleaned him up and cherished him well. They exchanged glances, cherishing an ambiguous atmosphere. While the host was acting, Li Shangjin's depression value increased by 2%, and the current depression value was 48%. "Why did you tell me now?" "I was just busy watching the host's performance." "Tell the people in the back that they don't need to rehearse." The assistant director motioned for a staff member to tell them. "I think everyone should have no objection. I've already told Lao Zhu about it before, and I'll tell him again later." The assistant director wished that the script in front of him was a contract, and asked Su Qingsu to sign it on the spot. After setting the time for signing the contract, Su Qingsu left with Li Shangjin. The assistant director wanted to greet Li Shangjin enthusiastically, but a look from Li Shangjin stopped him in his tracks, and he could only wave his hand and say bye. Su Qingsu, who was in the car, took out a handkerchief from Li Shangjin's pocket. "Uncle Li's handkerchiefs are all very beautiful." Li Shangjin tried to pull the handkerchief back from Su Qingsu. "I have a lot more. Qingsu, you can pick the ones you like." "I like this one very much." Su Qingsu pulled the handkerchief. Li Shangjin subconsciously tightened his grip, hesitated for a moment, and finally let go, but still struggled. "I have new ones, or I can have someone order another batch." Su Qingsu suddenly thought of the handkerchief that had wiped his hands before and wondered if Li Shangjin still kept it. "Well, then give this one back to Uncle Li." Su Qingsu was in a good mood and stuffed the handkerchief back to Li Shangjin. On the way, Su Qingsu inexplicably wanted to eat sweet and sour pork, so she mentioned it to Li Shangjin, who then called the villa to make arrangements. The little fox's tail is about to reach the sky. The sweet, crispy, and non-greasy pot-fried pork has good color, aroma, and taste. Her feet under the table lifted up deliciously and touched Li Shangjin. Li Xiangjin did not stop her and indulged Su Qingsu's unintentional teasing. When he fell asleep at night, the little fox automatically crawled into his arms. It was fragrant, with not much meat and not soft enough. But Li Xiangjin felt very comfortable holding it, especially after he couldn't help but rubbed its waist for a while. He felt even more satisfied. When I sent a message to Su Qingsu today, I found that my profile picture was still the same color candy, but it had a stick on it. Apart from Su Qingsu, no one else had touched my phone recently. Su Qingsu seemed to have said that she liked candies with sticks, and perhaps she had been unhappy with his avatar for a long time. The next day, Li Xiangjin received a call from the assistant director, who urgently needed Su Qingsu's contact information. "Qingsu is resting. I'll give it to you later." Li Xiangjin glanced at the closed door. If he gave it now, there was no guarantee that the assistant director would continue to call him like he did now. After hanging up the phone, the assistant director suddenly smacked his lips. How did he know he was taking a break? Are the Li and Su families so closely related? There must be something fishy going on, but the assistant director didn't think about it any further. The driver took Su Qingsu, who had regained consciousness, to the crew and signed the contract. After all that, they could have afternoon tea. "Uncle Li, did you have a good meal?" Su Qingsu felt like she had failed before she could accomplish her mission. On the first day, she missed Li Xiangjin's lunch. "Yes. Did Qingsu eat at the crew?" "Yes, I wanted to eat with Uncle Li." Su Qingsu noticed Tongtong's busy figure and said, "Forget it. It's okay. I can finish my part in a week or two. In fact, it may not even take a week, but because it needs to be arranged reasonably with other actors' schedules, it will be delayed. Fortunately, there aren't many scenes and it can be finished in a few days. I can use the money earned from filming to buy a gift for Li Xiangjin, whose birthday is next Sunday." On the first day, Su Qingsu simply avoided some low-level mistakes, but after all, it was her first time acting, and facing the camera, she couldn't really find the right point and direction. After a few clicks, some crew members began to get impatient, but since the director didn't say anything, they could only put on a sour face. Wei Yuan, who was sitting on a bench reading a script, sneered. "Newcomers are trouble." Wei Yuan is good at cooperating with the camera. Although his acting skills are average and a bit greasy, he can still get by if he holds back a bit. Especially with this face, there are still people who buy into it. The sponsor tried to get someone to play the role, and Lao Zhu was very smooth. The role they wanted was likable, not the protagonist, and he didn't touch the stubborn assistant director's pet role either. So he just turned a blind eye and let it go. Tang Tang was behind Wei Yuan, imitating him silently. "Newcomers are troublesome. Aren't you a newcomer too? How dare she do that with President Li around?" Wei Yuan stared at the movements beside Su Qingsu. While she was touching up her makeup, a person who looked gentle on the outside but had a fierce look on his face came up to Su Qingsu wearing an actor's costume. This is the person who will be acting opposite Su Qingsu later. He has been watching the whole performance from the side. Su Qingsu squinted one eye to let someone touch up her makeup and raised the other eye to look at the person who came. He is Tongtong's future senior, Lu Qinfeng, who just won the Newcomer Award. Lu Qinfeng, playing Jin Xiangyang. "I look forward to seeing you in a scene later." Su Qingsu, Xian Yueqing. Su Qingsu was not very willing to get too entangled with people who had something to do with Tang Tang, and the real second male lead was here. Lu Qinfeng did not leave. Instead, he told Su Qingsu about his admiration for Su Qingsu's performance when he first watched her, as well as some other things that needed attention, such as positioning. Su Qingsu was stunned for a moment, then realized that the person was here to teach him. "Thank you, Teacher Lu." The camera at the side came over, ready to shoot some behind-the-scenes footage. When someone taught her, Su Qingsu followed his instructions. Start shooting when Jin Xiangyang was lying on the sofa during his one-man show. The assistant director called cut, as he planned to shoot the next scene in one take. The staff has already prepared to do it several times. Although they have seen Su Qingsu's acting skills, they still need to pay attention to some movements. Xian Yueqing sat up from the bed in the inner room, looked at the locked door, stood up, patted her wrinkled hem, opened the door, and came to Jin Xiangyang, who was lying on the sofa with his eyes closed. Bright light shone from the windowsill onto Xian Yueqing's face. The camera zoomed in and his body blocked a large area of the sunlight. Jin Xiangyang seemed to sense something and opened his eyes. He was startled by the sudden appearance of the person, and his back fell against the sofa. Xian Yueqing picked up the contract on the table and walked over slowly. Jin Xiangyang immediately sat up. "Who are you?" "The person you are most familiar with." Xian Yueqing's cold voice entered Jin Xiangyang's ears without missing a word. Jin Xiangyang looked at Xian Yueqing warily, but Xian Yueqing crossed one leg over the other, very skillfully and naturally, and looked down to look through the things in her hand. "What do you want to do?" Jin Xiangyang stretched out his hand to take back what belonged to him. Xian Yueqing just lifted up the contract and raised one corner of her mouth slightly. "Why are you in such a hurry?" "I'm just helping a newcomer find out if there are any traps." The experienced Xian Yueqing used her experience to help Jin Xiangyang, who had lost part of his memory, avoid pitfalls and pave the way. Looking at the part of the contract pointed out by Xian Yueqing in surprise, Jin Xiangyang spoke for a long time. "Who are you? You should say thank you." Xian Yueqing stood up and went back to the house. Jin Xiangyang reacted quickly and rushed to the moment when the door closed, blocking it. However, what he saw was not Xian Yueqing's figure, but an empty room with the bed in the corner illuminated by the sun. "Okay." Click. Lu Qinfeng took the initiative to step forward and shake hands with Su Qingsu, with an admiring look in his eyes that he did not conceal. The director came over to take a look and patted the assistant director on the shoulder. "You really found a treasure. You've seen his audition video. Why don't you believe it?" The assistant director rolled up the notebook in his hand and slapped his palm proudly. "I asked you to buy a watermelon, but you're so slow. I'm about to start shooting. You're so slow." The already noisy crew was mixed with Wei Yuan's low curses. Su Qingsu took a look and found that he had started bullying again. She glanced sideways and noticed that Lu Qinfeng was frowning, so she walked over. Holding the script in his hand, it seemed that he was going to act with the other party, which invisibly helped Tang Tang out of the predicament. Lu Qinfeng is really kind-hearted. The content of this afternoon's lecture was indeed very helpful to Su Qingsu, a newbie. However, he did not plan to study here in the future, as he felt more comfortable at home. But he appreciated the kindness, and he would be able to live better in the future. The afternoon ended early, and Su Qingsu had another show in the evening. It was not time for dinner, but Su Qingsu did not leave. Instead, she stayed in the crew, watching other actors perform, learning some skills, and accumulating experience. As long as Su Qingsu doesn't want to, there is nothing he can't do. A phone call came in. It was from Li Shangjin. "Aren't you coming back tonight?" Su Qingsu glanced at the time. Li Shangjin should be at home at this time. "I have to go back, but I have another show in the evening. Let's see when it ends." "Uncle Li, has he eaten?" Su Qingsu found a corner and curled up there. The crew had lunch, and Su Qingsu went to get it while talking on the phone. The assistant director asked Su Qingsu to go to the staff room to eat together, but Su Qingsu shook her head and declined his kindness. Su Qingsu and Li Shangjin started to have a meal online. "I miss Uncle Li so much." Li Shangjin, who was on the other side, raised the corner of his mouth when he heard Su Qingsu say this. Not to mention talking about these irrelevant and ordinary things during meals, this was something that Li Shangjin could not even imagine before. Even though he had left that family, he had lived alone for so many years and had never had anyone to chat with at the dinner table. The Su Qingsu in front of him was It's only the first day. The system ignored the 1% drop in the depression value. I can understand why your previous host told you to shut up when nothing happened. After finishing that scene in the evening, it was already past 9 o'clock. Suddenly, I heard a staff member shouting, "Teacher Su is treating everyone in the crew to a midnight snack. Come get some. There is someone named Su in this crew." Su Qingsu yawned and prepared to go back. Whenever someone received food, they would say thank you when they passed by Su Qingsu. Su Qingsu stopped and turned to the food. Before she could read the order form, she was asked by the assistant director, who was sitting there eating crayfish with a smile, "Why are you spending money? Come and see if you want spicy or soy sauce. Or take both. It's your treat anyway." I guess there's no need for the assistant director to do him a favor. There's probably someone else chosen for this midnight snack. There was a car parked not far away, but it was not the car driven by the usual driver. Su Qingsu seemed to have seen it in the parking lot of Li Shangjin's house. "Li Shangjin, Are you off work? I'll pick you up. Su Qingsu brought a box of crayfish, nodded to the assistant director, and called Li Shangjin directly. Uncle Li, are you in the car? Su Qingsu walked towards the car with a smile on her face. Through the car window, she saw the vague outline of the person inside. Knock knock. Li Shangjin was stunned. The voice was very close and didn't seem to come from a microphone. Roll down the car window, and you will receive a little fox's smile. Uncle Li. The fatigue from today's work was cleansed and washed away in an instant, both for Li Shangjin and Su Qingsu. Li Shangjin was about to get out of the car when Su Qingsu held the door. Uncle Li, you don't have to get out. Su Qingsu quickly walked to the other side and sat in the passenger seat. Let's go home. Li Shangjin glanced at the crew not far away. Not many people noticed this place, but there were many people and eyes. Su Qingsu suddenly took the opportunity to be an actor. Li Shangjin thought that he really had to pay attention. Depression value. I was very tired today, but when I saw Uncle Li, I was so happy. Su Qingsu put the box on his thigh. What happened to the depression value you just mentioned? It dropped by 1%. To be precise, it was actually 2%, but it first increased by 1% and then dropped by 2%. The current depression value is 46%. Very tired? Li Shangjin turned his head and looked at Su Qingsu before starting the car. It's the first day. It should be fine later. Su Qingsu changed the subject, not wanting Li Shangjin to think too much. This was bought by Uncle Li, right? Yeah. Li Shangjin started the car. Let me choose an assistant for you. No need. I can do it myself. Uncle Li, please don't find one for me secretly. Just like this time. You told me after the person arrived. Fortunately, Wei Yuan does not have any scenes tonight, and Tang Tang is not here either. But Su Qingsu always kept in mind that he was only here to work and earn some money for gifts, not to let Li Shangjin pay for him. Li Shangjin hired a personal assistant, and who knows how much the salary is. There is no contradiction between not being short of money and not being able to spend money recklessly. Okay. Li Shangjin saw that Su Qingsu's mouth was so full of anger that she looked a little unhappy, so he quickly agreed. After returning to the villa, Su Qingsu lazily lay on the sofa. Li Shangjin washed his hands and sat beside her. He opened the food box and started peeling shrimps. With nimble fingers, he peeled off the shrimp shells, leaving only a little sauce on his fingertips. Su Qingsu retracted her legs. Otherwise, she would take up the entire sofa and Li Shangjin would not be able to sit down. The shrimps passed to her mouth were spicy and delicious. Thank you, Uncle Li. I'll give you some too. Su Qingsu was about to put her feet down. No need. Qingsu, sit down. I'll do it. Li Shangjin peeled the shrimp very quickly. When Su Qingsu retracted her foot, another one was placed next to her mouth. Uncle Li, eat too. Su Qingsu enjoyed the meal so much that she put her feet on Li Shangjin's thighs. When she came to her senses, Li Shangjin was still peeling the meat with his head down and didn't seem to mind at all. Su Qingsu curled the corner of his mouth. The system felt that something was wrong. It started again. His host must be up to something bad. When Li Shangjin handed over the peeled shrimp again, Su Qingsu deliberately leaned forward, curled up slightly and moved her feet, causing her calf flesh to rub against the fabric, revealing a slightly dangerous area. Li Shangjin's hands were steady. He stopped and did not move. Seeing Su Qingsu eating the shrimp cunningly with a satisfied expression, Li Shangjin shook his head helplessly and bent down to continue peeling. When the next piece was handed over, Su Qingsu used the same trick again, but this time, Li Shangjin retracted it and put the meat into his mouth. Su Qingsu was teased and forgot what she was doing. When Li Shangjin handed her his hand, she quickly grabbed his wrist with both hands, bit the shrimp meat, and put her fingertips in her mouth. Li Shangjin's eyes darkened, with hidden waves of emotion in them. This and the restless movement of his feet were equally stimulating in the scene. Seductive little fox. Uncle Li? Su Qingsu tilted her head and acted innocent. Li Shangjin's fingertips rubbed Su Qingsu's rosy lips, causing him to hum softly. Slutty fox. A box of crayfish, soaked in honey for more than half an hour. We sleep together again tonight. After breakfast, Li Shangjin sent Su Qingsu back to the crew. Uncle Li, be careful on the road. Send me a message when you arrive. Su Qingsu reluctantly stared at the departing car. He wanted to get in the car and leave with Li Shangjin, even if the destination was the company. For him, being with Li Shangjin was extremely comfortable, and it didn't matter where they went. Su Qingsu ran into Wei Yuan head-on. As soon as she saw him, she remembered the glaring look on his face when he stared at Li Shangjin at the banquet. Dislike, even disgust. Li Shangjin is his. No one is allowed to touch him. As they passed by, Wei Yuan's voice rang out. I was wondering why you were next to Mr. Li at that time. It turns out you hooked up with him and slept with him. No wonder you got the role you chose after such a long time. Su Qingsu frowned at the contempt in his tone. He did want to climb into Li Shangjin's bed, and he did. But it was obvious that this was not on the same level as what the other party said. I got this role through an audition, Su Qingsu replied with a disdainful look. Don't think that someone is just like him, with dirty eyes, and everything he sees is dirty. You. Fortunately, the characters played by Xian Yueqing and Wei Yuan do not have any rival scenes. Otherwise, who knows how the other party would torment him. To trouble him is also to trouble the entire crew. Su Qingsu just wanted to get off work quickly and have dinner with Li Shangjin. Noon Qingsu? Su Qingsu looked up and saw that he was holding chopsticks and preparing to eat. Why are you eating here? Why don't we go to my RV? Lu Qinfeng said with a lunchbox in his hand. No, my driver is outside, and I'm just too lazy to go out. Su Qingsu said as she opened her phone and prepared to video chat with Li Shangjin. Can I eat here? I'd like to rehearse a scene with you later. Lu Qinfeng said as he approached. He thought about the refusal for a while, and finally, after looking at the unresponsive phone, Su Qingsu suddenly wondered, if he didn't take the initiative to call Li Shangjin, would Li Shangjin call him? Teacher Lu is really dedicated. Su Qingsu put down the phone and maintained normal social interaction. Just call me Qinfeng. Lu Qinfeng sat down next to Su Qingsu. I can also learn something from Qingsu. You are amazing. Lu Qinfeng said this. Su Qingsu could only smile blankly, and the other party looked at him with serious appreciation. Oh, really? Thank you. You are still better. Su Qingsu regretted it. Compared with bragging about business with Lu Qinfeng here, he wanted to hear the magnetic and gentle voice of his Uncle Li. Su Qingsu stared at the mobile phone interface, where she was the only one waiting eagerly. A name popped up on the screen. It was Li Shangjin who called. When the video call started, Su Qingsu was visibly happy and picked up the phone first. Uncle Li, wait a minute, let me connect to the Bluetooth. Who's next to you? Li Shangjin was sharp-eyed and noticed that there was a piece of clothing that did not belong to Su Qingsu, and it was quite close to him. When the Bluetooth connection was established, Li Shangjin had already blurted out these words. Su Qingsu glanced and found that Lu Qinfeng beside him did not seem to have heard these words. His attention seemed to be attracted by something not far away. Su Qingsu followed the other person's line of sight and, as expected, it was Tang Tang. He was eating in a corner just like them, looking very pitiful. Was it the same thought that Lu Qinfeng had when he saw him not far away just now? Should we sigh at Lu Qinfeng's willingness to help others and overflowing compassion, or at the power of the plot master? Qingsu. Li Shangjin's low voice came from the headset. He felt out of control and unhappy about Su Qingsu's erratic eyes and his non-answering of questions. Here, Uncle Li. Su Qingsu turned around and smiled at Li Shangjin in the video. In front of Li Shangjin now, this was undoubtedly not an act of being cute, and the hands that were invisible under the camera clenched tightly. What a worrying little fox, so eye-catching. Next to me is an actor from the crew, Teacher Lu, who taught me something. While Su Qingsu lowered her head to eat, she stared at Li Shangjin in the video, unable to look away. This action invisibly comforted Li Shangjin. What did Uncle Li have for lunch? Su Qingsu chatted with Li Shangjin as if no one was around. If the camera was turned, perhaps Li Shangjin would be able to spot Tang Tang eating alone not far away, but Su Qingsu would not do that. Some temptations had to be nipped in the bud. I bought some fruit tea and snacks for Qingsu this afternoon. Then Uncle Li will come over. This time Li Shangjin said it in advance, but Su Qingsu only cared about whether Li Shangjin would come over, or just for food. Knock knock, there was a knock on the door from Li Shangjin's side. Li Shangjin glanced at him and seemed to want to continue chatting with Su Qingsu. Su Qingsu thought that someone knocked on the door at lunchtime, so it must be something urgent at work. Uncle Li, please go ahead and finish your meal, Su Qingsu said sympathetically. Li Shangjin, the master of face-changing, showed a gentle face to Su Qingsu, and after hanging up the phone, he let the other party in with a cold face. Su Qingsu, who had just finished a show, was sitting on a small stool in the corner. She picked up her cell phone and prepared to ask again the question that Li Shangjin had not had time to answer this afternoon. Su Qingsu raised her eyes. Wei Yuan was filming now, so Tang Tang must be waiting on the set, but she didn't know where he was because there were too many people. The director yelled, "Cut!" Just as he opened the chat interface with Li Shangjin, he heard someone calling his name again, the same words as last night. Those who are taking a break can come over here to get a drink. Teacher Su is treating everyone to afternoon tea. Su Qingsu held the phone in both hands without moving. He thought Li Shangjin only bought his share, but unexpectedly, he earned him favor again. Li Shangjin bought it, and Su Qingsu stood up to get it. She had a bunch of snacks in her arms and was drinking a cup of fruit tea. She nodded perfunctorily in response to the constant thanks from the crowd. With a casual glance, he saw Tang Tang holding 2 cups of fruit tea, both of which were handed over to Wei Yuan. Drink enough water to be full. Su Qingsu lowered her head and glanced at the fruit tea in the box. There's still a lot left. Su Qingsu walked to the corner and just picked up the phone again. She saw 2 people. One of them was Lu Qinfeng, who took a cup and put it in Tang Tang's hand and said something. There was another person. Su Qingsu almost lost her grip on the phone. She quickly stood up and walked over, trying to block the other person's side of Tang Tang. Uncle Li, why are you here? Su Qingsu quickly glanced behind her. Tang Tang was blocked by Lu Qinfeng's body, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Li Shangjin's eyes followed Su Qingsu's unnatural line of sight, only to see a person's back. He retracted his gaze and lowered his eyes to Su Qingsu, who was already in front of him. Check the progress, Li Shangjin said deliberately, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, focusing on observing the changes in Su Qingsu's expression. Ah, I thought Uncle Li came to see me specially. Su Qingsu reached out and grabbed Li Shangjin's sleeve. As expected, a coquettish little fox was harvested. Li Shangjin said he came to the crew to check the progress, but the next second he was pulled into the RV by Su Qingsu. No more filming this afternoon? Then why don't we go back now? Li Shangjin was pushed into the car by Su Qingsu. Also, we'll go over to shoot after we finish eating. Su Qingsu put the food on the table, leaned comfortably on the cushion, and patted the seat next to him. Uncle Li, come here quickly. Cherish your time. He still has 2 games to go. Su Qingsu opened the fruit tea and handed it to Li Shangjin, who was sitting over. Try it, Uncle Li. You bought it yourself. Unhappy? Li Shangjin keenly noticed the other meaning in Su Qingsu's words. No. Su Qingsu saw that Li Shangjin didn't lower his head to drink the tea he handed over, and was about to retract his hand. You didn't even tell me that Uncle Li was coming. Did you want to give me a surprise? Oh no, Uncle Li said he came to see the progress, not to see me. Since the afternoon tea was a good intention of Li Shangjin to help him, although it was not bought for him alone, Su Qingsu did not say anything more about it. But if Li Shangjin came over without saying hello like he did this time, it would be more of a surprise than a shock. The time bomb has always been in the crew. Until now, Su Qingsu is unwilling and dare not let Li Shangjin discover the existence of Tang Tang. It may be selfish, but Su Qingsu will never allow anyone who can shake Li Shangjin's heart to exist. Li Shangjin reached out and grabbed Su Qingsu's hand, then leaned over to take a sip of the fruit tea in his hand. Su Qingsu's eyebrows were visibly happy. I'll tell you in advance next time I come over. Li Shangjin raised his hand and touched Su Qingsu's hair as she lowered her head and drank quietly. I came to see you. Su Qingsu, who was coaxed into submission with just a few words, unwrapped the snacks and stubbornly stuffed them into Li Shangjin's mouth. Li Shangjin had no choice but to eat them obediently. Otherwise, you might end up with the same fruit tea changing color again if you are not careful. Li Shangjin was about to get off the car and follow Su Qingsu to the crew, but Su Qingsu turned around and asked him aggrievedly, Uncle Li, are you really here to check the progress? I want to watch Qingsu act. Li Shangjin was half truthful, and the other half was because he was still resentful of the way Su Qingsu turned around and looked at someone else when she first saw him. Who was that person? Is he the one who sat next to Su Chingsu this afternoon? It's a bit sunny this afternoon. Uncle Lee is so tired from work. Go back and have a rest. Can you come back to see us when we change the location in a few days? If Li Shangjin was only looking at him, how could Su Chingsu be unwilling? After watching Li Shangjin leave, Su Chingsu turned around and the system asked in confusion. Host, are you worried that Li Shangjin will run into Tang Tang on the set? Not entirely. The next scene is quite sentimental. Last time, just the audition clip raised the depression value. Li Shangjin sent afternoon tea for several days in a row, and Su Chingsu was so anxious that he warned him that he spent more than he earned. Little fox, Uncle Lee, don't buy afternoon tea anymore. Li Shangjin saw the message from the person with the note Little Fox, but he just told his assistant that it was business as usual. Li Shangjin, don't like it? Little Fox, of course I like it, but it wasn't bought just for me. Little Fox, depressed mouth. JPG Li Shangjin. From now on, I will only buy it for Chingsu. Just as Su Chingsu was smiling, he received a message from Li Shangjin, telling him that today's item had been bought and next time it would belong to Su Chingsu alone. The film salary has not been received yet, but the money is spent faster than water, maybe even more. Su Chingsu held her forehead with her hands as she heard the familiar and repeated voices of thanks. It was all money. Chingsu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Qinfeng's concerned voice came out gently. Su Chingsu immediately put on a polite smile. It's okay. It's just a little hot. Lu Qinfeng brought 2 afternoon teas over. After Su Chingsu took them, she subconsciously wanted to thank him. Ah, thank you. A curse word came out. This was bought by Li Shangjin. Can I rehearse this scene with you? Of course. Su Chingsu lowered her head and took a big sip of the drink, and stuffed a large piece of food into her mouth, chewing while picking up the script and standing up. Su Chingsu, who was not paying attention to her phone, ignored the fact that Li Shangjin had already sent another message following the afternoon tea message, saying that he would be there soon. There is a part in the script where Jin Xiangyang gradually begins to regain his memory and becomes confused about his current face and his previous face. Xian Yueqing stood in front of Jin Xiangyang. Before she finished speaking, she noticed that Jin Xiangyang looked a little strange. Xiangyang? Jin Xiangyang approached Xian Yueqing, his eyes confused, and raised his hand to touch Xian Yueqing's face. His eyebrows and eyes were so familiar. You, Chingsu. The voice Su Chingsu heard was not from Lu Qinfeng on the other side, but from the familiar Li Shangjin. Taking a step back, Lu Qinfeng's hand fell into nothingness, and when he turned his head, he saw Li Shangjin's figure. Uncle Li. Su Chingsu was quick to act, and only needed Li Shangjin. Su Chingsu looked around and made sure that Tang Tang was not in sight. This expression again, in Li Shangjin's opinion, it contained a bit of guilt, and the dishonest little fox was labeled. When did Uncle Li come? Su Chingsu looked up and asked Li Shangjin. Not long ago. Li Shangjin stepped forward and deliberately got closer to Su Chingsu. Were you acting together just now? Hello? Mr. Li. Lu Qinfeng had seen Li Shangjin's photos in some reports. Recently, the other party opened a new entertainment company, and the company's employees had the idea of changing jobs, of course, not including him. Lu Qinfeng has decent resources within the company, so there is no need for him to move to another place for development. Li Shangjin glanced at Lu Qinfeng and nodded in response. When Lu Qinfeng set his sights on Su Chingsu, Li Shangjin acted faster than he thought and put his arms around Su Chingsu's waist. You guys can chat, that's all for now. The assistant director and other staff members, such as the producer, had an unspoken understanding within the circle about the relationship between Li Shangjin and Su Chingsu, which was 50-50, mainly because they did not fully believe in Su Chingsu's identity. The assistant director naturally felt a little regretful, and also lamented that the rumors about you guys can chat, that's all for now. The assistant director and other staff members, such as the producer, had an unspoken understanding within the circle about the relationship between Li Shangjin and Su Chingsu, which was 50-50, mainly because they did not fully believe in Su Chingsu's identity. The assistant director naturally felt a little regretful, and also lamented. However, he felt somewhat contemptuous of Li Shangjin's behavior of often coming here as an investor. Su Chingsu was still unaware of their twists and turns, and was immersed in the joy of Li Shangjin's embrace on his waist. It was not until the big hand on his waist left and the gentle touch disappeared that he slowly came back to his senses. What are you thinking about now that you walking away? Su Qingsu was sensitive to sounds and could quickly tell the unhappiness in Li Shangjin's tone. Uncle Li hugged my waist. Su Qingsu pulled the corners of her mouth and smiled. The cunning little fox turned into a silly fox who loved to laugh. Uncle Li came here without telling me. Su Qingsu pouted and pulled Li Shangjin to sit on a small stool in the corner. The tall Li Shangjin leaned on a small stool, looking funny and inexplicably cute. I've already sent you a message, but Qingsu didn't reply. Is she acting with him? Li Shangjin guessed the time, but he didn't know when Su Qingsu started acting with the other party. After all, it was already acting when he came. Oh, really? Su Qingsu picked up the phone and saw the message sent by Li Shangjin. He just turned the phone over at that time, and Lu Qin's phone was beside him. Candy, where is Tang Tang now? Reply to the host, he has already returned to the hotel with Wei Yuan with afternoon tea. When Su Qingsu heard what the system said, she felt relieved but a little angry at the same time. Is there anything more annoying than someone you don't like getting off work earlier than you? If there was, it means that the other party also took away the afternoon tea that Uncle Li bought for Nanshu. No? Li Shangjin narrowed his eyes when he saw Su Qingsu staring at the phone in a daze. Ah yes, I saw it. Su Qingsu moved the small stool and moved closer to Li Shangjin. I just saw it. Uncle Li, don't worry. I will never deliberately not reply to Uncle Li's message. It must be that I didn't see it. I would definitely reply if I saw it. Uncle Li, the same is true. Su Qingsu raised the corner of his mouth, smiling, with a bit of innocence and paranoia. You can't not reply to my message. Qingsu will be very uncomfortable. I will reply when I see it. Li Shangjin raised his hand, wanting to touch Su Qingsu's eyes as she tilted her head and looked at him with some sadness. All departments get ready. The voice of the director. Su Qingsu stood up, and Li Shangjin's fingertips rubbed his beautifully curved cheeks. Then I'm going to film. Uncle Li can watch if he wants. Su Qingsu turned around and smiled. Don't get exposed to the sun. I thought the jealousy would end there, but unexpectedly, Li Shangjin refilled the pot with a bigger one. There are no overly sad scenes, just a simple chat following the plot. However, as soon as Xian Yueqing, played by Su Qingsu, and Jin Xiangyang, played by Lu Qinfeng, get closer, Li Shangjin's eyes, following Su Qingsu's, always suddenly become sharp. Many people in the crew would look at the two of them, and Li Shangjin found it annoying. Qingsu was very beautiful, like a little white fox moving freely among the crowd, noble and beautiful, and Li Shangjin fell in love with her at first sight. Xian Yueqing is not Su Qingsu, but the person who plays Xian Yueqing is Su Qingsu. She is the Su Qingsu that Li Shangjin cannot ignore, the Su Qingsu that he cannot help but care about. Li Shangjin lowered his head. If Su Qingsu really chose to go the acting route and went all the way, what should he do? Would he support her? He was afraid he couldn't bear it. It was just his first drama, and he was already worried about the outcome. But if it was really Su Qingsu's love, Li Shangjin would be reluctant to deprive her of her. Li Shangjin followed the whole process until Su Qingsu finished her part for today. The depression value gradually increased by 3% when the host was filming, and the current depression value is 49%. I wasn't very happy at work to begin with, and now I have to pay for Li Shangjin's depression, which makes me even angrier. Uncle Li, let's go home. Su Qingsu took 2 steps at a time and jumped over, but after work, she felt more relaxed. The two got in the car, and the driver, who was so skilled that it made people feel distressed, raised the tailgate. Halfway through the journey, Su Qingsu remembered. By the way, Uncle Li, we're going to change the location in 2 days, so I have to buy a suitcase to pack some clothes and take it with me. Su Qingsu originally thought that he would let Li Shangjin watch him act after the location change, but he didn't expect that the next few scenes arranged were not very optimistic, and the location was a little far away. Whether it was from the company or the villa, it was very troublesome. Where is the place? How many days? Li Shangjin recalled the itinerary that his secretary had just told him today, and he would be on a business trip in the next few days. It's a bit far, Su Qingsu mentioned a place name, and received a disappointed little expression from Li Shangjin. I don't know how many days it will take, maybe 3 or 4 days, 5 or 6 days. Uncle Lee, you don't have to come. Anyway, once my part is finished there, I will come back here to continue filming for a few days, and Uncle Lee can come to see it then. Su Ching-su didn't want Li Shangjin to make trouble, even though he wanted to be with him very much. Well, I have to go on a business trip tomorrow, which will take a few days, so I won't be able to pick up Ching-su tomorrow. It doesn't matter, it's just right. Su Ching-su appeared to be considerate, but inwardly she cursed this evil job. Uncle Lee, what time is the ticket? Su Ching-su pulled Li Shangjin's big hand over and played with his fingers. Li Shangjin seemed to understand why Su Ching-su couldn't help scratching his palm every time he pulled her hand. He himself couldn't help but tremble and couldn't help but curl his fingertips, even though it was awkward and difficult to take out the phone from the other person's pocket with one hand. Li Shangjin never thought of taking back the hand that was conveniently in Su Ching-su's hand. Confirmed the time and informed Su Ching-su. Su Ching-su was satisfied. He was happy to see Li Shangjin's reluctance and loss when he was leaving. He was happy to see that he would rather use his other hand to pick up the phone than take away the hand he was playing with. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that Li Shangjin's depression value will not increase. At night, Su Ching-su crawled into Li Shangjin's bed again, using a little trick every day. But the reasons these days are pretty fixed, nothing more than, I'm so tired from work today, I want to sleep with Uncle Lee, so I can recharge my batteries. But today's excuse seemed different. Su Ching-su nudged Li Shangjin's chest, and Li Shangjin patted his back. Are you tired from work? After Uncle Lee came today, I wasn't tired at all in the afternoon. I was so happy to see Uncle Lee. He was just a little more anxious, eager to get off work. Depression value decreased by 2%. Current depression value is 47%. I slept with Uncle Lee today because I can't sleep with Uncle Lee tomorrow. Okay, I got it. Li Shangjin reached out and turned off the bedside lamp. Go to sleep, my little fox. The scenes that Su Ching-su filmed were basically very steady and solid. When the crew members saw that the next scene was Su Ching-su's, they were all happy, knowing that they could get off work early today. We got off work early because we all worked together. After returning to the hotel and washing up, Su Ching-su immediately lay down on the bed, holding her mobile phone and sending a message to Li Shangjin. Little fox. Uncle Lee, can I call you? Little fox. Poke fingers to be good.jpg. What Su Ching-su received was a video call directly from Li Shangjin. Looking at Li Shangjin in the picture, who was wearing a white shirt with an open collar and half-wet hair combed back, Su Ching-su swallowed. He tugged at his collar and felt it was inexplicably tight. From the other end of the video, Li Shangjin saw the little fox revealing her white chest and the faintly visible collarbone, which was tempting again. Uncle Lee, did you miss me? I missed Uncle Lee so much today. Su Ching-su said directly. Yeah, I did. Li Shangjin missed the faint fragrance on his body when Su Ching-su approached him, and missed the wonderful touch of her slender waist. Really? Of course, what he wanted most was Su Ching-su, who smiled, showed him her soft belly, and acted coquettishly. Uncle Lee, can you move the camera down a little bit? Su Ching-su stared at Li Shangjin's exposed chest, with obvious pectoral muscles, and the abdominal muscles hidden by the shirt below the line in the middle. What's wrong? Li Shangjin deliberately unbuttoned another button. He knew what this lecherous fox wanted to see, so it was worth it that he specially grabbed a hairstyle and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons before calling the video. Let me show it to Uncle Lee. Su Ching-su pursed her lips and raised the corners of her mouth, lifted the hem of her clothes, and revealed her white waist. Uncle Lee, can you show me your abdominal muscles? The lecherous fox was bolder than he thought, and Li Shangjin almost dropped his phone. Li Shangjin stared at Su Ching-su without moving his eyes, until he felt weak and silently put down his clothes. Uncle Lee. Su Ching-su would occasionally test Li Shangjin's bottom line, and whenever she found something wrong, she would pretend to be good. Be good. Li Shangjin's voice was a little hoarse. Have a good rest. The call was ended in a hurry. Su Ching-su was stunned and quickly asked the system, how is Li Shangjin doing over there now? Let me see. Li Shangjin went to the bathroom. An ambiguous answer. It is normal to wash up at this time, but after the ambiguous and stimulating behavior just now, it is hard to say whether it is appropriate to go into the bathroom again. Okay, block it for a while. Su Ching-su asked the system to block for a while, and then she went into the bathroom. During the few days of filming here, Su Qingsu would talk on the phone with Li Shangjin for a long time after work. After finally confirming that she had no role to play here, Su Qingsu bought a ticket for that night and ran back home without stopping. But I found out that Li Shangjin was still on a business trip. Why didn't you tell me that Li Shangjin wasn't at home when I bought the ticket? You didn't ask. The system felt wronged. Ah, I should have stayed one more day to pick some souvenirs for Uncle Li. After sending a message to Li Shangjin and confirming that he would be back the day after tomorrow, Su Qingsu reluctantly accepted it. Today the villa was empty, and Su Qingsu felt lonely. I lay on the swing chair for a long time, with the dark night sky, the gentle breeze, and a few trees under the street lights. After sneezing, Su Qingsu sat up and sent a message to Li Shangjin. Little fox, Uncle Li, is the season about to change? Li Shangjin. It will take some time. What's wrong? Little fox. I sneeze when the wind blows on the balcony. Isn't autumn coming? Li Shangjin on the other side of the screen lowered his head and chuckled, asking Su Qingsu to put on a coat or go into the house. After being silly, Su Qingsu went into the house and touched the Lego blocks that she hadn't taken care of for several days. She also took a photo for Li Shangjin. Little fox, Uncle Li is busy with your work. I'll send mine. Entertaining oneself has always been Su Qingsu's specialty. I returned to the crew the next day and became an honest worker. As soon as she got off the stage, Su Qingsu would pick up her phone and start looking for a birthday gift for Li Shangjin. As soon as her salary arrived, she would spend it the next second. I have lunch at noon, look forward to getting off work early in the afternoon, and there is a night show in the evening. A busy day, a day of missing Uncle Li. Su Qingsu lay in the villa, took out the shirt that Li Shangjin left in the closet, held it tightly in her arms, lay on Li Shangjin's bed, curled up and gradually fell asleep. These 2 days were also the day when Su Qingsu finished filming. Su Qingsu's final scene was the one where she entered the sea, which was specially arranged by the assistant director. The sky was hazy and the sun had not yet risen. Without the sunlight, only a few stars could be vaguely seen. With protective measures in place, the entire venue was extremely quiet. Su Qingsu was sleepy. When she heard the assistant director shout, "All departments, get ready," she stood up to wake herself up. Start shooting. Xian Yueqing walked barefoot on the beach, step by step, firmly and soullessly towards the quiet and gloomy sea. Li Shangjin is here. The sea water had already reached above the waist, and Su Qingsu heard the voice of the system. The figure moving forward into the sea trembled and stopped for a moment. The director did not call cut, but the eyes of others were filled with worry and sorrow, a kind of torment and pain of watching others rush to death but being unable to do anything. The coincidental pause at this moment made Xian Yueqing hesitate and waver in going to death. If someone could hold him back, perhaps, Xian Yueqing could still live as Xian Yueqing, instead of Jin Xiangyang. But there was no one. Xian Yueqing resisted the resistance and walked towards the darkness once again. The sea water spread to his chest and swallowed him up bit by bit. The sea was calm, and the gloom of the early morning was gradually illuminated by the light of dawn. Su Qingsu emerged from the sea and walked back, and everyone ran towards him. After coming up, the staff put a big towel on Su Qingsu. Li Shangjin was watching not far away. It went without saying that the depression value must have risen. It was such a coincidence that Su Qingsu wanted to curse. Li Shangjin can feel sorry for him, but he must not let his depression level rise. The depression level fluctuates frequently and finally settles at 51%. Uncle Li, this is just a play. It's fake. Su Qingsu comforts him. The depression level drops by 1%, and the current depression level is 50%. After taking a sip of warm water, he moved closer to Li Shangjin. Why don't you hug me, Uncle Li? Is it because I'm wet? Is it not possible even if I'm wrapped in a towel? Before Li Shangjin raised his hand to hug Su Qingsu had already snuggled into his arms. Uncle Li's embrace is so warm. Everyone was concentrating on Su Qingsu's performance and slowly noticed that their big sponsor was also present. There were rumors in the crew that the two had a bad relationship, but in a scene like today, which sponsor would be able to stay up before dawn to watch his little canary perform? Someone was taking pictures. Li Shangjin took a look and grabbed Su Qingsu's shoulders with both hands, pushing him away from his arms. Uncle Li? Qingsu, do you want to be an actor in the future? No. Su Qingsu was very determined and kept going to Li Shangjin's arms, seeming to be a little unhappy with Li Shangjin's behavior just now. This time, Li Shangjin hugged her even tighter. The one who disturbed their world of two was the assistant director. He took out a red envelope and gave it to Su Qingsu to calm her down. It's not like he couldn't give a red envelope. Li Shangjin glanced at the assistant director. Su Qingsu happily accepted the red envelope, which seemed to be quite generous. Thank you, assistant director. Whether it was a sponsor or a love affair, the assistant director thought that Su Qingsu was a gifted actor who could learn things quickly and was a rare talent. If she was nurtured, she would win awards and become famous in the world. Li Shangjin stared at the assistant director, who was staring at Su Qingsu with shining eyes, frowning and blocking his sight. Assistant director, is there anything else? The assistant director pouted and left in annoyance. Teacher Su will treat everyone to a roasted whole lamb. Familiar voice, unfamiliar cuisine. Su Qingsu's eyes, which had just been shining brightly at the red envelope, silently shifted to Li Shangjin's face, and the corners of her mouth slightly lowered speechlessly. Uncle Li, of course there must be a wrap-up party for the wrap-up. It's not like the crew has wrapped up. The money she just got was spent again. The money in the red envelope was not enough for Li Shangjin to pretend. Su Qingsu felt sorry for the money, but at the same time, she lowered her head and smiled secretly. How could she not be happy when someone paid for her? It was impossible for her to be unhappy. Su Qingsu brought Li Shangjin back to the RV. Su Qingsu put down the big towel and was about to lift it up by the hem. As soon as her waist was exposed, Li Shangjin grabbed her hand. Uncle Li, change too. I got your clothes wet. Su Qingsu turned around to look through the closet, found a loose short-sleeved shirt and stuffed it into Li Shangjin's pocket. Let me look for pants. No, it's not very wet. He said this, but he didn't return the short-sleeved shirt to Su Qingsu. Instead, Li Shangjin took the clothes that Su Qingsu wanted to change and asked him to go to the bathroom to change. Su Qingsu pouted. It's like this again. Is he in bad shape? But he has lost several pounds while filming recently. Li Shangjin has a good figure. He should show it off openly. Li Shangjin sighed softly, and Su Qingsu looked up at him, thinking that he was about to give in. Unexpectedly, Li Shangjin took Su Qingsu directly to the bathroom and closed the door for him. Li Shangjin was so restrained that Su Qingsu began to doubt her own charm. Then she thought positively, thinking that perhaps it was precisely because she was unable to resist that she was able to avoid the possibility of it happening. Su Qingsu changed her clothes quickly and just came out of the bathroom when she was greeted by a white face. Wipe your hair. Isn't there anyone who can blow-dry your hair in the car? Li Shangjin's big hand gently wiped Su Qingsu's head. Su Qingsu's earlobes were occasionally rubbed by Li Shangjin's palm through the towel, gradually turning red, and she said in a muffled voice, "No." He raised his hand to grab Li Shangjin's wrist, adjusted it, revealing wet eyes. Their eyes met for less than 2 seconds before Li Shangjin turned his gaze back up his head. It's not a good thing to be shy all the time. Su Qingsu glanced at the small bed beside her. It was really a perfect match of timing and people, but it was a pity that the location was not good. Otherwise, she would have just pounced on Li Shangjin. Li Shangjin was still wearing Su Qingsu's clothes, which fit him well and were not tight. He did not change his pants, as he thought that the largest contact areas would be his chest and hands when they hugged. Seeing the person you like wearing your clothes makes you feel very satisfied both physically and mentally. Su Qingsu shook her head and smiled. Uncle Li, let's go eat roasted whole lamb. Li Shangjin paid for it, so he couldn't just leave it uneaten. It didn't make sense, and he wouldn't allow it. Will it be cold? Li Shangjin lowered his head, his eyes falling on Su Qingsu. Su Qingsu followed Li Shangjin's line of sight and saw her own white legs. She was only wearing shorts that reached her knees. It's not cold now, but it was a little when she first entered the water. Li Shangjin was worried that Su Qingsu would catch a cold. In his eyes, Su Qingsu seemed to be in normal health. But in Su Qingsu's view, this is not only concern, but also may cover another meaning. Uncle Li, don't you want me to wear shorts when going out? Qingsu, as long as it's comfortable and not cold, it's fine. Li Shangjin was naturally unwilling to share such a beautiful little fox, But the little fox was free. It was a good reply, but it didn't hit Su Qingsu's possessive thoughts. Well, let us go. Su Qingsu pulled Li Shangjin out of the car. Sitting on the steps on the beach coast, Su Qingsu and Li Shangjin were a little further away from the crew, holding a plate with some cut meat on it. It's hot and emitting white smoke. When you take a bite, you'll find it has just the right chewiness. The meat is delicious, and the cumin on top is just the right amount. I don't know who brought the pot over, and a big pot of hot soup was boiled, and everyone scooped a big bowl. Su Qingsu was sweating from drinking, and looked very happy. She turned her head and saw that Li Shangjin was still eating politely. Uncle Li, try taking big bites. Su Qingsu turned her head and looked at Li Shangjin, encouraging him. It was unclear why, but Li Shangjin did as he was told. As Li Shangjin took a big bite, Su Qingsu raised her eyebrows. It seemed that it had nothing to do with eating in big or small bites. It was just a natural slowness of Li Shangjin. The hot soup was passed to Li Shangjin's mouth, and he took a sip. Su Qingsu took the bowl back, lowered her head, and took a sip from the original position. I'm so happy. The depression value decreased by 2%, and the current depression value is 48%. Su Qingsu was the first to say this, and the UU value was dropped by Li Shangjin. So coincidentally that it seemed as if he was responding to Su Qingsu's words. Li Shangjin was also very happy, and even felt a kind of happiness that he had not felt for a long time. From afar, the sea is gradually beginning to have low waves, and above it is the rising and enlarging round sun emitting light. The crowd is bustling, and the scenery is picturesque. Uncle Li, I like it. Hey, the two of you over there, if you don't come over, the newly grilled meat will be finished. The assistant director's loud voice. Su Qingsu quickly stuffed the plate into Li Shangjin's hands. Uncle Li, take it. I'll get another one. Li Shangjin stared at the plate in his hand in a daze. If he heard correctly, Qingsu said like, what do you like? The beautiful scenery in the distance, or him nearby? Uncle Li, try this while it's hot. As soon as Su Qingsu came over, she picked up a piece of meat that looked crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and handed it to Li Shangjin's mouth. Li Shangjin deliberately opened his mouth wide and made a sound. Su Qingsu paused, and laughed so hard that her shoulders shook twice. Uncle Li is so cute. Su Qingsu chewed the meat in her mouth, staring at Li Shangjin with a gentle smile on her face. Not as cute as a little fox. Li Shangjin looked up and saw Su Qingsu with bulging cheeks, just like a small animal looking for food. After Su Qingsu sat down, she continued to eat with Li Shangjin, occasionally raising her hand to feed Li Shangjin, who also took all the food without missing a single bite. The UU value decreased by 1%, and the current UU value is 47%. Candy. Here. Host. Can you send a gift to Su's mother who is far away abroad? Of course, what does the host want to exchange? A silk scarf and a string of pearls. Missing and cherishing. Su Qingsu hopes to bring warmth to a mother while being happy. His love is not that great, but it is enough for Li Shangjin and her. The day after tomorrow is Li Shangjin's birthday. The master also sent a message saying that the big project has been completed and only the two small ones are left. Judging from the photos, Su Qingsu was very satisfied and sent the balance to the other party directly. On Li Shangjin's birthday, he went to work as usual, unaware that there was a large transparent cabinet in his room. Li Shangjin never mentioned his own birthday, and the old housekeeper and Uncle Tian also tacitly did not mention any words of blessing to Li Shangjin, because he never celebrated his own birthday, and it was the same after he left the Li family. There were 2 bowls of noodles on the table. Li Shangjin didn't think much of it. Instead, Uncle Tian looked at Su Qingsu, who was calm and composed, with a guilty look on his face. After finishing the noodles, Su Qingsu took Li Shangjin upstairs. What's wrong? Do you want me to build Lego with you? After coming back 2 days ago, Li Shangjin was pulled by Su Qingsu to build Lego in the room. I want to show Uncle Li something. After opening the door, the first thing Li Shangjin saw was the large transparent cabinet. Inside was a small house. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like Li Shangjin's current villa. Looking closer, it was not made of Lego bricks. Uncle Li, happy birthday. Su Qingsu opened the cabinet door and took out the 2 little figures standing inside. Judging from their clothes, They looked like Li Shangjin and Su Qingsu herself. Extra. Tanabata Festival Special. Su Qingsu has been busy in the kitchen without telling Li Shangjin these days. Why do I say that she was carrying him behind his back? Because he asked Uncle Tian not to tell Li Shangjin. He knew that Li Shangjin had always arranged for people around him to report his special situation at all times. The day after tomorrow is Chinese Valentine's Day, and Su Qingsu wants to make a chocolate cake for Li Shangjin. But Su Qingsu looked down at the kitchen counter that had been exploded to a horrible state, and the black cube that could not be identified as a non-Newtonian body or not. Having not been in the kitchen for several years, Su Qingsu thought he could still cook simple dishes. He had verified it, and Li Shangjin had praised him, although he later stopped him from cooking because he felt sorry for him. What went wrong? Su Qingsu held the recipe and lowered his head to study it. The old housekeeper looked at the miserable situation in the kitchen and looked to Uncle Tian for help. Uncle Tian shook his head. Master Qingsu won't let me do it. Su Qingsu worked in the kitchen for the entire afternoon and finally made a cake that looked normal in shape and good in appearance. After taking a bite, Su Qingsu spat it out. It tastes bitter and weird. The battle came to a temporary halt when it was almost time for Uncle Tian to make dinner. After Li Shangjin came back, he had no idea what had happened in the kitchen, let alone that the beautiful girl he had been longing for in the office for a long time had almost made him eat his stomach off. Su Qingsu threw herself into Li Shangjin's arms, took his coat, buried her face in it, and rubbed it. Don't rub the coat. Li Shangjin pulled the coat back. Well, Su Qingsu stretched out her hand. Not having time to grab the edges and corners, then I rub, Uncle Li? Yes. Li Shangjin responded calmly. Su Qingsu narrowed her eyes and smiled, with the corners of her mouth raised, revealing her pearly teeth, and threw herself into Li Shangjin's arms again, rubbing his soft and slightly hard chest affectionately. As soon as her fair hand was raised secretly, it was caught by Li Shangjin with one hand. Li Shangjin put his other hand around Su Qingsu's waist, holding the two of them tightly together, and said in a hoarse voice with a smile, If you want to touch me, I'll let you touch me enough in bed tonight. In the dead of night, the curtains block out the moonlight, and the overlapping figures rise and fall on the curtains. A tall figure with big hands tightly holding the waist of the person on him. The wind rustled the leaves outside the house, and there were whimpering sounds inside the house. The graceful figure was on top, with the shadows of the slender limbs falling in front of the tall chest. In the end, the smaller figure was surrounded by the taller one, and his weak hands were tightly held by the other party. Why don't you touch me anymore? I promised you that I would touch you as much as you want. The cries for mercy continued all night long. After Li Shangjin fell asleep, Su Qingsu quietly got out of bed, with her legs full of pinch marks and bruises, and walked out of the room with some difficulty. There was a rustling sound coming from the kitchen downstairs. It was Su Qingsu who was preparing to start working on the Qixi festival cake again. The lights in the living room came on. Su Qingsu felt the change in brightness and turned around to see Li Shangjin standing at the door. Su Qingsu felt a little guilty. Uncle Li. What? I didn't satisfy you, and you still have the energy to come down? Li Shangjin restrained himself a little in bed today, thinking that the day after tomorrow would be Chinese Valentine's Day, so he would take Su Qingsu out for a trip and indulge himself. Unexpectedly, Su Qingsu stayed up late at night and ran to the kitchen. Are you hungry? Li Shangjin walked in and found some tools. Want to make a cake? For Chinese Valentine's Day? You guessed it, there's no surprise there. Su Qingsu pouted. He was too anxious and shouldn't have come down in the middle of the night. He ignored the fact that Li Shangjin basically hugged him to sleep in bed. Without the familiar feeling in his arms, it was easy for him to wake up. If I had known earlier, I would have learned from Li Shangjin and put a pillow in his arms before getting out of bed. Li Shangjin put his arm around Su Qingsu's waist, held his hand tightly with his other hand, and kissed Su Qingsu's lips, which she bit subconsciously. Don't bite. Their saliva intertwined. Their pink tongues danced, and they were inseparable. Su Qingsu was being chased by Li Shangjin step by step. She had no way to retreat. Her back was against the eaves of the stage. Her other hand, which was not shackled, touched Li Shangjin's chest. Uncle Li, do you want to stay here? Li Shangjin's eyes immediately turned red. His voice became hoarse, His breath sprayed on his neck, and the tingling current flowed between them. On the day of Chinese Valentine's Day, Su Qingsu received a bouquet of flowers from Li Shangjin. There were roses, magnolias, and one that was not well known, viburnum. Li Shangjin saw Su Qingsu fiddling with one of the flowers and called out its name. Su Qingsu made the chocolate cake and was very proud of it. He said that there was nothing he couldn't do as long as he wanted to. Uncle Tian didn't cook today, so Li Shangjin took Su Qingsu to the restaurant that had been booked in advance. "Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation?" The receptionist came over and asked. Li Shangjin reported his name and number. The man glanced at the registration book in his hand. His eyes lit up, and he looked at Li Shangjin and Su Qingsu, then smiled and said the compartment number. "Enjoy your meal." Before entering the box, Su Qingsu was still a little confused. Why is she smiling like that? I don't know. Li Shangjin curled up the corner of his mouth with a smile. Once they entered the private room, Su Qingsu knew it. This horizontal layout made it a perfect couple's private room. I ordered a couple's set meal, which is actually a set for 2 people, but most of the food is made into a heart shape. Even the straw of the drink is bent into a small heart. However, the portion is quite large, and it seems that Li Shangjin specially selected it. Fortunately, the cake is not big and can be used as a dessert after dinner. And on the night they returned, the lingering night was the main meal for the 2 of them, and also the time for a big meal. This is made of fondant. The cabinet has been specially treated to provide it with the right humidity and temperature. The master told me that it can be kept for up to 1 or 2 years. Su Qingsu held up the one that looked like her and gave it to Li Shangjin. "This is for Uncle Li. You can eat it. Do you want to eat it?" Li Shangjin looked at the cute, delicate, and well-behaved little Qingsu in his hand, feeling a little reluctant. Of course. Su Qingsu took a bite of Li Shangjin's sweet little hand. The house can be kept. It doesn't matter if the shelf life has expired, but these 2, we just keep for ourselves. The UU value decreased by 3%. The current UU value is 44%. The system looked at the 2 people in the interface. It couldn't be said to be weird, but it could only be said to be quite special. They were holding a small candy man and eating it. Sure enough, Li Shangjin was not a normal mortal who could get along with Su Qingsu. Li Shangjin didn't ask Su Qingsu how she knew his birthday. Just like him, Li Shangjin, if he wanted to know, there were always many ways and methods. Host, there is still 1 week left before the limited edition box of Lego bricks you added will be on sale. The system really did its job well as a little alarm clock. Thank you. I understand. The system was not polite this time, because this was Su Qingsu's simple courtesy. It was deceived by his appearance in the first place. No wonder Li Shangjin called him a little fox. Tonight, she got her wish and slept in Li Shangjin's bed again. She no longer needed any reasons or excuses. Only Li Shangjin was willing to listen to those excuses and cooperate with Su Qingsu. This time, Su Qingsu only needed to lie down and pat the empty space next to the bed, and Li Shangjin would lie down skillfully and cover them both with the quilt. The system was beginning to suspect whether it had missed some part of the content. Otherwise, why had the 2 of them skipped so many steps and went to sleep so skillfully under the quilt? What did I miss? Host, are you already together? Why didn't I see you guys confess your love to each other? As a highly intelligent data code, the system began to doubt whether there was something wrong with itself for the first time. Not yet. The atmosphere at the beach last time was pretty good. Next time, on my birthday, let Uncle Li give me himself as a gift. This was also the first time the system had heard of such a way of asking for gifts and confessing love. It could imagine that it would not be able to see the scene at that time, and the screen would definitely be black, and it would be forced to block it. After a few days, the day of sale finally arrived. Su Qingsu was already fully prepared, constantly refreshing the interface and watching it. In the end, even though their fingers were about to smoke, they still failed to win the battle. If the phone wasn't bought by Li Shangjin, Su Qingsu would have wanted to throw it away right now. Host, the UU points you got last time can be exchanged for this. But isn't it sold out? Where did the one you exchanged come from? The system was stumped. They were all direct one-to-one copies. Forget it. I'll grab it again in a few months. I'll buy something else this time. He didn't seem to have the idea of exchanging UU points for himself. Su Qingsu still had some Lego building blocks, So she took out a new box and continued building. Li Shangjin came to find Su Qingsu for dinner. As expected, he saw Su Qingsu sitting on the floor like an animal. Fortunately, someone had laid a carpet beforehand. What delicious food did Uncle Tian make today? Su Qingsu went downstairs with Li Shangjin. Qingsu, guess what? Su Qingsu recalled, last time I praised the mapo tofu, I saw it for 3 days in a row, either at noon or at night. What did I praise the other day? Preserved pork with preserved vegetables? In fact, not only Uncle Tian, but Li Shangjin also paid attention to Su Qingsu's words. Hey, Uncle Li remembers it too? Su Qingsu's eyebrows were curved, and it seemed that she always smiled more when she was next to Li Shangjin. After seeing the familiar dish of braised pork with preserved vegetables on the table, Su Qingsu looked at Li Shangjin, and they smiled at each other in tacit understanding. Uncle Tian took out the bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen, puzzled. Why are the two young masters so happy today? After dinner, digest the food. Sitting on the swing chair, looking out leisurely, admiring the scenery outside, Li Shangjin and Su Qingsu sat side by side, and he was responsible for swinging his legs occasionally. Host, the current plot has come to the auction of Li Shangjin's company. Among the items auctioned, there is a painting that was the posthumous work of Tang Tang's deceased grandmother. In the original novel, Li Shangjin had already met Tang Tang, but due to the male protagonist Lung Chun, he had not been able to have much contact or talk with him. And that painting was the opportunity Li Shangjin investigated and took the picture just to meet Tang Tang. In the original novel, Li Shangjin unilaterally believed that Tang Tang was threatened by Long Chun or had some leverage in the other party's hand, which was why he had not shown up. But things are different now. Li Shangjin has never seen Tang Tang because of Su Qingsu. Su Qingsu is curious about this painting. Now, does Li Shangjin know that it is the posthumous work of Tang Tang's deceased grandmother? Su Qingsu looked at Li Shangjin. His expression was indifferent but a little gloomy. If Li Shangjin still refused to give up looking for him, he would be annoyed every minute. Well, Qingsu, what's wrong? Li Shangjin often couldn't help looking at Su Qingsu from the corner of his eyes. When Su Qingsu looked over, Li Shangjin quickly caught it. What about Uncle Li? Su Qingsu clenched her hands slightly, not scratching the cushion. What? Li Shangjin was puzzled. Uncle Li didn't look at me. How did he know I was looking at you? Su Qingsu retracted her gaze and deliberately swung her legs twice, but the swing was not very strong. Why is Uncle Li looking at me? Qingsu is worried about something? Li Shangjin did not answer but asked instead. Su Qingsu looked surprised. Really? Su Qingsu jumped off the swing chair. Li Shangjin was really perceptive. He had something on his mind, but he could not say it or ask. He wanted to know why Li Shangjin took the picture. Did he take the picture for Tang Tang, just like in the original novel? After the original male protagonist Lung Chin knew about it, he came to ask Li Shangjin about the resale. However, at that time, Li Shangjin already knew about Tang Tang's existence and asked Tang Tang to come alone. The male protagonist of the original novel naturally would not allow it. After repeated failures, Tang Tang found out and wanted to come alone. He was discovered by Long Chun, and finally the two of them went together. In the original novel, Li Shangjin was no match for Tang Tang's tears and ended up giving the treasure back to Tang Tang. Thinking of this part in the original novel, Su Qingsu felt aggrieved. Was Li Shangjin the one who got wronged? Su Qingsu became furious when she thought of this. She turned her head and glared at Li Shangjin, then walked out of the balcony. Li Shangjin blinked, looking somewhat innocent. What had he done to provoke the little fox? This time, it not only scratched its claws, but also glared at it fiercely as a warning. Although the current focus should not be here, Li Shangjin still thinks that Su Qingsu is very cute like this. Who made our little fox Qingsu unhappy? Li Shangjin then followed Su Qingsu's footsteps and asked in a gentle tone, Uncle Li, just coax me. Su Qingsu knelt on the bed and stretched out her hands. Li Shangjin was just stunned for a moment, and then he got a pitiful little fox with a pursed mouth and head down. Forget it, it's okay. I can comfort myself. Hee hee. Li Shangjin smiled helplessly, stepped forward and hugged Su Qingsu. Can you tell me why this time? If I cry and ask for something, will Uncle Li give it to me? Su Qingsu fell into a whirlpool and needed to prove desperately to get a positive answer. What do you want? Li Shangjian raised his hand and gently stroked the back of Su Qingsu's hair. Don't cry, don't cry. Su Qingsu buried her head in Li Shangjian's chest. Li Shangjin heard a whispered laugh. Got it. The little fox was acting coquettishly again, making me feel itchy. Knock knock. Su Qingsu poked her head out of Li Shangjin's arms and looked at the closed door with him. Master Li, there's a phone call for you downstairs. Are you looking for someone and have come to me now? Su Qingsu came out of Li Shangjin's arms, sat on the edge of the bed, and looked up at Li Shangjin with a playful smile. Li Shangjin likes Su Qingsu's slightly arrogant little fox expression. Go wash up. I'm going to answer a call. Li Shangjin touched Su Qingsu's little head. When Li Shangjin turned to leave, he heard Su Qingsu muttering, You really treat me like an animal. It was so cute that without looking back, Li Shangjin could imagine how cute Su Qingsu's expression was right now. After Su Qingsu washed up, she climbed onto Li Shangjin's bed very skillfully. Listening to the sound of water dripping in the bathroom, her eyelids began to twitch. When Li Shangjin came out, he saw Su Qingsu sleeping with her legs slightly curled up, hugging a corner of the quilt. The peaceful face was like a clean angel. Li Shangjin stared at it for a long time before looking away. He bent down and put his hands around Su Qingsu's ankles, which were slender and tender. He covered him with the quilt to keep the exposed skin warm. Su Qingsu's skin was a little cool due to the temperature of the air conditioner, but Li Shangjin's palms felt extremely hot. What a charming little fox. The few times Su Qingsu woke up, Li Shangjin was never around. He had carefully gotten out of bed early and gone to work. Breakfast is hot and Uncle Tian always starts making it as soon as he wakes up. Su Qingsu sat on the sofa, hugging a pillow, and glanced at Uncle Tian. When he was not around, Uncle Tian would have gotten off work at this time. She thought, should she get up earlier so that she can see Li Shangjin the first time she opens her eyes? Does the host have a baby bird complex? Do you need to see the mother bird first? Have you learned a joke? Suddenly, the voice of the system came to Su Qingsu's mind, and she became much more sober. There was nothing she could do. Uncle Li's embrace and the bed were too comfortable, especially the former. Of course I am. Before the system finished speaking, it suddenly started to report the situation of Li Shangjin. The original hero Long Chun has already found Li Shangjin in his office. Do you need a real-time broadcast? Su Qingsu's eyes suddenly widened, and he rang the phone in the living room, asking the driver who was usually there to drive over from the underground garage immediately and take him to the company. Su Qingsu got into the car and let the system broadcast in real-time. Sit down. Master Long came here today and said there is a cooperation? Li Shangjin folded his fingers, leaned back on the chair, and looked at the visitor. Yes, President Li rejected my visit yesterday, so I can only try my luck in your company. Long Chen was dressed in a suit and tie, but he looked inexplicably exhausted. What on earth could make a young master who is about to inherit one of the top 10 companies and is already developing rapidly so anxious? Li Shangjin almost said something venomous, asking the other party if the company had encountered any difficulties. There had been no rumors recently, and the stock market was also good. I'll get straight to the point and not waste Mr. Li's time. I heard that Mr. Li bought a painting. Are you interested in selling it? Or can it be sold? Now, due to Su Qingsu's obstruction, Li Shangjin didn't know where Tang Tang was. The key now lies in what Lung Chan said. The system was still broadcasting the news in real time. Diligently, Master Long is well informed. What is the origin of this painting? Is it important to you? To others, this was naturally an attempt to find out the details so as to see if it was appropriate to ask for a high price. But Long Chen also accepted it. From the time he called last night to visit Li Shangjin's company today, he knew that the price of this painting had been clearly marked. Lung Chun made an excuse. It's a gift for my family, and it really suits their taste. Lung Chun did not explain the source of the painting. In fact, if you want to know, you can ask the organizer and find out. Therefore, Long Chun directly stated his intention, attitude, and purpose. Li Shangjin didn't doubt anything. He thought that the family was very competitive and this painting must have pleased one of the elders. But, unfortunately, Li Shangjin didn't mean to go along with the flow and be a good guy. I'm afraid I can't do what Master Lung wants. I don't have the talent for this painting, but I want to give it to someone else. Long Chun was anxious, frowned, stood up, stared at Li Shangjin, and debated in silence. Is there no room for negotiation? Su Qingsu had already obtained permission to freely enter and exit Li Shangjin's company. The receptionist saw Su Qingsu walking towards her quickly, and before she could even straighten her waist, she disappeared in a hurry, and when she looked again, she had already quickly taken the special elevator. He came straight to Li Shangjin, opened the door and walked in, just in time to run into Long Chen and Li Shangjin, who were in a stalemate. He is the original male protagonist Long Chen. Su Qingsu glanced at the other person. He was wearing a suit and was about the same height as Li Shangjin, but he didn't look as muscular as Li Shangjin, but he wasn't as skinny as Li Yiping either. Not as pretty as Li Shangjin. This is Su Qingsu's comment after reading it. As long as it is related to Li Shangjin, politeness is almost nothing. What's wrong, Uncle Li? I just asked casually, but I didn't expect that he was involved in the stalemate. Lung Chun said, I can pay double or even triple the price to buy the painting. Li Shangjin still said the same thing. Not for sale. Su Qingsu kept watching Long Chen's expression and listening to his words, worried about the butterfly effect. Long Chun had revealed Tang Tang's existence, and if that happened, she would have to meet Tang Tang. What painting, Uncle Li? Su Qingsu had already walked to Li Shangjin's side. It was a painting I bought at an auction a few days ago. Su Qingsu pursed her lips. Why not sell it to the other party at double or triple the price? Is the painting very important to Uncle Li? At this time, Li Shangjin clearly didn't know about Tang Tang's existence and had never seen him. Could he still persevere in finding any way to find him? Li Shangjin told the truth. I want to buy it for Qingsu. As a birthday present. Su Qingsu took a while to recover. Finally, she lowered her head and dared not look at Li Shangjin and whispered, I don't want it. If Li Shangjin had included the second half of the sentence, Su Qingsu might not even dare to say these three words. Long Chen's eyes lit up, and he looked at Su Qingsu in surprise. When Su Qingsu came in, she had been staring at him for a long time, which made Li Shangjin very unhappy. Now Long Chun was still looking back at his little fox with bright eyes. It was not pleasant to have his treasure coveted and spied on. Li Shangjin's face turned black, and he asked Long Chun to leave and talk about it another day. This painting is really important to me. I hope Mr. Li will give it up. Su Qingsu panicked, afraid that Long Chun would reveal the existence of Tang Tang, and looked over quickly. Long Chun wanted to take the opportunity to add something, but Li Shangjin stood up and grabbed Su Qingsu's hand. His hands were still shaking, and his face was full of anger. I said I'll talk to you another day. Didn't Master Long understand? Long Chen's eyes turned between Li Shangjin and the newly arrived Su Qingsu. Realizing that something was not right, he had no choice but to leave. Long Chun was puzzled and frowned, but he only looked back twice when he left. The hand that was caught was clenched very tightly, even tighter than that night when Su Qingsu teased Li Shangjin and was caught and lifted up. If Li Shangjin was more ashamed and angry this time, it is certain that he is only angry. Warning. Depression value increased by 4%. The current depression value is 48. The depression value has increased. Li Shangjin was sad. When Su Qingsu heard the system's broadcast, she looked up at Li Shangjin in shock. Li Shangjin asked Su Qingsu, Why? Do you not want my gift, or is it because of him? Whether it was the way Su Qingsu looked at Long Chun, or the way Long Chun looked at Su Qingsu with joy when he heard Su Qingsu say no, all of them made Li Shangjin feel annoyed and angry. Why did Uncle Li use that painting as a gift? Why that painting? My eyes feel sore, and so does the tip of my nose. Su Qingsu learned from Li Shangjin that the reason Li Shangjin bought this painting as a gift was because the pile of Lego building blocks in Su Qingsu's house were all house type. Li Shangjin asked the person in charge of this area of the company to take a picture of the painting, which was a picture of a small house in the mountains. Su Qingsu lowered his head again. He moved closer to Li Shangjin, buried his head in his chest, and said the same words. I don't want it. But the voice was choked. Li Shangjin's body obviously stiffened. He could tell that Su Qingsu's voice was different from usual. He was touched that Li Shangjin noticed these things. House, family, and love were very important to Su Qingsu. Su Qingsu herself didn't know that her tears had soaked Li Shangjin's collar. Feeling the wetness on his chest, Li Shangjin closed his eyes and sighed silently, accepting it. Li Shangjin loosened his grip on Su Qingsu's hand and lowered his head to rub the red area where he was scratched. Finally, Su Qingsu felt that she was being unreasonable and was letting down others' kindness, so she told Li Shangjin, "I just like Lego houses. I wanted to talk about a big house in reality, but I was worried that Li Shangjin would really listen to me and buy him several houses. That would be crazy." Su Qingsu didn't want to spend her money this way. "I know, don't cry." Li Shangjin held Su Qingsu's face with both hands. The little fox's eyes were red and wet. "Thank you, Uncle Li. I have discovered that the word thank you is so inadequate to express my inner gratitude and feelings, yet these two words are the only ones that can respond." His stomach growled once or twice at an inopportune moment. "Didn't you have breakfast?" Li Shangjin frowned, feeling even more unhappy about this possibility. Su Qingsu subconsciously reached out and grabbed Li Shangjin's clothes, avoiding the main point and not answering, "Uncle Li." Li Shangjin took away Su Qingsu's hand and asked him to go back first. Li Shangjin had bad thoughts in his mind, and he restrained himself from doing anything that would hurt Su Qingsu. Su Qingsu still wanted to stay. "Uncle Li, I want to." "Su Qingsu, go back." Li Shangjin did not meet Su Qingsu's eyes, because he knew that he had no chance of winning against the little fox. Li Shangjin called her full name again. Su Qingsu looked back every few steps and went downstairs. Su Qingsu had just gone downstairs when Li Shangjin followed closely behind. He felt that he had been a little too aggressive. After reflecting on his actions and regretting that he had originally intended to surprise Su Qingsu, he had instead frightened the little fox so much that she dropped her tail and lost her former spirit. "Sir, can we talk?" Lung Chun had not left yet. Su Qingsu glanced at the other person with a displeased look. When Li Shangjin went downstairs, he saw Lung Chun holding a cell phone and talking to Su Qingsu, and then he put the phone away. Did they add contact information? Or what? Did they know each other before? Li Shangjin's eyes became darker, and sinful and uncontrollable thoughts were surging in his mind. Once locked up, it will be all his. No, the little fox will be sad. Li Shangjin was struggling with his thoughts, and his depression level was rising rapidly. Warning! Warning! The depression level is rising. 2%? 3%? Su Qingsu turned around in fear and ran towards the company. Li Shangjin subconsciously turned sideways and hid. Su Qingsu ran to the stairs and pressed the buttons frantically, but the system told him, "Li Shangjin is not upstairs or in the office." "Then tell me where he is now." Su Qingsu went crazy and was on the verge of collapse. It was the first time that Li Shangjin saw Su Qingsu in such a panic, as if she was about to collapse in the next second. She was shaky, broken, and trembling. The system provides direction. Su Qingsu turned his head and caught a glimpse of the edge of his clothes. Su Qingsu realized that Li Shangjin was avoiding him. Su Qingsu staggered, but still managed to run towards Li Shangjin. She couldn't tell if the footsteps were her own or Li Shangjin's. Worried that Li Shangjin would continue to hide, Su Qingsu shouted directly, "Li Shangjin, don't hide from me." There was a sound of hurried footsteps. This time it was Su Qingsu's. Li Shangjin's hands were lifted uncontrollably because of the collision. Su Qingsu's eyes were red. What happened? Li Shangjin didn't say anything, and Su Qingsu started crying. Hearing the sobbing, Li Shangjin hurriedly pulled Su Qingsu out of his arms and saw the wet marks on her face. "I saw him, talking to Qingsu." Based on the picture, combined with the context analysis, it can be judged as jealous. Su Qingsu didn't dare to believe the system's jealousy. In his opinion, Li Shangjin was so devoted and loyal that he would hang himself on her for a piece of candy. Even though it was obvious that Li Shangjin was partial to him, he still needed to keep testing her. The system side, another person who doesn't believe in science. "I don't know him. He walked up here by himself." Su Qingsu tightly grasped the hem of Li Shangjin's clothes, and there were some pauses when she spoke. "Uncle Li. You can't hide from me." Su Qingsu cried twice in one day, and Li Shangjin felt a sense of failure. "Don't cry. The little fox has become a little cat." Li Shangjin raised his hand to wipe away Su Qingsu's tears, but he couldn't stop. "Uncle Li has a handkerchief." Su Qingsu wanted to stop, but her tears were like a broken dam. so fragile that they burst out automatically. Here comes the third handkerchief. I use one to wipe my hands, and the other two are used on the face of this twitching little fox. Her stomach growled again, and Su Chingsu burst into laughter. Let's go upstairs and put something on the table first, or find something nearby, Li Shangjin said. Su Chingsu shook her head. It's okay. It will be noon in another hour or two. Li Shangjin frowned, pulled Su Chingsu up without saying anything and walked out of the company gate. Su Chingsu almost thought he was going to throw him out, but thinking about this Nansun, it was unlikely. Isn't Uncle Li going to work? After getting in the car, Li Shangjin asked the driver to go back to the villa. Why is Uncle Li angry? In fact, Su Chingsu could guess one or two things. Not eating is indeed a serious crime. Uncle Li is unhappy? In the car, Su Chingsu kept pestering Li Shangjin to talk, wanting to know exactly what made Li Shangjin sad. Why did you come here so early today? Li Shangjin asked instead of answering. I wanted to see Uncle Li. I feel like I would regret it if I didn't come. Su Chingsu was too anxious and couldn't find any suitable reason at all. What about Uncle Li? Why is he avoiding me? Why are you unhappy? Is it because I refused to take the painting? Or because he was in contact with Long Chen? If you want to see me in the future, come over after breakfast. We'll talk about the painting later. Li Shangjin didn't just prepare this gift. He just thought it was very suitable. But thinking of what Su Chingsu said in the office, he felt that the second gift he prepared would be more to Su Chingsu's liking. However, Li Shangjin was still reluctant to mention the painting so quickly. Since Su Chingsu didn't want it, he naturally wouldn't force her to stay. He just gave it to Long Chen. He felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Su Chingsu's gaze lingered too much when he looked at the other person, including the scene of Long Chen downstairs when he just ran into him, the mobile phone. Did you add each other's contact information? He wants to start with you. Li Shangjin stared at the fender that had been raised in front of the car. No, I refused, and he just received a call. Su Chingsu remembered that Long Chen had just taken out his mobile phone. Could this be the reason why Li Shangjin misunderstood that he was avoiding him? If you don't believe me, show my mobile phone to Uncle Li. Su Chingsu said as he took out his mobile phone. He didn't care whether Li Shangjin checked his mobile phone or not, and he even hoped it. And he also wanted to investigate Li Shangjin. Li Shangjin didn't take it. I believe you. But Li Shangjin was still unhappy about Su Chingsu's rejection of the painting. Why didn't she want it? Was it because others wanted it? In the final analysis, he still had a grudge against Long Chen. Su Chingsu was dissatisfied with Li Shangjin's evasion of the important points and the fact that she didn't receive the information she wanted. Uncle Li. Su Chingsu pulled Li Shangjin's hand that was on her leg, wrapped it with both hands, and said something earnestly. I'm very happy that Uncle Li wanted to give me a gift. I received his kindness. But, from what he said, the painting seemed very important, and at 3 times the price, it's not a bad deal, right? At this point, Li Shangjin's fingers curled up in Su Chingsu's grip, scratching the palm of his hand. Uncle Li. Su Chingsu moved closer to Li Shangjin. Why don't you want it? Is it because others want it? Li Shangjin's voice was low and not loud. What? When did Chingsu become a money grubber? Li Shangjin raised his hand and scratched the tip of Su Chingsu's nose. Su Chingsu grabbed it and rubbed it affectionately. I have received Uncle Li's kindness, and I am very happy. And it is not a loss to exchange it. I can buy a lot of Lego blocks. Or Uncle Li will buy them for me. Li Shangjin's fingertips touched Su Chingsu's soft face, and his thumb rubbed her moist red lips. Depression value decreased by 2%, and the current depression value is 53%. It rises quickly but falls very slowly. Uncle Li's heart is slow to warm up. Su Chingsu was depressed and bit Li Shangjin's finger. It's dirty. Don't bite it. Li Shangjin wanted to break free and pull back. Su Chingsu probed with the tip of her tongue, and Li Shangjin felt the wetness and softness from her fingertips. He immediately pinched Su Chingsu's chin, pressed it down, and quickly retracted his thumb. Even if Su Chingsu pestered him again and tried her best, Li Shangjin was obviously very aroused. But he resisted the urge and didn't even turn his head. Su Chingsu pursed her lips and stared at Li Shangjin with a burning gaze. Fortunately, they finally arrived at the villa. Otherwise, Li Shangjin's cheeks would be burning hot. If they went any further, the burning sensation would be somewhere else. Su Qingsu was also holding her breath after Li Shangjin avoided her eye contact for so long. She went upstairs without caring about anything as soon as she got out of the car and locked the door behind her. Host, Li Shangjin has the room key. He won't come in if I don't agree. Last time, Li Shangjin opened the door with the key purely because he was more worried than rational. Master, are you eating at home at noon today? Uncle Tian came out of the kitchen and brought over today's lunch. Li Shangjin nodded, then took some food and went upstairs. Uncle Tian was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that it was probably the young Master Qingsu who had mysteriously disappeared today, and no one knew where he had gone. Li Shangjin knocked on Su Qingsu's door with food in his hand, but Su Qingsu refused to see him, eat, or reply. After knocking several times, Li Shangjin didn't think about going to get the key. Now Su Qingsu was awake, and he needed his consent. Qingsu, eat. I haven't had breakfast yet. No, Su Qingsu said childishly. I'm going to starve myself to death now. Uncle Li doesn't care about me anyway, so I'll just continue to ignore him. Li Shangjin, who was outside the door, heard Su Qingsu's slightly angry voice, smiled helplessly, and coaxed her for a long time. Finally, the old butler, who had already cooked 2 more dishes downstairs but had not seen the 2 young masters come down, came over to look for them. Young Master Li, what happened to young Master Qingsu? The food is getting cold. Uncle Tian's voice was neither loud nor soft, but Su Qingsu in the room could just hear it. Li Shangjin thought of something, turned his head and said to the door, Since Qingsu doesn't want to eat, then I won't eat either. I won't die from skipping a meal. The system's ruthless voice sounded, and Su Qingsu opened the door. Su Qingsu felt that Li Shangjin didn't like him that much, otherwise he would have gone wild in the car. Su Qingsu was still angry, but he didn't want Li Shangjin to skip a good meal because of him. In the world, eating is the most important thing. When eating, Su Qingsu never picked up food for Li Shangjin. Even if Li Shangjin picked up food for him, he would push it aside and not eat it. Li Shangjin looked at the dishes left in the corner by Su Qingsu, just like himself who was ignored by Su Qingsu now. Su Qingsu was angry and unhappy. Was it just because he ignored him in the car? Was it also partly because of that painting and that person? Depression value increased by 1%, and the current depression value is 54%. Hearing the system announcement, Li Shangjin's depression value increased. Su Qingsu glared at him. 54. Su Qingsu saw that Li Shangjin did not die of depression. Su Qingsu felt that he would die first. Oh no, he seems to be dead. Su Qingsu lowered his head and ate all the food that Li Shangjin picked for him. Idiot. Su Qingsu knew that Li Shangjin liked him, but when he was angry with him, he would only feel sad and upset secretly, and he didn't know how to show it. The depression value still didn't drop. The system's words were still so ruthless. I know, it's not that easy. There are strange rise and fall points. Su Qingsu didn't let it go, but he felt that if the mission really failed, the worst thing would be to die together. If he couldn't live with Li Shangjin, then he would die together. Is this what you said? Where is my candy? Where did you hide it? In fact, Su Qingsu also realized the seriousness of the situation. If the depression value exceeded 60%, Li Shangjin would do something to hurt his body, which Su Qingsu didn't want. The system betrayed the previous host like this as an example. Do you think I don't want to? Su Qingsu's words made the system realize the cruelty of reality. After rinsing his mouth, Li Shangjin still sat on the sofa, with no intention of going to work. As soon as Su Qingsu came downstairs, she went straight into Li Shangjin's arms. Uncle Li, she sat on Li Shangjin's thigh and teased him again. Fortunately, Uncle Tian had already finished work, otherwise when he saw this scene, he would have doubted that he was getting old and could not keep up with the times. The old housekeeper who happened to be coming downstairs saw the situation in the living room with his sharp eyes. He turned around quickly and decisively, muttering to himself, I think I missed something in the account just now. Let me take a look again. I must have missed something. What's wrong with Qingsu? Li Shangjin stretched out a hand and held Su Qingsu's slender waist. Even through the fabric, he could feel the warm touch. You didn't even look at me in the car. Su Qingsu raised her hands and placed them on Li Shangjin's shoulders. The spoiled little fox couldn't help but tighten his grip on Su Qingsu's waist. Li Shangjin was about to speak when Su Qingsu leaned forward and put her head close to him, making him speechless. Don't hide from me. Don't ignore me. Su Qingsu's hair rubbed against Li Shangjin's shoulders and neck, making him feel numb, until Li Shangjin couldn't help but stretched out his other hand. Just as he touched her waist, Su Qingsu pulled away, smiled, raised the corners of her eyes, curled her lips, and went upstairs. Li Shangjin, the cunning fox, suddenly felt that it would be a bad idea to delay preparing some things. Otherwise, one day Su Qingsu would bring up problems. It was time to go to work, but Li Shangjin, a workaholic, didn't really want to go. Knock knock. Su Qingsu was selecting Lego blocks in the room. He planned to take one with him if Li Shangjin went to work in the afternoon to relieve his boredom. Uncle Li? Ah, am I being blocked? You sound a little excited? Su Qingsu smiled helplessly, but the possibility is not high. It must be said that Su Qingsu knew Li Shangjin well enough in some aspects. Li Shangjin approached Su Qingsu, asking about the price of the painting. I want to talk to Qingsu about that painting, Li Shangjin said as he stood at the door. Qingsu, how many sets of Lego do you think would be appropriate? Uncle Li agrees? Su Qingsu's eyes lit up, and she smiled. Yeah, as long as Qingsu is happy, it's fine. It can't be too high or too low. Su Qingsu is worried that Li Shangjin will suffer a loss, and she is also worried about provoking the two male protagonists. After all, they are like people with good fortune, and all the evil people around them are unlucky. Although Su Qingsu doesn't think Li Shangjin is a bad person, Li Shangjin was also trying to figure out what Su Qingsu's attitude was towards Longchen. He had investigated Su Qingsu's college life before, and it was ordinary. She didn't participate in any club activities and didn't have many friends. Maybe they really didn't know each other, but Li Shangjin couldn't help but have those subtle scenes pop up in his mind uncontrollably. They were nothing more than the little look in Lung Chin's eyes when he looked at Su Qingsu, or when Su Qingsu stole a glance at the other person. If Su Qingsu knew that Li Shangjin was still struggling with this, he would be so angry that he would die. All his words in the car were in vain, right? In the afternoon, Su Qingsu brought her toys and went to Li Shangjin's company with him. The aunt at the front desk watched them both get on the elevator with a smile, and the next second she took out her cell phone and started typing frantically to share and chat with her sisters. Su Qingsu quietly brought a shorter stool and sat next to the table, which was covered with Lego blocks. They started to build it bit by bit. Su Qingsu looked very focused. Li Shangjin just raised his eyes to take a glance, but he couldn't stop, and his eyes couldn't move away from him for a long time. After a while, the system's voice sounded in Su Qingsu's mind. Host, you are so calm. Don't you plan to give a response? Li Shangjin has been staring at you for almost a minute. The system has learned a new word. It seems to be called playing hard to get. Huh. Looking at Su Qingsu's reaction, the system felt that it had overanalyzed. Su Qingsu was really too focused. She originally planned to take a break after building the garden. After hearing what the system said, Su Qingsu quickly turned his head to look in the direction of Li Shangjin, and as expected, he saw Li Shangjin staring at him. She couldn't help but curl her lips and smile. Uncle Li, are you looking at me? Qingsu is playing very seriously. Li Shangjin didn't deny that he was indeed fascinated by Su Qingsu. Then will Uncle Li be jealous of the toy? Su Qingsu supported her chin and squinted at Li Shangjin. Li Shangjin was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and laughed, shaking his head. No, he really hadn't thought that he could be jealous of a toy. However, if Su Qingsu really only played with toys for the entire afternoon, would he really have a moment of jealousy towards the toy? The little fox, besides being cunning, seems to be a bit perceptive. Really? I thought. Su Qingsu pouted, and before she could start to show her ability to act like a spoiled child, a phone call came in. It was on Li Shangjin's desk. He pressed the hands-free button. Li Shangjin's tone was no longer as gentle as when he was with Su Qingsu. He was intimidating without being angry. What's the matter? Tell me. Boss Li, the vice president of Long Group, called and wanted to make an appointment to have a simple meal together tomorrow night to discuss cooperation. But there is a banquet at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Do you think it should be arranged after the banquet or postponed for a day or two? Postpone it for a day or two. Li Shangjin raised his eyes and looked at Su Qingsu and finished this sentence. Okay, Bossly. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingsu looked at Li Shangjin strangely because the other party kept staring at him and didn't say anything. Su Qingsu, who was about to continue to act coquettishly, was interrupted by the phone call. Uncle Li has been looking at me. Are you not going to work anymore? Su Qingsu put down the building blocks in her hand. Add 2 more sets of clothes for Qingsu. No need. The last time the tailor came to our house, he made several sets of clothes. Su Qingsu didn't understand why the topic suddenly turned to this. Was the clothes he wore today so shabby that even Li Shangjin couldn't stand it? Make a few more suits. Li Shangjin paused for a while before continuing, asking, Qingsu, are you willing to attend a party with me tomorrow night? Sure. I'll go anywhere as long as I can be with Uncle Li. Whether facing the sun or heading for death. Only the system knows that this beautiful person with a warm smile and sunshine has such extreme and paranoid thoughts in her heart. Candy, what party? It's a half-celebration party to celebrate the big order that Li Shangjin signed last time. The party is basically attended by people from companies that have cooperated with Li Shangjin, and some are affiliated with other companies. Su Qingsu has been sticking close to Li Shangjin these past 2 days. The next morning, as soon as Li Shangjin woke up, the system immediately acted as an alarm clock in his mind and woke Su Qingsu up. This was what he had specifically instructed last night. Su Qingsu shook his head and sat on the bed in a daze, ready to get out of bed when his soul came back. He yawned, and Li Shangjin just came out of the bathroom. Why are you up so early today? Why don't you sleep a little longer? Li Shangjin came over and messed up Su Qingsu's already messy hair even more. I'm going to the company with Uncle Li. Su Qingsu rubbed his eyes and let Li Shangjin play with his head. Yesterday's Lego is not built yet. Do you just want to build blocks? Li Shangjin withdrew his hand. Uncle Li obviously knows it. Why can't I think that I want to stay with Uncle Li? Perhaps this is the high depression value that affects Li Shangjin's emotional direction. Annoying side effect. Su Qingsu got up and muttered something. When Su Qingsu came out, he was surprised that Li Shangjin was still sitting by the bed. Seeing that he was fine, he rolled up his sleeves and said, Are you fine? Let's go. Uncle Li, are you waiting for me? Su Qingsu smiled until her eyes narrowed. She walked quickly to Li Shangjin and hugged his arm. Yeah. Li Shangjin was not shy. As long as he could see the little fox's tail curled up, it was worth it. Less than an hour after having lunch at the company, he received a call from the front desk. After hearing who she said it was, Li Shangjin frowned. What an annoying guy. Su Qingsu was building the Lego blocks well. When she heard Li Shangjin's impatient voice, she looked over. Li Shangjin shook his head. It's okay. Qingsu, go ahead. Tell him to come back in 2 days and the paintings can be sold. Li Shangjin regretted it and canceled the meal he had originally planned to have with Long Chen. It would be quicker to let him come to the company, and it wouldn't delay his meal with Qingsu. Li Shangjin didn't want to spend his mealtime on other people. The next day, Su Qingsu still followed Li Shangjin like a little tail, especially in the afternoon when she left work early to attend a banquet. Li Shangjin is sitting in the car, looking in a good mood. Depression value decreases by 2%, currently 52%. Su Qingsu tilted her head in confusion. What did he do today? Wasn't it the same thing as yesterday? He just had to attend the banquet today. Could it be that she was really so happy to go with him? If this was true, Su Qingsu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, and he was happy to discover that Li Shangjin seemed to like him and stick to him. When Li Shangjin's hand was grabbed, he didn't react. When he felt the wetness and slight pain at the base of his finger, he turned his head suddenly, but he restrained his instinct and didn't pull his hand back. Want to bite your finger? Su Qingsu saw Li Shangjin looking back at him with a frown, and he lowered his head guiltily, silently kissed the base of Li Shangjin's finger that he had just bitten, and in an instant, Li Shangjin took his hand back. Uncle Li doesn't let me bite my own, so I can only bite Uncle Li's. You can't bite mine either. The hand that Li Shangjin pulled back was placed on his leg, completely frozen and unable to move. It spread quickly to his heart like a fire, beating violently, and he couldn't calm down. Oh! Su Qingsu lowered his head, looking well-behaved, but in fact he muttered in his heart. Anyway, I bit it, it's not a loss. If you like to bite things, I'll buy you something suitable. Your hands are dirty, don't bite. After all, Li Shangjian couldn't be fierce to Su Qingsu at all. Su Qingsu didn't know what Li Shangjian was doing with his phone. She just held his hand and played with it, attracted by the teeth marks on the base of Li Shangjian's fingers. When he arrived at the banquet, Li Shangjian didn't even need to take out the invitation. The door was opened, and he was welcomed in. Even Su Qingsu and the others were all very respectful. Initial results. This is also one of the purposes of Li Shangjian bringing Su Qingsu here, to let others see Su Qingsu clearly. This is someone close to him. Although he doesn't want the pretty and lovely Su Qingsu to be coveted and spied on by others, it is inevitable. This time he has to let them remember. It would be best if they can take a detour when seeing his little girl. If something really happened to Su Qingsu when he was not around, they would be able to react in time or lend a helping hand if they were there. If you have any covetous thoughts, it is best to put them under control. Otherwise, you will suffer the same consequences as the last CEO who was involved in a series of scandals, had his stocks plummet, and declared bankruptcy in one day. It was a magnificent setting with a small stage in the front for performances, a red round table, gold-rimmed chairs, a waterfall of piled-up wine glasses, and countless cakes and desserts. People come and go, noisy, talking and laughing. At the banquet, everyone came forward to toast and greeted each other with smiles. This time, Li Shangjian introduced Su Qingsu first instead of chatting with them. Su Qingsu, the son of Su He from the Su family, is a naughty kid who gets into trouble easily because of his playfulness. You may need to be more careful about him in the future. It was the first time that Su Qingsu heard someone introduce herself like this. She pouted and looked at Li Shangjian with dissatisfaction, but was met with his eyes full of tenderness, gentleness, and affection. In an instant, Su Qingsu did not hear a single word of what those bosses said. It was as if the world suddenly stopped and became blank, with only Li Shangjian in front of her. He just stared at her, and his words seemed to be derogatory, but each word was protective and even carried a warning. After a while, Li Shangjian looked away, and Su Qingsu came back to his senses. When someone toasted Su Qingsu subconsciously picked up the wine glass, but Li Shangjian replaced it with boiled water. The little boy can't hold his liquor. Li Shangjian clinked his own glass with them. He still remembered the time when the little fox became a drunk fox. Originally, the group of people were just focusing on the Su family's children, who were simply taken care of by President Li. However, after seeing Li Shangjian's undisguised gaze and his behavior of resisting drinking, they had to take it seriously. Compliments that are perfunctory and not sincere begin to sound a bit flattering. They can't praise too much, especially Su Qingsu's appearance. Li Shangjian would obviously be unwilling to give them a warning with a stern face. Su Qingsu was amused by Li Shangjian's change of expression. When she lowered her head to take a sip, she found that it had no taste. Then she realized that Li Shangjian had just changed it. Su Qingsu didn't have any fondness for wine, but when she came to the banquet, she really didn't drink half a glass, feeling a little bit of a loss. Su Qingsu has been obsessed with not suffering any loss throughout his life. Looking at so many small desserts, cakes, and fruits, Su Qingsu only picked up a little for Li Shangjian to try. "Qingsu, why don't you eat it?" Li Shangjian saw that Su Qingsu didn't eat much of these small desserts except for secretly taking a sip of wine earlier. Li Shangjian didn't eat by himself before, and would always go back early after watching the performance on stage. But this time he came with a purpose, so he stayed a little longer. As for Su Qingsu's feeding, he always accepted everything. "Are you drunk?" Li Shangjian actually suspected that it was because of that sip of wine. Su Qingsu blinked his eyelashes. His eyes expressed his speechlessness. "Are you really drunk?" Li Shangjian rarely saw Su Qingsu look like this. No. Su Qingsu seriously suspected that either his acting was too good last time and his drunken appearance was too deeply rooted in people's minds, or Li Shangjian was playing a trick on him. "I just want to eat barbecue for some reason." Su Qingsu's own words made some sense, but human desires are always hurried and urgent, flashing by, and if they are not satisfied, they may burn more and deepen, or they may just let it go. "I'll ask the kitchen to do it." Just like that, a beautiful woman appeared on the sofa in the corner of the banquet, holding a plate with several skewers stacked on it, which seemed somewhat inconsistent with her image. Su Qingsu was holding a tissue in her hand, wrapping the skewers, and eating the fragrant skewers of meat with cabbage and corn underneath. It was difficult for the kitchen staff to take out the main dishes and cook them in a different way, turning them into snacks. Li Shangjian held a silk handkerchief in his hand, ready to help Su Qingsu wipe her hands after she finished eating. Maybe he could also rinse them again with water, even if they were wrapped in a tissue. Contented and well-fed, Su Qingsu stretched out a paw to Li Shangjin. Li Shangjin naturally held his wrist and wiped his hands silently. The group of people not far away who didn't dare to pay attention to this side openly but couldn't help but check on them occasionally were even more respectful. The person who looked beautiful but was only beautiful on the outside might not be that simple. Even President Li could bow his head and bend over for him, and even wipe his hands for him. It was rare and unheard of, just like a young boy who suddenly appeared and kidnapped a wild wolf that was always looking for fat meat. This banquet was also a small carnival for them. Since Li Shangjin was able to win this deal, they could at least get a share of the spoils. However, those companies that were left out or even directly suppressed by Li Shangjin were not so lucky. It's not that they haven't thought about giving someone to Li Shangjin, but they just haven't succeeded. Now, they are really envious of the Su family. Uncle Li, don't keep this handkerchief. It's stained with oil. Su Qingsu didn't care that Li Shangjin might have kept the first few pieces. She was even happy about it, and hoped very much to discover the existence of those pieces. However, if it was Su Qingsu, he would indeed keep it. But he hoped that Li Shangjin would not want it, so he should just throw it away. A man with two standards. The system complained accurately. I hope that Li Shangjin did this because he loves me, but he is Li Shangjin. There is no need. This kind of perverted behavior still suits me. The party ended early, and the two returned to the villa. After washing up, Su Qingsu nestled comfortably in Li Shangjin's bed, waiting for him to come out of the shower. This time, when Li Shangjin came out, Su Qingsu had not yet fallen asleep. She was staring at Li Shangjin with her big, beautiful eyes wide open. Why aren't you asleep yet? Go to sleep. The last moment before closing his eyes, the person in front of him was the one he wanted to see. This feeling was wonderful, and Su Qingsu became addicted after experiencing it. The warm morning sun shone through the windowsill, illuminating the ground. Su Qingsu was dazed by the sun, and opened her eyes half-closed with tired eyes. You're awake? Do you want to sleep a little longer? Li Shangjin sat up and tucked the quilt for Su Qingsu. Su Qingsu shook her head, her eyes still squinting, and her words were still unclear. No, I want to have breakfast with Uncle Li. When brushing his teeth, Li Shangjin was afraid that Su Qingsu would swallow the foam. When he saw him pull out the toothbrush, he immediately said, Qingsu, spit out the foam. Li Shangjin followed Su Qingsu throughout the whole process of washing up. He watched Su Qingsu's eyes gradually become clearer and brighter, and the curve of his own mouth became higher and higher. After breakfast, Li Shangjin was ready to take Su Qingsu to the company today like he did yesterday, but he didn't expect that Su Qingsu curled up on the sofa to catch up on her sleep. Li Shangjin stayed for another half an hour. Su Qingsu slept soundly. Finally, after he tidied up the small blanket, Li Shangjin left for work. Su Qingsu woke up and heard the system's question. Host, why didn't you go to the company with Li Shangjin today? I want to cook a meal today and eat with Uncle Li. Su Qingsu sat up, hugged the small blanket that had fallen onto her thighs, lowered her head to sniff, and buried her face in it again. Host, the system was afraid that Su Qingsu would suffocate herself. You are here. Report the situation of Li Shangjin in real time. It will only be reported in special circumstances, and generally will not take the initiative to spy on the character's life and inform the host. Isn't this a special situation? What if Long Chan comes looking for him? That's right. The system didn't react for a moment and continued to report to Su Qingsu Li Shangjin's current location, including the actions he was taking, the people he met, and so on. Su Qingsu was in a good mood, and he was processing the ingredients in the kitchen slowly and methodically. Although he was not beside Li Shangjin, he could always control and understand his situation, which undoubtedly satisfied Su Qingsu's inner desire. The system kept broadcasting until Su Qingsu finished cooking lunch today. Then it stopped abruptly. While washing her hands, Su Qingsu asked calmly, Why did it stop? Host, I don't think I need to broadcast to you in real time all the time. It's enough for Lung Chun to show up and tell you. You've figured out the reaction now? Humph. Su Chingsu laughed sarcastically without any malice. The system felt that it had been tricked and silently went back to complain to the previous host. There is no obstruction when going downstairs to Li Shangjin's company. The receptionist checked the time. Today was earlier than usual, even though young Master Su came with Boss Li yesterday. No wonder Boss Li suddenly told him to let him know if young Master Su came. Su Qingsu originally thought that he could give Li Shangjin a surprise, but he didn't expect that he was already sitting on the sofa. When he opened the door and came in, he said naturally, "Come and sit here." Did Qingsu make today's meal? Su Qingsu paused for a second or two before walking over. How did Uncle Li know? Qingsu didn't come with me today. Li Shangjin was just stating a fact, but he sounded a little disappointed, and this time is a little earlier than usual. Su Qingsu grinned. Uncle Li is really awesome. I'll give you a big chicken drumstick as a reward. It looks fried well. I don't know if the melon is sweet, but the chicken legs are quite fragrant. Fried? Li Shangjin subconsciously looked at Su Qingsu's hand as he opened the lid, but there was no red mark on it. Well, what are you looking at, Uncle Li? Su Qingsu had already stuffed a mouthful of rice into his mouth. It's okay. Qingsu's cooking skills are very good. 2 days meant 2 days. After the front desk called and explained who was coming, Li Shangjin let the other party in. Looking at Su Qingsu, who was quietly building his own Lego building blocks on the coffee table, Li Shangjin chose not to disturb him, even though he really wanted to stuff Su Qingsu into the small inner room. Knock, 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 come in. After saying this, Li Shangjin moved his gaze to Su Qingsu, only to see that he was still building with his head down, very seriously, and seemed to be oblivious to what was happening outside. This is good. Li Shangjin was just feeling thankful the previous second, but the next second, Long Chen's voice rang out, and he saw Su Qingsu immediately stop what he was doing and obviously paused, looking over quickly. Li Shangjin noticed it and clenched his fists on his legs. He was really unhappy and looked at Long Chen with a bit of impatience and irritation. A vague jealousy spread in his heart. Why did the little fox pay so much attention to this person? It really made him uneasy and bored. Li Shangjin closed his eyes for a moment and tried to calm down. This is the draft contract. Take a look. Li Shangjin took out the contract and pushed it in front of Long Chen. After the revision, we will arrange a place and hand over the painting together with the signing. Long Chen was casually flipping through the contract. Li Shangjin saw Su Qingsu not far away picking up the small house that had been built and walking over. Li Shangjin spoke faster. There is a backup contract. Mr. Long can take it back and look at it. If you have any questions, you can ask them at the same time. When Long Chen stood up, Su Qingsu had already reached the side of the desk and carefully placed the house model. Then let's meet again another day. Thank you. Long Chen couldn't suppress his joy and excitement on his face, and took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands with Li Shangjin. Long Chen also knew that the fact that this contract was issued and Li Shangjin was willing to give in was probably due to the contribution of the person next to him. Then he stretched out his hand to the other person with a smile, and Su Qingsu raised his hand. The system then warns. The UU value fluctuates. Su Qingsu paused, withdrew her hand, and could only say, "Sorry, someone will be jealous." Long Chen glanced at Li Shangjin beside him in surprise, understood what he said, smiled and left. After Long Chen left, Su Qingsu didn't even look at him, but smiled at Li Shangjin. "Uncle Li, I'll leave this here with you. It's not easy to take it away. I'll buy a transparent cover to cover it later. Whatever you want." Li Shangjin sat on the chair and met Su Qingsu's eyes as she leaned on the desk. "Uncle Li." Su Qingsu bent down, grabbed the tie on Li Shangjin's chest, rubbed it, and said slowly, "It seems that you don't like that person very much." "Why? Qingsu likes it." Li Shangjin raised his hand and held Su Qingsu's teasing hand, gradually increasing his strength and circling his wrist. "I don't like it. He doesn't look as good as Uncle Li." Su Qingsu started from his own aesthetics, and Li Shangjin was unique and irreplaceable. Just because of this? Li Shangjin subconsciously pulled Su Qingsu closer to him, and Su Qingsu took advantage of the force and was pulled into his arms. She sat on Li Shangjin's lap and raised her hand to grab the fabric of Li Shangjin's clothes on his chest. Should I consciously black out my screen now to avoid being automatically blocked later? The system looked at the screen and was already choosing whether to shut down now or passively shut down later. No, Li Shangjin can't do it. Isn't that enough? Uncle Li, you have to have more confidence in yourself. Su Qingsu grabbed Li Shangjin's collar. You. Li Shangjin directly rubbed into his arms. Uncle Li, aren't you worried that someone will come in? Su Qingsu deliberately leaned forward, got close to Li Shangjin, and whispered curiously in his ear. The hand on Su Qingsu's waist grasped tightly in restraint. Li Shangjin's chest rose and fell visibly. His breathing deepened, and he pinched with his fingertips. They don't dare. This is a fact. Ever since the person who delivered the urgent documents came in directly last time, that person has received Li Shangjin's warning and silently shared this terrible experience in the group, telling them to be extremely cautious and to knock on the door. Another person also had a deep understanding and said that when Li Shangjin did not ask questions, they must keep their mouths shut. Knock knock, it wasn't a slap in the face, but at least he knocked on the door. Su Qingsu looked over and was about to get up, but unexpectedly heard Li Shangjin say a word. Come in, Mr. Li. The assistant came in and closed the door. He just looked up and immediately lowered his head. There is a meeting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Got it. Go out. Li Shangjin's hand was still on Su Qingsu's waist, as if he could not touch her enough. The assistant felt bad about her bonus and left the room in tears. As the door closed, she was still mumbling something. What was she saying? She felt bad about the bonus that might be deducted. Su Qingsu lowered her head and laughed, hooking Li Shangjin's fingers. What's wrong? Li Shangjin's fingertips scratched lightly, and he seemed to be interested in this action. Uncle Li, please don't deduct other people's wages and bonuses. No. Li Shangjin looked at his fingers being wrapped by Su Qingsu's whole hand, and a gentle smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Uncle Li, when you sign the contract and hand over the paintings in a few days, can I go with you? Su Qingsu heard every word of what Long Chan and Li Shangjin said just now. The curve of Li Shangjin's mouth dropped. His smile became lighter. He loosened his hand on Su Qingsu's waist and leaned back. It's up to you. Extra. Candy System and his previous host. My name is Yu Qing, and I currently live in a world in a book. When Tango brought me here, I was a little dazed. I became the lucky one just because I posted a long comment. Why do I say lucky guy? Because I saw the person I love the most, the character I feel the most sorry for. Since no one loves him, let me do it. Candy often complained that I was a cabbage. I thought that the hosts it would bind to in the future would be more reliable than me. But it seems not very optimistic. Look, it's only been a few days since the candy was bound, and it's coming to me again. I'm really convinced. Yu Qing was fiddling with her new clothes when she heard the system's voice again. What's going on? Could it be your newly bound host again? He always uses me as an alarm clock and says it's great to have me. I told him to save this for his rescue target, Li Shangjin. At the time, I saw that he wanted to skin him alive. Guess what he said? What? Yu Qing felt that the system was talking a lot more now, although it talked a lot when they were together before. He said it was his honor to be skinned alive by his target. Yu Qing was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and laughed. Yu Qing could imagine the system's silence, which it could not understand with its own understanding. Human emotions are rich and special. He likes his partner, right? Luqing, how do you know? I wonder if cabbages are all wired with induction. The system muttered. Candy, I can't hear you. Oh, no more chattering. My ancestor is sick again. The system decisively chose to run away. Yu Qing shook her head. It seemed that Tangwa was quite interesting. Why is Yu Qing so happy today? Because of the new clothes? Ru Xuanjia walked in and saw her sweetheart with a smile on her face. Part of it. Yu Qing picked up a set and gestured on Ru Xuanjia. When the time comes, we can wear the same one, okay? Okay, listen to Yu Qing. Yu Qing was eating fruits and was bored when he heard the system's voice again. Wu, Yu Qing, he told me to shut up. Candy was crying. It was the first time that Yu Qing heard a cry with a mechanical voice. What did he do again? I just stopped him from wanting to kill the hero of the original novel. I persuaded him a few times, and he told me to shut up. How could he have such a dangerous idea? He wanted to kill the hero? Yu Qing had heard the system briefly describe some of his current host's affairs and the original work earlier, and knew a little about it. So his love is really deep, and he even pushed down his favorite toy? Yu Qing heard the system's output all at once and described the scene in shock. Yes, yes, I tell you. Yu Qing, I feel like my new host is playing a trick on me? What do you mean? The system had been broadcasting Li Shangjin's situation to Su Qingsu in real time to prevent Tong Tong's existence from being known by Li Shangjin. In the end, it found that it was enough to just tell his host when Lengchen appeared. He also mocked me for being so slow to react. The system felt wronged. He may not have any ill intentions. He may even hope that you will never react. Oh, why? The system was puzzled and could not analyze it. Maybe this is the induction between the cabbages. Although the depression value did not rise or fall, Su Qingsu could clearly sense that Li Shangjin was in a bad mood. The originally ambiguous atmosphere suddenly cooled down. Uncle Li, there is a room over there. If Qingsu is sleepy, you can go there to rest. Li Shangjin raised his hand and placed it on Su Qingsu's cheek. The delicate face was indeed very attractive, but the lively soul was the reason why he was retained in the end. Baji Su Qingsu kissed Li Shangjin's palm, then quickly stood up, walked in the direction Li Shangjin pointed, and opened the door. The little fox teased people and then ran away. This is what he often did. Li Shangjin could only get used to it slowly, which was sweet and painful. Su Qingsu fell asleep quickly after lying down on the soft big bed and comfortable quilt. He didn't need to lock the door because the person outside was Li Shangjin. As Su Qingsu entered the room, Li Shangjin's eyes gradually turned dark and the corners of his mouth drooped. It turned out that he was still very unhappy. Turning his head and seeing the small house on the table, Li Shangjin half-soothed himself and entered the working state. In the past half hour, he raised his head and looked towards the room no less than 3 times. In the end, Li Shangjin chose to follow his inner thoughts and stood up and walked to the door of the room. With a quiet and beautiful sleeping face, Su Qingsu hugged a corner of the quilt, with only her ankles and feet exposed. Li Shangjin's gentle eyes were filled with deep meaning. The system looked at the interface and suddenly felt that it seemed that Su Qingsu was not the only one who was perverted. Both of them seemed a little crazy. Li Shangjin had entered Su Qingsu's room the first time he did so. He was worried about him after he had a fever and even kissed him on the forehead. And this time, just like last time, he tucked the quilt for Su Qingsu, but the kiss turned into stroking her ankles. Li Shangjin closed his eyes and restrained himself. It was really difficult to challenge his self-control, so he got up and left. Li Shangjin really wanted to put shackles on Su Qingsu's ankles, and this room seemed to be suitable for it. As soon as the absurd and crazy idea came out, Li Shangjin shook his head and laughed. He was probably driven crazy by Su Qingsu, but who wouldn't want to touch such a pretty little fox? Its soft fur, its big fluffy tail that shakes when it's happy, and its eyes that are more beautiful than the starry sky at night. After Su Qingsu woke up, she heard the system say, "Host, you and Li Shangjin are a good match." Really? I don't know what stimulated the system again. Su Qingsu yawned. Tears hung from the corners of her eyes and shook her head like a small animal. I don't know what time it is. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's great to have you. Again, I suggest that the host tell Li Shangjin there may be unexpected gains. Su Qingsu raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the system might have been stimulated. Could it be that Li Shangjin had come in when he was asleep? Are you hiding something from me? The system still sighed. This time the host is more sensitive than the previous one. Li Shangjin came to the host's room and helped the host to tidy up the quilt. That's it? Su Qingsu was surprised. Why do I feel like you are a little scared? The system's poor language was unable to describe to Su Qingsu the terrifying look in Li Shangjin's eyes when he was looking at Su Qingsu, and the slight curve at the corner of his mouth when he was sitting on the edge of the bed and stroking Su Qingsu's slender ankles. The atmosphere was comparable to the feeling when Su Qingsu's fingertips brushed over the half-finished Lego blocks and gently pushed them down. Yes, that's it. If I had known earlier, I would have slept a little longer and could have gone home directly with Uncle Li. Su Qingsu got out of bed. Forget it. It's better to wake up early and see Uncle Li earlier. Hearing the noise in the house, Li Shangjin walked over. Before he raised his hand to knock on the door, he heard Su Qingsu talking to herself again. The corners of her lips could not hide the joy, and Li Shangjin's hand just dropped, but missed, and Su Qingsu opened the door. Uncle Li. Su Qingsu was not frightened, but pleasantly surprised, showing a smile, and directly threw herself into Li Shangjin's arms, hugging his waist. Li Shangjin stroked Su Qingsu's hair like he was touching a small animal. Uncle Li, why does it feel like I'm touching a dog? Su Qingsu shook her head on Li Shangjin's chest and looked up at him. It's not a puppy, it's a little fox. Employees cheered when they got off work early today. There were lush green trees on one side and rows of houses on the other. Su Qingsu and Li Shangjin were walking on their way back. The afterglow of the setting sun was shining, the light and shadows were faintly mottled, and the shadows of the trees were swaying. As soon as he entered the house, Uncle Tian came out from the kitchen. Master, the tea there has been disinfected and is on the coffee table. Okay, thank you, Uncle Tian. Li Shangjin took Su Qingsu to the living room. What tea there, Uncle Li? Su Qingsu had never heard of it. I bought it for you. You can bite it when you want to bite your hand. If you don't use it normally, give it to Uncle Tian to boil and put it in the sterilizer for disinfection. Li Shangjin bent down and picked up the little toy in the shape of a cartoon fox on the coffee table. Looking at the little thing, Su Qingsu was lost in thought for a few seconds, and then she reached out to take it and examined it in her hand. She was not treating it as a little fox, but a child, right? It is made of silicone, also called tether. The system's popular science was serious, but to Su Qingsu, it sounded funny. However, she felt an inexplicable excitement and joy that she couldn't suppress. Thank you, Uncle Li. Su Qingsu bit the little fox's ear, raised her eyes, and looked at Li Shangjin with a hint of smile in her eyes. Li Shangjin's heart trembled, and his chest heaved with the sound of his heart pounding. When Uncle Tian called him to eat, Li Shangjin breathed a sigh of relief. He had just been feeling extremely hot in front of Su Qingsu. Su Qingsu took the toy off. It was good that way. When she was building blocks, she would occasionally hold a piece of candy in her mouth. She was afraid of tooth decay. This little thing could help relieve the pain. After washing up, Su Qingsu, still holding the little toy in her hand, sat on the bed with her back leaning against the pillow. Now Li Shangjin always changes into pajamas when he comes out, and Su Qingsu hasn't seen his abdominal muscles for some time. When Li Shangjin was blow-drying his hair, he noticed that there was something wrong with Su Qingsu's gaze at him. It was even hotter than usual. What tricks is the little fox up to now? As soon as Li Shangjin came over, Su Qingsu enthusiastically lifted the quilt to reveal the area beside her. Uncle Li, please, the quilt is already warm. It's not that simple. Li Shangjin still felt that Su Qingsu's smile was like that of a little fox who had already planned something very cunning. Sure enough, as soon as Li Shangjin sat down, Su Qingsu took action and covered Li Shangjin's abdomen with her hands while covering the quilt. Qingsu? Li Shangjin was quick and held Su Qingsu's wrist, fearing that he would move lower, which would not be good, and he did not want to take another bath. Can I touch it? Su Qingsu still held the toy in her other hand, lowered her head and bit its ear, with a pitiful look. Touch? Li Shangjin's breathing was disordered for a moment. Just touch it, Uncle Li, don't be so stingy. I haven't seen Uncle Li's abdominal muscles for a long time. It turned out to be just abdominal muscles. Li Shangjin relaxed a lot from holding Su Qingsu's hand. Su Qingsu felt it, and her eyes brightened up. After being touched twice, the white finger, the soft touch, slid across the fabric. Li Shangjin overestimated himself. If he continued to touch, he might have to go to the bathroom again. Okay, Li Shangjin grabbed Su Qingsu's wrist this time and took it away directly. Sleep? Okay. Su Qingsu put the small toy that had been bitten tightly in her hand on the bedside table. It would have to be washed and disinfected tomorrow. Good night, Uncle Li. Su Qingsu moved a few steps towards Li Shangjin. If you dream, you must have me in your dream. Got it, little fox. Li Shangjin pulled the quilt, checked the air conditioning temperature. It was okay. Then turned off the bedside lamp and went to bed together. When Su Qingsu woke up, he felt the heat source. Since the skin on his arm was exposed to the air conditioner, he felt a little cold, so he moved closer to the heat source. Cold? A low, puzzled voice came from above his head. Li Shangjin was surprised by the temperature of Su Qingsu's approach. It seemed that the temperature of the air conditioner was okay for him, but it was still a little low for Qingsu. Su Qingsu hummed twice and kept drilling towards the heat source. He slowly realized something and opened his eyes in a daze. Uncle Li? I turned up the temperature a bit. If it's still cold in a while, tell me. Su Qingsu's eyes were sour, and he was a little afraid of the light. He wanted to continue sleeping, but he was still drowsy. Sleep a little longer. Li Shangjin glanced at the time. At this point, he had finished breakfast and went to exercise. On weekends, Su Qingsu would sleep later than usual. Li Shangjin would lower his eyes and look at his obedient sleeping face. He was really a deceptive little fox. Yesterday, Li Shangjin specifically told Uncle Tian to make breakfast later. He could start making it half an hour earlier based on the usual time for the crispy food to rise. The depression value has dropped by 2%, and the current depression value is 50%. Su Qingsu woke up naturally, and the system voice just happened to sound. Su Qingsu was trying to wake up with half-opened eyes. Seeing Su Qingsu's dazed look, Li Shangjin chuckled. Li Shangjin was looking down at him when he raised his eyes. Su Qingsu's head was dazed. Logically, he had slept for a long time, and it should be past working hours. Why didn't Uncle Li go to work? Did he oversleep too? Are you sleepy? Today is the weekend. Li Shangjin tapped Su Qingsu's nose. Oh, it's the weekend. Su Qingsu sat up with the quilt hanging on his legs. Su Qingsu, who has difficulty getting out of bed, needs several minutes from opening her eyes to sitting up. Li Shangjin looked at Su Qingsu with interest and sat up together, never moving his eyes away. After breakfast, Su Qingsu built Lego blocks and asked Li Shangjin, who was also sitting on the carpet, Uncle Li, aren't you going to exercise today? You had a late breakfast today, just like me. Uncle Li, be careful. Your abdominal muscles may disappear. Su Qingsu started talking, and Li Shangjin didn't have time to get a word in. Shouldn't Qingsu know whether it was there or not last night? Li Shangjin took a building block and started to build it with Su Qingsu. Inexplicably, she felt that Li Shangjin's words were ambiguous, but Su Qingsu thought about it and was afraid that she was overthinking and actually tried to drive on the highway. Then I will touch it every day, in case it disappears one day in the future. Su Qingsu sought benefits for herself without blushing or beating her heart. Today the cunning little fox is a little bit lecherous. I don't care, I want to touch it. At least touch it before going to bed. Okay. Uncle Li? Su Qingsu used both soft and hard methods. Li Shangjin can never do anything to this spoiled little fox. Whatever you say. However, in the afternoon, Su Qingsu touched Li Shangjin's abdominal muscles, just because he changed his usual weekend morning exercise time to the afternoon. It's all sweaty, Li Shangjin said helplessly, reaching out to hold Su Qingsu's hand. It's okay, I don't mind, or... Su Qingsu changed the subject and started acting again. Uncle Li changed his mind? Why do I remember that a little fox said it was in the evening? Really? Su Qingsu's eyes squinted. Some hosts are great. Fortunately, Li Shangjin couldn't hear the voice of the system. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed by Su Qingsu's powerful tail. He was not afraid of godlike opponents, but teammates who were like pigs. Qingsu really doesn't want to be together? Li Shangjin was a little obsessed with pulling Su Qingsu into the training team. Uncle Li loves sports, but I don't. Uncle Li, go ahead. I'll cheer you on here. Su Qingsu withdrew his hand and waved it to let Li Shangjin continue to exercise, and don't think about dragging him down. Working is tiring enough. Where do I find the time and energy to exercise? But host, you are not working now, like a salted fish. I found that you have a lot of adjectives. Su Qingsu sat on the cushion and watched Li Shangjin exercise. Of course I didn't praise you. The system thinks that this host is not cute at all. It wants to find a host to complain. These 2 days were extremely comfortable. On Monday, Su Qingsu chose to sleep a little longer. Li Shangjin stood at the head of the bed and finally stroked Su Qingsu's hair and asked softly, Qingsu, aren't you going with me today? After just 1 or 2 days, Li Shangjin began to indulge in it. Su Qingsu unconsciously rubbed the quilt, still closing her eyes, and just hummed before continuing to sleep. Li Shangjin took the little fox on the bedside table downstairs, rubbed his nose against its tip affectionately, and took it down to Uncle Tian to boil and disinfect it. The contract was modified on Monday. Personnel from both companies negotiated and discussed it, and redrafted it and confirmed it was correct. These days, Su Qingsu brought lunch to eat with Li Shangjin as usual. She also knew that they had agreed to hand over the painting on Friday. The paintings were to be submitted in person, and they were scheduled to meet at a coffee shop, which was chosen by Long Chen. Coffee shop? When Su Qingsu heard the place Li Shangjin mentioned, she pouted. You really don't know how to choose a place. We Qingsu don't like coffee. Li Shangjin didn't want to take Su Qingsu with him. Any place would be fine, but it wouldn't be good to meet Long Chen. It's Uncle Li you don't like it. Su Qingsu was fine, as she was used to it. Li Shangjin didn't like coffee, and if he did, he would have to put a lot of sugar in it, and it wasn't as delicious as desserts. Friday can come slowly. Li Shangjin doesn't want to see Su Qingsu, who has received extra attention because of him. The little fox's eyes have always been on him, so why should he give them to others? Su Qingsu, you said you could only look at me. Can you really do it? Li Shangjin began to have wild thoughts uncontrollably, and the desire for exclusive possession in his heart was restless. The depression value increased by 1%, and the current depression value is 51%. It seems that 50 is a hurdle. Come on, host. The system is not sitting and talking without any pain, mainly because it itself does not quite understand what happened, and can only regard it as a side effect of the depression value affecting Li Shangjin's emotions and thinking. Su Qingsu was confused. Didn't he just do something? What did he say? Wasn't it true that he didn't like coffee? In the past 2 days, Su Qingsu has been brooding over the 1% that suddenly appeared, but fortunately, as long as he acts coquettishly and is more intimate with Li Shangjin, the depression value will quietly drop by 2%. Su Qingsu also discovered that Li Shangjin actually liked him touching his abdominal muscles. It seemed that he held his hand after a while, as if he wanted to take it away, but it took him a long time to really move away. The 1% of the 2% was quietly reduced at a certain time. Li Shangjin, the duplicity man, the lovely Uncle Li. Friday was another day to get off work early, but today they had to go to the cafe, so Su Qingsu suggested, Uncle Li, how about we eat outside later and ask Uncle Tian not to prepare dinner tonight? Whatever you want. Okay. To Su Qingsu, Li Shangjin's words still meant tacit agreement. The next second, in the car, Su Qingsu called the villa. It didn't matter who answered the call, just give the instructions. When we arrived at the agreed location, it didn't look very big, but there were people guarding the door. When we went in, we needed to ask if there was a reservation and provide our number and box number. No wonder they chose this place. However, this place is quite suitable for trading some things, Su Qingsu thought. Su Qingsu and Li Shangjin came to the cafe together with their paintings. The two of them were about to head to the private room, when the system's voice rang out, Host, Tang Tang and Lung Chan are together. You mean, they are in the same private room now? Su Qingsu stopped. Yes, host. Why don't you wait until we enter the private room? Su Qingsu frowned. In the original novel, Tang Tang came here with Long Chan. Did they have to leave? But once you enter, you don't need to say anything, you will be able to see it. Sure enough, in the face of sincerity, sarcasm becomes powerless. Li Shangjin turned his head and asked Su Qingsu with a puzzled look. Su Qingsu panicked for a moment. He didn't want Li Shangjin to see Tang Tang. Even though Li Shangjin was indeed interested in him now, he couldn't be sure how much emotion there was in it. Could it outweigh Tang Tang's love for him? No, Su Qingsu didn't want Li Shangjin to see him. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, the direction of the plot still made him panic. Uncle Li, how about I put the painting away and leave? Su Qingsu made up an excuse casually. I think the other things in the store are not very filling except for coffee. I'll go in and put it away and then we'll leave. You wait here for me. Li Shangjin noticed the strangeness in Su Qingsu's expression and also heard something wrong in her words. Why did Su Qingsu suddenly want to go in alone here? Qingsu is a stupid fox. The contract hasn't been signed yet. Li Shangjin said this seemingly gently, but he couldn't help gritting his teeth to restrain the uneasiness in his heart. Boss Li, you are here. Why are you still standing here? It was Long Chen's voice. Long Chen estimated that the time was about right and thought that the two of them should be here soon. Sure enough, when he came out, he saw Li Shangjin and the other two. Su Qingsu wanted to stuff the painting directly into Long Chen's arms, take Li Shangjin with her, and leave. But it was too late. "Brother Chen, what are you doing there?" A light and bright voice came. Wearing a light blue shirt and jeans, a figure that Su Qingsu had seen once before appeared again. "Tang Tang, why did you come out? Didn't I ask you to sit inside?" Long Chen turned around and walked back when he heard the voice behind him. Su Qingsu had been paying attention to the changes in Li Shangjin's expression and instantly noticed that Li Shangjin's eyes had widened slightly. The depression value fluctuated. This time, he actually found Li Shangjin, whom he had only seen in photos but never in person. Judging from the situation, the other party seems to have a good relationship with the young master of the Long family. Looking at Long Chun taking good care of Tang Tang who came out of the box, Li Shangjin also knew why he could not find out too much information about the other party. However, with Long Chen's care, Tang Tang should not be too bad. With him around, Li Shangjin's previous idea of finding him for help was actually useless. Su Qingsu bit her lower lip and trembled a little. The torture, pain, and sadness swept over her all at once, in small waves and in lingering strands, but they were endless. A feeling of depression spread in her heart. When she heard the system report that the depression value had dropped by 1%, just a small number, Su Qingsu almost couldn't hold on. "Li Shangjin," Su Qingsu gritted her teeth and warned, "If you keep looking at it, I'll burn the painting." Li Shangjin was surprised that Su Qingsu suddenly got angry. Was it because of him, or because of the two people who were so intimate opposite? "Why are you suddenly unhappy? Don't be angry. We will leave after signing the contract." Li Shangjin coaxed Su Qingsu to Long Chun and the others. Tong Tong's face is almost proportionally enlarged compared to when he was a child. He has a small face. I guess he suffered a lot because his family fell into poverty. One of his parents was sent to prison, and the other returned to his parents' home. But it was not as bad as Li Shangjin had guessed before, but now Su Qingsu's mind was full of the 1% drop. Host, there are many factors that affect the UU value. The system originally wanted to explain that due to the influence of the original plot setting, Li Shangjin's setting would have an invisible force pulling at the idea of finding Tang Tang and helping him. Anyone can influence it, but he can't. The system looked at Su Qingsu, who was trying hard to endure it, and knew that he was getting into a dead end again. This time, it was even more violent and intense than the last time he pushed down the Lego blocks in the room. Li Shangjin looked at Su Qingsu, who had been in low spirits since she sat down, and felt a little worried. "Mr. Li, thank you very much for transferring the painting." Tang Tang took the initiative to speak. Su Qingsu gritted his teeth. He knew what would happen next. It was time to let Li Shangjin know the origin of the painting and its importance to Tang Tang. Su Qingsu, who had given up, didn't even think about speaking. She just suppressed herself and didn't say anything. She drank most of the cup of extremely bitter coffee without any sugar or milk. During the conversation, Li Shangjin was about to redraft the transaction agreement after just a few words. "No need, Mr. Li. If you want to change it because of what Grandma Tang Tang said in her last words, it doesn't matter. You took the photo first." Long Chen was surprised that Li Shangjin would be the kind of person who could be swayed by a few words. There was a voice in his head, pulling him inexplicably, telling him to return it for free, but Li Shangjin saw Su Qingsu calmly drinking coffee with her head down and changed the subject, "Then just pay the auction price." Long Chun said that it would be better to follow the original agreement. He didn't want to cause any more trouble. He just wanted to sign the ownership of the painting as soon as possible, and it would take another time to revise the contract. "Mr. Li, do you know Tang Tang?" Long Chun was still sharp. When he just entered the door, Li Shangjin's eyes stayed on Tang Tang, and he glanced at her just now at the dining table. "A letter to a friend, dear readers and friends. Hello everyone. First of all, thank you very much, my dear friends, for sticking with me and reading this. Your company is a great encouragement to Chi-Chi. I have also seen the check-in and voting of the little cuties. Thank you for your support. Let me tell you one thing. The content of the following chapters will be V-Ed. Chi-Chi does not encourage the little cuties to give rewards. If you like to vote for recommendations, Chi-Chi will be very happy to see it. Of course, we still hope that many little cuties can continue to accompany us, but the babies should still do what they can. There are not many chapters left, and I will also write a chapter about the Black Room if I can pass it. I wonder if there are any cute girls who want to read the Tang Tang and Lungchen chapters, and I can write a chapter for them. The main tone of the whole text is still sweet. After passing the hurdle of Tang Tang, the relationship between our little fox and Uncle Lee is sweet afterwards. Hee hee, I'm going to write about the little fox and Uncle Lee falling in love. Thanks again to all the little cuties for coming here and accompanying Xing Chi-Chi, Little Fox, Uncle Lee, and the others. There are also articles in Chi-Chi's column that are not completed but not V-edition. You can take a look at them if you're interested. Li Shangjin kept it simple and gave a brief account of his childhood, but Tang Tang no longer remembered much about his childhood. After finishing his coffee, Su Qingsu didn't know what to do, so he stared at Tang Tang opposite. When the other party heard Li Shangjin talking about his childhood, there was a hint of innocence in his confused eyes, and it seemed that he didn't remember it. Su Qingsu frowned, angry that the male protagonist was forgetful, annoyed and distressed that only Li Shangjin remembered and cared about him. In the original novel, Su Qingsu still felt resentful. Li Shangjin even looked for Tang Tang when the Tang family fell into poverty, wanting to help him and repay him. However, Long Chun was always by his side, blocking any chance to meet Tang Tang. Why is Qingsu so unhappy? It seems that he has been like this since he entered here. What is he thinking? No, to be more precise, it was after he saw Tang Tang. Li Shangjian turned his head to observe Su Qingsu's expression. Looking at the mountains between his eyebrows, he felt the depression and sadness emanating from Su Qingsu. Depression value increased by 1%, and the current depression value is 49%. Su Qingsu felt very uncomfortable listening to Li Shangjin's depression level rising and falling. How come Uncle Lee also found out that the other party didn't remember it at all? Yes, this was just a small matter for Tang Tang, and only novels dared to write it like this. She lowered her head, tears falling on the back of her hands. Her hair blocked Li Shangjin's view of Su Qingsu. Su Qingsu stood up and made an excuse to go to the bathroom. When the contract was signed, Li Shangjin noticed a drop of water on the sofa and thought of Su Qingsu, who had just left in a hurry saying she was going to the bathroom. A bad thought came to his mind. Once this guest came out, Li Shangjin could no longer sit still and stood up and followed. In the bathroom, in front of the sink, Su Qingsu turned on the faucet for a long time and washed her face for a long time. In the mirror, Su Qingsu's hair was dripping with water, and her lower lip had been bitten, with a bright red spot. The water droplets had mixed with tears. Qingsu? Su Qingsu's figure was thin, and in front of the mirror, she felt strangely broken. The mountains and rivers between Su Qingsu's brows on the table moved to Li Shangjin's brows. Su Qingsu wiped her face and turned to Li Shangjin. Why is Uncle Lee here too? Your voice sounded a little hoarse to Li Shangjin, and he also noticed the red mark at the corner of Su Qingsu's eye. Why did you cry? Li Shangjin raised his fingertips and gently touched the corner of Su Qingsu's eye. Su Qingsu pursed her lips, and Li Shangjin also noticed the bite mark on her lips. Why are you crying? With his other hand, he pinched Su Qingsu's jaw. Seeing the deep red on her mouth, Li Shangjin's eyes darkened, and he said in an unclear tone, You bit her on the table, right? Unhappy? Because Long Chun and Tang Tang seem to be acting intimately? I think you should be unhappy. Su Qingsu turned her head away from Li Shangjin's hand. When she heard the name of the male protagonist coming out of Li Shangjin's mouth, she was confused. I am unhappy. As soon as Li Shangjin said this, Su Qingsu glared and looked back at him. Are you jealous? Just because. Before Li Shangjin finished speaking, Su Qingsu responded angrily. Yes, I am jealous. Why? Host, wait a minute. Don't you think you two are not on the same wavelength? From the analysis of the previous sentence, it seems that Li Shangjin suspects that you are unhappy about seeing Lung Chan and Tang Tang being intimate, and has some speculations about the relationship between you and Lung Chan. Qingsu, why don't you say anything? Li Shangjin's hand on the back of Su Qingsu's neck gradually increased in strength. Su Qingsu pulled Li Shangjin over and kissed him fiercely, even though their lips collided and it hurt, and she didn't stop until she bit Li Shangjin's lips. Li Shangjin, Can't you feel who I like? Su Qingsu said this, brushed past Li Shangjin and left the cafe. Su Qingsu was going crazy. He knew Tang Tang was innocent, but at that moment, he was so jealous that he wanted to destroy him and lock Li Shangjin up so that no one could see him but him. The love he promised was not for him. If the male protagonist gets a look from him, will his efforts be in vain and all will be in vain? Host, please calm down. Calm down? I am calm now. Li Shangjin stood there in a daze. He raised his fingertips and touched his lips, which were slightly painful. Red stained his fingertips, and he felt a little out of control in the mirror. Li Shangjin came back to his senses and quickly chased after her, but there was no trace of Su Qingsu. No matter how hard he tried to call, he couldn't get through. Li Shangjin looked panicked. Normally, people wouldn't be able to tell by looking at his expression, but this time, even the driver could tell. Without running a red light, the driver showed what might be his best driving skills of his life. When they arrived at the villa, the driver breathed a sigh of relief, but when he turned around, he no longer saw Li Shangjin. Li Shangjin pushed open the door, without even stopping at the entrance to change his shoes, and walked in directly, calling Su Qingsu's name anxiously. Qingsu, Qingsu. Li Shangjin took a quick look around the living room. Su Qingsu didn't look at it, but attracted Uncle Tian from the kitchen. What's wrong with the young master? Are you looking for young master Qingsu? It seems that Qingsu hasn't come back yet. Su Qingsu's elusiveness made Uncle Tian dare not easily draw a conclusion. He just silently glanced in the direction of the upstairs, wondering if his eyesight was blurry again. Li Shangjin followed Uncle Tian's gaze and realized that there might be another place, so he quickly went upstairs. Uncle Tian looked at Li Shangjin's back as he went upstairs in confusion and said to himself, "Did Master Qingsu have a quarrel with Master Li?" After knocking on the door several times, Li Shangjin called Su Qingsu's name several times. Without waiting for a response from inside the house, he directly grasped the doorknob. There was no lock, so he opened it decisively. There was no one there. There are also half-built Lego blocks and half-finished houses on the table, which look inexplicably abandoned and desolate. Su Qingsu returned to her home after not returning for a long time. The house was already covered with dust. Key? Host, where do you put your spare key according to your habit? Oh, I forgot that the Su Qingsu here is also Su Qingsu. Bending over the small flower bed on one side, and finding the place with the most pebbles, he pushed aside the pebbles and a silver bronze key appeared. After opening the door, Su Qingsu felt that the air inside was average, but he didn't care at all. He just needed a place where he could hug himself for a short while. Su Qingsu felt that something was wrong with his current situation and he needed to calm down. At this time, Li Shangjin was sitting in the car, staring at the display on his phone. Host. The system saw that the person in the interface was in a depressed state, sickly and lifeless. This appearance was completely different from the seemingly cold but lively image when they first met. He opened a room at random, which turned out to be Su Qingsu's bedroom. He did not go to bed, but sat down next to the bed near the corner, hugged his knees, buried his head, and trembled uncontrollably. There was an idea in his mind that kept urging him to put handcuffs on and chain him up so that Li Shangjin could not escape and no one could see him, not even him. When Li Shangjin arrived, the sun had already set, and the dark blue sky was gradually filled with bright colors. The door was locked, and Li Shangjin entered through the window. There was a lot of dust inside, and it flew up as soon as he entered. Li Shangjin frowned and started looking. He didn't dare to shout, for fear that Su Qingsu would jump out of the window and run away. There was a door half open. Li Shangjin walked lightly and slowly pushed the door open. His breathing stagnated, and he found Su Qingsu curled up in the corner of the room, looking gray. Su Qingsu looked up at the sound. Her eyes were completely red and a little empty. "I'm sorry, Qingsu." Li Shangjin's voice trembled uncontrollably, and he apologized while walking towards Su Qingsu carefully. Su Qingsu turned his head and looked at the half-open door thoughtfully. He thought, "Close it. He is the only one who has the key, so Li Shangjin can't get out." However, Li Shangjin thought he was going to rush out the door, so he squatted down, knelt on one knee, and hugged Su Qingsu. "Uncle Li." Su Qingsu was easy to coax, and a hug was enough. "I'm here. I'm not angry anymore. Let's go out. Okay? The hygiene here is not up to standard. Su Qingsu is not in good health, and he is worried that he will get sick. Li Shangjin also realized that Su Qingsu's anger and sadness might be related to him. Uncle Li, don't talk to him. Don't look at him. Qingsu will not be able to help but do things that he shouldn't do. Su Qingsu grabbed the fabric on Li Shangjin's back. However, to Li Shangjin, Su Qingsu's words were nothing more than the bluffing of a little white fox. The hand on his back tightly grasped not only Li Shangjin's cloth, but also his uneasy and constantly beating heart along the way. Not with whom? Tang Tang? Li Shangjin tried to understand the meaning of Su Qingsu's words. Don't say his name. Okay, I won't say it. Li Shangjin raised his hand to touch Su Qingsu's head, lowered his eyes and found that his hands were covered with dust when he climbed the window just now. Why doesn't Uncle Li touch you anymore? Su Qingsu tilted her head and noticed Li Shangjin's action, but the other party stopped and pouted. My hands are dirty, and I don't want to dirty Qingsu's clean hair. Then Uncle Li, why are you holding me? I'm afraid you'll run away. Li Shangjin picked up Su Qingsu, and Su Qingsu didn't want to stand still at all and went straight into his arms. Qingsu, come home with me. Okay? Li Shangjin looked at her earnestly. Su Qingsu bit her already injured lip, causing its secondary damage. Don't bite. Li Shangjin wanted to stop her, but his hands, which were stained with dust, could not fall on Su Qingsu's fair face. Su Qingsu also noticed Li Shangjin's hesitation and deliberately raised the corners of her lips to smile. The red spot on her lips was pulled and became more gorgeous. Uncle Li's hands are dirty, but he can't stop me. What should I do? If your hands don't work, you can use your mouth. Su Qingsu grabbed Li Shangjin's collar and responded actively. When her tongue probed into him, surprise flashed in Li Shangjin's eyes, and then he was swept away and became a little obsessed. The sounds of panting and saliva seemed particularly loud in the quiet room. Hearing the baby squirming in his arms and the two bodies pressed tightly together, Li Shangjin knew he had to stop. Su Qingsu, who was pushed away from Li Shangjin's embrace, had an unsatisfied look on her face, with a dazed and infatuated look in her eyes. She licked his lips with her tongue, and then bit them with her teeth, using the same old trick again, looking aggrieved. Be good, let's go back first. Li Shangjin lowered his head and kissed the corner of Su Qingsu's lips, and Su Qingsu let go of her teeth. Back in the car, Li Shangjin explained to Su Qingsu that the last time he and Tang Tang met when they were children was when he failed in the exam and was comforted by his candy and a few words. As for the rest, there was nothing, no different thoughts, no other encounters, nothing at all. Su Qingsu, who had read the original novel, knew everything Li Shangjin said, but it was Su Qingsu who prevented their meeting with his sincere words. That's why the subsequent plot of forcibly lowering Li Shangjin's intelligence and turning him into a madman did not happen. The silly Uncle Li, when he was a child, would listen to his classmates, who at the time thought they were good friends. They said that only if he failed the exam, his family would care about him and take him out to play, so that Li Shangjin could also deliberately fail the exam to try. In that exam, that good friend won first place, squeezing out Li Shangjin for the only time. Li Shangjin did not receive any care, but was reprimanded by the teacher, who said he did not respect the exam room. He also did not receive any care from his parents, one of whom punished him with family rules, and the other warned him to do well in the next exam. No one asked him why he did not do well in the exam this time, whether the questions were too difficult or whether he was in a bad mood. At this time, Xiao Tangtang passed by and noticed that Li Shangjin was in a bad mood. He gave Li Shangjin his favorite candy. It's just an exam. It doesn't mean anything. You are still you, and you can still be great. Uncle Li, how did you know I was here? Su Qingsu grabbed Li Shangjin's hand, wiped his fingers and palms with a handkerchief, and changed the subject. He didn't want to talk about other people anymore. Li Shangjin was silent for a moment and paused for a long time. Su Qingsu originally thought that Li Shangjin was just guessing, or had checked where he originally lived. After all, Su's mother had asked him to help take care of some things. Li Shangjin's words were shimmering, which aroused Su Qingsu's curiosity. Li Shangjin was not like him. He did not have a system, nor did he come here because he knew it before. Well, why are you hesitating, Uncle Li? As soon as Su Qingsu finished speaking, Li Shangjin's hand, which was held by him, tightened around him. Mobile phone. Li Shangjin panicked when he didn't see Su Qingsu in the villa. Suddenly he remembered that the mobile phone he bought for Su Qingsu was the same as his, and it had a software with a positioning function. Li Shangjin used his own phone to open a connection to locate Su Qingsu's phone. But doesn't this usually require authorization? Which software is Uncle Li talking about? I didn't notice it when I was playing with my phone. Su Qingsu heard Li Shangjin's hesitant words and curiously picked up his phone to look for the software. It's inconspicuous in the corner. Li Shangjin was guilty and didn't dare to look directly at Su Qingsu's eyes. He reached out to take his phone. You can uninstall it. Why do you want to uninstall it? Su Qingsu dodged his hand. He was eager to use this software on Li Shangjin, but he didn't expect that Li Shangjin would use it first. Qingsu, aren't you angry? Li Shangjin observed Su Qingsu's expression, worried that he would say something in a sarcastic way out of anger. Angry? Why can only Uncle Li see mine? Can't I see Uncle Li's? Su Qingsu lowered his head and tried to find the hidden small software in his phone. Sure. Li Shangjin took out his own phone, and Su Qingsu handed over his phone. Su Qingsu watched Li Shangjin perform two simple operations, and a moving red dot appeared on her software. With a satisfied smile, Su Qingsu stared at the interface, while Li Shangjin looked at him lovingly. This scene looks very beautiful, but the system doesn't understand. Don't humans value privacy the most? Strange host. Magical villain. Su Qingsu moved the software to a conspicuous place. When he first saw Li Shangjin's software, it was next to the photo album. When he used Li Shangjin's mobile phone to secretly change his profile picture, he didn't pay attention to it and thought it was an office software or something. If he had clicked on it, he probably wouldn't have found anything. After all, they were in the same place, and Su Qingsu would have thought it was just a built-in location on the phone. Ah, my phone is out of battery. Let me see yours, Uncle Li. Su Qingsu looked at the little red for a long time, and since it didn't have much battery left, he turned off the phone. Li Shangjin smiled helplessly and handed it to Su Qingsu. Su Qingsu's hands were scattered. She originally wanted to click on the software, but she clicked on the photo album instead. When she was about to exit, she saw some familiar pictures. Why does this picture look familiar? Su Qingsu looked at Li Shangjin's photo album and found that there was a special album named Little Fox. Li Shangjin just lowered his head and pursed his lips. After receiving Su Qingsu's teasing look for a long while, he pretended to be calm. Qingsu sent it to me before. So Uncle Li kept it? Su Qingsu was very happy with this discovery. This photo was at least some time old. He had taken it when he was building blocks and deliberately exposed part of his calf skin and sent it to Li Shangjin. There are also some other photos that Su Qingsu shared with Li Shangjin, including food, beautiful scenery, and Lego bricks, in which he appears more or less. Looking at the houses flashing by outside, Li Shangjin thought of his own house that had been abandoned for many days and said to himself, I have to find someone to clean up the house. What? Li Shangjin heard the words house, clean up and so on, but he didn't dare to confirm it because he couldn't hear it clearly. Ah, it's my house. Uncle Li also saw it. It's all covered with dust. Su Qingsu turned her head back. I have to find someone to clean it up. Clean it up, and then what? Host, when Li Shangjin was looking for you, the depression value was fluctuating all the way. It finally stopped and didn't change, but it suddenly increased by 1% just now. 50 is a hurdle. The system sighed. The depression value didn't decrease when you kissed me, but it's increasing now? Yes, host. Su Qingsu glared at Li Shangjin unhappily, turned her head and snorted. Qingsu wants to go back? Why? Are you still mad at me? Li Shangjin asked 3 times in a hurry. I didn't say I wanted to go back. Su Qingsu looked at Li Shangjin strangely. This depression value really affects people, always thinking of the worst. Then, before Li Shangjin finished speaking, Su Qingsu turned sideways, raised her hand and gently stroked his face, and said sincerely, I won't go back. Even if you chase me away, I will stick with you. Clean up the house and rent it to someone else. I'll be the landlord in the future. Su Qingsu pinched Li Shangjin's cheek. Uncle Li, will you let me live here? Yes, as long as you want. Li Shangjin tilted his head, raised his hand to hold Su Qingsu's hand, and was about to kiss her palm. Su Qingsu struggled with his hands, and Li Shangjin looked at him in confusion. Dirty. Li Shangjin frowned. I just wiped Uncle Li's dirty hands, and my hands have become a little gray. Su Qingsu wanted to pull her hand back, but Li Shangjin held it tightly. Then why did Qingsu pinch my face? I told you not to think too much, understand? Got it. Li Shangjin pinched Su Qingsu's soft and tender hand wrapped in his palm. Okay, since you are so nice, I will reluctantly live for 60 years. The little fox's tail was raised high, looking very proud. Li Shangjin's eyebrows softened, and the corners of his mouth raised. Why 60 years? I think. I'm already in my 20s. Su Qingsu shook Li Shangjin's hand. 60 years. Added up, I should be over 80. With my physique, it seems like a long time to live to that time. Li Shangjin grabbed Su Qingsu's hand and tightened his grip. Qingsu, may you live a long life. Su Qingsu doesn't need to live 100 years. He just wants to share life and death with Li Shangjin. After all the hassles along the way, by the time we got back to the villa, Uncle Tian had already gone to bed, and they had also told us in advance that there was no need to prepare dinner. Su Qingsu felt tired, but his stomach still growled. I want to eat barbecue. Su Qingsu could cook a few dishes by himself, but he was a little tired and didn't want to move. Will that fill you up? Li Shangjin didn't stop Su Qingsu. He just asked a question. Then order enough to fill you up. Su Qingsu dragged his feet to the kitchen, washed his hands, found 2 loaves of bread, and stuffed them into Li Shangjin's mouth. I see there are some noodles in the kitchen. If Uncle Li doesn't want to eat barbecue, I'll make you some. After all, Li Shangjin seems to always be eating Uncle Tian's cooking or dining at restaurants, and I've never seen him ordering takeout. No, I don't want to eat. I'll order it right away. Li Shangjin spoke unclearly while biting the bread and took out his phone to open the interface. Uncle Li, I doubt you even have an app. Su Qingsu pushed Li Shangjin into the kitchen. Wash your hands quickly and eat the bread. I'll order it. Su Qingsu ordered from the nearest restaurant and ordered quickly, turning the spiciness level half and half, considering that Li Shangjin liked spicy food. But now both of them needed to take good care of their mouths. The bread in her hand was eaten bit by bit while placing the order. Su Qingsu leaned back on the sofa and looked up to see Li Shangjin approaching. Su Qingsu spread her arms. Hug me. Li Shangjin bit the bread in his mouth, bent down and reached out to pick up the spoiled little fox who wanted to be hugged. As Li Shangjin sat down, Su Qingsu also knelt on his legs, with both hands on Li Shangjin's shoulders. Li Shangjin held Su Qingsu's waist with one hand, raised the other hand and was about to take away the bread, asking Su Qingsu what was wrong. The beautiful and delicate face gradually approached, and the redness under the eyes due to crying added a bit of charm and fragility. Su Qingsu bit off a corner of the bread, looking at the beauty with her cheeks bulging as she chewed. Li Shangjin tightened his hands on her waist and pushed her closer to his body. Su Qingsu felt the movement under her legs, her lips curled up, her eyes narrowed slightly. Why do I feel that the piece in Uncle Li's mouth tastes better than what I just ate? Li Shangjin took the initiative to move closer and put the bread he was biting on Su Qingsu's red lips. Does eating bread like this really make it more delicious? The system looked at the interface. As Li Shangjin and Su Qingsu's lips touched and began to rub against each other, it thought, should it be smarter and automatically shield itself? Candy, UU value. Eh? The system was shocked for the first time. When did the host still care about the UU value under such circumstances? I don't believe it. After kissing for so long in the afternoon, the UU value didn't drop, and it even increased by 1% in the car. Listening to Su Qingsu's tone, the system felt that she didn't mean to let it go. The depression value just dropped by 2%, and the current depression value is 48%. That's more like it. Little fox, what are you humming? Li Shangjin smiled and stroked Su Qingsu's face. His fingertips gently touched the red lips he had just kissed, feeling the softness coming from them. Uncle Li, what are we doing now? Are we in love? Su Qingsu placed her hands on Li Shangjin's shoulders, her jade-like fingers slowly wrapped around his neck, interlacing their fingers. Yeah, let's fall in love. Li Shangjin leaned forward, and just as his lips were about to touch, Su Qingsu's cell phone rang. It should be the takeaway. Su Qingsu picked up the phone and answered it. and asked the other party to leave it at the door. She turned around and put the phone on the sofa, smiled, and said, "Uncle Lee, if you don't kiss me, I'll go get the takeaway." Su Chingsu put down her hand that was on Li Shangjin's shoulder, curled her lips, and prepared to get up and leave. Li Shangjin reached out and took Su Chingsu back to sit. Su Chingsu smiled as he kissed her fiercely, with the sounds of breathing, panting, and saliva. Li Shangjin's hand had already reached under Su Chingsu's skirt, touched her smooth skin, and kneaded it. Gurgle Su Chingsu's belly gave a warning. Li Shangjin stopped moving. Su Chingsu sighed inwardly. She placed a hand on Li Shangjin's chest, pressed it gently, and stood up by herself. "I'm hungry. I'll go get some takeout." Looking at Su Chingsu's leaving back, Li Shangjin felt a fire of desire burning in his heart, and the remaining warmth in his hands lingered on his fingertips for a long time. Su Chingsu sat directly on the carpet, ate some skewers, and bought 2 glasses of juice. "Uncle Li, do you want some?" Su Chingsu handed a glass to Li Shangjin, who was also eating skewers silently. "Drink." Li Shangjin knew that if he didn't drink, the little fox in front of him would probably finish both glasses by himself. While eating, Su Chingsu dozed off, her eyelids drooped, and she yawned several times. This journey was indeed very tiring, especially since Su Chingsu's emotions fluctuated so much that she was obviously a little tired. After washing up, Su Chingsu curled up on the soft quilt, slowly closed her eyes, and her consciousness gradually drifted away as the sound of water in the bathroom began to drift away. When Li Shangjin came out, Su Chingsu was already sleeping soundly, lying on Li Shangjin's bed, holding a corner of the quilt. Li Shangjin brushed away the loose hair on Su Chingsu's forehead and leaned over to give him a kiss on the forehead. "Good night, my little fox." When Su Chingsu was sleeping soundly, Li Shangjin's love was so strong that he did not hide it. He held him in his arms and hugged him intimately. Even breathing, warm and comfortable embrace, Li Shangjin buried his face in Su Chingsu's shoulders and neck, rubbed it, and felt the fragrance and tranquility from his body. Su Chingsu and his arms moved. Li Shangjin looked down and saw that he turned to face Li Shangjin and moved closer to him consciously. "Chingsu?" Li Shangjin thought that Su Chingsu was awakened by his big movements. However, Su Chingsu just felt relaxed by the intimate embrace and familiar breath, and unconsciously moved closer. The crescent moon is curved, the night is dark blue, and the bright yellow stars are blinking. A faint orange light rose up to the sky, and then everything became white. The stars gradually disappeared, and the morning dew dripped, and the sun shone into the house. Su Chingsu's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her eyes were still a little blurry and lifeless. After seeing clearly who was holding her, her eyes gradually became clear and bright. Memories of last night began to resurface, and Su Chingsu was a little dazed. "Candy, I'm here. Host. What's wrong? What happened yesterday wasn't a dream, right?" Su Chingsu used her fingertips to trace Li Shangjin's eyebrows and eyes, which were cold and deep. This was how he was described in the original novel. His tall and three-dimensional nose and his dark lips were all mentioned in the paper collection that was all about Li Shangjin. Su Chingsu had read and touched it countless times. "Host, do you mean the quarrel with Li Shangjin, and then you suddenly confirmed your relationship? Sudden? Not sudden? This is a pleasant surprise. This time, he could be unrestrained and didn't have to hide his greedy desires in a corner. This was his Li Shangjin. He could touch. He could kiss. Chingsu." Li Shangjin's voice was light and fluttery, as if he was talking in his sleep. It seemed that most people who had just woken up were confused, especially in front of someone they loved. They felt more comfortable and safe. "Shangjin." Su Chingsu leaned forward and pressed her lips against Li Shangjin's when he was stunned by the name. "Good morning, Uncle Li." Su Chingsu smiled triumphantly. "Well." Li Shangjin grabbed Su Chingsu's retreating neck with one hand, leaned forward to kiss her again, and after a while of kissing, he stood up, and his other hand also dishonestly reached into Su Chingsu's skirt, groping around. "Li, Uncle Li." Su Chingsu pushed him away. "Not because of the hand below. I haven't brushed my teeth yet." The desire in Li Shangjin's eyes was no longer concealed, with a hint of smile and a tone of grievance. "Chingsu kissed me first." I just touched her lightly. It was the first time that Su Qingsu saw Li Shangjin lower his eyes and look aggrieved, which was kind of cute. Wait until I finish brushing my teeth, then kiss you again. Su Qingsu was a little confused by Li Shangjin's initiative. No, he must take back the initiative after rinsing his mouth. Qingsu dislikes me? After confirming the relationship, Li Shangjin was like driving a sports car, and he couldn't stop the speed of the car at all. No, I didn't. Su Qingsu had no way to defend himself. I dislike myself. Puff the system laughed mercilessly in Su Qingsu's mind. Su Qingsu, who came out after washing up, chased after Li Shangjin for a kiss, but was avoided by Li Shangjin. Ha 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 ha, the system laughed mercilessly. You disturbed me. Why didn't you kiss me? Did Uncle Li regret it? Su Qingsu grabbed the collar of Li Shangjin, who was sitting on the bed, and sat on his thighs. Li Shangjin's big hands easily wrapped around Su Qingsu's waist, stroking it, and rubbing his head against her shoulders and neck, saying helplessly, "Little fox, do you want to kiss me?" Su Qingsu tilted her head slightly, looking a little proud. Li Shangjin loved this look of his and thought it was so cute. MMM. Su Qingsu was startled by Li Shangjin, who suddenly kissed his neck and Adam's apple. Sizzle. The sound of a kiss. Su Qingsu's eyes began to sink, and the hand that was grabbing Li Shangjin's collar began to loosen, slide down, and move closer to her body little by little. The moment they touched, Su Qingsu was punished again. Uncle Li? Let's eat first. Li Shangjin's voice was so restrained that it was hoarse. Su Qingsu's eyebrows began to frown, and the corners of his mouth turned down, unhappy. Be good. I'll prepare something later. Only when you are full can you have strength. Li Shangjin was helpless and doting. He raised his hand to hold Su Qingsu's face and tried to smooth his frown with the tip of his other finger. Su Qingsu understood Li Shangjin's subtext, but because he had braked too much in the early stage, she was a little skeptical. Really? Of course, baby. Li Shangjin kissed Su Qingsu's cheek soothingly. And here, Su Qingsu turned her head, indicating the other side that was not favored. After some intimacy, Su Qingsu was held up by Li Shangjin. He looked reluctant to leave. Why did he feel that Li Shangjin was not very keen on these sensual things? The system wanted to refute Su Qingsu, but because it had no evidence, forget it. Once it was blocked, its host would understand that the more restrained a man is, the more vicious he is in this regard. The object of the previous host was like this. When I went downstairs, I saw a servant holding a square box wrapped in brown paper. Seeing that the packaging looked a bit like the one she had given to the painting yesterday, Su Qingsu frowned again. Could it be that because of what happened yesterday, the painting had not been handed over yet? Would she have to make another appointment? Bossly, this is. The servant looked up and saw Li Shangjin. Just as he was about to explain, he was signaled by Li Shangjin's eyes and shaking head. The servant shut up obediently and took the things to put them away. Su Qingsu narrowed her eyes and looked at Li Shangjin unhappily. Uncle Li, hasn't the painting been transferred out yet? It was transferred out yesterday. What's wrong? Li Shangjin held Su Qingsu, who was standing at the stairs, and refused to leave. Taking him to the dining table, Su Qingsu pointed in the direction the servant had just left. What is that? Li Shangjin hesitated and said nothing. Uncle Li, are you planning to meet him secretly when I go to the painting transfer behind my back? Su Qingsu questioned Li Shangjin, her voice stubborn and aggrieved. No, I won't meet him. Li Shangjin stroked Su Qingsu's cheek and hair, comforting this bared little fox. The painting has been transferred out. It was transferred out yesterday. Then, what is that? Su Qingsu was still a little unconvinced. The system went around in his head for several times. Why don't you ask me? Why don't you ask me? The system seems to be a master who knows the real situation. Seeing that Su Qingsu was determined to get to the bottom of the matter, Li Shangjin knew that if he didn't give an explanation, the little fox might get angry and refuse to eat again. A gift for Qingsu. As soon as Li Shangjin said this, Su Qingsu's eyes, which had been pretending to be fierce, suddenly became clear, innocent, and ignorant. I bought Lego blocks. The day after tomorrow is Qingsu's birthday. I wanted to give Qingsu a surprise. Li Shangjin looked down at the two people holding hands. Su Qingsu's hands were so white and beautiful. The owner of this hand was more like a white gem. To Li Shangjin, it was precious and beautiful and priceless. Surprise, the same surprise. I'll see it later. Li Shangjin gave him something, and Su Qingsu was immersed in happiness and joy. Letting him wait would only make him anxious. What should I do? There are still 2 days. Where can I find another gift for Qingsu? Li Shangjin was a little distressed. Gift? Isn't Lego a good gift? Su Qingsu tilted his head in confusion. Not enough. Su Qingsu was very satisfied with Li Shangjin's answer this time. Host, control your mouth. Your cold personality is gone. Your stereotype is still deep. Haven't you let it go yet? How could the system forget that the host in front of it is smart and vicious? In terms of yin and yang, Su Qingsu ranks second, and no one dares to claim first place. After breakfast, Su Qingsu couldn't wait to pull Li Shangjin. I want to see, Uncle Li, what type did you buy for me? A house. Li Shangjin was led forward. Su Qingsu paused and turned his head with a look of suppressed excitement. What's wrong? Li Shangjin stroked his slightly pursed mouth. Su Qingsu opened her thin lips and bit Li Shangjin's finger. Want to bite something again? I'll get the little fox for you. The little fox is here. Do you want a few more little foxes? Su Qingsu raised her hand and grabbed Li Shangjin's hand as it was about to leave, still holding it in her mouth. You're the only one. That's just a toy. It can't compare to Qingsu. Li Shangjin turned around and had to coax the unhappy big fox that was wagging its tail. The system looked at the interface and spoke for the little toy silently. Little toy, are you polite? What did I do to offend anyone? Are you polite, Candy? You are interfering with my relationship with Uncle Li Me? The system cursed and went to complain to the previous host. Su Qingsu sat on the carpet and opened the craft paper. It was wrapped in layers inside and out and was well protected. When Su Qingsu saw the box, his eyes lit up. It's the limited edition. Uncle Liu. Su Qingsu held the big box in both hands, unable to suppress his smile. I heard it's a little hard to get it. I asked a few people, so the chance is better. Li Shangjin squatted down, thinking of the limited edition that Su Qingsu just mentioned, and realized that he might know about it and even pay attention to it. Qingsu, do you have it already? No, I didn't get it. Su Qingsu looked down at the box, but now I have it. Thank you, Uncle Li. I like you so much. Su Qingsu threw himself into Li Shangjin's arms. Li Shangjin steadied himself and patted his back. Master Qingsu is really clinging to me. Uncle Tian came out of the kitchen, smiling and preparing to rest after work. He still had to prepare lunch later. Su Qingsu poked her head out of Li Shangjin's arms, smiled coquettishly, and glanced at Uncle Tian, who was paying attention to them. I hope you can stick to me more. Li Shangjin raised his hand and pressed Su Qingsu's little head back to his chest. The sound of his throbbing heart reached Su Qingsu's ears. Li Shangjin spent the whole morning building Lego blocks with Su Qingsu. After lunch, Li Shangjin planned to sit in the living room and continue building with Su Qingsu. Su Qingsu rubbed her eyes and nestled into Li Shangjin's arms. I'm sleepy. Take a nap. Okay. This nap lasted for an hour or two. When Su Qingsu woke up, she found that Li Shangjin's arms had several red marks from being pressed by her. Well, Uncle Li, just put me on the sofa. I used my arms as a pillow and pressed them red. It doesn't matter. The sofa is not as good as me. Li Shangjin rubbed Su Qingsu's little head. He hugged her and was reluctant to let her go. Su Qingsu blinked her eyes, a little unresponsive, then suddenly smiled and buried her head in Li Shangjin's neck. Do you want to sleep a little longer? Li Shangjin looked at Su Qingsu, who sat up from his arms. No, I won't be able to sleep at night. Su Qingsu shook her head, knelt up, and supported herself on the carpet with her hands. Would you like some water? Li Shangjin followed Su Qingsu and stood up. Don't you want to continue playing? Su Qingsu looked at the Lego building that was less than a quarter of the way done and shook her head. Uncle Li, aren't you going to exercise? It's time. Qingsu, aren't you going to build anymore? Li Shangjin broke his habit again and again. As if Su Qingsu planned to continue, he would sit down. In fact, when he held the little fox in his arms and occasionally made a mistake in building, the little fox would turn its head and look at him in confusion. If it happened too many times, the little fox would call him fiercely, Uncle Li, which was very cute. This feeling was not bad. Li Shangjin was a little addicted to the gentle land and didn't want to leave. It's not easy to develop good habits. You can build blocks any day, but you can't do fitness any day. It's a persistent thing. Su Qingsu pulled Li Shangjin upstairs. Admit it, host, you just want to touch his abdominal muscles. I don't have them, Uncle Li has to. Su Qingsu is a person who is neither right nor justified, but is still confident. Li Shangjian raised his eyebrows, surprised that Su Qingsu would say such a thing. Then why doesn't Qingsu come with me? Why is Uncle Li so persistent in getting me to exercise? It's so tiring and sticky. Su Qingsu really didn't want to exercise. He was sweaty and sticky. It's not tiring, you'll get used to it. Li Shangjin said this, but he didn't mean to force her. After touching the abdominal muscles she had been longing for, Su Qingsu sat cross-legged comfortably on the cushion and watched Li Shangjin exercise. Sweat slid down the neck and disappeared into the chest muscles. Further down were the abdominal muscles that Su Qingsu had just touched. As for the lower triangle area, Su Qingsu could think about it, but unfortunately he could not touch it. Su Qingsu, who was daydreaming, suddenly faced the handsome face of Li Shangjin, and her breathing stagnated. Are you scared, Qingsu? No, Uncle Li is so handsome. If he runs 1,000 meters ahead of me, I think I can get a good result. Su Qingsu raised her hands to hold Li Shangjin's face and rubbed it. Really? Then Qingsu, why don't you try the treadmill? Li Shangjin stood up. In fact, he just said it casually. He didn't mean to force Su Qingsu to go up and run. How could he bear to directly increase the intensity of the little fox who was tired after walking 2 steps? Then I'll try to run for a while, just for a while. Su Qingsu stretched out his hand. Li Shangjin was stunned for a moment, and immediately grabbed his wrist and pulled him up. Uncle Li has to stand in front. Otherwise, there will be no motivation. Li Shangjin stood in front of the treadmill and slowed down the speed for Su Qingsu. After Su Qingsu got on, she could feel that the speed was not as fast as she had imagined, but she did not intend to walk fast, and instead jogged. With a smile on his face, he stared at Li Shangjin standing in front of him. Li Shangjin's heart was shaken. In front of him was a lively little fox with slightly shaking hair and a smile on his face. He really wanted to hug him again. You said you would not exercise. It is impossible in this life? I didn't exercise. Only perseverance can be called exercise. What I am doing is just a whim. Su Qingsu is quite self-aware. Soon, Su Qingsu's breathing became louder and irregular, and Li Shangjin remembered that he had forgotten to teach him how to control his breathing. Qingsu, slow down. I'll teach you first. Su Qingsu got off the treadmill and sat on the cushion without moving. Her face was slightly red, and her hair was slightly wet, with a few strands stuck together. His lips were red and moist because he had just licked them after drinking water. Li Shangjin, who was kneeling on one knee, was originally planning to teach Su Qingsu how to control her breathing, but he couldn't help but lift up Su Qingsu's hair, touching her eyebrows and eyes, and then stroked her cheeks. Well, Uncle Li? Su Qingsu closed one eye subconsciously as his fingers stroked her eyebrows and eyes, not quite understanding what was wrong with Li Shangjin. Can I kiss Qingsu? Li Shangjin's eyes were focused on Su Qingsu's face, and more specifically, on the seductive mouth under his thumb. Of course, Uncle Li doesn't need to ask me. Su Qingsu smiled, staring at Li Shangjin without moving his eyes away, and her beautiful willow leaf eyes blinked lightly. Li Shangjin's hand on Su Qingsu's lips slid down and wrapped around the back of his neck. Their lips pressed together, rubbing and entangled, passionate and domineering, with desires running rampant. Ha! Su Qingsu, who finally caught his breath, stared at Li Shangjin, his eyes curved, and smiled again. Well, Uncle Li. Li Shangjin, who was about to break, was bewitched by Su Qingsu's smiling face again. The system was blocked, and it went to find a host in frustration. I originally wanted to teach Qingsu how to control her breathing. Li Shangjin lifted the strands of hair that covered Su Qingsu's eyebrows. Now it seems that there is a better way. Her mouth was numb from being kissed. Su Qingsu licked her lips and heard Li Shangjin's hoarse voice. Little fox. I can't resist you. Li Shangjin ended the kiss again. resting his forehead on Su Qingsu's shoulder and neck, his voice slightly panting. "You're lying. You rejected me this morning." Su Qingsu still remembered what happened this morning. In the evening Su Qingsu was halfway through her words when Li Shangjian raised his hand to cover her mouth. "Be good, don't flirt with me. You said you had something ready this morning." Su Qingsu was anxious and grabbed Li Shangjian's collar. Li Shangjian blocked Su Qingsu's mouth, but this time he didn't use his hands. His hand reached into Su Qingsu's loose clothes, touched her waist, and climbed up like a vine. "Uncle Li." Su Qingsu was breathless from Li Shangjian's kiss. He didn't understand why Li Shangjian liked to touch him there so much. Little fox, Li Shangjian was so attracted by Su Qingsu's voice that he tried to suppress it. "I'm not as good as you think." "Nonsense, Uncle Li is very good." Su Qingsu's breathing was a little heavy, and it took a while for him to recover. When leaving the room, Su Qingsu was carried out by Li Shangjian. His legs were weak, and he buried his head in Li Shangjian's chest. "What happened? Is Li Shangjian so fierce? You are no longer the candy I thought you were." "It was you, the host, who said that we cannot stereotype. The system is put into practice." Su Qingsu was carried by Li Shangjian to sit on a chair in the bedroom. Li Shangjian took out a set of clothes from the wardrobe beside him and prepared to go into the bathroom to change. "Uncle Li, can't you change in front of me?" Su Qingsu was quick to grab the bottom edge of Li Shangjian's clothes. Aren't we in love?" Su Qingsu pouted. "No one stipulates that when you are in a relationship, you have to change clothes in front of your partner." Su Qingsu just wanted to see his abdominal muscles, and also thought that this was a form of intimacy. Li Shangjian was caught, but he simply wiped the sweat off his face in front of Su Qingsu, changed his shirt, and then went into the bathroom under the pretext of washing his face before changing his pants. The system looked at the interface. It was really a reversal of fortune. Su Qingsu was shyly hiding in Li Shangjian's arms in the last second, and Li Shangjian fled into the bathroom in the next second. "Wow, what's wrong? Why are you so surprised?" Su Qingsu was staring at Li Shangjian happily, but was woken up by the system. "Since the host has been in a relationship these days, I didn't report when the depression value occasionally dropped by 1%. I just checked. When I was away, it dropped by 3%. The current depression value is 43%. What about other influencing factors? Besides the male protagonist, who else has more than 30%? After experiencing the beauty, I began to crave the pleasure of life. If I could always be like this with Li Shangjian, then life would not be bad." According to current statistics, more than 30% of the other people, 1. Li Qing, Li Shangjian's grandfather. In fact, there is another person, but the system didn't mention it, and that is Su Qingsu himself. Su Qingsu frowned at the exclamation from downstairs. Li Shangjian was still washing up, so Su Qingsu went downstairs to check. The old butler was scolding a servant. Su Qingsu tilted his head. It was the first time he had seen such a situation. When they walked downstairs, they saw scattered Lego pieces behind them, and a quarter of the completed building was gone. What happened? Su Qingsu stared at the building behind them, which he and Li Shangjian had built together. "I learned from the old housekeeper that the servant accidentally knocked them over while cleaning, and the other party had already found them and picked them up one by one from the ground. But I don't know if there is anything missing. The ones that hadn't been used were put away earlier, and the one quarter that had been built was placed on the table, and now it's all in pieces." Su Qingsu's mouth was tense. He went over and counted the money himself. He had an impression of how much he had spent. He was a little sensitive to numbers. Nothing less. But Su Qingsu was still a little angry. This was bought for him by Li Shangjian. If it was his own, it wouldn't matter what happened if it was torn down. Moreover, he and Li Shangjian built it together, and now it's gone. Li Shangjian, who didn't see Su Qingsu when he came out of the bathroom, came over. The old butler repeated it like an NPC. He originally wanted to deduct some money from the servant, but it would not be to the point of dismissal. After all, the old butler knew that this servant was usually very efficient and hardworking. Now, the old butler is in a difficult position to say anything. It depends on what the two young masters think. Seeing Li Shangjian coming over, Su Qingsu's mouth was so gloomy that it looked like a bottle of oil could be hung on it. "Uncle Li, this one we built collapsed. Let us rebuild it." Is there anything missing or damaged? Li Shangjin squatted down and looked at the aggrieved Su Qingsu. No. Su Qingsu shook his head. We will rebuild this quarter today, and we can continue tomorrow. Don't be sad. Li Shangjin hugged Su Qingsu into his arms, patted his back gently, and stroked his little head with his big hands. The old butler looked at the two young masters, who were sitting on the carpet as if no one was around, and began to reassemble the pile of debris. No one mentioned pursuing the matter. He blinked twice and quickly asked the servant to go upstairs first. Because the building was set up too late, and the things were not ready yet, Su Qingsu only received a good-night kiss, and then fell asleep in Li Shangjin's arms. Early in the morning, Su Qingsu made a fuss in Li Shangjin's arms, expressing her dissatisfaction with last night. Why don't you give me a kiss? Li Shangjin sought a good morning kiss, but he kissed Su Qingsu on the cheek twice. Uncle Li, do you only want a kiss? Su Qingsu's pajamas were loose to begin with, and she had intentionally undone a button, exposing her chest, with the mark of her collarbone visible. Li Shangjin lowered his head and kissed Su Qingsu gently on her collarbone. Su Qingsu felt a little itchy, but she just put her arm around Li Shangjin's shoulder and didn't push him away. The morning reaction was obvious and intense. Su Qingsu was half successful this time. Li Shangjin held her in his arms and pressed her down, listening to his occasional low breathing. Su Qingsu swallowed her saliva. Her ears turned red, and her eyes felt hot. When Su Qingsu was taken to the bathroom by Li Shangjin to wash her hands, she turned pink, like a shrimp that had just been scalded. It was too heavy. Li Shangjin stared at Su Qingsu, whose palm was obviously red, and said with an annoyed tone, his eyebrows and eyes also withdrew from the comfort just now. Seeing Li Shangjin looking at him, Su Qingsu knew what he was going to ask and answered first. It doesn't hurt, it will go away in a while. Su Qingsu's physique easily causes redness and marks, but they also disappear quickly. Li Shangjin grabbed Su Qingsu's hand, but didn't dare to squeeze it hard. He just held it lightly. His fingertips were all pink, and his eyes darkened. In addition to heartache, there was a little more meaning. Uncle Li? Su Qingsu blinked, her innocent and puzzled eyes fluttering at Li Shangjin. It really doesn't hurt? The mark left by the last time he grabbed Su Qingsu's wrist was faint. The little fox cried out in pain, and her hand was weak. Although Li Shangjin felt that Qingsu might have been acting coquettishly with him at that time. In fact, whenever Su Qingsu breathed and flashed before his eyes, Li Shangjin would think that he was just being coquettish. He didn't need to say anything. Her charm was irresistible. It doesn't hurt, or Uncle Li can give me a kiss. The redness at the base of her palm was obvious. Su Qingsu turned her wrist and gently tickled Li Shangjin's palm. Li Shangjin reached out and held the naughty little fox, raised the little paw to his lips, and placed a kiss on the back of Su Qingsu's hand near the base of the palm, as light as a feather, sweeping across her itchy skin. Su Qingsu's hand couldn't help but tremble, but she had no intention of retracting it. Kiss her for a little longer. Kiss her one more time. I couldn't help but want to bite the base of my fingers again. Any intimate behavior from Li Shangjin would make Su Qingsu feel extremely satisfied and excited. In the future, the little fox toy would probably come in handy often. Su Qingsu never tried to hide his gaze, whether in the past or now. Li Shangjin raised his eyes and met his absorbed gaze. The next second, he was pulled into his gaze and was intoxicated by it. Let's go downstairs for dinner. Li Shangjin's voice was a little hoarse than usual due to the light panting just now. At the dinner table, Su Qingsu chattered non-stop, all talking about daily routines, such as how delicious this dish was, how about that dish, and the nice weather outside. Li Shangjin listened quietly, and occasionally when he saw that there was no more food in Su Qingsu's bowl, he would pick up some with chopsticks and add more. While building Lego blocks, Li Shangjin picked up a small piece and tried to chat about family matters, asking what he wanted to know. Qingsu, is there any place you want to go? No, it's good to stay at home. It's best to be by your side. Su Qingsu's natural and casual words touched Li Shangjin's heart. After a long while without hearing Li Shangjin's next words, Su Qingsu, the instigator, looked up at him innocently. What's wrong? Host, tomorrow is your birthday. Maybe Li Shangjin wants to take you to. The system is indeed high-tech. When it comes to analysis, Its brain works much faster than Su Qingsu's current one. I want to give Qingsu another gift. Li Shangjin told the truth. Su Qingsu's surprised expression was really predicted by Tanghua. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll think about it later. But Su Qingsu realized, tomorrow is Monday. Doesn't Uncle Li have to go to work? It doesn't matter. I have to spend it with Qingsu. Even if he didn't go anywhere, Li Shangjian wanted to be with Su Qingsu on his birthday. Just like Qingsu just said, no matter where he was, it was best to be with him. Su Qingsu grabbed the little fox on the table and bit it. Li Shangjin looked confused. Sometimes he was really curious. Under what circumstances did Qingsu want to bite his fingers, or did he just want to bite them? I want to bite when I'm happy. Su Qingsu said it tactfully. He was excited and stimulated. With the little toy given by Li Shangjin, he didn't need to restrain himself, and he didn't need to bite the base of his fingers and lips anymore. At dusk, after dinner, Su Qingsu pestered Li Shangjin to go out. Qingsu, do you want to go somewhere? Li Shangjin rubbed Su Qingsu's little head, who was acting coquettishly in his arms. I want to go to the mall to buy some things. Su Qingsu had to ask for a gift no matter what, and since Li Shangjin was slow to give it to her, he asked for it himself. Put on a coat. It's chilly at night. Li Shangjin took Su Qingsu to the mall. After watching him put something into the cart, he smiled helplessly but did not stop him. He just stared at Su Qingsu, his Adam's apple moving up and down twice. Su Qingsu looked up and saw that Li Shangjin did not react, so she boldly added some more things in and took out a few small boxes. The comm clerk scanned the code and entered the items, but Su Qingsu was happiest when she was doing it, but her face turned red when she was waiting in line. Li Shangjin took in Su Qingsu's cute appearance. When they got out of the car, Su Qingsu was furious. Uncle Li, you're still laughing. The baby is very cute. Sure enough, if you want to coax a naughty little fox, you can call her anything sweet. Li Shangjin is natural and doting. It's all your fault. You always say you're ready, but you always. Su Qingsu even suspected that Li Shangjin's words "you're still young" really treated him as a child, but then he thought about it. It's not right. If he really treated him as a child, he wouldn't have fallen in love with him. The strong and evil excitement in his heart was drawn out by Su Qingsu. Li Shangjin raised his hand and rubbed Su Qingsu's lips, narrowing his eyes and watching it gradually become more and more rosy. Uncle Li. Su Qingsu wrapped her hands around Li Shangjin's big hands, her beautiful eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she stared at Li Shangjin in front of her eagerly. Go home. Li Shangjin coughed dryly. As soon as he entered the room, Li Shangjin said, Go wash up. Li Shangjin tried to calm himself down, but when Su Qingsu heard his words, she didn't care what he meant. Her eyes lit up. I'll go wash. In the past 2 days, Su Qingsu has been secretly watching videos and learning from them. Given his size and strength, it is unlikely that he can overwhelm Li Shangjin. He quickly knew his position. I just didn't expect that I would also need to do a lot of preparation work on my side. After tossing and turning in the bathroom, Su Qingsu's cheeks felt hot and red. She put on only a piece of clothing that slightly covered her hips and went into Li Shangjin's room. She sat obediently on the bed, wondering why Li Shangjin was so slow in washing up. When Li Shangjin left the room, he was shirtless. When he went upstairs, he saw Su Qingsu return to her room, so he dried his hair with his shirt bare. Qingsu? Li Shangjin was wiping his hair with a towel when he saw Su Qingsu waiting for him in the room. Uncle Li. Su Qingsu turned around and saw Li Shangjin coming out shirtless. She stood up excitedly and stepped on the carpet. The carpet was laid down these days due to the change of seasons. As the little fox likes to walk barefoot or sit on the ground, it was laid down a few days earlier this year than in previous years. Li Shangjin glanced at the air conditioner temperature, and the next moment, the little fox pounced on him, wrapped his legs around Li Shangjin's waist, and hooked his hands around his neck. Uncle Li always comes out after getting dressed. I thought you had changed your old habits. The little fox's index finger brushed down from the collarbone, and Li Shangjin's Adam's apple moved, and the swallowing sound was heard by Su Qingsu. Uncle Li, I'm ready. Su Qingsu slowed down his speech, and his tone was light and fluttery. There are more than 20 minutes left, and it will be midnight. It was Su Qingsu's birthday. Uncle Li, do you want to stay with me from now until midnight? Uncle Li, I want you to be my birthday present. Su Qingsu tightened her hands on Li Shangjin's neck and rubbed her little head close to him. Li Shangjin's breathing became disordered, and his chest rose and fell. No matter how cool the skin of Su Qingsu's legs was, it couldn't extinguish the burning heat in him. He held the little fox's thigh with his big hand and walked towards the bed. Li Shangjin's eyes were quite heavy and fixed, like a hawk staring at its prey, waiting for an opportunity to ambush, ready to attack at any time and bite it down, making it unable to break free and move. As soon as she was put on the bed, Su Qingsu watched Li Shangjin stand up and untie the bath towel. Su Qingsu propped herself up with both hands and moved her bent legs backwards. The system didn't understand why the host was stepping back in fear, but it couldn't watch anymore, so it blocked it passively. Didn't you hook me up yourself, baby? Why are you trying to escape now? Li Shangjin grabbed the beauty's white ankle with his big hand and pulled it domineeringly, hindering his escape and shortening the distance between them. If I don't play hard to get, do you dare to really come? As Li Shangjin got closer, Su Qingsu stretched out her arms and wrapped them around his neck. Midnight had long passed, but Li Shangjin was still going on, changing positions countless times. However, Su Qingsu's face had already turned red, and his eyes were blurred, because Li Shangjin called out in his ear with a smile, "Baby, happy birthday." After surrendering once, Su Qingsu's slender hands searched for something on the bedside. Li Shangjin pressed down directly, panting, "Baby, what do you want to do?" "Little fox." Su Qingsu's watery eyes were misty, and she couldn't see clearly where the little fox on the bedside table was. "I'm doing it." Su Qingsu was stimulated by Li Shangjin's somewhat rude words. She bit her lower lip and panted softly, "No, no." Li Shangjin lowered his head and kissed Su Qingsu's mouth, coaxing, "On the bed, there is only one little fox. Baby, you can bite me." The night was long, and the shaky Su Qingsu finally realized why Li Shangjin had restrained himself before. When Li Shangjin got up, Su Qingsu opened her eyes in a daze. Her eyes were still a little red, and she opened her mouth, but no sound came out for a while. After coughing a few times, Su Qingsu's voice became a little hoarse. "Uncle Li, I'm here, baby." Li Shangjin lowered his head and touched his nose intimately with Su Qingsu. Su Qingsu's body trembled, not because of the intimate actions. Their actions last night were more intimate. But this baby made Su Qingsu dream back to being pulled back by Li Shangjin to continue the madness. "Cold?" Li Shangjin raised his hand and touched Su Qingsu's arms. "No, it's just." Su Qingsu leaned into Li Shangjin's arms, and her forehead gently hit his chest. "Uncle Li was a little fierce last night. Sorry, Qingsu tempted me too much." Li Shangjin gently rubbed Su Qingsu's neck. Next time, Li Shangjin couldn't make a promise, so he either didn't do it. Once he started, even if he restrained himself, he would inevitably scare Qingsu. "I like it." Su Qingsu knew what Li Shangjin would say. He was just shy and acted like a spoiled child. "It's okay. I like it." Su Qingsu's ears turned red, and she grabbed Li Shangjin's collar with both hands, poked her head out of his arms, and met his eyes. Li Shangjin raised his hand and brushed it under Su Qingsu's eyes. His eyes darkened, and he lowered his head and kissed the lips that spoke such touching words of love. Hiss. Su Qingsu was held by Li Shangjin and sat up on his legs. "What's wrong?" Li Shangjin heard Su Qingsu's unusual gasps. "My waist is sore." Su Qingsu lowered her head and buried it in Li Shangjin's shoulders and neck, rubbing against them, then turned her head and bit his ear. The little fox bit someone, but after just one night, Li Shangjin got used to it, and the marks on his body were probably the same as his. "Give Qingsu a massage." Li Shangjin gently stroked the little head of the person in his arms with one hand, and rubbed his waist slowly and patiently with the other hand. "Uncle Li doesn't love me anymore?" Su Qingsu leaned back and met Li Shangjin's eyes. Li Shangjin looked puzzled and smiled. Why would Qingsu think so? Then he said very seriously, "I love you." Su Qingsu's heart trembled. She pursed her lips and buried her little head in Li Shangjin's neck again, and asked in a muffled voice, "Then, why don't you call me baby?" Li Shangjin laughed out loud, but he didn't loosen his strength on Su Qingsu's waist, still rubbing it. "I thought baby didn't like it." Just by calling out, Su Qingsu trembled. Li Shangjin's eyes were always on him, so how could he not notice it? I like it. Su Qingsu still said those few words, adding his name, Shangjin. This time it was Li Shangjin's turn to have his heart pounding. The sound of swallowing saliva was not loud, but Su Qingsu, who was closer to him, could hear it loud enough. Su Qingsu lowered her eyes. Do you want more? No, baby. My waist is still sore. Li Shangjin endured and rubbed Su Qingsu's waist seriously. Hand. Su Qingsu bit her lower lip. She was usually very brave, but after what happened last night, she was so hazy. Okay. Li Shangjin chuckled in Su Qingsu's ear, but as soon as the word landed, he pulled his hand over and put it on her. Then, baby, touch it with your hand. The system just turned on, looking at the completely black screen and the decreasing depression value. It was angry and amused. Forget it. Just go and harass the previous host. The limited edition Lego building blocks were almost finished, and Li Shangjin and Su Qingsu sat together to build their little house. As the two of them put a piece of building blocks in their hands together, the small house was officially completed. The phone rang. It was Su Qingsu's phone. The caller ID showed Mom. Mom. Su Qingsu quickly picked up the phone and answered it, her voice full of joy. Li Shangjin looked intently at Su Qingsu, his playful, smiling, and lively little fox. Li Shangjin couldn't hear what was said on the other end of the phone, but only heard Su Qingsu's cute voice. No, I'm still with Uncle Li. Excuse me? Su Qingsu repeated the last two words, squinting and smiling at Li Shangjin. Then I'll ask later. What is it? Thank you, Mom. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Li Shangjin didn't ask anything, but just raised his hand and stroked Su Qingsu's head twice. Uncle Li. Su Qingsu called out in a long voice, looking up at Li Shangjin, like a little animal with eager eyes. Li Shangjin cupped Su Qingsu's face with his hand. Will my presence disturb you? Mom said that someone sent a birthday present to me but didn't see anyone there, so she asked me to. Su Qingsu deliberately spoke slower and slower to observe Li Shangjin's reaction. Hearing Su Qingsu's words, Li Shangjin's face changed, and he grabbed his shoulder with his other hand. Why? Miss Su wants you to go back? No, Uncle Li, if I don't think it's disturbing, then I will definitely not leave, he said, and then whispered, even if it disturbs, I won't leave. If you don't disturb me, I won't leave. Li Shangjin took Su Qingsu into his arms, and heard the little fox in his arms humming laughter, and rubbed his chin against his hair. Cunning little fox. Li Shangjin asked Su Qingsu if she needed a nap, and Su Qingsu said she couldn't yet. My mother will send someone to deliver a gift later, but I don't know when she will come. Su Qingsu used a transparent cover to protect the small house that he and Li Shangjin had built together. Uncle Li, should we move to your room or my room? Does the baby have his own room? Every few days, Su Qingsu would go to Li Shangjin's bedroom with a book or Lego blocks to lie down or sit on the carpet. The room originally given to Su Qingsu was also used as a storage room by him. Why not put it in my room? If I have a quarrel with Uncle Li one day, I can comfort myself as soon as I see it in the room. Uncle Li doesn't need to come to find me, Su Qingsu said deliberately, because he felt a bit of ridicule in what Li Shangjin just said. Wrong, baby. Put it in our room. Li Shangjin quickly put his arms around Su Qingsu's bent waist and leaned against him. Finally, there was already a small sugar house with a room, and another small house was added, next to each other. Another call, still from Su Qingsu's cell phone. Su Qingsu picked up the phone from an unfamiliar number. After hearing the other party speak, he realized that it was the person who sent the gift. Ah, here I am. Su Qingsu walked out while talking on the phone. Li Shangjin followed behind him. After leaving the villa, Li Shangjin guessed something before Su Qingsu could say anything. Are you here to give your baby a gift? Yes. I forgot to tell the security guard and was stopped. It seems that the gift is a bit big. Li Shangjin wanted to say something, and it was not too late to say it now, but Su Qingsu had already pulled his hand and walked forward. I don't know what it will be. Seeing that the little fox's tail was now raised, Li Shangjin didn't say much, but came out with him. When Su Qingsu saw the gift, she blinked and mechanically took the key from the man. She waited until the man left before she came back to her senses. Baby, why don't you try it? Li Shangjin watched Su Qingsu's every move. Su Qingsu sighed. What good family would give a car as a gift? It feels completely different to work hard to get one and just own one casually. Of course, I am happy too. The moment she got in the car, Su Ching-su suddenly had a destination. When I was a kid, even remote-controlled cars were a luxury. When I grew up, Mercedes-Benz and BMW were just toys. I didn't even have toys before, let alone go to any amusement parks. Uncle Lee, I'll take you for a ride. Su Ching-su swung the key with her fingertips, a proud smile on her face, and raised the corners of her mouth. On the road, at the intersection, waiting for the traffic light. Su Ching-su didn't seem to apologize at all. Uncle Lee may not be able to exercise this afternoon. It doesn't matter. It's a pity that baby Ching-su can't touch his abdominal muscles. Li Shangjin was calm and composed, with a well-behaved arc at the corner of his mouth. Su Ching-su narrowed his eyes. Why did he feel that it was getting harder and harder to talk to Li Shangjin recently? He was often defeated by him. I want to go to the amusement park. Let's have dinner together outside. Su Ching-su glanced at Li Shangjin and asked what he thought. The green light came on and the car started. It's up to you. The soft and gentle words came out of Li Shangjin's mouth. Baby, do you like amusement parks? I've rarely been there, and I want to play all over. I didn't dare to think about it when I was a child, and I couldn't mention it. Now that I grow up, how many friends can I have to go there together? It's not that she hasn't played before, but Su Ching-su always feels that when she's alone, she feels a little out of place, and no one shares her laughter and joy. Okay, let's have fun. The afternoon sun was not very strong, but there were not too many people visiting. After all, it was a weekday. Li Shangjin got the ticket and saw Su Ching-su running a few steps forward. He turned around and smiled charmingly. Uncle Lee, buy me an ice cream. I'm afraid that for a person like Su Ching-su, even if he wanted a star, Li Shangjin would buy one and sign his name on it. After Su Ching-su and his partner tasted each other's ice cream of different flavors, they set out to play, trying whatever was exciting. Uncle Lee, let's go on the pirate ship. Uncle Lee, let's go on the roller coaster. Wherever Su Ching-su went, he would point at one he saw and have a lot of fun. Fortunately, Li Shangjin was not afraid of heights or motion sickness, so he played all the games with Su Ching-su. Although he was a few years older than Ching-su, Ching-su was not as strong as him. Although Su Ching-su is so lively now, the next second, as the night falls and the stars, the night sky, the little fox's jumping pace slows down. Ching-su, let's have dinner first and play later? Li Shangjin looked at the time and asked Su Ching-su what he meant. Okay. Su Ching-su took Li Shangjin's hand and shook it lightly, then turned around to look for restaurants around. However, Li Shangjin was shocked by Su Ching-su's natural behavior. He looked down at the two people's tightly clasped hands, and the smile on his lips deepened. Dinner was barbecue. Su Ching-su prepared 2 dishes and gave the spicy one to Li Shangjin. The roasted meat was picked up, and Li Shangjin was about to put it on Su Ching-su's plate, but Su Ching-su opened his mouth and uttered. Li Shangjin blew on it, touched it with his lips, and confirmed that it was okay before passing it into Su Ching-su's mouth. Delicious. Su Ching-su chewed. After dinner, the flow of people increased, and the lights of the amusement park gradually lit up. The lights of the amusement facilities became richer, colorful, and neon lights flashed. So beautiful. Su Ching-su was generous with his praise. The idea that broke into his mind was captured, and he took out his mobile phone. Uncle Lee, let's take a photo. We haven't taken a group photo yet. Su Ching-su found a nice background, turned around, and the hem of his shirt and jacket was lifted by the wind, revealing a clean and bright smile. Okay. Li Shangjin stepped forward. The scenery was picturesque, the crowds were bustling, and it was as if I was back in a dream at a banquet. But this time, it was Li Shangjin who walked towards Su Ching-su. Passers-by who were sightseeing became ruthless photo-taking machines, and there were more than one of them. As they breathed one after another, Li Shangjin rubbed Su Ching-su's little head, and Su Ching-su slipped into Li Shangjin's arms. Are you sleepy? Li Shangjin patted Su Ching-su's back. Yeah, a little. Then is there anything else you haven't played when you go back? Li Shangjin recalled some of the projects Su Ching-su liked to play, most of which were exciting, but it seemed that he had missed one. Baby, do you want to play in the haunted house? Li Shangjin asked, and he clearly felt the person in his arms stiffen. No, I don't want to. Su Qingsu grabbed Li Shangjin's coat cloth. Okay, I won't play. Li Shangjin was surprised that Su Qingsu, who was clearly walking towards him from the sea, would comfort him and tell him that it was all fake, just a show. But now he can't use this reason to comfort himself, the cute and protective little fox. Li Shangjin took Su Qingsu's hand, and seeing that he was obediently letting him hold it, he turned his head and looked forward. Behind them was a beautifully designed amusement facility with flashing lights. It was like a colorful photo frozen in time. Today, I had a really good time. Host, Li Shangjin was also very happy. After this trip, the current depression value is 33%. It was clearly within the required atmosphere, but it still couldn't complete the task. There are other factors that need to be reduced, but thinking back to the original work, it was like a colorful photo frozen in time. Today, I had a really good time. Host, Li Shangjin was also very happy. After this trip, the current depression value is 33%. It was clearly within the required atmosphere, but it still couldn't complete the task. There are other factors. When they arrived at the villa, the driver wanted to speak, but was silenced by Li Shangjin's eyes. The driver opened the car door. Li Shangjin got out and carefully carried Su Qingsu out, being careful not to hit her head. When going up the stairs, Su Qingsu opened her eyes once, but her eyelashes only fluttered a little, and then she closed her eyelids again and continued to sleep in Li Shangjin's arms. Su Qingsu woke up in the middle of the night and was about to get out of Li Shangjin's arms in a daze. He wanted to wash up. What's wrong, baby? Li Shangjin held Su Qingsu's waist tightly and lowered his head to kiss the back of his neck intimately. I haven't showered yet. Su Qingsu grabbed Li Shangjin's hand around his waist and was about to take it away. It's too late. Let's take a shower tomorrow. It was already midnight, and Li Shangjin was still impressed by the fact that Su Qingsu had a fever on the first day she came to him. Even if he was brought up, Li Shangjin could still imagine what the little fox would say. It must be, that was an accident. I was drunk last time. This time is different. Then I'll rinse my mouth. It's better to dry it. Li Shangjin didn't know whether Su Qingsu really gave up taking a bath or used washing as an excuse. Uneasy, he simply picked up Su Qingsu and went to the bathroom. In front of the sink, Su Qingsu was held by Li Shangjin while she rinsed her mouth. Li Shangjin smiled at Su Qingsu, who was dozing off while brushing her teeth, just like a drunk fox who hadn't drunk any alcohol. When Su Qingsu woke up, Li Shangjin was no longer beside her, and there was a pillow in her arms again. Ordinary and beautiful days passed one by one, month after month. Li Shangjin sat on the sofa after work. Qingsu. Before Li Shangjin could finish his sentence, Su Qingsu, who was looking for food in the kitchen, ran over. I'm coming. There was such a big space on the sofa. Su Qingsu didn't go anywhere else and sat on Li Shangjin's thighs. He put his arms around Su Qingsu's neck, his eyes curved and charming. Uncle Li, what do you want me to do? Hold me. Li Shangjin buried his head in Su Qingsu's neck and put his arms around his waist. The old housekeeper and the others haven't gotten off work yet. When they come down and see, then let's go back to the house. Li Shangjin held Su Qingsu's thighs and carried him upstairs. Uncle Li is really strong, even in bed. Su Qingsu added fuel to the fire. The hand holding Su Qing's tender thigh tightened its grip, causing him to groan. The weather is getting cooler, and the first snow of this year is expected to arrive at the end of the month. In the room with the heating on, Su Qingsu simply wore a loose, colorful sweater with a hood, curled up on the carpet, and was video chatting with Su He. Mom, will you come back for the new year this year? Not this year. Let's see next year, baby son. Come here. Let mom kiss you. Su He wore a pearl necklace around her neck, and her long hair was fluttering and slightly curled. This was not the first time that Su He spoke in such a natural tone, but every time this kind of intimate atmosphere made Su Qingsu feel a little overwhelmed and happy. This was something she had never had before, and now she could get it every time she talked. Su Qingsu didn't know how to respond, so she stood up, bent over, picked up her phone, and prepared to change her position. After a while, the topic was over. Wait, my dear son, are you in love? As soon as Su Qingsu sat on the sofa, she felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. When she looked up, she saw Su He's sharp eyes. How did you find out? I didn't do anything? Host, Collarbone. Su Qingsu looked at herself through the camera and discovered that there were 1 or 2 suspicious and ambiguous red marks on her collarbone, which would be exposed if she bent over a little. Just when he was about to say it was a mosquito bite, Suhee on the opposite side seemed to have anticipated what excuse he was going to make and took the lead in blocking his way. Well, my dear, are you going to lie to Mom about the mosquito bites in this cold season, and you have several lumps? Mother is not stupid. I can tell the difference between lumps and hickeys. Suhee looked very serious at first, but then noticed Su Qingsu's silence, and her exaggerated acting skills came online. Oh, I am just heartbroken. My baby son didn't tell his dearest mother that he was in love. I am such a failure as a mother. Oh, it's okay not to tell, and I was planning to hide it. Now it's good. He just doesn't say anything. Does he not want me as a mother? I have worked hard. Mom? No, I. Such an articulate little fox turned into a stuttering fox. So, you are in love, right? Which daughter is it? Sui's already bright and big eyes were like the effect of exposure. Not a daughter. Su Qingsu silently glanced at Li Shangjin, who was not far away. Li Shangjin was just a few steps out of the kitchen carrying a fruit plate. What's wrong, Qingsu? Li Shangjin was about to come over, but Su Qingsu blinked and shook her head desperately to signal him not to come over. It's not a rich girl, nor is it. Suhee realized something and made a bold guess in his mind. Is it a boy? Su Qingsu looked back at the screen and nodded solemnly. Li Shangjin. Suhee raised her voice a degree, and Li Shangjin came over when he heard the voice. What's wrong with Miss Su? It's okay, good job. Suhee looked at the screen, and Su Qingsu took the fruit plate from Li Shangjin's hand, lowered her head and ate without saying a word. Let me talk to my baby son for a few more words. Li Shangjin was puzzled, but still gave Su Qingsu and his mother some space to be alone. My little Su Bao. Mom. Su Qingsu had never experienced such a thing. Although he knew his choice, he just knew how to do it so that the person in front of him would not be so sad. Remember, Mom is always here. You can find Mom anytime you want. Su Qingsu lowered her eyes, ready to be scolded, but suddenly raised them up. Mom. After Su Qingsu finished talking to Suhee, she jumped into Li Shangjin's arms and was picked up by him. Are you happy, baby? Mom knows that I'm in love, and she seems to know that the man is Uncle Li. Su Qingsu put her hands on Li Shangjin's shoulders. The imagined sound of depression value decreasing did not sound. Uncle Li? Su Qingsu tilted her head. Is she unhappy? What did my aunt say? Li Shangjin stroked the little fox hanging on him and held it tightly in his arms. She didn't object. But even if she objected, I would still be with Uncle Li and we would not separate. Well, we won't separate. Li Shangjin buried his head in Su Qingsu's shoulder and neck, rubbed it, and then asked in a low voice, did she let Qingsu spend the new year there this year? She didn't say that. Su Qingsu felt her shoulders sink, and Li Shangjin breathed a sigh of relief. So Uncle Li is also afraid of something? Little fox. In the past few days, Li Shangjin's depression level has quietly increased by 2%. I think this incident still has an impact on him. The first snow this year came a little early. Li Shangjin said it was not so early last year. It rarely snows where Su Qingsu lives. She only sees it once or twice when she is on a business trip. Now when she sees it, she still can't help but look outside. White snow fell on the trees, and a thin layer of silver frost covered the ground. Uncle Tian came out with a pot of hot soup, looked at the snow outside the window and sighed. If it continues to snow like this for a few days, the snow on the eaves will have to be dealt with. Master Qingsu, please be careful not to slip when you go out. Be careful. Su Qingsu was just about to go out to pick up some snow and make a small snowman to put outside the window when she heard Uncle Tian's words. Xiao Xiao nodded. Okay. She pulled Li Shangjin, who was watching the snow with him, to the dining table and drank the hot soup. Just a few days before New Year's Eve, the phone in the living room rang. Su Qingsu was curled up on the sofa, being the closest to the caller. So she answered the phone first. Hello, who is this? Asked Li Shangjin to answer the phone. It was a rough voice with a hint of anger. Su Qingsu frowned. He guessed who was on the other side, and the system confirmed it. Host. It is Li Shangjin's father, Li Haizhong. He is busy. If you have something to say, just tell me. Su Qingsu sat cross-legged on the sofa. When did that brat Li Shangjin hire servants? He is so rude. On the other end of the phone, Li Haizhong was cursing very loudly. Su Qingsu moved the receiver further away and waited until the sound got quieter before putting her ear close to it, ready to tell the other party that if he didn't talk about the matter, he would hang up. Li Shangjin was walking down the stairs at this time. Su Qingsu was not very willing to let him answer the call. After all, it might affect his good mood. Baby, who's calling? Li Shangjin's voice came closer. Li Haizhong on the other end of the phone seemed to have heard it, and his excited voice sounded again. It's Li Shangjin, right? Ask him to answer the phone quickly. He is so disrespectful. Su Qingsu regretted that he should have hung up just now. Li Shangjin was already in front of him. He raised his hand to hold Su Qingsu's face and smoothed his frowning brows. Uncle Li, your call seems to be from your father. This time it was Li Shangjin's turn to frown. Su Qingsu felt that this call was not going well. Li Haizhong's voice was so loud just now, but now he could not hear anything at all. He could only hear Li Shangjin's reply. I'm not going back. Li Shangjin was silent for a long time. It seemed that the other end of the phone said something. Finally, Li Shangjin's chest rose and fell, and he took a deep breath. I know, just a meal, not staying overnight. After Li Shangjin hung up the phone, he looked unhappy. Su Qingsu heard the system tell him in his mind. Host, Li Shangjin's depression value has increased by 2%, and the current depression value is 37%. Uncle Li? Su Qingsu took Li Shangjin's hand, knelt up, straightened up, looked up with worried eyes. It's okay, let me go back to eat the New Year's Eve dinner. Li Shangjin stroked Su Qingsu's hair with his other hand, his eyes dim. I will come back after dinner. I won't stay overnight. I want to spend the new year with Qingsu. There must be other reasons behind Li Shangjin's change from not going back to compromise. The system was forced to use its skills in a strange place again. Su Qingsu, who knew the content of the call, was really angry at Li Haizhong's rogue behavior. Knowing that she could not call Li Shangjin back by herself, she used the excuse of bringing Grandpa Li Qing over for dinner and forced Li Shangjin to come back to eat together. Li Shangjin may not care about that family, but he cannot ignore his grandfather Li Qing. Okay. The considerate little fox made Li Shangjin even more soft-hearted. On New Year's Eve, Su Qingsu looked at Uncle Tian, who was busy in the kitchen, and walked in. Uncle Tian, I'm so bored. Please leave a few dishes for me to cook. Uncle Tian paused with a shovel in his hand. His grandson was taken to celebrate the new year by his parents who had returned. He was originally going to take his New Year's leave to go there, but he felt a little reluctant to leave Qingsu here alone to cook and eat on New Year's Eve. So he thought about cooking one more meal and then going back. No need, Master Qingsu. You should just watch TV outside. It will be quick. If Su Qingsu were to cook, wouldn't that go against Uncle Tian's idea? Originally, Su Qingsu wanted to fight for it, or take the initiative, but without Li Shangjin, he felt bored. He suddenly wanted to go back to that time and give his considerate self a good beating. The food was served, and Uncle Tian was ready to leave. His children had been waiting outside the community for a while. Su Qingsu saw Uncle Tian off and came back to stare at the table full of food in a daze, holding the chopsticks in his hand, not interested in eating a single bite. Host, there is a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Is the depression value rising again? Yes, the current depression value is 40%. Su Qingsu could imagine that Li Shangjin would come back angry after this meal. If Li Haizhong didn't make trouble at the dinner table, he would not be named Li. Next time, if it's the same again, Su Qingsu will insist on staying with Li Shangjin. He has a bad mouth and a bad temper, but he can't stand Li Shangjin's silence and listening to their lectures. The host can look forward to good news. What? Li Shangjin is back. When she heard the door open, Su Qingsu got up in such a hurry that her shoes fell off. She simply didn't put them on and ran straight to the door. The door opened, and Li Shangjin, wearing a dark blue scarf that Su Qingsu bought for him a few days ago, was seen coming forward. He was back. Uncle Li, you are not. As soon as Li Shangjin entered the room, he hugged Su Qingsu, who came over, resting his chin on his shoulder, putting aside all his fatigue, and feeling relaxed and at ease at this moment. Li Haizhong's deliberate inquiry at the dinner table, including bringing up the verbal engagement that had never been mentioned again, made Li Shangjin unable to eat. He was about to leave early, but was stopped by Li Haizhong. After a lecture, it was finally Grandpa Li Qing who resolved the issue. Li Shangjin frowned. When he was in the car, he especially missed the little fox waiting for him at home, his warm embrace, and his sincere and beautiful smile, which made people nostalgic. The food is not delicious. I can't eat it. I still like to eat with my baby. Li Shangjian let go of Su Qingsu, noticed his feet, and bent down to pick up Su Qingsu. Why don't you wear shoes? Li Shangjin walked into the living room with Su Qingsu in his arms and saw that the dining table behind the screen was still full of dishes. No appetite? Uncle Tian just finished cooking not long ago. I didn't have an appetite, but now I do. Su Qingsu nestled comfortably in Li Shangjin's arms, looking up and smiling brightly. Su Qingsu buttoned up Li Shangjin's shirt and whispered, "It's not tasty. Uncle Li, please don't go there in the future, okay?" "Well, I won't go there." After sitting down, Li Shangjin hugged Su Qingsu and held him tightly, not letting him get off. "Eat, Uncle Li." Su Qingsu liked this posture, but it would inevitably affect Li Shangjin's eating speed, as he was already eating slowly. "You can eat like this." Su Qingsu, who had been listless, now looked radiant as Li Shangjin returned. The system took the initiative to mention it. Originally, she wanted to comfort the other party, but found that the depression value had dropped by 1%, and she felt comforted instantly. However, humans are always prone to being deeply trapped in things that make them unhappy, and Li Shangjin is one of them. There are many factors that affect the increase of depression value, but there are very few that can reduce his depression value, and Su Qingsu is one of them. As they were eating, perhaps because they were full or because they had been sitting together for too long and the friction created heat, Li Shangjin and Su Qingsu kissed each other. The system looked at the flickering, black and white screen and very self-awarely blocked it. On the first few days of the Lunar New Year, the assistant director sent a message of New Year's greetings. Su Qingsu thought it was a group message, but she also replied politely. Unexpectedly, the assistant director continued to send messages, and Su Qingsu then found out that New Life had just finished filming 2 days ago. "Assistant director, I posted some clips of the finale, and there are a bunch of people asking you to follow me, assistant director." Spreadinghands.jpg. Assistant director, forget about them. We can't even find you when we tag you. Assistant director, do you plan to create an account? I believe that many people will follow you by then. The assistant director's messages came one after another, and Su Qingsu regretted replying to him. I glanced at the message, which was concise and to the point, and rejected it directly. Su Qingsu, no, not necessary, assistant director. Why? Is your spouse very strict? Assistant director, if you ask me, you can build up a fan base now and cultivate some fans. The assistant director said a lot of things earnestly, even suspecting Li Shangjin, but he never thought that the root cause was Su Qingsu. Su Qingsu sighed and was about to reply when Li Shangjin came downstairs. His attention was attracted, and he looked over. Another message came. Assistant director, I have another drama on hand in the second half of the year. If you're interested, you can come for an audition. Baby, who's the news? Li Shangjin hugged Su Qingsu from behind. Assistant director, he asked me why I didn't create an account because he has fans who want to follow me. Su Qingsu looked down and saw the new message. Thinking of the assistant director's next drama, which would be repeat the same mistakes. He, Su Qingsu, didn't want to audition for any role. First, he wasn't interested, and second, he didn't want to run into Tang Tang. Even though he is with Li Shangjin now, he still doesn't want Li Shangjin to have any chance to see him. Li Shangjin saw it, but didn't say anything. He just silently hugged Su Qingsu tightly. Su Qingsu, thank you for your kindness, assistant director. Your play is very good, but I have no intention of pursuing further studies in the entertainment industry. Su Qingsu's words were already quite tactful, but she didn't expect the assistant director's next sentence to be so direct. Assistant director, he doesn't like you to show up in public? Assistant director, if you want me to tell you. The assistant director babbled a lot, and Su Qingsu was stunned and didn't react. Su Qingsu narrowed his eyes, and his ear was bitten lightly by Li Shangjin. Baby, don't you want to reply to his message? A slightly sinister tone. I'll reply right away. Su Qingsu, I don't like it, assistant director. How about this answer? Su Qingsu said with a flattering smile in her eyes. Li Shangjin lowered his head and kissed Su Qingsu's forehead. Qingsu, do you really not like it? Su Qingsu looked dazzling in front of the camera. I don't like it. If I go up and perform building blocks with Lego, maybe I can do it. Su Qingsu stretched out her hand and hooked Li Shangjin's neck. Li Shangjin picked him up from the sofa, and Su Qingsu hugged a tree trunk like a little koala. Uncle Li, if I were a koala, you must be a eucalyptus tree. Once I bite your leaves, I will never want to leave. Host, from a scientific point of view, eucalyptus leaves contain toxins. Koalas need candy. Okay, I'll shut up. The system was very smart to distinguish the warning in Su Qingsu's tone. Uncle Li, I wanna… On the sofa. Slutty fox, Li Shangjin said, but he grabbed the soft flesh on Su Qingsu's legs. My baby. Li Shangjin has been hiding something from Su Qingsu recently. Su Qingsu asked the system, but the system said it didn't know even though it knew. Because people always like surprises. The last gift was known in advance. Although Su Qingsu still liked to be happy, the system analyzed in a humane way that it would be better to wait for both parties to communicate better for such a surprise. As it was highly intelligent, it would not get involved. It had been 2 days since the start of work after the Chinese New Year. Su Qingsu came to the company to look for Li Shangjin. As soon as she entered, she heard a conversation inside. Boss Li, these are the new models this year, among which, seeing Su Qingsu coming in, Li Shangjin closed the folder handed to him by his assistant and put it back in his hand. Go out first? The assistant felt strange and was a little unsure when he walked out with the folder. Did this mean it was okay or not? Did he need to find another batch? Uncle Li has been a little busy recently. Last time he was still holding a computer late at night. Su Qingsu pouted, looking unhappy, and glanced at the assistant who was leaving. The assistant was pretty, and it seemed that she and Li Shangjin had held hands very close. Host, calm down. It's normal to accidentally touch when just passing files. He must be hiding something from me. Alas, actually, the system was about to confess, but was interrupted by Li Shangjin's laughter. Pfft, baby, are you jealous? Li Shangjin stood up and pulled Su Qingsu over, kissing him on the lips. The day after tomorrow, let's go to the amusement park again. Okay, baby? Okay. Su Qingsu panted slightly from the kiss. On the weekend, since it is after the Chinese New Year, the amusement park has a lot of people. Still choosing to start playing in the afternoon, Su Qingsu took a fancy to the dolls in one of the small shops, but they were in a claw machine. The last time she saw a claw machine, Su Qingsu also played a few rounds and tried to catch claws with Li Shangjin a few times, but she never caught any. Looking in the window, I saw a white fox with red ears and tail, and a big gray wolf with golden brown eyes. Since her luck might have run out after meeting Li Shangjin, Su Qingsu decided to ask the boss directly if she could buy it. The boss who was being questioned glanced at Li Shangjin, who was standing next to Su Qingsu in confusion. Li Shangjin was also obviously stunned for a moment after hearing Su Qingsu's words. Qingsu, don't you want to try to catch it? It's so hard. Su Qingsu naturally enjoyed the claws of the doll and the moment of victory and joy when she fell into the cave. Uncle Li, have you forgotten? We didn't catch any last time. This is an indisputable fact. Why don't you buy a few coins and try it out? If you catch it, you might even save some money. The boss took out a small basket to put the coins in. Li Shangjin originally intended to book the amusement park for a night, but was afraid that Su Qingsu would find out and it would be too obvious, so he made arrangements with the project manager off-site. I hope his young baby can have more fun. Su Qingsu didn't have the mentality of a gambler. He just bought some coins for fun, planning to just spend money to buy them if he couldn't catch them. He believed more in money than luck. Uncle Li, do you want to catch them? Su Qingsu grabbed a handful of coins and handed them to Li Shangjin. Li Shangjin shook his head. Catch it, baby. When the first coin went in, Su Qingsu didn't hold out much hope. But when he firmly grasped the big bad wolf, Su Qingsu's eyes lit up. He watched it being lifted up, and its claws were still steady. When Su Qingsu fell into the cave, she was still a little confused. Did he catch her? Qingsu? Li Shangjin bent down and took out the doll, and put it in the hands of Su Qingsu, who stretched out his hand to take it. Feeling the softness on his hand, Su Qingsu's smile widened. I got it. There were still some coins, and Su Ching-su suddenly thought that even if she spent them all, she could at least catch one more. The second coin was spent, and the target was the little fox. The big bad wolf was held by Su Ching-su with one hand, and his beautiful golden brown eyes were facing the window, as if he was staring at the other little fox inside, just like Su Ching-su. And Li Shangjin was also staring at his little fox. The claws were still steady. Su Ching-su had a puzzled look in her eyes, but as the doll entered the cave, she smiled and quickly picked up the doll and stuffed it into Li Shangjin's hand. This is for Uncle Li. Li Shangjin rubbed the ears of the little white fox in his arms and pinched its tail. There are still a lot of coins. I'm so lucky today, Uncle Li. Su Ching-su's voice was full of joy. Uncle Li, try it too. I feel that the claws of this machine are tighter. In fact, the claws of all the machines were very tight. Su Ching-su and Li Shangjin spent all the remaining coins. They held several in their hands and had a few in their bags. Before leaving, the boss said with a smile, "You see, you have to try everything. You are the most popular customer in my store today. You are really amazing." Su Ching-su wagged her tail happily and went out with a bunch of dolls in her arms. A little boy was holding his mother's hand. He could hardly walk when he passed by. He exclaimed, "Mom, they're so great. There are so many of them. I want one too." Seeing that the child was quite cute, Su Ching-su was in a good mood and gave him one, which was caught by Su Ching-su herself. The little foxes and big bad wolves caught by Li Shangjin and himself were not allowed to be given away, but the others didn't matter. The little boy's mother patted her son on the shoulder and said, "Hurry up and say thank you to your two brothers." "Thank you, brothers." After the people walked away, Su Ching-su deliberately leaned close to Li Shangjin's ear and whispered softly, "Thank you, brother." The doll in his hand was deformed by being grabbed, and Li Shangjin's Adam's apple moved, regretting that he had both hands holding things. "Uncle Li, let's put these in the car first, and then play." "Okay." It was exactly what Li Shangjin wanted. "Well, Uncle Li." Su Ching-su was pressed on the seat by Li Shangjin, and a domineering and punitive kiss came over her. After finally taking a breath, she saw Li Shangjin staring at Su Ching-su with eyes that did not hide his thoughts. Uncle Li has been teasing her lately. Su Ching-su licked her lips that were red from being kissed and leaned closer to Li Shangjin. "Brother, are you planning to do it in the car?" Li Shangjin hugged Su Ching-su tightly into his arms, clasped her shoulders, and said in a hoarse voice, "Stop teasing me, okay? Little fox. There are more important things today." "Okay then." Su Ching-su thought Li Shangjin was talking about going to the amusement park. All the activities we played today went very smoothly, with many discounts and some small gifts. The staff member asked, "Excuse me, are the two of you in a relationship?" Su Ching-su was puzzled. Is it necessary to ask these questions when playing an amusement facility? Yes, yes. Su Ching-su turned her head and looked at Li Shangjin with surprise. "Congratulations, you two are the 99th couple in the past 3 days. You can play this project for free. Is my luck so good today?" Su Ching-su looked at Li Shangjin in confusion, feeling that something was wrong. But it doesn't matter. Being happy is the most important thing. Some amusement facilities also give out flowers for free. Su Ching-su collected dozens of flowers of various types, which formed a large bouquet. After dinner, Su Ching-su decided to play a few more relaxing activities, some of which would include enjoying the night view. The last one is the Ferris wheel. I heard that couples who kiss at the highest point of the Ferris wheel will never separate. Su Ching-su turned her head to look at Li Shangjin beside her. Her beautiful willow leaf eyes curved. In mid-air, through the window, you can see the hustle and bustle of traffic and the colorful scenery. I thought Li Shangjin would not react, but at the highest point, he held Su Ching-su's hand tightly. "Uncle Li, are you a little afraid of heights?" Su Ching-su was surprised and looked at Li Shangjin with a slightly worried look. As her other hand pinched the back of his neck, Su Ching-su opened her lips slightly and raised the corners of her mouth. "Uncle Li." At the highest point, Li Shangjin kissed Su Ching-su. Uncle Li also believed. "Ching-su," Li Shangjin said solemnly, "after we go down, I will propose to you. And there may be many people watching." Su Ching-su was confused, and even the system analysis was not clear. Wasn't it a surprise? Why did he suddenly say it? If Chingsu is not used to so many people, I will choose another place another day. Su Chingsu, whose heart was pounding, realized what Li Shangjin meant and became anxious. What do you mean, Uncle Li? You don't want to beg anymore? So all these days of preparation were just for today's surprise? All Su Chingsu could hear was the sound of her own violent heartbeat. Host, the key point is whether you are used to so many people. Li Shangjin is discussing it with you. The system has finally realized what was going on. However, the system thinks that Li Shangjin's worry is unnecessary. As requested, don't postpone it. Su Chingsu grabbed the hem of Li Shangjin's clothes. Okay. Li Shangjin's palms were actually sweating. After coming down, Su Chingsu was in a trance, paying attention to Li Shangjin's every move. Under the neon-lit Ferris wheel, amid the comings and goings of people, Li Shangjin took out a small red box, knelt on one knee, and found a silver ring inside. Some people stopped to watch, some cheered and applauded. Su Chingsu was still holding the big bouquet of flowers in one hand, and quickly pulled Li Shangjin up with the other hand. No need to kneel, Uncle Li. Chingsu baby, will you marry me? Li Shangjin appeared calm, but his hands holding the ring box were shaking slightly. I do. Some people were taking pictures, flashlights and neon lights were intertwined, and cheers and applause filled the entire amusement park. The two of them hugged each other, holding each other tightly. Li Shangjin whispered excitedly in Su Chingsu's ear, Baby, when I first saw you, I thought it would be nice to take such a charming little fox home. Now, she was really taken back by Li Shangjin, and even the little fox followed her. Chingsu is my treasure now. No one else can covet her. Uncle Li is the same. He can only belong to me. You are not allowed to look at other people, otherwise. Su Chingsu tightened her grip on Li Shangjin's back and said in a sinister tone, I will use a bigger ring to lock Uncle Li up. The system felt that it had been upgraded invisibly, because it understood what Su Chingsu was talking about, the bigger rings, which were gold and silver, and were connected in pairs with chains. Okay, my baby. Li Shangjin looked indulged and extremely happy. The two people loved each other so much that they didn't care about each other's life or death. The system is ashamed. In the car, Su Chingsu, holding flowers, sat on the seat, staring at the silver ring on her finger with her mouth slightly open. Surrounding him are today's lucky trophies, a bunch of stuffed animals. Su Chingsu stared at the ring in his hand all night. If Li Shangjin hadn't asked him, let's pick a day that our baby likes to get the marriage certificate. Su Chingsu then turned her gaze away from her hands, but the joy in her eyes could not be concealed, and it clearly struck Li Shangjin's eyes. A meaningful day was chosen, a few days later. Someone took a photo today, and it might be uploaded to the internet. Honey, do you want me to send someone to control it? Li Shangjin took Su Chingsu into his arms. Why? It doesn't matter. Wouldn't everyone know that Uncle Li is mine? Su Chingsu put her other hand on the ring, constantly touching it to feel its existence. However, Su Chingsu thought, he was not a celebrity, the movie hadn't even been released yet, and most of his fans were just for his looks or just casual fans, so he couldn't cause much of a stir. On the contrary, Li Shangjin was much more famous than him. When he woke up, the system asked him to look at the trending searches. Su Chingsu rubbed her eyes, looking at the several hot search titles on the screen, not knowing which one to click on first. New actor was proposed to new life. Su Chingsu, well-known rich businessman, proposes to young handsome man. What are some romantic places to propose? Li Shangjin business tycoon. Li Shangjin love letter. Love letter? Was it a typo? Su Chingsu clicked on it and found out that it was Li Shangjin's official account that reposted the marketing account that verified Li Shangjin's proposal to Su Chingsu. The copywriting of Li Shangjin's account is the proposal was successful, the wedding was held soon, and the love letter was treasured. Below are a bunch of marketing accounts and many official company accounts, as well as some bosses in the circle who reposted, commented, and sent their blessings. Some netizens joked, the world is a huge novel, and I am the NPC. There were also some bad comments, such as disgusting. Some netizens found out that Su Chingsu was the young master of the Su family who ran an overseas development company and made up some kind of business marriage. There are also some little fans who have just been following Su Chingsu for only a few minutes. They don't have his account and have no idea of the real situation. Su Qingsu opened his mouth, but no sound came out. No wonder Li Shangjin asked him last night if he wanted to control himself. It turned out that he knew about the situation and personally stepped in to add fuel to the fire. Baby? Li Shangjin turned over and hugged Su Qingsu, who was looking at her phone after she left his arms. Uft. Am I Uncle Li's love letter? Yes. Baby is a unique love letter given to me by God. Take your baby to Grandpa's house this weekend to meet him. Okay? Su Qingsu nodded her little head and gently bumped into Li Shangjin's chest again and again. Not long after breakfast, the system asked Su Qingsu to look at the hot searches again. Why do I feel like you pay a lot of attention to gossip? Then host, don't click on it. Su Qingsu ignored it and clicked on it. It was about her mother Suhee. I know that the children are in a free relationship, but I just found out about the proposal. Pick a few children and give them some small prizes. There are a lot of comments below, all kinds of weird ones. Netizen 1. Without you, who will still treat me like a child? Netizen 2. What will happen if there is one more rich person in the world? Netizen 3. Can luxury cars and jewelry be given away as small prizes now? Netizen 4. I am ignorant. Sorry to bother you. What is the host thinking? Do you think I can also win a small gift by commenting? First of all, you don't have an account. Secondly, according to this analysis, the host is likely to be caught by them and questioned. Su Qingsu registered an account, and the system was puzzled. Host, are you really going to draw a small gift? No, just send one. Wait, we said we value privacy. Why are you peeking? Host has also said that in the face of high technology, there is no privacy. Su Qingsu asked the assistant director to follow his new account. Since they would take advantage of this wave of traffic, Su Qingsu could do the same. Don't bring up age. Calling him Uncle Li is just a name of affection. Li Shangjin is Li Shangjin, not the sour name you say. Comment below. This is true love. I don't even want to say the word old man. Su Qingsu was reading the comments when a phone call came in. The screen showed Mom. Suhee started to show off her earth-shattering acting skills again, questioning Su Qingsu in a loud and colorful manner why she didn't tell her, and was almost caught off guard by the internet. Su Qingsu was glad that she did not follow Li Shangjin to the company today. Otherwise, given Suhee's high spirits, he might have handed the phone to Li Shangjin and put on a show. After coaxing Suhee, Su Qingsu breathed a sigh of relief and waited for the other party to hang up the phone. At noon, Su Qingsu and Li Shangjin were having lunch, and Li Shangjin took the initiative to ask about Ms. Suhee. Originally, Su Qingsu had not planned to tell Li Shangjin, fearing that he would think too much. The depression value was up and down again. Speaking of which, since the last proposal, the system has never reported the depression value again. Oh, sorry, host. The current depression value is 33%. It was the first time I saw the proposal scene, and the conversation between Su Qingsu and Li Shangjin was too unconventional, so the system forgot to report it for a while. That's good. But there is one key factor that cannot be avoided. Recalling the content of the original book, Su Qingsu sighed silently. But what did the baby's mother say? As soon as Li Shangjin finished speaking, the system's voice sounded. Depression value increased by 1%. Current depression value is 34%. My mother just asked me why I didn't tell her, saying that she was not the first to know, but had to see the news on the internet. I didn't think it through. Li Shangjin lowered his head. Su Qingsu leaned forward, held Li Shangjin's cheeks with both hands, and said sincerely, no one can think of everything thoroughly. This has nothing to do with Uncle Li. Just like birth, aging, sickness, and death, the laws and rules of nature. It was God who gave Su Qingsu a chance, and fortunately he met Li Shangjin, so that he could hold him and run towards the hope of life together. However, Su Qingsu's ability was limited, and not everyone could be saved. Early on Saturday morning, Li Shangjin asked his grandfather, Dear grandson, Grandpa, can you come over today? I have something very important to tell you. I want you to meet someone who is very important to me. Grandpa Li Qing took a look at the message, then turned his head and frowned at the couple sitting on the sofa. After hesitating, he nodded. Normally, he would have asked Li Shangjin to come again next time. But since Li Shangjin said it was important, Li Qing couldn't refuse. Li Qing has retired and lives in a small house of his own. He takes care of everything himself. The nanny comes to cook and clean the house regularly. Li Haizhong and Su Yinmu would occasionally come to see him. Li Qing could talk to them nicely at first, but once it came to Li Shangjin's marriage, discipline, etc., Li Qing would get angry. I'm hungry, or I'm going to sleep. Go back to where you came from. It was the same today, and we could only urge them to leave. Li Qing thought that since his beloved grandson was coming, he would ask these two guys to go back quickly and not to run into each other again. The last New Year's Eve dinner was not very pleasant. When are you going to go back? Li Qing frowned and questioned the two who were sitting on the sofa without moving. Once the old man started to chase people away, it was probably because he was annoyed by the sight of them, or that kid Li Shangjin was coming over. Li Haizhong, who had heard the news a long time ago, and Su Yinmu, who was well aware of his grandfather's behavior, naturally insisted on staying and refused to leave. Li Qing stood up and slapped the wooden table twice with one hand. Go away quickly. I'm annoyed when I see you too, and I don't like what you say. You disturb my sleep, and you are going to disturb my meal, right? Dad, what are you talking about? That's right, Dad. We came here to see you and see if you need anything. We wanted to take you back home to live, but you refused. The couple sang the same tune, just dragging their feet. They didn't see Li Shangjin for 3 days or 2, and they could only run into him once or twice at the old man's place. Do you want to buy something for Grandpa? What is Grandpa like? Su Qingsu clung to Li Shangjin and asked with her little mouth. Don't worry, I've prepared everything. Li Shangjin touched Su Qingsu's little head and told him not to worry. Grandpa likes to bask in the sun, drink tea, and play chess. Li Shangjin had already prepared the tea that Li Qing usually liked to drink and some supplements. Su Qingsu looked at the things in Li Shangjin's trunk and sighed that he was so thoughtful. He was alone there, running around in a panic, and was still thinking about how to make the old man happy. The other party had already arranged everything for him and told him that he had his back. In the car, Su Qingsu was obviously still nervous. Li Shangjin held his hand, saw it, and comforted him. Don't worry, Grandpa is a very good person. He will definitely like Qingsu. My baby, it's okay. Grandpa always supports me. Li Shangjin's words really comforted Su Qingsu. Su Qingsu was worried because Li Qing meant a lot to Li Shangjin. If he was not liked by Li Qing, or even if Li Qing opposed him, even if Li Shangjin would not break up with him, it would inevitably make Li Shangjin unhappy, sad, and upset. The UU value will definitely be affected. Su Qingsu wants Li Shangjin and him to grow old together. Li Shangjin carried most of the things in his hands, while Su Qingsu held a bag tightly in both hands. Baby, press the password. It's my birthday, or I have the key in my pocket. After hearing Li Shangjin's words, Su Qingsu finally reacted and entered the password. Everyone in the room stood up when they heard the sound. Old man Li Qing glared at the couple whose eyes lit up immediately. As expected, the two of them saw Li Shangjin, but he was accompanied by a good-looking young man. Su Qingsu leaned towards Li Qing and greeted him with a polite smile. Hello, Grandpa. My name is Su Qingsu. You can just call me Xiao Su. Li Haizhong immediately frowned when he was asked about his own investigation, including the hearsay. Li Shangjin noticed them and began to look impatient. Instantly, the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. You little rascal, I'm waiting for you to explain, but you just brought people to your grandfather. Do you still have me as your father in your eyes? Li Haizhong scolded. Yeah, Xiaojin. Your mother saw all those things on the internet. Why didn't you tell your mother first? Su Yinmu didn't have as loud a voice as Li Haizhong. As soon as they came up, they all started questioning each other. Li Qing warned, Whoever doesn't eat well, get out. Do you still respect me as an old man? Li Qing was so angry that he was panting heavily, his body was moving, and his chest was rising and falling. Su Qingsu remembered the ending of Li Qing in the original novel, and subconsciously said, Grandpa, don't be excited, don't be angry. Good children, don't be scared by Grandpa. After saying that, Li Qing's face changed again, facing the couple. My good grandson didn't tell you everything. Don't you think about whether it's your fault? Then he changed his expression and welcomed Li Shangjin and Su Qingsu in. There was a table full of dishes on the dining table. Li Shangjin sat next to Li Qing, and Su Qingsu sat next to Li Shangjin. Opposite them was the couple with the same expression. Eat. Don't be restrained. Li Qing smiled kindly. With me, there is no such thing as not talking or sleeping. Just eat and say whatever you want. Okay, Grandpa. Today is the good little fox. After dinner, Li Shangjin was asked by Li Qing to play chess, while Su Qingsu watched from the side. The other two were neither sitting nor standing. You little brat. Li Haizhong finally spoke up, ready to say something. Su Qingsu looked over, and Li Qing also glared at him unhappily. Only Li Shangjin was still calm, holding the chess piece in his hand, thinking about the next move. Come upstairs with me, let's talk about something. Li Haizhong's tone was a little softer, but the corners of his mouth were depressed. Li Shangjin was called upstairs by Li Haizhong, and Li Qing turned around and asked Su Qingsu to go downstairs together. Su Yinmu was sitting on the sofa, while Su Qingsu was playing chess with Li Qing. Xiaosu, you like playing chess? Li Qing was stunned for a moment when he saw the move Su Qingsu made. I know a little bit. It's not really a hobby. There was a big client who liked playing chess before, and Su Qingsu took the opportunity to learn a game. It's good to have many skills. My good grandson is a little stubborn and doesn't like to express himself. Li Qing took the initiative to talk about Li Shangjin. Su Qingsu smiled. Li Shangjin just talks less, but takes more actions. He's very good. Both he is very good and he is very good to Su Qingsu. That's good, that's good. Although I am old and my eyesight is not very good, I can see that you are kind and sensible, and Xiaojin listens to you. Li Qing and Su Qingsu played chess while chatting about Li Shangjin. The moment the door closed, both the father and son changed their expressions. Kneel down, little brat. Do you think you knelt down in the ancestral hall when you failed the exam when you were a kid? Li Shangjin stood straight in the middle of the room. Is the one downstairs the one that's been making a lot of noise online? Li Haizhong took a deep breath. When? Li Haizhong asked. Li Shangjin remained silent. Li Haizhong gritted his teeth. I thought so. I arranged a marriage for you, but you always refused. It's because of that pretty boy. Qingsu is a little pale, but it's better for father to call him by his name. Li Shangjin frowned coldly. Qingsu is Ms. Suhi's child. Father should consider the words. No marriage certificate? Divorced. No matter how bad Li Haizhong's company is, he is abroad, and she doesn't have that much power to interfere. We will get the marriage certificate in a few days and prepare for the wedding. According to father's opinion, there is no need for invitations, Li Shangjin said, and was ready to turn around and leave. Li Qing downstairs quietly stuffed a red bag filled with money into Su Qingsu's hand and whispered mysteriously, Hide it quickly, don't let Xiaojin find it, or he might buy me a lot of stuff that I can't use up when he goes back. Li Shangjin didn't see it, but Su Yinmu did. He looked left and right, but there was nothing red to wrap the money. She recognized this man as her daughter-in-law. She always hoped that Li Shangjin could succeed and have an independent life of her own. She worked hard in Su's family for many years, but was finally sent out of Su's family on the grounds of marriage. Su Qingsu felt that Li Shangjin's grandfather had a bit of an old naughty boy vibe, a lovely old man. Bang! There was a sound of something falling to the ground, along with the occasional sound of broken glass hitting and colliding. This was the sound from upstairs, and it sounded like something hit the ground. Su Qingsu rushed upstairs directly. Li Qing looked pleased behind her. Then she stood up and went to her room to get a stick, similar to a dog-beating stick, which was a must-have for family discipline handed down from ancestors. Candy, which one? The door was locked. Su Qingsu banged on it. Uncle Li, you're in there, right? How are you? Li Shangjin heard Su Qingsu's anxious voice and was about to open the door when he received a threat from Li Haizhong. If you dare to open the door, I will have 10,000 ways to kill him. Qingsu, I'm fine. Li Shangjin narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Haizhong coldly. Before he could warn, another voice came from outside the door. It was Grandpa Li Qing. Li Qing came over and said, Li Haizhong, open the door. Dad, I'm talking to Xiaojin. Li Haizhong said this but didn't stop. He opened the door and told Li Qing not to come in. A stick was swung and hit the door, and Li Haizhong ran downstairs. Li Qing followed slowly behind him with a stick in his hand. Su Qingsu checked Li Shangjin from head to toe before taking a look at the mess in the house. You're not hurt anywhere, are you? It's okay, Qingsu. Li Shangjin grabbed Su Qingsu's hand that was touching him. Su Yinmu looked at the three people who were coming downstairs, and finally followed Li Haizhong, who had already fled to the door and left. Grandpa, your stick skills are quite special. Su Qingsu looked at Li Qing, who was using the stick as a cane and hitting the ground hard. Li Qing raised his head and smiled proudly. With me here, no one can bully my two good grandchildren. Hearing Li Qing's words, Su Qingsu curved his eyebrows and looked at Li Shangjin with a smile. Li Shangjin also smiled gently, raised his hand to touch his hair, and stroked it smoothly. In the afternoon, we ate some fruit and watched a TV series in the living room. The three of us sat around the sofa, talking here and there. It wasn't until Su Qingsu yawned that Li Shangjin turned around and noticed it. Before he could say anything, his grandfather Li Qing beside him spoke first. Oh, Xiao Su is sleepy. It's okay. Go upstairs to sleep. Shangjin, take Xiao Su upstairs to rest for a while. No need, Grandpa. Su Qingsu thought. If he and Li Shangjin went upstairs to rest together, wouldn't Grandpa be left alone in this huge living room, watching TV alone? Rest if you are sleepy. Young people can't take advantage of their good health, and don't take it lightly. Go ahead, Li Qing said and waved his hand. Su Qingsu was about to say something, but she heard a few cat meows. Meow meow. Oh, the little fat boy is back. Li Qing lowered his head and slowly walked towards the big round orange cat on the ground, reaching out his hand. The cat has round eyes, a chubby body, and a big face, and its tail is held high when it walks. Meow. The big orange cat rubbed Li Qing's hand, and was picked up by Li Qing, who held it on his legs and rubbed and stroked its fur. You went to the attic again? Look at your little feet. They are all gray. Li Qing was talking to the cat and was happily petting it. He stood up and picked up the big orange cat and prepared to go back to the room. I'm going to wash its paws. You guys should go back to your room and have a rest. I'll ask me to make whatever you want for dinner. Okay, Grandpa. Su Qingsu stared at the big orange cat in Li Qing's arms. The cat was very obedient and was still licking its pink paws. She stood up and followed Li Shangjin upstairs. When passing by, Su Qingsu couldn't help but raised her hand and touched the extremely lazy big orange cat. The big orange cat just raised its amber eyes slightly and continued to lick its paws. When going upstairs, Qingsu likes cats. Li Shangjin turned his head to ask Su Qingsu. I like dogs too. They are furry and cute. Su Qingsu nodded. Host, there are hairless cats. Those may require more protection. Then some other day. Before Li Shangjin finished speaking, he saw Su Qingsu stop and waved his hands. Stop, Uncle Li. I don't want to raise them. Su Qingsu looked at Li Shangjin's slightly puzzled eyes and continued, kittens and puppies are living animals and need to be taken care of seriously. They don't live long, and I'm lazy. If I really raise them, I don't know who will take care of them. Su Qingsu hooked Li Shangjin's fingers. Besides, I only have Uncle Li, and I don't have any other ideas. Me too. Li Shangjin shook Su Qingsu's hand back. I have a hunch that I'm going to be blocked. Candy is great. Your hunch is right. After entering the room, before even getting on the bed, Su Qingsu grabbed Li Shangjin's collar and said, Uncle Li, lower your head. Li Shangjin was stunned, but still lowered his head with a faint smile, and their lips touched. A big hand wrapped around Su Qingsu's waist, pulling her closer, and they leaned against each other. Falling into the soft quilt on the bed, Su Qingsu was deeply immersed in it. She was originally holding the fabric on Li Shangjin's back, but was suddenly pressed by a big hand along her abdomen. Su Qingsu quickly put her hands on Li Shangjin's shoulders. Uncle Li, why do you like to press the front so much? Then let me touch your waist, baby. Li Shangjin whispered in Su Qingsu's ear. Su Qingsu panted lightly and felt that Li Shangjin's voice was a little more bewitching than usual. She felt lightheaded, and her movements were bolder than usual. If the system had not been blocked and was still there, it would definitely describe Su Qingsu as a hooligan. During dinner, Li Qing glanced at the two people coming downstairs and coughed lightly. Young people are just hot-tempered. When she was pestering Li Shangjin, she wished she could hit a home run on the bed. Unfortunately, they could only use their hands to relieve each other. Li Qing shook his head. I was thinking of asking you to go out and buy 2 sets of clothes after dinner and stay at my place tonight. Then he glanced at the obvious marks on Su Qingsu's neck and smacked his lips. It seems like I can't keep you here. No, Grandpa. I'm happy to live here with you. Su Qingsu raised her hand and lightly covered her neck. She wasn't embarrassed, but mostly shy. At the dinner table, Li Shangjian watched Su Qingsu eat in a much quieter and more elegant way than usual and couldn't help but find her cute. He stared at her and smiled silently. Li Qing shook his head. He didn't expect that at his age he would still be eating dog food from his own grandson. Su Qingsu glared at Li Shangjian, who only felt that she was coquettish, but still cute. After staying at Li Qing's place for a day or two, Su Qingsu played chess and lay on a wooden rocking chair with Li Qing to bask in the sun. Sometimes they would cover their stomachs with a small blanket and fall asleep in comfort. Li Shangjian walked over and saw that besides the blanket, there was also a big orange cat curled up in a ball and snoring on his grandfather Li Qing's belly. Li Qingjue was shallow, and he opened his eyes all of a sudden. He glanced at Li Shangjian calmly, yawned, and said leisurely, "Are you here to take your young wife back?" Li Shangjian had just told Li Qing that they were planning to get married, and he teased her. Li Shangjian coughed lightly, slightly trying to hide his shyness. He bent down and carefully picked up Su Qingsu from the rocking chair, adjusted the small blanket, and covered her tightly. Li Qing smiled, shook his head, stroked the big orange cat, and closed his eyes again, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, quiet and beautiful. Uncle Li? Su Qingsu woke up in the cradle-like embrace, her voice low and soft, her half-open eyes still confused. "I'm here, baby. Continue to sleep. I'll take you back to the room." Li Shangjian lowered his head to look at the beautiful and now extremely well-behaved beauty in his arms. "Okay." Su Qingsu grasped the fabric on Li Shangjian's chest with both hands, rubbed her head close to him, and closed her eyes, looking completely trusting and dependent. When they went back, Li Qing asked them to come often. "Okay, Grandpa, I will." Su Qingsu waved her hand. After getting in the car with Li Shangjian, Su Qingsu couldn't help asking, "Uncle Li, why haven't you thought about bringing Grandpa over to live with you?" "I have thought about it, but Grandpa is nostalgic. This house carries too many memories, whether it's about Grandma or me." This time it was Li Shangjian's turn to unconsciously hold Su Qingsu's hand and began to gently fiddle and knead it in the palm of his hand, without stopping even when he said this. Su Qingsu would always use the excuse of feeling cold to pester Li Shangjian in the middle of the night and rub against him. Fortunately, the system entered standby mode when the two of them lay down on the bed and decided to go to sleep. Su Qingsu didn't call it for an hour, so it shut down and rested. Before they were together, Li Shangjian's self-control was already at risk. Now that they are together, Li Shangjian can't stop at all. The big hand grabbed Su Qingsu's waist, and just a pinch caused the little fox to moan softly. Seductive little fox. Li Shangjian leaned close to Su Qingsu's ear, and a smile rose in his low voice. The night before getting the certificate, Su Qingsu tossed and turned in Li Shangjian's arms and couldn't sleep. In the past, he had no idea what it meant for two people to stamp a certificate and exchange it for two small books. Now that it was really her turn, she felt excited and expectant. "Can't sleep?" Li Shangjian touched Su Qingsu's little head. "Yeah, I'm going to get the marriage certificate with Uncle Li tomorrow." Su Qingsu's heart was pounding, and she buried her head in Li Shangjian's chest and rubbed it. "Yeah." Li Shangjian smiled lightly, and the sound of his heartbeat also betrayed his current mood. Su Qingsu heard it, raised her head and smiled, her beautiful eyes bright and clear. "My baby." Li Shangjian lowered his head and kissed Su Qingsu gently on the forehead. After getting the certificate, Su Qingsu still felt a little dazed. She would take it out and look at it every few days. The wedding is still being planned and arranged, but the place for the honeymoon has been chosen before lying in bed at night. Occasionally, Su Qingsu did not go to the company with Li Shangjian, like today. Su Qingsu, wearing only a loose long top, curled up slightly and hugged the quilt, sleeping quietly in the room with the heater on. Her slightly swollen lips, neck, chest, and thighs all had obvious red marks. The system watching the screen deeply felt what it meant to not look at what is inappropriate. It felt really helpless sometimes. It was often blocked in the past few days. After seeing Li Shangjian and its host in the same frame, it almost subconsciously blocked itself first. It was his phone call that woke Su Ching-su up. Hello. Su Ching-su's voice was hoarse and soft. My dear son, I heard from Xiao Jin that you have received the certificate. It was Su-hee's voice. Su Ching-su's eyes were still closed. Well, Mom. He was so sleepy. Su Ching-su wanted to sleep. My dear son, it's been so many days. I thought you would come to tell me, but I didn't expect. Su-hee's acting addiction came back. I forgot. Mom, it's okay. Didn't Xiao Jin tell you? Su Ching-su buried her face in the quilt, warm and comfortable. Okay. Su-hee also heard that her child Su Ching-su's voice was not right. It was obvious that this state was still in a trance. I have to go back to China in a few days to deal with a project. Let's have a quick meal, by the way. Oh, okay. The phone in Su Ching-su's hand was about to fall off, and the voice became smaller and smaller. Mom. Bye. Su Ching-su slept until noon and had no intention of getting up. Uncle Tian came to knock on the door, but Su Ching-su just replied vaguely. Okay, got it. Uncle Tian didn't dare knock a few more times, especially when he heard Su Ching-su's soft and sleepy voice. He felt even more reluctant. It was his phone call that woke Su Ching-su up again. Hello. Baby, aren't you awake yet? It was Li Xiangjin's voice. Well, what time is it? Su Ching-su rolled over in the bed. The system didn't make any sound, because it knew that it was not the only one acting as an alarm clock now. It's past lunchtime. Baby, have you eaten yet? Uncle Li must not have eaten yet, right? Uncle Li has to eat by himself today. I'm sleepy and won't go to the company today. Li Xiangjin had tormented her a lot last night, although Su Ching-su had also seduced her. Okay, baby, get up and eat something before you rest. Okay, got it. Su Ching-su on the other end of the phone responded obediently and went back to sleep after hanging up. When Li Xiangjin got off work in the afternoon, Su Ching-su heard Li Xiangjin's voice in a daze and slowly opened her eyes and regained consciousness. Host, are you sure you don't want to wash up? Li Xiangjin is already going upstairs. It's too late. Washing up doesn't prove that I've eaten. But Su Ching-su still went to brush her teeth. What is the host doing now? Preparing to kiss Xiangjin later. Ching-su. Su Ching-su quickly rinsed her mouth, put down the cup, decisively opened the door, and threw herself into Li Xiangjin's arms. Uncle Li, you're back. Ching-su, why don't you eat well? Li Xiangjin picked up the barefoot Su Ching-su. That is all because of you, Uncle Li. You were so mean last night. I said no, but you still came. Su Ching-su hugged Li Xiangjin's neck with both hands, accusing him. Li Xiangjin was silent, unable to refute, but it was also a silent protest. When he returned to eat alone, Li Xiangjin felt that the food was tasteless for a moment. I ate well. After a long silence, Li Xiangjin said this as the first sentence. Su Ching-su was stunned for a moment, then hugged Li Xiangjin tightly. I know, I won't do it again next time. Li Xiangjin held Li Xiangjin's lips and licked them to comfort her. Li Xiangjin's hands on Su Ching-su's waist became more forceful. I'll be gentler next time. Li Xiangjin rubbed Su Ching-su's waist. It's okay, Su Ching-su panted. I like it very much. It's okay to torment me. As long as it's Uncle Li, I'm happy. The little fox started again. Li Xiangjin directly hugged Su Ching-su and sat her on his lap, kissing and biting her. The system began to feel sorry for the waste of its host. Fortunately, Li Xiangjin regained his sense of reason and did not forget why he came up here. Let's go downstairs and eat first. Tonight, Li Xiangjin didn't bother Su Ching-su, even though the little fox used its big tail to tease him. Be good, have a good rest. Li Xiangjin touched Su Ching-su's head. Wait a few days. I see that baby is a little swollen. Su Ching-su immediately raised her hand to cover Li Xiangjin's mouth. Go to sleep. System. Everything has its own strengths. Candy, you think you don't need to rest because you are so smart? No, I'll shut down now. Seeing Su Ching-su closing his eyes, Li Xiangjin rubbed his head and stared at him for a long time before lowering his eyes. He thought that he would be able to have lunch with his little fox Ching-su at noon tomorrow. There was no time to have breakfast as the little fox was sleeping soundly. Li Xiangjin went downstairs and just told Uncle Tian to knock on the door and call Su Ching-su for breakfast when it was almost time. When Li Xiangjin was at work, he would always pay a few more glances at the clock. The closer it got to noon, the harder it was for him to calm down. The front desk downstairs had been called twice, and finally the lady at the front desk boldly suggested, "Mr. Li, I will call you as soon as I see your wife, okay?" Li Shangjin also knew that he was anxious. It was normal that Su Qingsu had not arrived at this time. Until he heard the call from the front desk, Li Shangjin curled his fingers on the document, rubbed the paper, and finally covered it, already looking towards the door impatiently. The moment he pushed open the door, Li Shangjin stood up. Su Qingsu looked at him strangely. "Uncle Li, where are you going?" "Nowhere." Li Shangjin walked closer and took the food from Su Qingsu's hand. "Uncle Li, are you a little hungry today?" Su Qingsu detected a bit of joy from Li Shangjin's actions. "Not bad." Li Shangjin put out the food, looked up at Su Qingsu eagerly. "I'm just looking forward to having dinner with my baby." Su Qingsu heard the sound of fireworks exploding in her heart, crackling. After lunch, Su Qingsu dozed off on the sofa and was eventually carried into the small room by Li Shangjin, who was working. When Su Qingsu woke up, he saw the message Li Shangjin sent him. He was in a meeting in the conference room. Su Qingsu knew the floor and went downstairs to find him. Su Qingsu just walked over and did not enter the meeting room. He just waited outside, and someone very actively brought him a chair. "Thank you." Su Qingsu smiled politely. The group of old employees behind him didn't dare to look at Su Qingsu blatantly, and they all did their work honestly. "Who is he?" A small voice asked the sister beside him. "Yes, sister. Why do you look a little scared? It doesn't seem right. Is he a manager? He looks very good. I haven't seen him in the previous interviews or among the senior management, or?" Another voice was also curious. "He looks very good. SHHHHH. He and our boss are a legal couple, and they got their marriage certificate a few days ago." When the sister heard their compliments, she stepped on the brakes. It would be fine if the person in front heard this, but if her boss happened to come out and hear it, strange rules would come into play again. When Li Shangjin came out, his eyes lit up. "Why did you come down?" "I want me to be the first person Uncle Li sees when he goes out." Su Qingsu moved closer, and Li Shangjin put his arms around his waist. When going upstairs, the interns couldn't help but follow his gaze. As soon as he entered the office, Li Shangjin sat on his chair. "My baby is so dazzling. She attracted the attention of many people in my company right away." Li Shangjin pulled Su Qingsu into his arms and gently stroked the beautiful woman's delicate face. "Including you?" Su Qingsu sat on Li Shangjin's lap and raised her hand to pinch his chin. "What do you think?" Li Shangjin's eyes were full of Su Qingsu. "I don't care about others. I only want you." The cold beauty's words broke the system's label on him again and again. The system has long been accustomed to this. This is the host's personality. First impressions cannot be trusted. It has already realized this, really, although it has silently closed its own interface. Per system, needs to shut down for a while. Li Shangjin's big hand was stroking Su Qingsu's waist, and Su Qingsu held his other hand. "Uncle Li, is you still jealous?" "The baby is mine." Li Shangjin buried his head in Su Qingsu's shoulder and neck and bit her lightly. "Yes, Qingsu belongs to Uncle Li." Su Qingsu kissed Li Shangjin's lips, and they were reluctant to separate. She raised her hand and caressed her lover's face lovingly. "Uncle Li, you are mine too." "Yes, I belong to the little fox." Li Shangjin kissed Su Qingsu's mouth and kissed her, indulging in each other. "By the way, Uncle Li, did you know that my mother will be here tomorrow?" Su Qingsu nestled in Li Shangjin's arms. Li Shangjin's hand was originally in Su Qingsu's, letting him play with it. When he heard his words, he paused. "Tomorrow?" Miss Su only said that she would return to China in the next few days to deal with a project, and that we could arrange a simple meal when she is free. Su Qingsu pursed her lips, grabbed Li Shangjin's fingers, and whispered guiltily, "I've already made an appointment. I told her that Uncle Tion's cooking is delicious." "Tomorrow?" Li Shangjin understood what Su Qingsu meant. "What time exactly? Do I need to pick her up at the airport?" "No, my shift is in the early morning, and my mother won't let me pick her up. She's not sure about the exact time." Su Qingsu raised her eyes and stared at Li Shangjin. "Uncle Li is not angry with me? Why are you angry with your baby?" Li Shangjin just felt that it was a bit sudden. "I made an appointment with my mother at home." Su Qingsu lowered her head and touched Li Shangjin's hand. "We were supposed to meet." Li Shangjin held Su Qingsu's hand. When getting ready to rest that night, Su Qingsu found a beautiful and exquisite box on the bedside table. What is this? It's prepared for the baby's mother. Li Shangjin turned his head and took a look. I don't even know when you prepared it. Su Qingsu picked it up curiously and took a look. I heard that Ms. Su was going back to China a few days ago, so I prepared it in advance. Li Shangjin knew that he would have to meet this person eventually. Su Qingsu ran to Li Shangjin, hugged him, and raised her head. It seems that Uncle Li is not nervous at all. Nervous? Li Shangjin had a calm expression on his face and raised his hand to gently stroke Su Qingsu's head. Is he really nervous? Nervous. The system analysis concluded. Okay, some people are clearly full of excitement, but they appear calm on the surface. Just like a certain little fox who is extremely deceptive, the system size. No wonder they can be a couple. At lunchtime the next day, Uncle Tian had almost finished his work, and he made 1 or 2 more dishes today. Uncle Li, why do you seem a little nervous? Su Qingsu supported her hands on the table, leaned over, and looked at Li Shangjin teasingly. Who told me to bring Ms. Su's baby back? Li Shangjin rubbed Su Qingsu's little head. If you ask me, when my mom comes later, you can just call her mom and strike first. Su Qingsu began to think of a plan. Ding-dong, the doorbell outside rang. After Su He came back from abroad, she went straight to Li Shangjin. To be more precise, she came to see his beloved son Su Qingsu. After opening the door, Su He found that there were already some women's shoes prepared at the entrance, which was quite thoughtful. Trying to give this son-in-law some points, Su He walked in and hugged Su Qingsu, who didn't have time to react. Let Mom take a good look. Has my dear son lost weight? Mom, he hasn't lost weight. He's gained a few pounds. The food at home is pretty good. Uncle Li won't skimp on my food and drink. Su Qingsu finally got out of Su He's strong and loving embrace. You're saying good things to him right after we walked in. Su He deliberately put on a stern face. I didn't ask him to take care of me like this when I asked him to. Li Shangjin changed the name he was about to call her to into the usual one. Aunt Su. Call Mom Uncle Li. Su Qingsu urged, tugging at Li Shangjin's sleeve. Not yet. As soon as Su He finished speaking, the whole living room fell silent. Mom? Su Qingsu was puzzled. From his intuitive judgment, Su He would not stop him and Li Shangjin. I haven't paid the change of name fee yet, Su He said, preparing to take something out of her purse. Then Li Shangjin said, if Aunt Su needs any cooperation recently, the company can make concessions. Mom, Su Qingsu was furious. Why is it such a change of heart fee? No, cooperation is a win-win situation. I am not going to sell my precious son. Shangjin, if you are planning like this, how can I dare to hand my son over to you? Su He's words silenced the two people present again. Here, the red envelope. I was planning to give it to you after dinner. Su He took out the red envelope from her bag and stuffed it into Li Shangjin's hand. Thank you, Mom. Li Shangjin took the red envelope and turned sideways to indicate the dining table not far away. Su Qingsu grabbed Su He's arm. Hey, Mom, the food is ready. It's right there. Let's eat it while it's hot. Uncle Tian's food is delicious. Wow, you changed your mind pretty quickly. Su He's impression of Li Shangjin was actually more about his decisiveness and resoluteness. She didn't know much about him in private, but her woman's intuition told her that this boy was absolutely loyal. Li Shangjin picked up a piece of food for Su He with chopsticks. Mom, how is it? Su Qingsu looked at her eagerly, asking her what she thought. Not bad. Su He smiled. Don't be shy, eat now. At the dinner table, they also talked about the location and time of the wedding. Su He estimated that she would still be in China during that time, so she naturally didn't want to miss her child's wedding. The invitation will be sent to Mom when the time comes, Li Shangjin said to Su He. Su He did not stay long. Before leaving, she said to Su Qingsu seriously, My little Su Bao, Mom still says the same thing. Mom is always here. You can come to me anytime you want. Okay, Mom. Su Qingsu heard another meaning in Su He's words. Su He left with the gift from Li Shangjin in her hand. Su Qingsu narrowed her eyes and smiled. I found that you changed your tone very quickly and called me Uncle Li very naturally. The opportunity cannot be missed. Li Shangjin held Su Qingsu's hand and did not let go. In addition to making invitations and preparing souvenirs, Su Qingsu also picked a few fans online who had been diligently greeting him under his account, which had not been updated for a long time, and gave them some gifts. On the wedding day, wearing carefully tailored suits, Su Qingsu and Li Shangjin walked into the marriage hall hand in hand. The magnificent decoration was a scene often seen at banquets, but Su Qingsu never expected that one day it would appear at her own wedding. The oath was echoing in her ears, "I do." After the 3 words came out of her mouth, Su Qingsu and Li Shangjin looked at each other for a long time until their eyes were red. Cheers and boos. Li Shangjin and Su Qingsu hugged each other. All those who had cooperated with Li Shangjin, and those who had not come to toast and send blessings, including Chu Wanwan. Next to her stood a gentleman with a gentle face. You can see his love and care for her from every little detail of her actions. Finally, Su Qingsu's stomach growled twice. "Let us eat first." Li Shangjian took Su Qingsu's hand and walked to the table where Su He and her grandfather were sitting. Su Yinmu and Li Haizhong were also there, but they left after seeing the ring exchange. "Aren't you toasting anymore?" Su Qingsu wondered. During the meal, someone will come to send their blessings. Li Shangjin touched Su Qingsu's head. "Just got my hair done." Although he said so, Su Qingsu snuggled into Li Shangjin's arms. Just as Li Shangjin said, someone would come over on their own initiative, and there was no need for Su Qingsu and Li Shangjin to toast. Su Qingsu ate and occasionally fed Li Shangjin. Li Qing smiled and Su He could chat with him. While Li Shangjin wasn't paying attention, Su Qingsu really drank himself into a drunkard. When Li Shangjin realized something was wrong, the banquet was almost over. "Host, you have a good alcohol tolerance." The system was still foolishly praising Su Qingsu for drinking one glass after another. Su Qingsu was conscious, but her face had turned red and her behavior had become bolder. She pulled Li Shangjin's hand and intended to bite it. Fortunately, Li Shangjin looked back and stopped them immediately. "Qingsu is drunk." "No, I'm sober. You are Li Shangjin." Su Qingsu tried to grab Li Shangjin's hand, but Li Shangjin held Su Qingsu's hand tightly. "Let me take you back to your room to rest first." After entering the hotel room, Li Shangjin dealt with the little fox in his arms that was clinging to his waist. "Be good. Take off your clothes, and I'll have someone send someone to sober you up later." Li Shangjin took off Su Qingsu's coat, and when he was about to unbutton his vest, Su Qingsu held his hand. Li Shangjin looked at Su Qingsu patiently, waiting for him to speak. "Uncle Li, take off your clothes too." With that, Su Qingsu let go of her hand and unbuttoned Li Shangjin's clothes herself. Li Shangjin, who had average self-control, was soon aroused by Su Qingsu's little fox tail. Her beautiful white long legs were wrapped around her tight waist, and in the room with orange-yellow lights, there were ambiguous sounds. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Although her back felt a little strange, it was not sticky. It was obvious that Li Shangjin had cleaned it. Su Qingsu turned over and took a breath. She must have acted up again last night and broke Li Shangjin's tight rationality. Su Qingsu didn't need to look in the mirror to know that there was no intact part of his body, because when he faced Li Shangjin, he saw his masterpiece. Li Shangjin had claw marks and tooth marks on many parts of his body, including his chest. Su Qingsu could only recall fragments of the madness of last night, as well as the voice that Li Shangjin seduced her into calling out when she was deeply in love. "Husband." Awake? Li Shangjin opened his eyes and saw Su Qingsu blinking innocently in his arms. He lowered his head and kissed him on the forehead. "What do you want to eat?" "I'll ask someone." "Hubby." Su Qingsu deliberately called out softly, lowered her head, and kissed Li Shangjin's chest muscle. It was Li Shangjin's turn to gasp. He pinched Su Qingsu's waist with his big hand and said hoarsely, "Little fox." "Here, husband." Su Qingsu smiled. "My back is not very comfortable. Husband, do you want to come again?" The little fox did it on purpose. Li Shangjin reacted to his sweet name. "You can use other places." Li Shangjin rubbed Su Qingsu's little head with his other hand. Su Qingsu bit her lip, and he lowered his head and kissed her. "Baby, hold your legs tight." Su Qingsu's little claws tightly grasped Li Shangjin's strong arms, and soft sounds came out from her lips. While being held by Li Shangjin to wash, Su Qingsu stared at the satisfied look on the big bad wolf's face in the mirror, and suddenly wondered if she had developed the unspeakable part of Li Shangjin. If the system existed, it would definitely sum it up in one sentence. Men are inherently hooligans. After a good rest for a day or two, they set off for their honeymoon, settling in a place with beautiful snow scenery and many skiing and other activities. Li Shangjin originally thought that he might need to teach Su Qingsu a little, but he found that the little fox knew a lot of skills. The little fox is really a treasure. After a while of galloping and sliding, Li Shangjin raised his hand and pinched Su Qingsu's little face. Su Qingsu smiled like a silly fox. I'll go get some hot drinks. Qingsu will wait here. Okay. Su Qingsu watched Li Shangjin get up and leave, and sat on the wooden chair by herself, still with the tools on her feet. She raised them and shook them out of boredom, teasing the snowflakes to fall. Little boy, are you alone? A sunny-looking man with a flamboyant smile stopped skating and was not far from Su Qingsu. Su Qingsu heard the voice, but didn't know the other party was asking him, so he just looked in that direction. Yes, I'm asking you, kid. Where are your family members? The man was about to come over. I'm not a kid. I'm an adult. Su Qingsu gave him a strange look, then turned to check if Li Shangjin had come back. Do you need me to teach you? The man revealed a strand of golden hair outside his helmet, which did not block his beautiful brown eyes. No, I can. Su Qingsu turned sideways, with no intention of continuing to communicate with the other party. Qingsu. Li Shangjin walked over with 2 cups of hot drinks. The man realized that he might be regarded as a strange person, so he skated away tactfully. What's wrong? Li Shangjin glanced at the figure that left. A stranger asked me if I could skate. Maybe he was a salesperson or a coach. Su Qingsu took the hot drink, lowered her head, and took a sip, feeling very comfortable. Do you want to skate for a while after drinking, or take the cable car down? Li Shangjin lifted the broken hair at the corner of Su Qingsu's mouth. I'm hungry. Let's go back to the hotel. The exhaled air was emitting white smoke. The second floor of the hotel is very spacious, with many fruits and vegetables on the plates. If you want to eat hot food, it is also available at the window next to it. When Li Shangjin just entered the bathroom to take a shower, Su Qingsu came down to look for food. He was really hungry. He wanted to eat something first. If he went up quickly, he might be able to see Li Shangjin emerging from the bath. After eating a bowl of ramen, Su Qingsu was holding a glass of wine in his hand. The wine was not strong, but sweet. Wow, I see you again. The voice sounded familiar. Su Qingsu had sharp ears. She looked at the person who came. He had golden semi-long hair, a carefree smile, and looked like a sunny college student. Another person. Are you really not a kid? You look really young. He was very familiar with her. He also had a glass of wine in his hand. He reached out and clinked glasses with Su Qingsu. My name is Chi Fagan. Do you like drinking too? I have a bar nearby. Without waiting for Su Qingsu to speak, Chi Fagan continued, Hey, where are you from? Are you here to travel too? There are a lot of chain bars in my hometown. Su Qingsu was speechless. After mistaking the other party for a ski instructor in the afternoon, he suspected that the other party was a bar salesman. Host. He is the young master of the Chi family. He mainly runs the bar. His brother Chi Luochin manages the family business. In the future, he will have interest with the male protagonists, similar to contributing to the male protagonist's career. Oh, they will explode gold coins, right? Su Qingsu said, Why do I feel that this name is a bit familiar? It turns out that I have seen it once or twice in the original book, but it is mainly because his brother appears more often, basically negotiating with Long Chen, going in and out together. Well, you can say that. The system struggled with the wording, and then found that the description he just gave them was also imperceptible. They will control some resources in the future. Then cooperating with them, wouldn't it be possible? Host, didn't you say that you would not steal the male protagonist's things? No. Whether Li Shangjin can cooperate with them is another matter. Besides, now there is no grudge or enmity with the male protagonists, and it doesn't mean that they can only cooperate with Li Shangjin. Who can go against money? Su Qingsu won't. Yeah, I'm here for a trip. Su Qingsu lowered her head and finished the drink, preparing to go up and ask Li Shangjin what he thought. Only he would think about building a career while on his honeymoon. I'm familiar with this place. Add me, and we'll meet some other day. Chi Fagan took out his cell phone and wanted to add Su Qingsu's contact information. Yeah. After adding the contact information, Su Qingsu said goodbye and went upstairs. Li Shangjin just came out after washing up and found that Su Qingsu was not in the room. Qing. Just as Li Shangjin said the word, he heard a beep at the door, followed by a familiar voice. Uncle Li. I'm back. Su Qingsu walked in with small steps. Where's the baby? Li Shangjin turned around and hugged the little fox that pounced on him, rubbing its furry head. I want to eat something. Su Qingsu grabbed the cloth behind Li Shangjin's waist, buried her little head in his chest, and rubbed his chest muscles with the right softness and hardness. Then do you want to order another portion for the baby? Li Shangjin was about to order a meal. Okay, I can still eat more. Su Qingsu rubbed her belly and sat on the bed. Her eyes followed Li Shangjin's movements until he stopped to blow-dry his hair. Uncle Li, someone added my contact information. Please check to see if it's a scam. He said he was Chi Fagan. Does he have a brother named Chi Luochen? Su Qingsu crossed her legs, looking relaxed and contented. Li Shangjin, who was originally planning to blow-dry his hair, walked over, frowned slightly, and stretched out his hand. Huh. Su Qingsu looked up in confusion. Cell phone. Li Shangjin pursed his lips and lowered the corners of his mouth. While he was washing up, the little fox was noticed by the weeds outside. This. Su Qingsu opened it and showed it to Li Shangjin. Li Shangjin took out his cell phone, and Su Qingsu leaned over curiously. Uncle Li, do you have his contact information too? No, but I have his brother's. Li Shangjin compared the photos. He's not a liar. Why did he add Qingsu? Li Shangjin returned the phone to Su Qingsu. He thought I liked drinking, and said he opened many chain bars and was familiar with this area. Before Su Qingsu finished speaking, Li Shangjin reached out a hand and held up his face, saying in a light tone, he wants to date Qingsu? Su Qingsu blinked his eyes. He was so focused on the money, thinking that maybe he could build a bridge for them, that he ignored Chi Fagan's initial courtesy. But looking at the situation, Su Qingsu glanced at the mobile phone that Li Shangjin had put into his pocket. It seemed that he didn't need to do anything. Li Shangjin was already in a very high position and had so many partners. The Chi family was already within his range. Su Qingsu felt that he should just stay calm and be a salted fish. There was no need to turn over. I didn't say that, but I thought his brother might be Chi Luochen. So, outside, baby, you don't need to care about anyone or give face to anyone. Li Shangjin really has the capital to say this. However, he obviously misunderstood the reason why Su Qingsu added this contact information. Okay, got it. Su Qingsu buried her head in Li Shangjin's arms, rubbing against him, and smiled helplessly. After dinner, or to be more precise, Li Shangjin had dinner and Su Qingsu had a snack. Standing on the balcony, looking at the starry sky at night, under the light of the bright white moon, the white, black, and green snow-capped mountains stretch out, magnificent and beautiful. Uncle Li. Feeling that she was warmly embraced by Li Shangjin, Su Qingsu raised her head and her feather-like long eyelashes brushed lightly. Let's go to the top of the snow-capped mountain tomorrow and take a few photos by the way. Okay, let's take a hot spring bath when we come back. What do you think, baby? Li Shangjin lowered his head and rested his chin on Su Qingsu's shoulder and neck. Okay. Su Qingsu laughed out loud as soon as she responded, Uncle Li, it's a little itchy. Turning their heads, their lips touched. The night was intoxicating. It was all white. Accompanied by professionals, Su Qingsu and Li Shangjin climbed to the top of the snowy mountain panting. Looking down, they saw white snow and tall trees standing upright. The best way to remember your visit is through photos and memories. After coming back, they drank some warm water and had a simple meal. Picking up their bathrobes, they went to a special place to soak in the hot spring and took off their clothes. Su Qingsu and Li Shangjin both had equally ambiguous traces on their bodies. Fortunately, this place was only for the two of them. Lifting her foot and tentatively stepping into the water, Su Qingsu felt the warmth. Then she stepped down and sat down comfortably. Li Shangjin sat next to Su Qingsu, and as soon as she sat down, Su Qingsu splashed the water on the surface, and it splashed onto Li Shangjin's face. Don't make a fuss. Li Shangjin smiled, acting like a little fox playing with water. Seeing that Li Shangjin didn't play with him in the water, Su Qingsu grabbed his hand under the water and washed it out of boredom. Li Shangjin just smiled and let him play with it, occasionally hooking his fingers and scratching Su Qingsu's palm. Su Qingsu was so comfortable that she wanted to fall asleep. Her whole body was soft and rosy. Li Shangjin saw this and stood up. Take the baby back and have some rest. After saying that, Li Shangjin was about to bend down and pick up Su Qingsu. Su Qingsu grabbed his arms and shook her head. No need, Uncle Li, try it first. There was still some distance from the room, and there was a possibility of being seen by other people. Su Qingsu thought about it and still felt a little shy, even though they were already a married couple and had done everything they should do. The two returned to the room. Li Shangjin took a quick shower while Su Qingsu dozed off on the bed. She only opened her eyes when she heard the door open. The ceiling was white, and Su Qingsu regained consciousness and sat up. Uncle Li, I'm hungry. The little fox has a good appetite. Li Shangjin walked closer and raised his hand to rub Su Qingsu's fluffy hair. Compared to ordering food to be delivered now, it is faster to go downstairs and eat. A tough-looking man with a hint of impatience between his brows is a little depressed now. He is annoyed by the harassment of his younger brother. He said that he has met true love this time. He has always said so. I went downstairs to eat in the restaurant, avoiding my younger brother who was playing games and chattering in the room. Chi Luochen was wondering why he brought him along. Or to be more precise, why he came here to discuss business and why he met his younger brother who was playing here. It's not that he avoids his brother like the plague, but as soon as he is discovered, Chi Luochen is harassed by Chi Fagan and cannot live in peace. He lowered his head to take a bite, then looked up to admire this peaceful moment. He saw someone out of the corner of his eye, and suddenly Chi Luochen felt that he had to thank his brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone downstairs and run into the partner who was planning to renew the contract recently. Boss Li, what a coincidence. Nice to meet you. Chi Luochen came forward very actively to say hello. This must be Mr. Su, right? From a distance, President Li and Mr. Su are a perfect match. After Chi Luochen shook hands with Li Shangjin, he turned to Su Qingsu and nodded to greet her. Chi Luochen knew what Su Qingsu looked like, but Chi Fei dared not know. No matter how he thought about it, Li Shangjin felt doubtful. Su Qingsu blinked. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated Li Shangjin. As long as he performed steadily and did not need to take the initiative, many people would come to him. It's quite a coincidence. Mr. Chi's brother greeted my lover not long ago. Li Shangjin was majestic without anger, and his face was calm, like the calm before the storm. Hearing Li Shangjin's words, Chi Luochen was stunned for a moment and glanced at Su Qingsu who was smiling awkwardly. Fei gone, that brat, didn't mention it to me. If he knew that Mr. Li and your wife were coming together, he would have to treat them to a meal anyway. Chi Luochen was annoyed. It turned out that the person his brother had pestered and asked for contact information was Su Qingsu. This brat only knew how to play around and didn't pay any attention to the current affairs in the circle. He almost got himself into trouble. Now, he had been planning to bring up the contract renewal, but he had to put it aside for now. Okay, Uncle Li, let us eat first. Su Qingsu pulled Li Shangjin's hand. Boss Li and his wife haven't had their meal yet, right? Please let me treat you to this meal, as an apology for Fei Gon's impoliteness. No need. Li Shangjin refused and held Su Qingsu's hand. Chi Luochen was in a dilemma. It was mentioned in the circle that Boss Li treated his wife like a treasure, and anyone who looked at her for a few more times would have a grudge. Otherwise, he would have just extended his hand to greet her. How about I pull that stinky boy Fei Gon down to apologize to Master Su? He's used to being careless. Chi Luochen sighed secretly. Chi Fei Gon had just encountered a Waterloo in his life. He was used to being free and unrestrained. Now, he would just give him a blow and make him stop. No need, they just recommend wine to me. Su Qingsu was very hungry and wanted to eat. Li Shangjin frowned, but didn't say anything else. In the past few days, Su Qingsu did not receive any messages from Chi Fagan. The only message was the note he left when he added her and the address of a bar he sent her. It is estimated that Chi Luochen will give Chi Fagan a severe lesson when he returns. Su Qingsu, who had just blow-dried her hair and looked refreshed, jumped onto the bed and was about to wrap herself in the quilt to have a good rest and have a midnight snack later. Li Shangjin's cell phone rang. It was Li Haizhong calling. Su Qingsu was unhappy, but if it was Li Shangjin's mother Su Yinmu, his brows would not be so furrowed. "Hello, what's the matter?" Li Shangjin answered the phone, with a bit of impatience between his brows. After hearing what was said on the other end of the phone, Su Qingsu found that Li Shangjin's face turned pale in an instant, and his eyes became panicked. What happened, Uncle Li?" Su Qingsu waited for Li Shangjin to hang up the phone and asked quietly. "Grandpa fell and is in the hospital now." After Li Shangjin said this, Su Qingsu's face turned even paler than his. "Candy, what's going on?" Reply to the host, "Candy doesn't know either. It's not written in the original book." Su Qingsu took out her cell phone and checked the fastest bus. "Then let's go back." We rushed to the hospital without stopping, and it was already morning. Li Shangjin and Su Qingsu entered the ward and saw Li Qing, who was gasping for breath and had one leg in a cast. The old man was now clamoring to be discharged from the hospital. The nurse brought the breakfast over, and Li Qing turned around and saw Li Shangjin and Su Qingsu standing at the door. "Grandpa," the two said in unison. "Why are you here? Weren't you playing outside?" Li Qing frowned and slammed the table. "It must be that brat. He told me not to tell you, but he still said it. Grandpa, don't be angry. It's time to come and see you." Su Qingsu and Li Shangjin approached and glanced at the nurse who hadn't put the food on the small table yet. The nurse understood and put it back quickly. "Grandpa, I just brought it up from the cafeteria. It's still hot." "Yes, Grandpa. Eat it while it's hot." Su Qingsu sat on the stool that Li Shangjin brought over. Li Qing slowly calmed down and started to eat. Li Qing had been in the hospital for more than half a month. Su Qingsu came often. When she occasionally ran into Li Haizhong and Su Yinmu, she would just greet them politely. During this period, Li Shangjin's depression value gradually increased by 5%, and Su Qingsu took good care of both ends. After returning home, Li Qing now needs to use a cane, so Li Shangjin hired someone to take care of him. Su Qingsu, who was sleeping on the sofa, felt the warmth on his body and opened his eyes. It was Li Shangjin who came back from work and put a small blanket on him. "Uncle Li." Su Qingsu hugged the blanket on his body and rubbed it. "Baby, have a good rest. I'll call you when dinner is ready." Li Shangjin bent down and pushed aside the hair that covered Su Qingsu's eyebrows, then lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Okay." Su Qingsu's eyelids drooped, and he closed them again. In a daze, he saw Li Shangjin walking upstairs. "I don't know how long I slept, or rather, Su Qingsu just fell into a deep sleep. The depression value continues to rise. 42%, 46%, 49%. The system's broadcast sound kept ringing in her mind. Su Qingsu opened her eyes suddenly with a look of panic. Without caring about what was going on, she ran upstairs directly and almost tripped over a blanket that fell on the ground. Li Shangjin was not in his room. Su Qingsu searched room by room, running very fast, her bare feet running on the cool floor. "Li Shangjin, Li Shangjin." Su Qingsu's voice was trembling. The system's announcement was still ringing. Finally, Su Qingsu saw Li Shangjin's back in the utility room. There was only one window in the utility room, and the sunlight shone in from outside, forming a beam that fell to the side and on the ground. Li Shangjin was outside the sunlight, in front of a pile of boxes. Su Qingsu's panting while running gradually eased. The man with his head down, whose expression could not be seen, shuddered. The depression value stopped rising and finally settled at 57%. After hearing Nan Sun's numbers, Su Qingsu also shuddered. How could it increase so quickly at once? "Shangjin, what happened? What are you doing here?" Li Shangjin stuffed something in his hand back into the box and turned around. Su Qingsu was about to step in. This place was usually locked, and someone would come to clean it once a week. He had seen it once or twice, and thought it was just some sundries. "Qingsu, don't come in." Li Shangjin's voice was low and hoarse, and his eyes fell on his bare feet, which were a little red. It seems that the things in here are very important to Li Shangjin. So important that even he, Su Qingsu, can't go in? "Why don't you wear shoes? You'll catch a cold." Li Shangjin took the initiative to come over. His eyes were still a little red, as if he was holding back something. Su Qingsu looked into Li Shangjin's eyes, panicking and beginning to feel sour. What was he thinking? Li Shangjin had never restricted him in anything. I can't find you. I'm here. Li Shangjin bent down and picked up Su Qingsu, and Su Qingsu naturally put her arms around his neck. It hasn't been cleaned yet, and there's a lot of dust. You're not feeling well, so don't go in. Li Shangjin was about to leave. No. Su Qingsu realized that the things inside were probably the cause of Li Shangjin's emotional fluctuations. He grabbed Li Shangjin's collar and warned, Li Shangjin, I want to see. I want to know everything about you. The system saw that the depression value dropped by 2%. Can you ask someone to clean it first and check it later? Li Shangjin's eyes were filled with sadness and helplessness. No, put me down. I'm not that fragile. Li Shangjin stared at Su Qingsu's stubborn eyes and gave in, but he did not choose to put him down. Instead, he randomly grabbed a servant who was very considerate and was about to leave from another place. Go get a pair of shoes. Are you cold? Li Shangjin's tone obviously changed from normal to servants to gentle to Su Qingsu. Not cold, just a little anxious. I can't see you. Su Qingsu grabbed Li Shangjin's collar. Sorry, I made you worry, baby. Li Shangjin lowered his head and rubbed Su Qingsu affectionately with his nose. No need to apologize, it's my problem. Su Qingsu shook her head. To outsiders, they looked like two lovers rubbing each other intimately. Put me down. I'm heavy. Su Qingsu has been eating a lot recently and has not exercised at all, but he has gained a few pounds. It's not heavy. I can hold it. Li Shangjin held her tighter to prevent Su Qingsu from letting go and wanting to get off. Just put me down. There were not many servants passing by, but they all smiled and passed by, not daring to look at her blatantly. However, Su Qingsu was still keenly aware of their vague gazes and felt a little shy. Su Qingsu lowered his head, and Li Shangjin couldn't see his expression clearly. From his tone, it seemed that he really wanted to get down. So Li Shangjin half coaxed him, then stand on my feet? Li Shangjin put on his shoes, but the person he asked to get a pair of shoes for Su Qingsu had not returned yet. Su Qingsu was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Li Shangjin in surprise. Suddenly, her eyebrows curved, and she reached out to hug him tightly, her voice slightly choked with joy. Uncle Li, why are you so nice? Li Shangjin's casual and natural words just hit Su Qingsu's soft heart. The shoes came over, and Su Qingsu suddenly didn't want to leave Li Shangjin's arms. Don't want to wear them anymore? Li Shangjin saw Su Qingsu buried his head in his chest, his eyes full of the person in front of him, and the corners of his mouth were stained with a faint smile because of his cute behavior. Wear them, you have to wear them. You can't let Li Shangjin hold him in the utility room. It's not convenient for him to see things, and he can't move around. After putting on her shoes and holding Li Shangjin's hand, Su Qingsu asked him what he meant. So, can I see it? Of course. Li Shangjin held Su Qingsu's hand tightly and walked in. There were many boxes inside, both large and small, and Li Shangjin opened one of them. It was filled with small gadgets, or more precisely, small toys, the kind that children often played with. Some are educational, while others are just for show. Li Shangjin picked up one of them, which was a spinning top. This little toy was bought for me when I saw other kids playing with it in the square when I was a kid. I was curious, so my grandfather bought one for me. In fact, Li Qing didn't know it at first. It was only after Li Shangjin's appeal to his parents failed that Li Qing noticed his mood change and found out after asking, "What about this one?" Su Qingsu pointed to another toy in the box. Listening to Li Shangjin's memories, Su Qingsu's nose felt sour. No wonder her depression level suddenly increased. This was the reason. Su Qingsu hugged Li Shangjin's waist and got close to him. Uncle Li, don't be sad. Memories can't be taken away. At least the happiness at that time existed. Let us spend more time with Grandpa in the future, while there is still time. Su Qingsu, who knew the original work, could not avoid the final ending. Yeah. Li Shangjin raised his hand and gently stroked Su Qingsu's little head. Shangjin, I love you. The hand on Su Qingsu's head stopped, and Li Shangjin stretched out his other hand and hugged her tightly. I love you too, Qingsu. Every now and then, the two of them would go to Li Qing's place to chat with him and play with the cat. Grandpa, here I come again. Su Qingsu pushed open the door and smiled with her teeth showing. Li Shangjin was behind her, carrying things and closing the door. The big orange cat twisted its lazy body, jumped down from its grandfather's arms, walked over, and was picked up by Su Qingsu, who was quick on both feet and hands. Little fatty, have you become a lot rounder? Chubby face, white mouth, meow. Su Qingsu was held in his arms. As soon as he approached Li Qing, the big orange cat jumped towards Li Qing. Cats are so lovable and ruthless. Here I come. Li Qing was smiling at Su Qingsu, who was sitting down 1 second ago. The next second, he noticed Li Shangjin, who was walking over with a bunch of things behind him. He frowned. He was not really angry, but he felt sorry for Li Shangjin's money and endless things. Buy, you only know how to buy. Why don't you buy some things, or clothes for little Su? As expected of a grandfather and grandson, their words always made Su Qingsu almost doubt whether her clothes were shabby. During dinner, Li Qing asked them, "Are you still staying at my place on weekends?" "Yes, Grandpa." During the continuous companionship, Li Shangjin's depression value gradually decreased by 10%, and the current depression value is 45%. Spring goes and autumn comes, winter comes and summer goes. The three of them celebrated each other's birthdays. One day, Su Qingsu and Li Qing were each lying on a rattan or wooden chair, basking in the sun, feeling very comfortable. It was also on that afternoon that the old man lay in a rocking chair, gently waving a palm leaf fan, slowly closing his eyes. The amplitude of the fanning became smaller and smaller, and finally stopped. At first, Su Qingsu thought he was asleep, so she turned her head and called him softly, "Grandpa, Grandpa?" The old man showed no signs of waking up. "What's wrong, Qing?" Li Shangjin poked his head out of the kitchen. Meow meow, the big orange cat ran over, not as lazy as usual, and its cry was a little more shrill and urgent than usual. The end is coming, and at the funeral of the old man, Li Shangjin discovered that his grandfather had bought a plot of land for himself, next to his grandmother's. Except for the sudden increase of 8% in the depression value at the beginning, Su Qingsu followed Li Shangjin closely and lowered the depression value by 3%. The current depression value has been stable at 50% for several days. Su Qingsu suddenly understood why Tanghua said that 50 was a hurdle. It was really difficult to lower it. The two of them had originally planned to take the big orange cat back, but Su Qingsu heard the system broadcast. Li Shangjin's depression value increased by 2%. Su Qingsu looked at Li Shangjin and found that his eyes were fixed on the big orange cat not far away. Overturned this decision. Whenever Li Shangjin sees a cat, he would think of the old man, and his depression level would occasionally rise and fall. The big orange cat couldn't be taken away. It was much quicker than before, and no one could catch it. Except for the empty food bowl, there was nothing to prove that the cat was still here. Grandpa's residence is regularly taken care of, and the food bowl of the big orange cat is regularly filled with new food every day. Are you sure you saw it? Okay. Someone from Li Qing's residence called and said that they saw the big orange cat, but it was still difficult to catch. Don't catch it, just feed it regularly. In order to avoid causing stress to it again when catching it, that is where the little fat man and Grandpa live, and it still retains the breath of Li Qing. Su Qingsu hung up the phone and walked into Li Shangjin's arms. "Uncle Li, they said they saw a little fat boy, and he was still plump." "Okay, I got it." Li Shangjin put one hand around Su Qingsu's waist and stroked his head with the other hand. Of a year, Li Shangjin's depression level was reduced little by little. Feelings cannot be measured by time, but love can be wrapped by time and given continuously. The current depression value is 37%. Please cheer up, the original story has come to an end. When the system said this, the screen automatically played scenes one by one. Su Qingsu carefully touched Li Shangjin's eyebrows in the middle of the night, with a trace of sadness in her sad eyes. She prayed that this evil emotion would not be too intense and take Li Shangjin away. Will share the beautiful things around him with him and express his likes all the time. I will tell him that you are unique and there is only one Uncle Li in the world who belongs to the little fox. Li Shangjin likes Su Qingsu, and Su Qingsu also likes Li Shangjin. You suddenly told me to cheer up so seriously. I'm not used to it. You love Li Shangjin very much, and Li Shangjin loves you too. You two are the ones who need each other the most. It is said that people are most afraid of people who are funny suddenly becoming serious. Su Qingsu felt a little embarrassed by the system's words. Li Shangjin and Su Qingsu were sitting on the carpet, building with Lego blocks. Knock knock. The person outside the door said directly, "Master, there's a call downstairs for you." "It's Mr. Li from the Li family." Su Qingsu frowned. It had been so long. But he had forgotten that there was a Li Yiping in the original novel who took advantage of Li Shangjin's misfortune and tore off a piece of his flesh. Host, Li Yiping is the vice president, and his father is still in office. So this call, forget it. It doesn't matter who the Li family is. They are not good people anyway. Su Qingsu attacked him with one blow, but the system couldn't find any rebuttal. Even if it did, the system knew it was useless because Su Qingsu wouldn't listen. Su Qingsu and Li Shangjin went downstairs together to answer the phone. It turned out that the Li family was hosting a banquet. Li Yiping's father, Mr. Li, sincerely invited Li Shangjin to attend. The invitation letter was about to be delivered. "Uncle Li, are you going?" Su Qingsu pouted. "I don't like that Li Yiping. I feel that he is quite similar to the person who gave you advice when you were a child. Equally bad and selfish. I don't cooperate with them anymore. I guess they haven't been doing well recently. They want to pull me over to see if there's any chance of getting another order." Li Shangjin was surprised at Su Qingsu's sharpness and resistance to that person. "Really? When did it happen?" Su Qingsu's eyes lit up. "That's great. It doesn't matter whether I go or not now. I'm free anyway. It's nice to watch the fun." "Host, you look like a villain right now." "Candy, when did I ever admit that I'm a gentleman?" Su Qingsu suddenly changed his mind and decided to participate. Li Shangjin just smiled and let him go. At the banquet, the scene was quite grand, although not as big as the celebration party held by Li Shangjin's group of partners before. The room was still bright, with glasses of wine and fruits. It seemed that the Li family had invested a lot of money this time. There were still people toasting him enthusiastically, but Li Shangjin just took a sip under Su Qingsu's gaze. The purpose of coming here this time was not to discuss cooperation or win over people, but purely to watch the fun and see the Li family's dying struggle. Even if the Li family really signed one or two deals at this banquet, it would only be a drop in the bucket. Everyone at this banquet came for Li Shangjin. If they knew that Li Shangjin had an olive branch in his hand to terminate the contract with the Li family, then the Li family would have really reached the end. Li Yiping came to Li Shangjin with a wine glass and said some strange words. "Brother Li, I don't know how I offended you. I'm so sorry. I apologize to you here. I'm not the one you should apologize to. You didn't even realize your mistake, let alone expect people to accept your apology," Li Shangjin said casually, shaking the red wine glass in his hand gently. Li Yiping noticed Su Qingsu, who was sitting next to him eating. Before he could turn his eyes back, he received a warning from Li Shangjin. "Still looking? It seems that the lesson is not enough." Li Shangjin still remembered it. Li Yiping apologized repeatedly, and finally someone came over to toast Li Shangjin, and he could only leave in embarrassment. Li Shangjin communicated with him with ease, and Su Qingsu got up and went to the table nearby to find food. "I heard the guests at the banquet discussing some dirty things, no less than who slept with whom, or who did what, and which family did what. If these things were exposed one by one, I'm afraid they would eat for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping." Su Qingsu didn't participate. She just listened and left. Unexpectedly, they also wanted to urge Su Qingsu to join the chat. Su Qingsu smiled and shook her head, then left with the plate, and immediately ran to his handsome and wonderful Uncle Li. "Host, they are making up stories about you, saying that you... It's normal, relax." The system was surprised and felt that there must be something wrong with the abnormal situation. The drama Fox came online again, and the system looked at the interface. The cold and beautiful host leaned in the arms of Li Shangjin, the villain of the original novel, with her eyebrows lowered and her eyes pleasing to the eyes. "Why don't they like me? Did I do something wrong?" As she said this, she glanced at the group of little people who were chattering non-stop. When someone noticed the situation on Su Qingsu's side, their eyes widened twice as wide. Li Shangjin's big hands were holding Su Qingsu's slender waist, rubbing her with his fingertips. His eyes were calm, and while he was being naughty, he did not forget to act with the beauty in front of him. "It's not your fault, darling. it's because they are blind. They felt shocked and began to fear, and they all fled. Su Qingsu buried her head in Li Shangjin's shoulder and smiled secretly. When she looked up, her eyes were bright. Will Uncle Li think I'm a bad person? Qingsu is Qingsu, my inestimable treasure. Li Shangjin was immersed in a serious look. The system looked at Su Qingsu, who seemed cold but actually had a bright smile, and suddenly understood why Li Shangjin said that Su Qingsu was Su Qingsu. No matter whether it is the Su Qingsu who looks cold and isolated from the world, who reads along the way. No matter whether it is the Su Qingsu who looks cold on the outside, or the naughty and funny Su Qingsu who smiles cunningly after succeeding. The one who quietly builds Lego blocks in the room alone, that is all Su Qingsu. Su Qingsu is Su Qingsu. He is multifaceted, and he is not just someone who can only laugh or cry. Su Qingsu nestled in Li Shangjin's arms and acted like a spoiled brat, and started her occasional acting career again. Li Shangjin also fully cooperated. Su Qingsu was tired from acting and a little hungry, so she ate the dessert first. She had to go back with Li Shangjin soon, and there was nothing exciting to see. Tang Tang and Lung Chun were also at the banquet. Li Shangjin just took a quick look and was about to look away, but he noticed from the corner of his eye that Su Qingsu had also noticed them, so he deliberately kept his gaze on the two of them. Sure enough, Su Qingsu's jealous warning came out. Is my waist not as thin as his, or do you not want it anymore? The red wine glass that Su Qingsu was shaking in her hand seemed to be about to splash on Li Shangjin's face in the next second. Of course, my waist is thinner, but are you jealous? Li Shangjin's eyes were full of a triumphant smile. I have never been very generous. If you have other choices. What? I will lock you up and let you only look at me. What should I do? I kind of expect my baby to do this to me. Isn't this what Li Shangjin wants to do to Su Qingsu? The system's voice happened to sound. The depression value statistics are currently 32%, lower than 40%, and the other factors affecting the depression value are lower than 30%. The task is judged to be completed. The value is coincidentally the same as the value at the banquet. It started at the banquet and ended at the banquet. Host, please make a choice. 1. Return 2. Thank you, Candy. I want to stay here. Okay, host. I wish you and Li Shangjin happiness and a happy life. The road ahead is long, and the best blessing is to live well and happily. Company-o, sorry. A strange man, carrying a shoulder bag, smiled brightly and apologized to Su Qingsu, who he accidentally bumped into. It's okay. Su Qingsu glanced at him calmly. Then, the two of them took the company elevator separately, one in the special elevator and the other in the ordinary employee elevator opposite. Once, Su Qingsu was eating the steamed dumplings made by Uncle Tian while walking to the elevator when she ran into that man again. Ah, I see you again. You are also an employee of the company, right? I see you often. The man introduced himself. My name is Chi Yuheng, and I have been working here for a while. Most of the old employees in the company know Su Qingsu very well. Ever since the last intern incident, Li Shangjin and Su Qingsu had been patrolling the floors quite often, making the old employees tremble with fear and giving the new employees a good lecture. Su Qingsu was surprised that the person on the other side didn't recognize her, but it made sense. With so many people in the company, it would be difficult to get to know them all. Hello. Su Qingsu greeted politely while chewing a steamed dumpling, then turned around and prepared to leave and go upstairs. What are you eating? It looks delicious. I haven't seen this kind of packaging sold in other stores. Chi Yuheng asked Su Qingsu in a very familiar manner. Steamed dumplings, made by my family, must be sold outside. They are all the same. In fact, it was not the case. Su Qingsu felt that Uncle Tian's was better, and the sauce he prepared was also very spicy. Oh, you seem to be eating it with relish. Do you like it? Chi Yuheng didn't seem to be in a hurry to go to work. Su Qingsu looked at the time. He wanted to go up, but found that the other person's eyes were on his hands, and then moved to his face. Su Qingsu was surprised and asked tentatively, I like it very much. Can I give you one? Oh, can I? No. People also moved closer. Fortunately, there was a pair of disposable chopsticks. Su Qingsu handed it over, and Chi Yuheng opened it and tasted one. No wonder you seem to be eating so happily. It's really delicious. Chi Yuheng saw that Su Qingsu was about to leave, and hurriedly called him, what's your name? Su Qingsu. Su Qingsu frowned. Why wasn't he finished yet? He was going to eat the dumplings with Li Shangjin later. If the chopsticks were gone, it didn't matter if he and Li Shangjin shared a pair, but if the dumplings were gone, where would he get them? After Su Qingsu went upstairs, she looked at the receptionist who had seen the whole process and called out several times. Hello, hello, are you calling me? Chi Yuheng looked at the receptionist in confusion. You are new here. He doesn't even know you. What's wrong? Chi Yuheng was surprised. Although he took the special elevator, he could imagine that it was someone from the upper level, but this did not conflict with his feeling that the other person was very cute and wanted to get in touch with her. You better stay away next time. He is our boss's man. If we make him unhappy, we will be finished for the next few days. The receptionist obviously had a profound experience. The boss's man? Su Qingsu and Li Shangjin went home happily from work. Su Qingsu shook Li Shangjin's hand, but Li Shangjin just turned his head with a faint smile and looked at her affectionately and intently. Su Qingsu ran into Chi Yuheng downstairs again. His expression froze. Li Shangjin noticed it and followed his gaze. Do you know Qingsu? I'm not familiar with him. I met him downstairs these 2 days. He even gave me a steamed dumpling. Su Qingsu turned his head. Really? Li Shangjin glanced coldly at Chi Yuheng not far away and held Su Qingsu's hand tightly. After returning to the villa, Li Shangjin directly pulled Su Qingsu upstairs. As soon as the bedroom door opened, Su Qingsu was pulled in by Li Shangjin. Uncle Li. Su Qingsu was pressed against the door by Li Shangjin, who kissed her, unable to break free. The loose him, a big hand roaming on the fair skin. No matter how many times, Su Qingsu still felt stimulated and shy about Li Shangjin's obsession with the 2 points on his chest. Li Shangjin was a little different today, with more strength and an inexplicable dominance. Is Uncle Li unhappy? Su Qingsu lay on the soft bed, slightly raised her head, and touched Li Shangjin's face with her raised hand. Li Shangjin turned his head and kissed the palm of his hand. His eyes softened a little. Baby, you are so dazzling. As he spoke, Li Shangjin grabbed Su Qingsu's hand and pressed her down on the bed. The wild wolf attacked the little fox's fragile neck. The little fox's whimpering and groaning were drowned out by the wild wolf in this dark place, as if trapped in a dense forest at night. The little fox, who had been tainted with the scent of a wild wolf, wagged his big fox tail comfortably. Inside the company, Chi Yuheng noticed that Su Qingsu's skin exposed outside her clothes had traces of ambiguity. Li Shangjin was like a coveted wild beast, staring at Chi Yuheng with provocation and vigilance. Su Qingsu curled her lips and smiled. The ring on the base of her finger was so dazzling that Chi Yuheng also noticed it. Back in Li Shangjin's office, Su Qingsu was in a small room, playing with a small toy that had been sent to the company due to the wrong address. Focus on wrapping a layer of cloth around the shackles so that they don't rub too painfully when used. At get-off-work time, Li Shangjin came in to call Su Qingsu, but he saw a little fox who had locked himself in bed, resting quietly, and was defenseless. Li Shangjin walked closer, and his eyes stayed on Su Qingsu's feet. One of them was locked with a link of shackles. The chain was not very long, so the other circle had no place to go. Li Shangjin noticed that there was an extended chain in the express box. Su Qingsu was awakened by the rustling sound. She looked at Li Shangjin, who was lying at the end of the bed with his head down, and wondered, Uncle Li? The little fox's new toy? Su Qingsu sat up and rubbed his eyes. I was planning to give it to Uncle Li. Why did that little fox lock himself up? Li Shangjin raised the other side of the shackles. Su Qingsu noticed that the chain of the shackles had become longer. When he had just tested it on him, it didn't seem to be this long. Let me see if it gets rubbed. I'll take it off. Su Qingsu stretched out his hand to take it, but Li Shangjin dodged it. Uncle Li? Su Qingsu paused, then thought of something and smiled. Are you planning to lock me up so that I can't see the person downstairs? Li Shangjin's face changed, and the corners of his mouth, which were originally just a joke, dropped straight down. Baby, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about this. Li Shangjin locked the other side of the shackles on his wrist. Su Qingsu stepped back, and the chain made a jingling sound. Uncle Li is not going to leave work? Or are you going to lock me up here so that no one else can see me? Su Qingsu deliberately curled up the foot that was locked with shackles. Feeling his wrist being pulled, Li Shangjin curled the corners of his mouth, lowered his eyes, and raised his hand and pulled casually. Su Qingsu's legs were instantly straightened, and even her body showed signs of moving closer to Li Shangjin. "Don't hide, baby." Li Shangjin touched Su Qingsu's delicate face. "I think your suggestion is a good one." "What?" Su Qingsu put her hands on Li Shangjin's chest, but failed to stop him from leaning forward. Li Shangjin used one hand with shackles to suppress Su Qingsu's hands, and the other hand was exploring his own area. Su Qingsu's shackled legs were forced to lift up. It was dark at night. Li Shangjin turned on the light. Su Qingsu was curled up in his arms. An angel had descended to his side. Su Qingsu, who was only wearing a shirt, was carried to the bathroom by Li Shangjin. Su Qingsu's anklets were connected to chains and locked to Li Shangjin's wrists as handcuffs. "Uncle Li." Su Qingsu put her arms around Li Shangjin, holding him like a child. "Wipe the sweat off, baby. Change clothes. What do you want to eat later?" Li Shangjin supported Su Qingsu's legs with one hand and stroked Su Qingsu's face with the other hand, his thumb gently stroking his red eyes. "I don't have the strength." Su Qingsu leaned in Li Shangjin's arms. "Then I'll feed you." Li Shangjin wiped Su Qingsu's face with a towel. When Su Qingsu woke up the next day, he found that the chain between him and Li Shangjin was still there. "Can you lock me up for a few days, baby?" Li Shangjin woke up as well, staring at Su Qingsu, who was looking down at the chain. "Okay, Uncle Li can lock me up for a few days if he wants." Su Qingsu grabbed Li Shangjin's collar, "But Uncle Li has to come to see me often, and you're not allowed to joke with others." "Okay, baby." Li Shangjin grabbed Su Qingsu's hand, lowered his head, and kissed it devoutly. These days, when Li Shangjin is working outside, the handcuffs on his wrists are fastened to the bed legs. Su Qingsu reads a book or plays with Lego blocks on the bed. When she is bored, she makes some noises but doesn't call out. When Li Shangjin hears the noise, he will walk into the room from outside. "Are you feeling uncomfortable? I'll untie it for you." Li Shangjin came over and was about to bend down. "I'm thirsty." Su Qingsu wrapped her arms around Li Shangjin's neck, kissed his lips, licked them, and then inserted her tongue into him and rolled it up. Days like this continued until Friday, when Li Shangjin got off work. "Uncle Li isn't going to lock me up anymore? Aren't you worried that I might run away?" Su Qingsu put her foot on Li Shangjin's palm. "Will Qingsu run away?" Li Shangjin raised his eyes. "If she runs into Uncle Li's arms, does that count?" Su Qingsu stood up and put her arms around Li Shangjin's neck. "No." Li Shangjin picked up Su Qingsu and got out of bed. He was going to take his baby home. When leaving the room, Su Qingsu asked casually, "Uncle Li has been jealous for so long. What should I do if I run into him again next time?" Su Qingsu wanted to light a fire, and Li Shangjin could continue to lock him up, and he was very happy. However, he needed to be able to see Li Shangjin all the time. Even if it was just through the door, Li Shangjin had to be within his sight. "Baby won't see him anymore," Li Shangjin said in a firm tone. When Su Qingsu heard this, the corners of her mouth froze. Her eyes were a little unbelievable, and then she curled her lips and smiled. "Could it be, Uncle Li, you transferred him to the branch?" "Oh, is that so?" Su Qingsu lost interest and buried her head in Li Shangjin's neck, as if she was ready to take a rest. "Little fox." A slender, white hand turned the doorknob and pushed open the door of room 302. With the sound of rollers, an orange suitcase was pushed in first. "Hello, my name is Tang Tang." Tang Tang was carrying a large backpack, which made his already not-so-strong body look even smaller. A man dressed exquisitely, holding a piece of clothing that looked gorgeous and expensive, seemed to recognize Tang Tang and sneered at him. "I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be our piano prince." Tang Tang's face slightly deteriorated, but he still chose to ignore the other party's sarcasm. Tang Tang also knew that he was the son of the Chu family and was famous for being naughty when he was a child. As a good boy, Tang Tang was inevitably used as a comparison point for those families' own children. So, some of them more or less resented Tang Tang, and Chu Jiwei in front of him was one of them. The other person next to Chu Jiwei's bed, wearing a pair of glasses, was looking down at the book in his hand. Tang Tang sighed. He's studying so hard right after the start of school. It seems like this is a hobby. The other person may not have heard it, but he didn't care. At least, there was one person who greeted him warmly. Hello, I'm Long Chen. You can just call me Brother Chen. You look younger than me, right? Long Chen's handsome face, which should have been suitable for a cold and ruthless look, actually showed a bright and sunny smile. Hello, Brother Chen. Tang Tang greeted obediently. Long Chen had already pulled the suitcase in his hand over to the bed. There's only one bed left. You sleep next to me. Long Chen continued, if you need anything later, I can take you to the supermarket to buy it. The university supermarket has most of the necessary things. Okay, thank you, Brother Chen. As soon as Tang Tang finished speaking, Chu Jiwei snorted again. Do you have rhinitis? Long Chen didn't tolerate it, and his face changed and he replied, You. Chu Jiwei glared at Long Chen, afraid of his tall stature. He could barely be considered a bully, so he grabbed his clothes and went into the bathroom angrily. Tang Tang and Long Chen's first meeting relieved Tang Tang's anxiety and restlessness at the beginning of the school year, which was a reassurance. The two of them became closer through studying and eating, and Long Chen also discovered during their time together that Tang Tang was a money grubber with many skills. Tang Tang usually works part-time at school after class and goes out to find a higher-paying job on weekends. During the winter and summer vacations, Long Chen could hardly make an appointment with Tang Tang. So he simply went to the store where Tang Tang worked and sat there for most of the day. Many customers are attracted by Tang Tang's temperament and appearance. Basically, everyone who places an order will give him a compliment or look at him without any need for guessing. Long Chen, who was growing moldy in the dark corner, was one of them. Whether it was love at first sight or love developed over time, Long Chen was jealous anyway. He tried to persuade Long Chen not to waste time waiting for him, but it was ineffective. Tang Tang could only give him some of the leftover food every time he got off work, which he had originally intended to keep for himself. No, you eat it. Oh, Tang Tang didn't show it on his face, but his hand had quietly pulled the food back to himself. I don't dislike it. I don't like sweets. Long Chen was worried that Tang Tang would think too much, but there was a kind of candy that he really wanted to try. The school performed a show and Tang Tang also went on stage to give a piano solo. It attracted a lot of people's attention, and the confession wall that night could be said to be a grand event. Long Chen knew that he couldn't just sit there and wait for death, so he found an excuse and asked Tang Tang to be his boyfriend to deal with his family. Tang Tang was selfish to begin with, and since Long Chen gave him too much, he couldn't help but be tempted. As for parents, the attitude is split, half supportive and half neutral and somewhat opposed. But this is not up to them to decide. No one can interfere with the choice made by Long Chen. Long Chen took advantage of Tang Tang by using the excuse of being a fake boyfriend. He coaxed and tricked him into his arms and said that it was a rehearsal in advance to prevent the truth from being revealed in front of the parents. In the original novel, Long Chen was jealous countless times because of Li Shangjin's appearance. Even though Li Shangjin now has Su Qingsu, Long Chen still needs to be on guard against other beautiful women and all sorts of other things. In addition, Tang Tang is now also acting in a play, and the number of fans he has gained is huge and considerable. Long Chen could meet a love rival whenever he went online. If the small one can't be scolded, the big one will also suffer. In the eyes of fans, this is just a very one-man fan, even a toxic one-man boyfriend fan. However, this gave rise to some CP fans, which Long Chen was very happy to see. He even spent a huge amount of money to support them, let them produce well, and create more hype. It would be best if the whole network knew about him and Tang Tang. Someone took a picture of him, and in the picture, Tang Tang held Long Chen's hand, and they were very close. He leaned over and kissed Long Chen's cheek. Long Chen smiled with his teeth showing, just like a large dog. It could be bought out, but Tang Tang refused. Long Chen then let it go and later sent people to guide it, which did not cause too much impact on Tang Tang. Tang Tang, who has successfully transformed himself, has achieved considerable success in his acting career. A legend in the circle, a legal couple side by side in the eyes of fans.